Family, part of the scenery here. I think the fans like having us here, and we do our best for another class win.
Pretty busy few weeks with Le Mans test, Le Mans build, Le Mans, and now here. Got to ask about Marco Sorensen. How is he? I know he couldn't do the British GT this weekend. Ross Gunn standing in for him. What's the word from Marco?
Yeah, Marco's fine, I think. Obviously a bit shaken up, and it was a heavy accident he took last weekend, but no long-term issues. It's just precautionary that he takes a rest at the moment, gets himself ready for the next WEC season that will be upon us before we know it.
Yeah, you've got to go testing in the WEC at Barcelona for the prologue in a month's time, David.
I know, racing seems to come even more thick and fast than ever this year.
He's actually smiling, dear listener, as he says that, so accepts the challenge with some gusto.
Yeah, it's what people, it's what the full-time guys who are racing live for, really. It's good to be busy, it's good to be representing our brand around the world in various series. And so we also should mention Pro Sport here this weekend, running 2 cars in SP10.
They look fabulous as well in the white, red and black, and the red, white and black. Fantastic, like a home and away shirt. And we want those made into t-shirts. They look fantastic.
Oh yeah, and a credit to them, come here. They've been doing a good job in European GT4. Important new customer team for us, and I hope that they have a good run here as well. We'll do everything we can to support and encourage them.
David, thanks very much again for supporting what we do here at the Nürburgring. The simple fact is that we wouldn't be here covering this race this weekend, and we would never have been if it hadn't been for you and the support of Aston Martin and Aston Martin Racing. It's Johnny and Paul who are up in the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. Final thought from you, David, before we've got engines starting up now, so better get back up to the boys for the grid in a second. But final thoughts from you at this point of the race. Everything's possible.
Yeah, on the bigger picture, I'm just delighted that the weather's set fair. I hear the crowd numbers are up bigger than ever here. It's a fantastic atmosphere. It gets better every year, and just hope everybody has a safe and exciting race.
Be safe, race well, have fun.
Thanks.
Right, that's David King. Thank you very much, David. And that's about all I've got time for down here, because it's starting to busy up. You can hear the engines starting just a few moments ago. So let's hand back to the luxurious surroundings from down here with the cars forming up on the grid for the 47th run of the ADAC 24 hours here at the Nürburgring. Up to the Aston Martin Lounge. Our live coverage continues. Actually, I've just seen Dr. Ullibet, so before we go, guys, give us 1 second. I just want to have a quick word with Dr. Betts, if I may. Sorry to interrupt, David. Dr. Betts, lovely to see you here. Is this just a tourist lap, as it were?
This is actually a tourist lap. I'm a stopover on my way back to London, but I couldn't just pass by and not say hello and wish all the best and good luck and take a little bit of the memories from the past, and of course give Darren Turner a little bit of a motivation, because I am a 2 times 24-hour class winner, and he only won, so he has to win the class this time.
Well, I think you've done more laps around here than he has. Could you have imagined back in those early days, back in 2006, 2005 when you were planning it, 2006 when you came here, that Aston would be in the position that they are here at the Nürburgring and in their racing operations worldwide?
Of course, this was the intention. This was what the boys wanted, and they convinced me that we go and try this direction, and this is why we are here, and this is why I think we will have also a good future with the new cars. And we also know if a cars get the end of a life, and then a new cars, then you have a change and you have to settle it. But I'm very confident that David and his team and Wolfgang, and so that they get a good result today or in the next 24 hours and then in the future as well.
You're going to come back and race sometime. I had a good look at that 3-hour classic race yesterday. That looks great.
Yes, but I have bought Rose, the car from 2006. I would like to drive this in a classic race, but as I understand, it's not yet homologated for the classic races. Otherwise, it would be nice to be with this car and have probably Wolfgang with me, or Chris Porritt,
I'll put my hand up. I'll put my hand up if you need a steady driver.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll see how things goes, and
great to see you again, Dr. Betts. Enjoy the race while you're here.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, let's have a look at the grid, at least the first part of it. Up in the Aston Martin Lounge, enjoying the surroundings. It's Paul Truswell, but first here's Johnny Palmer.
Thank you, John, and great to get some atmosphere down from the grid there, and wonderful to hear from the former head of Aston Martin, Uli Betts, as John's final interview. Great to hang on the grid down there as the Volkswagen record-setting EV is now heading around the Grand Prix Strecke as well to entertain a massive crowd which is down in the grandstands currently, and equally the number of team personnel and guests that are on the main straight here at the Nürburgring actually eclipsing all the cars. You'd be forgiven to think for thinking there are no cars on that grid right now, but steadily that crowd will start to be cleared, and among them of course our very own John Hindhaugh, who we'll hear from in a moment or two. Right, lots of qualifying that's taken place over the last couple of days, including a very entertaining top qualifying session last night, Friday, at 7 o'clock. It included 28 cars circulating from the SP9, the SPX and the SP, potentially the SP Pro class, although we didn't have eventually the Pro car in the top 28, but the Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus car was certainly there. Kept us guessing till the very last moment. Every car taking part in that session had 2 laps, and generally speaking, all that were involved had a clear Nordschleife ahead of them as well. And once all that top 28 were decided, this is the grid for the 47th edition of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. So starting mid-pack was Mauro Engel in the number 2 Mercedes-AMG Team Black Falcon AMG GT3 on Michelin tyres. We actually got some immediate reaction from his co-driver Adam Christodoulou last night as well. That was an already pre-qualified car, so we knew that was going to be in the final 28 well before this event, and it will start on the front row and to driver's right to give it the ideal run into that right and left really tricky S-bend, which kicks off the Grand Prix lap, and of course the 25 and a bit kilometres around this place. Alongside will be another AMG. This was one of the late qualifiers though, courtesy of its pace in qualifying 1 and qualifying 2. The yellow and green man-filter Mercedes AMG, and qualifying that Maxi Goertz, but Marciello is sort of equaling him in terms of pace this weekend. 2 very strong drivers joining Lance David Arnold, who some thought actually posted a very good time this weekend. He's certainly not very far off Marciello and Maxi Goertz pace, but Marciello topped qualifying on Wednesday. Next row, the second row, is a Porsche and Audi combination, the 911 car that took pole position 12 months ago, and Laurent Vantour putting the time in, and from what we gather, going off the track putting in that time as well yesterday. And joining that car, the less green of the Grello liveries, is the Audi Sport Team Phoenix Audi R8, with Pierre Caffer putting that time in car number 4. It was Fred Verviche, beg your pardon, doing the qualifying time yesterday. The next row, the 31 Fricadelli Racing Porsche, and these Porsches that I'm mentioning are pro cars, therefore the 2019 spec of the 911 GT3R, and car number 31 will therefore start on the inside of row 3, alongside the number 6 Mercedes-AMG Black Falcon GT3, Patrick Assenheimer, Nico Bastian, Jelmer Berman and Gabriele Piana. That was the second of the qualifiers this weekend. Next row were pre-qualifiers into that session, the number 1 and the number 3, the second of the Manthey Racing Porsches, arguably a bit too far down there, but that was the winner last year, and therefore the reason why that car carries the number 1. And alongside it, the number 3 Black Falcon car. So we've got 3 Mercedes from Black Falcon in the top 8. That's the Maxi Buch, Hubert Haupt, Thomas Jaeger and Lucas Stoltz car. It was Stoltz that did the qualifying lap, but you may remember on the first attempt he actually lost it at turn 4 and needed to recover that lap. The second one though was very decent indeed to put that car in 8th position, and on the 9th and 10th positions it is a Mercedes and a Ferrari. So the first of the Get Speed Performance number 16 cars, 16, 17, 18, all from the same squad, but the red car with the yellow door mirrors will start from 9th position alongside Octane 126's Ferrari 488, and that car is the Bjorn Grossman, Simon Trummer, Jonathan Hershey and Alex Prin's car. Yesterday that car was qualified by Simon Trummer, the Swiss driver. Outside the top 10, the number 7 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan had problems, well, overnight we think. That Lamborghini did not feature in warm-up this morning, and Franz Conrad at certain points during the session with a furrowed brow, but whatever that technical issue was, it's now been rectified. Marco Mappelli, Axel Jeffries, Michele Di Martino and Michael Lyons' car will start therefore from the 6th row alongside another Manthey Porsche, the number 12, the red and white car of Otto Klose, Lars Kern, Dennis Olsen and Matteo Cairoli, and qualifying the number 12 car last night was Cairoli himself, the Italian. The first of the non-Michelin shod cars comes next. That's the best BMW on Yokohama tyres, the 101 Valkenhorst Motorsport M6 GT3. Christian Krognes, David Pittard, Lucas Ordonez and Nick Yellerly, who we grabbed a word with yesterday as well during the less than hour-long qualifying session. 14th position is the second of the Get Speed Performance Mercedes of Fabian Vettel, brother of Sebastian, Philip Ellis, Luka Ludwig and Jules Shimkowiak. Then we've got the 29 Audi Sport Team Lant Audi R8, winners 2 years ago. Christopher Mies, René Rast, Kelvin van der Linde and Chris Haase. Now, 2 of those drivers, Rast and Haase, are down to drive 2 Audis this weekend. We'll wait to see whether that actually happens. They will start from 15th position. 16th place, another BMW. That's the 42 Team Schnitzer entry for the M6 GT3 of Augusto Farfus, Martin Tomczyk, Sheldon van der Linde and Timo Scheider. And then the first of the Dunlop cars, Phoenix Racing's Audi runs on Dunlops. Jeroen Bleekemolen, who's been a late super sub for an ill Jamie Green. Vincent Kolb, Kim Louis Schramm and Frank Stippler join the lineup in car number 5 for Phoenix. 18th position is the 44 Falcon Motorsports Porsche, running on Falcon tyres. Surprise, surprise. Klaus Bachler doing the qualifying last night, and he is joined by Jörg Bergmeister, Martin Ragginger and Dirk Werner. 19th position is the 705 car, the only SPX machine to take part in qualifying last night. The Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus machine of Thomas Much, Felipe Fernandez-Laza, Frank Meyer and Andreas Simonsen. And to complete the 20, the number 99 Rover Racing BMW, that's the M6 GT3 of Nicky Katzberg, Marco Wittmann, Jesse Krohn and John Edwards. But the sister car starts right behind on row number 11. So, live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge, you will get full uninterrupted coverage of the 2019 Nürburgring 24 hours right here on the RSL network. It's going to be Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley and Paul Truswell for the opening stint. And the final bit of build-up for this year's race starts now. Bang on 3 o'clock here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and it is time for the 47th edition of the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring. A tremendous grid already lined up just behind us as we sit in the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. You're tuned to the RSL network and you're tuned to RS1, but we're going to be jumping from RS1 and RS3 throughout the broadcast here. And well, we were on both together. That's clever. I didn't even know that was possible. Right, RS1 and RS3. Good to know where we are, isn't it, at the start of a broadcast? And you can also tune in to us in sound and vision at www.radio-show.co.uk. Get in touch with us here in the Aston Martin Racing Lounge as well, at RSL_studio, as long as you use the hashtag N24RSL, N24RSL, then we will be able to pick out your tweets. I've managed to avoid so far during a Countdown to Green show the subject of balance of performance, but Joe Bradley and Paul Trustwell. Good afternoon to you. Welcome on board, chaps. I think this is going to be exciting. Certainly for the first 3 hours, and probably all for the next 24, frankly.
I think it is. Looking at the scenes that we've got just outside on the grid, I think everyone's coming off the Nordschleife and is on the grid at the moment, so we're spectatorless out there. That's not the case. We're clearing the grid now. I can't believe how many people we got on that grid. And well done, John Hindhaugh, for getting those interviews on what was a very densely populated grid there. We seem to have cleared everyone non-essential now, so that, Paul, means we're about to go underway, but we've had some pretty big occurrences going on over the lunch break.
It's, I mean, Johnny and I were in that madding crowd as well, and it is. I mean, it's. I said to Johnny at one point, this is a crowd like no other. I mean, you think you're in a big event when you're at Le Mans, but something about this, with 158 cars lined up on the grid in 3 separate groups. They'll be heading off into their separate groups shortly, and we'll get the 3 separate pace laps behind the safety car, and then we'll get the race underway very shortly. But it's an absolutely phenomenal atmosphere down here. If you've never been to the Nürburgring 24, then it should be on your bucket list. Purely because of the scale of the thing. Something like 600 drivers, I say, over 150 cars on the grid, and it promises indeed to be a very good 24 hours. You mentioned balance of performance, Johnny, and I don't want to dwell on it very much. I think we can probably just mention it because there are press releases out about it. But since the qualifying last night, all of the BMWs, the 2 Rover racing cars, the Schnitzer, the Schubert, and the Valkenhorst cars have been given 10 kilograms less weight to carry around. Now, that always assumes they can get 10 kilograms off the car. Well, Henry Valkenhorst from that team has said that it's a step in the right direction, the implication being it's not enough, but I think they felt that they'd been had the wool pulled over their eyes a little bit from the qualifying race. The Mercedes have an extra 10 kilograms to carry, and the 2 Porsche, or the 2019 Porsches have an extra 20 kilos to carry. The reason I stress the 2019 Porsches have 20 kilos is that the Pro-Am cars, the older cars, 2018 cars, have no change. So in effect, it means that the new Porsches will be running at 1325 kilograms, whereas the BMW will still be heavier than a Porsche, but it's 10 kilograms lighter than it was. The other cars to have got a slight break, the Lamborghini Huracan, we were hearing from Johnny was talking about Franz Conrad's Lamborghini Huracan. That's got 10 kilograms less weight to carry around, and the Lexus RCF, that has also got less weight to carry around than it had to during the qualifying sessions.
Thank you, Paul. And we may draw your attention to all of those figures in the mid part of the race when it becomes relevant, effectively, because I'm expecting, therefore, the Porsches to be a little slower, potentially, than they were last night. Certainly the BMWs, well, they will enjoy running 10 kilos lighter, but I'm not sure it's going to make the required amount of difference. That will be telling across a stint, though, because obviously 10 kilos lighter on a car, you're going to wear your tyres a lot less. And bear in mind, we've got this mixture of tyre manufacturers for the BMWs as well, because the 98-99 Rover cars, and my dad, by the way, was catching up with the 2018 version of the Nürburgring 24 hours. He says, what's all this about a Rover BMW? I says, oh, yeah, it's not quite the same spelling.
Yes.
It's all about, no, do they make oil, Rover,
yeah.
and other things as well? ROWE Rover Racing is the team. They used to run Mercedes SLSs, and in the last 3 years have run BMW M6 GT3. So we'll be talking about Rover Racing quite a bit, 98, 99. They're on the Michelins, as is the Schnitzer car. Is there also some Schubert connection then with the Schnitzer team?
No, they're 2 different teams. There's a Schubert team and there's a Schnitzer team.
I don't remember seeing a Schubert BMW in the entry, but are they? And then there's Valkenhorst on top of that, isn't there?
Yes, I think the Schubert car is a GT4 car.
Ah, okay, fine. That makes a lot more sense.
Right.
So, yeah, 98, 99, 100, 101. Well, the Valkenhorst cars are on the Yokohama tyre, and they also run 10 kilos lighter. And the 42 Schnitzer BMW is also 10 kilos lighter on Michelin tyres. So, I think Michelin and Yokohama tyre engineers will be very interested to take data after each of the stints.
It is a GT4 car, the Schubert car, except it's running in class SP8T.
Right.
So that's number 40, the Schubert BMW. That's the car that Ricardo van der Ende is driving, amongst others. I know you caught up with him. I thought what opportunity, whilst we're talking about the grid and waiting for the cars to get themselves sorted out, talk about the start drivers. You talked about the beginning of the grid, Johnny, drivers who are going to be starting in the pole position car, although the time was actually set by Maro Engel. He's going to be the start driver as well, and alongside him in the number 48 Mercedes-Benz, that's the yellow Peril man filter sponsored an HTP run car. It'll be Lance David Arnold starting that car, although the time in qualifying was set by Raffaele Marciello. So Maro Engel in the pole position car, Lance David Arnold alongside him. On the second row, Kevin Estre will be starting in the 911 Manthey Porsche. Pierre Caffer will be starting in the number 4 Phoenix Audi. As you said earlier on, Phoenix running 2 cars on 2 different tyres. They've got Michelin's for the number 4 car and Dunlops for the number 5. So 911 started by Kevin Estre, 4 started by Pierre Caffer. The 31 car, we'll call it Joe Bradley's Heart car.
That'll do.
Because it's supported by Fricadelli, which are
that's not the reason why I chose it, Paul. Because it's
meatballs,
meat
hamburgers,
products
and various other meat products. Matt Campbell will be starting that one, although it was Matteo Jaminet who did the qualifying, and in number 6, Jelmer Berman starting in the. I'll call it the second fastest of the Black Falcon Mercedes, although it actually qualified ahead of the number 3 car. So Jelmer Berman in the number 6. In the number 1, Patrick Pilet will be starting for Manthey in the champion car, if you will. Luca Stoltz will be starting the number 3 Black Falcon Mercedes, the all-red car, or mostly red car. Number 16, Jan Seifert will be starting in the Get Speed Mercedes, 3 Get Speed Mercedes here this weekend. Number 55, the Team Octane Ferrari will be started by Simon Trummer. Marco Mappelli will be starting the number 7 Lamborghini. Lars Kern, the number 12 Manthey Porsche. Christian Krogner's in the Valkenhorst BMW, number 101. Luca Ludwig starting in the number 18 Get Speed Mercedes. Then on the 8th row of the grid, Christopher Mies will be starting in the number 15, the number 29, the Lant Motorsport car in 15th position on the grid. Number 29, Christopher Mies starting that one. And then Augusto Farfus starting alongside him in the Schnitzer BMW car, number 42. The 9th row of the grid, Kim Lewis Schramm will be starting in the 2nd Phoenix Audi number 5, and Dirk Werner at the wheel of the 44 Falcon Tyres Porsche. And just finishing off the top 10 rows, that was as far as Johnny went down. The Glickenhaus, the SCG 003C, Thomas Mutch will be starting that car, and John Edwards starting in the faster of the 2 Rover Racing, or Row Racing, depending how you want to pronounce it, either with an English or German accent. The BMW anyway, number 99, that car will be starting with John Edwards driving it, and Conor De Philippi driving the start for the other Rover Racing BMW.
We should also just put a bit of limelight on the class pole positions, if we can, or as many of them as we can. Remember, the race will be started with 158 cars, and actually the first group is starting to be waved away now, beginning with the 28 or the 27 cars that attempted qualifying yesterday, put together with the number 11 Ferrari that will start right at the back of the 28, because that could not even take part in the session after a puncture for the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Ferrari with Daniel Kalwitz at the wheel. And this happened actually in qualifying 2. A puncture on the rear actually took out an awful lot of the wiring loom on the number 11 car, and Wochenspiegel Team Monschau could not get that car fixed in time for top qualifying. So we ran with 27 cars in the end. There was also then a puncture for the 27th qualified car, the Get Speed performance machine of Fabian Schiller, and he couldn't get to the end of his first flying lap. So that car not registering a time and therefore having to start 27th as a result, the Ferrari next to it. And the 37 Aston Martin is struggling to get started right now. Yeah, foot on the brakes again then for car 37, which is the Dunlop tyred car. And the crew with the 37 are being now told to step away as other cars from the groups behind begin their rolling lap. Jamie Chadwick, Peter Kate, Alex Brundle is the car. We had a word very recently with Alex Brundle because John Hindhaugh caught up with him on the grid. He said he was in his very own little bubble on the grid. This now is a moment of concentration for Alex Brundle, who finally gets the Vantage AMR GT4 fired into life. So car 37, starting in SP8T, was due to start 47th overall, but now has quite a bit of catching up to do with the rest of that group. And I assume he may not be permitted to actually take his rightful place now. Might have to start at the back of group number 1, I'm going to say, but I'm now going to consult. Yes, he was due to start in group 1. And maybe there's an issue with the rear right. Yeah, it's pouring fluid from the rear right corner now, or is that just smoke? No, it's definitely fluid. And the Aston of Alex Brundle is now overtaking some of the circuit vehicles, a couple of the big American pickup trucks, which help out with recovery of cars. But all is not well, potentially with the 37 car. That fluid's now run out, which is either a good or a very bad sign. Anyway, Group 2 is about to now start, which has at the front of it the 320 Care for Climate Porsche, which is a GT3 Cup 2 car, and alongside it, the TCR pole sitter, which is the Harry Procek, Peter Terting, Goulden and Manuel Lauk Hyundai i30N TCR. So this group has, amongst others, Paul, TCRs, ATs, of which the Porsche Care for Climate car is, alternatively fueled class, Cup X, Cup 3 and Cup 5. You've got the exhaustive list.
And SP10
I only missed
the other
one.
group that was in there. So SP10, Cup 3, Cup 5, Cup X, TCR and AT.
Yeah.
AT being on the pole position, the number 320 Porsche. They're only going to have 3 drivers in the car number 320 though, because Smudo, who is a bit of a celebrity in these parts, has departed the circuit for personal private reasons. Not quite sure what that is, haven't got to the bottom of it, but so Smudo is not part of the driving lineup on the pole position car of number 2. I think it's Shellhouse who's starting that car. I can tell you it's Peter Terting starting in the number 170 Hyundai i30N, the TCR pole position car. So you've got the AT pole position and the TCR pole position sharing the front row of Group 2, Johnny.
Okay, and SP9 we've done. Is the number 2 car. SPX fairly easily is the 705 Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus car, because that is the only car entered into SPX, but we're going to see plenty of battling with SP9 cars from that machine, and it's going to be fun to see how far up the order the BMW Z4 from Team Speedline Racing gets. That's technically an SP9 last generation car, the BMW Z4, which runs on Pirelli tyres, and also in a single car class, the SP Pro division, is the Toyota Gazoo Racing entered Lexus LC, Takeshi Tsuchiya, Naoya Gamou, Takemitsu Matsui and Yuichi Nakayama, and they are 4 Japanese drivers in the SP Pro number 56 Lexus to start from 35th position, and actually on the same row as the SP7 pole sitter, which we were trying to give SP7 lots of love yesterday, because that is a highly competitive all Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class. Mulner Motorsports number 62 therefore will start from pole position in that class, 36th place, and in the lead group, Paul.
Yes, that's right. And
that actually deals with, I think, all the poles in the first group.
It does.
Apart from SP8T.
Yes, SP8T is the Black Falcon Mercedes number 46, which is on the class pole there. And 58 cars scheduled to be in the starting Group 1. Starting Group 2, as you say, has already left. In fact, is starting Group 3 left yet?
They are about to.
They are about to. So there were 42 cars in starting Group 2 heading around their formation lap. And then another 58 cars will be participating in starting Group 3, which is the least powerful cars, and the most numerous in terms of the number of classes represented. We've got SP6, SP5, SP4, SP4T, SP3, SP3T, so all of the smaller sports cars, SP basically standing for sports cars, and then we've got V6, V5, V4 and V2T, and those are the more closely production based cars that are in the starting group 3, and even within those groups, rather than being lined up in qualifying order, they're shuffling them within the qualifying group so that classes of a similar nature are held together. So, for example, the V6 cars have been grouped together, the V5 cars have been grouped together. Yeah. Which might mean that there'll be quite a lot of shuffling at the beginning of the race as cars get themselves into their more natural order as far as their performance and speed is concerned.
A good example of that is qualifying 40th overall, the 320 Porsche, the Care for Climate Porsche, which will start at the front of Group 2, and it qualified with a faster time than the SP8T pole sitter, which will start in Group 1. So we've effectively got a slower car of about 6 seconds starting in the lead group, and that's Knuffy, as he's known to his friends, the Black Falcon Mercedes-AMG GT4, and the faster Porsche starting behind. So you're quite right, I think. We're going to get some unravelling to a certain extent of cars, and the lead couple, maybe the lead 3 or 4 rows in starting Group 2, catching up with the tail enders in starting Group 1 very quickly indeed.
Especially because, well, the other thing that happens is that because you've got this 3-minute gap between the different starting groups, it means that the leaders of Group 1, the SP9 cars, very quickly catch up and start lapping the tail enders in starting Group 3, and that happens much more quickly than you might expect it on a 26-kilometre circuit when you've got 150 cars, because you've kind of delayed the slower ones. It means that you really only get 2 clear laps. You get your opening lap and then 1, maybe 2 flying laps before you start catching the traffic. So when the fastest lap of the race occurs is very often very early on in the race before you get any traffic, and then it tends to be a matter of whether you get a clear lap at some point during the race as to whether you're able to improve on that.
And am I right in thinking that a lot of these cars won't have actually known what group they were going to be in until qualifying was all done and dusted?
Yes, it's one of the many prerogatives of race director Walter Hornung is to decide which cars go into, or sorry, which groups go into which starting group. Which classes go into which starting group. So,
but we haven't got any overlaps of classes. If the pole sitter of one class is in there, then the rest of that class is in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So even if you've had a bad qualifying, you're not going to have to start in a second group. So all the class battles are grouped together for the start of the race.
And we're not going to have something like a Clio Cup in the first group, are we?
No, absolutely. That's the whole reason.
They're grouped on performance.
No, that's right. That's the whole reason that it's done in the way that it is. Just to give them their due credit, in the 3rd starting group, which is now heading off, car number 125 is on the pole position of that 3rd starting group. The Setup Wizard Racing Porsche, that's going to be started by Hannes Plesser, and alongside him is the number 88 car, which my list here hasn't given me a starting driver for. I can tell you that the car behind it, the number 80 car, will be in the hands at the start of Achim Vava. And so it's going to be Porsches at the front end of starting Group 3, but the Subaru, number 88, which is a car I don't have a driver for. Oh, yes, no, I don't have a driver for 88. So it's going to be the Subaru against the Porsche at the front of starting Group 3, and then look out for number 93 as well, which is the Audi RS3, to be started by Max Partel.
Okay. Well, the SP9 cars are now clear of Breitscheid, and therefore the lowest part of the circuit. They're going to start the climb now up through Exmuller, Bergwerk, the tight right-hander, and then in an SP9 car on a racing lap, you're more or less flat all the way up the hill through Kesselchen. Bit of a lift at Klostertal, but then you get to Klostertal Curva, which is hard braking, right-handed, and a blind entry as well, which is then the initial climb up to the Caracciolo Carousel. patience is the key at that part of the circuit before each of the SP9s will be spat out of the carousel to continue the ascent up towards Hohe Acht, the highest point on the circuit, and then a brief descent towards Wipperman, Echbach, and onto Brunchen, which has a huge crowd that's been there since probably 3 weeks ago, trying to get a good spot.
And it's probably worth a mention, Johnny, something we're seeing that we never see anywhere else in the world is what happens on this parade lap. The spectators are allowed from behind the debris fences, outside of the spectator areas, up to the very armcore that rings the track. And we get this thing where they bray on the armcore with whatever they have, sticks, battens, bin lids, the lot, and they create quite a fervour out there. And amazingly, so disciplined are they that as soon as the parade of the grid parades by, they'll then go back into the spectator areas and never come back to the trackside again.
Yeah.
And it's great that the organisers allow this tradition to continue because, you know, we're sometimes swamped by a common sense approach to health and safety, and everybody knows that once we get started, they've got to get back in the spectator areas, and it's a unique tradition to the Nürburgring 24 hours that this happens.
The front row cars then have now made it to the carousel, being led by the pace car, and when they get down to the end of the Dottinger Höhe and into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, they will be two abreast, and there will be mere millimetres between the door handles of the starting drivers, Mauro Engel and Lance David Arnold. The history of this race, well, it's all been about the major German manufacturers in terms of recent winners. Porsche last year, Audi 2 years ago, Mercedes in 2016 after a good run from Audi 14 and 15, but the last BMW victory all the way back in 2010 in a BMW M3 GT2. So actually a GT3 BMW is yet to win this race ever, because then you're going back to the days when it was more about a touring car race. I know we had the Vipers in the early 2000s from Zaxby. There was an Opel Astra V8 that won in 2003, won by Phoenix Racing, and BMWs in 04 and 05, but they were M3 GTRs. We've got a few of those in this year's field as well, not least from Hoffa Racing, bringing their regular mount, the M3. But in the modern GT3 era, it's the one trophy that BMW do not have. And remember that all of the key players in the BMW camp have been given a 10-kilo weight break overnight, but also a slightly smaller fuel tank. It's only 2 litres smaller, but that might make some difference as well. Remember also that when it comes to fueling these cars, you can't fuel before the end of the 5th lap. So if you do have to make a stop at the end of lap 1, 2, 3 or 4, then the stewards will be keenly watching to make sure that the fuel nozzle is not attached, and if it is, then you will be reported. But the first fuel fill cannot be done earlier than the end of the 5th lap. And also there are calculations we need to think about, or the drivers, the teams need to think about, Paul, regarding minimum pit stops. I don't want you to go into all the detail quite yet, but it depends in the early stages of the race on the length of the stint you've just done.
Yes, I'm not going to go into the detail except to say that the length of your pit stop depends on the number of laps you've done. The fewer laps you've done, the shorter the pit stop is. Except if you pit stop in those first 5 laps, because if you stop in those first 5 laps, A, you're not allowed to put any fuel in, but B, you're not allowed, you don't have to respect the minimum pit stop time.
Yep.
Unlike other places as well, I'll use the term, we have to recalibrate our minds. There's no way that you can save a lap of fuel here, even over the course of a week, let alone 24 hours. However, you can go in, if you miscalculate, you can go in the back door of the pits, but you take a penalty.
You don't take a penalty for going in the back door, you just don't count the lap that you go in.
Lap, yeah.
I won't say it's impossible to save a lap of fuel, because just suppose you've got a car that will do 8.8 laps on a tank full of fuel,
you might be able to
and you can save 0.2 of a lap, so you might then be able to go 9 laps. So you need to know what your fuel consumption is, because when there's a slow zone out there, a yellow flag zone, you will automatically be saving fuel. So you need to know whether your range is 8.8 or 8.2, because you want to know whether it's going to be worth your while trying to save fuel or not.
And you don't want to get it wrong, because 0.6 of a mile away or 0.6 of a lap away is 7 or 8 miles away. That's quite a recovery.
Yeah.
The first 58 cars in this race then that are about to get the starters' orders and instruction to start racing are heading towards Schwalbenschwanz, the Kleiner Carousel, as it's otherwise known, and then through the double right-hander that brings them onto the Dottinger Höhe. We are moments away, folks, just 4 minutes by my clock from the start of the 47th edition of the ADAC 24 Hours of Nürburgring.
Darren Wood, who we had a coffee with the other day, is up at the carousel, and he smells fuel coming out the back of that Brundle Aston Martin.
Wow, okay.
Fuel
That's
smell.
not good.
That's not good at all.
Fuel possibly pouring out of the Aston Martin on its initial getaway then onto the Grand Prix Strecke, and we will wait and see whether that car has to pit straight away, and they may have to do some work on that, try and get some fuel into it, but running the risk of running into the breach of regulations if the 37 requires fuel at this stage of the day. So now the cars, the GT3s, the SP9s make a wonderful sight as they start to zigzag virtually from one white line to another down the Dottinger Höhe. This takes an age when you're at full racing speed, so there's still quite a way to go yet, a couple of kilometres from the start line. A reminder that throughout the race on the hour, we have the Hyundai race update, the performance of Hyundai N, Feel the Feeling, and we've added another fabulous Andy Blackmore designed T-shirt to our Radio Show Limited store, inspired by the challenge of the Nürburgring, and that's available from the start of the race. So literally in 3 minutes' time, that is available by clicking on the store button at www.radio-show.co.uk. Live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge, Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley, Paul Truswell. This is the Nürburgring 24 hours on both RS1 and RS3. Part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're in sound and vision at www.radio-show.co.uk. And Maro Engel, Lance David Arnold, Kevin Estre and Pierre Caffer as the 4 drivers at the sharp end, still working hard to retain temperature in their Michelin tyres, because this doesn't involve any heavy braking, this part of the track. There are no corners either. But they are seesawing at the wheel to make sure that the hard work so far on the lap doesn't come to naught. I think there's a little bit of fluid actually on one of the cameras that the 29 Audi is carrying. No hint of any rain, thankfully, and the forecast for the next 24 hours looks very good indeed. Much further back down the pack is the 44 Falcon Motorsports Porsche on the Falcon tyres, and that's starting in 18th position then, with Dirk Werner at the wheel of that two-tone blue Porsche, and it is just ahead of the SPX Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus and the Rover Racing, the first of the Rover Racing BMWs, number 99. Yokohama tyres for the number 100 BMW, which 100 was not part of the qualifying session last night.
I'll give you a prediction at the moment. It's not like me, but look out for Pierre Caffer, starting in the Audi on the second row of the grid. He's got Lance David Arnold ahead of him in the HTP Yellow Peril man filter Mercedes. Maro Engel, of course, starting from the pole position, but he'll be starting from the outside of the circuit. But I think Pierre Caffer might be the one to look out for in the number 4 Audi.
Maro Engel making sure that Lance David Arnold does not get a good run coming through Hohenrhein then on this rolling lap, but we're very soon going to be racing for 2019, the 47th edition of the Nürburgring, 24 hours, 58 cars in this lead group, 28 of them qualified last night, and they're already going because the red light has been extinguished. AMG versus AMG, but there's nothing Lance David Arnold can do about the Maro Engel start, the orange and black Falcon car then jumping ahead of the car that was up alongside, but look out for the Porsche of Kevin Estre right round the outside, maybe for second, but can't quite do it. Slotting into 4th position is Matt Campbell in the red and white Fricadelli Porsche. It's 4 abreast GT3 cars at the first S-bend. Quite how everybody got through, I will never know. And there's still 2 abreast heading down towards the sweeping curves. They didn't all get through, that's the answer, because the BMW Team Schnitzer car, number 42, has had a moment and now is back up and running. That was Augusto Farfus, who's already been involved in 3 World TCR races this weekend, and now in a slightly larger machine compared to his Hyundai i30. But the BMW now pointing in the right direction, thankfully, and they're now exiting, the leaders are exiting the Dunlop hairpin. Maro Engel romping away out front from the yellow and green man filter Mercedes of Lance David Arnold, Joe.
Incredible that we had 5 wide through that first right-left chicane, and everybody seemingly gotten through unscathed. Poor Pierre Caffer, he's been hexed by trusses, hasn't he? Because he's already been overtaken by Matt Campbell and Patrick Pilet, and he's about 7th place at the moment. But what is Maro Engel doing? He is just stomping away from the rest. Lance David Arnold, if anything, he's keeping Kevin Estre held up ever so slightly, still on the Grand Prix tracker into the Vidal chicane. And we are very soon going to be going out onto the Nordschleife for the very first time.
The field really condensing further back. They're headed through Hatzenbach Bogen, then now over the road bridge, turning left onto the Grand Prix track and onto the Hatzenbach proper. But Engel in a completely different race. This reminds me of Mike Conway 7 days ago, frankly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Disappearing into the distance. Yes, I apologise profusely to Pierre Caffer and all his fans. I thought he was going to get that Audi underway slightly better than that, but he has been absolutely swamped, as you say, Joe. 6th place at the moment, so they headed out onto the Nordschleife, staring at the tailpipe at the moment of the number 1 Patrick Pilet driven Porsche from Manthey Racing. So I'll do it again. The man to keep an eye on now is Kevin Estre, because he is breathing very heavily down the neck of Lance David Arnold. And while he's doing that, so Maro Engel is making good his escape.
Yeah, Estre is definitely tailing the big Mercedes then as they head over Kittelbacher Hohe and towards the double right-hander just prior to Flugplatz. But the Porsche, we know, was very strong in qualifying yesterday, and it was in the hands of Laurent Vantor at the time. Vantor getting pole position in 2018 as well, and Estre putting the 911 car to good use, despite that car carrying 20 kilos of extra ballast. Group 2 about to get underway. This group contains TCRs, ATs, Cup X, Cup 3, Cup 5, which is the one-make BMWs. They're all on Dunlop tyres, and the SP10 field. So it was the Care for Climate Porsche that started from pole position, but it's going to be a KTM that leads the way into the first corner. That's the treble 1, Kraihammer, Koffler, Maximilian and Ronef KTM crossbow. 4 KTMs in Cup X this weekend. Another one of them just creeping through. That was the one damaged this morning in warm-up or yesterday. It's all moulding into one, but no, that was this morning, wasn't it, when the number 33 BMW from Falcon Motorsports clattered into the side of the green and white KTM.
It's Koffler at the wheel of the number 111, Johnny.
Which is the dark blue and yellow car, now arriving at the Dunlop hairpin. The Care for Climate car in second position then of this second group of 42 cars. And you said Peter Terting, didn't you, trust us, in the number 170?
Correct.
And that's the Hyundai i30N TCR, which leads TCR still, but has fallen back to third position within that group. The leaders, though, in the SP9 category are already at the run down into Breitscheid. Yes, so the road bridge now with Breitscheid Village itself to their right. They'll head through the tricky right-hander at Exmuller, or just heading for Exmuller now, and then Bergwerk at the top of the hill. And Lucas Luhr in the number 8 Iron Force by Ring Police Porsche is following the Pirelli shod BMW Z4, which started much further back, car 50. That little Z4 has got some poke to it, hasn't it?
It's still competitive, isn't it? It's quite a dated car these days. It doesn't look dated to me, because I love that car. I love that car in, I was going to say in period. It's not really out of period, isn't it? And Jörg Muller down as one of the drivers for that car. I'm not sure if he's starting that car. What I've got to say, though, Johnny, is that Kevin Estre looking very threatening and looking like he's being held up on this first lap by Lance David Arnold. This is allowing, I think, Maro Engel to look like he's pulling away from the field, but I think it's more about Lance David Arnold holding everyone else up. I'm sure if Kevin Estre and the cars behind were to get themselves ahead of that man-filtered liveried Mercedes, then we would see them maybe making some inroads into the carousel for the first time. Engel leads, and still Lance David Arnold is holding those cars back.
But Engel, almost at the final bit of the concrete, as the second place car was just heading into the Caracciola carousel. So that gives you an indication of how much the gap is. 2.5 seconds, I make it, through the last split. As now, 3 more minutes have elapsed. So Group 3, containing, would you believe it, another 58 cars, go 4 abreast, including the Subaru WRX rather, from the Technica Subaru team. And alongside it, a Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car, so SP3T involved in this group, along with SPX and pretty much all of the V classes as well, V6 and V5.
Little bit of contact there as they went into the chicane for the first time, and it appeared, you know what, the attitude is that because the Grand Prix Strecker is much, much wider than the Nordschleife section of this N24 circuit that we're racing on, it seems to be that it's acceptable to go 4 and 5 wide on this wide track. It's, you know, if this was the track we were racing on, they wouldn't dream of it, even on the first lap. But here we are, 4 and 5 wide, already into the Dunlop hairpin.
It's Hannes Plesser at the wheel of the 125 Porsche that's at the front of the field in that starting group 3, the SP6 car, which is the Porsche 991 GT3 Cup class car.
And have we got a driver for Subaru number 88?
No, I never got 88.
No, that's all right.
Through on the list. Everything else came through except for the 88, I'm afraid.
No problem. So it could be Carlo Van Dam, it could be Tim Schrick, it could be Hideki Yamauchi, or Takuto Iguchi are the 4 drivers due to drive the Subaru Technica International WRX STI.
Takuto Iguchi, I'm now advised.
Excellent. So we did get there.
Leaders guys on to the Dottinger Hall for the first time. This is where, if he's going to do it, Kevin Estre will get past Lance David Arnold. He's right with him as they came out of Galgenkopf onto the Dottinger Hall. He's trying to get in the slipstream of the Mercedes, that bright yellow and green, in difference to the green and yellow, and he's making a move now down the inside towards Tiergarten. Not quite, and he's made the move stick. He's already ahead, and that was pure slipstream.
Yeah, well, remember the Mercedes given 10 extra kilos, but the Porsche 20 kilos. Doesn't seem to matter for Kevin Estre, though, who has got ahead of Lance David Arnold. There are concerned looks from Maxi Gertz down in the Manfield to the HTP garage. Also a cracking fight on in the early stages between Mercedes number 6, Jelmer Berman, and Jan Seyfarth. And I reckon that's Berman getting ahead of Seyfarth. In fact, Seyfarth's lost another position in the number 16 car to the Audi of Pierre Caffer. So Berman getting ahead of Caffer, and both of them leaping in front of number 16, the Get Speed Performance Mercedes. Down the inside, Patrick Pilet on the 31 and Matt Campbell. So Porsche getting ahead of Porsche. That's the number 1 man-time machine. Up a place to 4th then, and depositing the Fricadelli Racing number 31 down to 5th place. And Matt Campbell, as we know, is no slouch.
And you can see just how Kevin Estre's been released, having got past that Manfield of Mercedes. He is now eking away, and the queue begins to form again. And it's this one, the number 1 Manthey Porsche, the green and yellow one, is now fully in the mirrors of Lance David Arnold as they continue around the Grand Prix Strecker. It may be a full lap of the Nordschleife before we see the number 1 of Patrick Pilet being able to get a good slipstream on the Mercedes, as we saw his teammate Kevin Estre doing first time by. So that's a long way around the Nordschleife, but such is the nature of the place. Lance David Arnold, he kept Kevin Estre back. There's no reason why he can't do the same to Patrick Pilet.
Second time through the Hatzenbach Bogen and towards the chicane, then the faster version of the chicane towards the end of the Grand Prix Strecker. And now the gauntlet being thrown down as far as Kevin Estre is concerned, whether he can start to reel in Mauro Engel, but he doesn't have a toe to utilise anymore down the Dottinger Hurt. I completely agree with you, though, Joe, that Estre was carrying much more speed than Lance David Arnold, and it was very frustrating, I'm sure, for the Frenchman to be bottled up behind LDA.
We've got the Fricadelli Porsche, though. He's not giving up, is he? Matt Campbell,
no,
in the number 31. He's still on the back, under the rear wing of the number 1, and he's not wanting Patrick Pilet to get too far away from him, because I think he's frustrated as well, Matt Campbell. He's everyone behind the bright yellow Mercedes of Lance David Arnold will be showing a little bit of frustration. They'll be able to cope now at the moment, Johnny, but as we get into this race, if Lance David Arnold can keep them behind them, we'll see a little bit of frustration creeping in, and then maybe a bit more of an aggressive kind of attitude towards getting by it.
The SCG from Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus making good ground. That qualified in 19th position. It's now 12th. And the 55 Simon Trusser, no, hang on a minute.
Simon Trummer.
Trummer. I was going to say Trustwell then.
No, don't.
TRU is automatically Paul Trustwell. You're not in that Ferrari, though, are you? Simon Trummer, formerly of the World Endurance Championship, is running in 11th position, and that is also moving up the order. But Marco Mappelli's leapt ahead into 10th place, so clearly the Lamborghini, after needing repairs this morning, didn't take part in warm-up, but the number 7 car going strongly in the hands of Marco Mappelli, who's proven to be just about the fastest driver in that combination, although joined by Michael Lyons, the Conrad Motorsport entry. Michele Di Martino and Axel Jeffries completes the 4-driver lineup there. Down the hill into the Foxhole for the second time. So Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg successfully negotiated for the race leaders. They reached the lowest point of the Foxhole and then burst onto the scene at Adenauer Forest with a huge crowd again overlooking this natural amphitheatre part of the track. This is just about the only place you can make a mistake and potentially not hit a barrier. There's a bit of open land there, but then it all narrows up onto the next bit, which is 2 tricky left-handers.
A problem on the early lap. I don't think you mentioned this one, Johnny, although I have to admit I was trying to get the systems going, but all is well so far.
Good.
A problem for the leading car in the SP8T class, the car that was on pole position, the Black Falcon Team Knuffy car, which I think it was started by Stefan Karg. That car having to come into the pits at the end of its first lap and spent about a minute there and is now set off on its way again. But that car, the number 46 car, as far as Aston Martin is concerned, that is the chief competition in the SP8T class. So a little difficulties, I suppose, for both SP8 cars, because Alex Brundle, having had that problem on the grid, seemingly going okay now, but also a problem for the number 46 car in SP8T.
Well, if that was an overfill on fuel,
I think it was just fuel for
maybe
filling
an
out,
overfill, maybe the
They,
breather.
they brim it, and then as it goes forward, bits fall out.
Must be. That can only be the answer.
I mean, certainly so
That
far.
could be the only answer.
But, fingers crossed, because we have only had 13 minutes of the race, but so far Alex Brundle has been able to continue okay with the number 37 Aston Martin.
Well, the team will be able to get in touch with Alex, and they will be seeing TV pictures as well. If it was anything serious, they'd be straight on the radio going, shut it off, stop the car, Alex. But I don't think, there was a major concern, and that fuel stopped trickling out of the back of the Aston after a few corners, although it's interesting that the scent was still there from your mates further around the ring, and obviously a very good spot. Already traffic, and Kevin Estre, well, no, that was the number 1 car of Patrick Pilet. So Lance David Arnold very slow to react to the traffic at the carousel. There are white flags being waved though as well. Now what's that for? Possibly an intervention vehicle already on the lap, on only lap 2. But Pilet ran the outside of Lance David Arnold to bag 3rd, and Matt Campbell up to 4th position.
That wasn't an intervention vehicle right there in the middle of the carousel. That was a Vauxhall Astra.
Yep.
And it was Lance David Arnold that committed to the banked section of the carousel, got tucked in behind the Astra. Patrick Pilet and Matt Campbell reacted absolutely instantly and popped out of the banking and was able to go round the outside. Lance David Arnold caught napping. Am I being unfair?
Frankly, no. But I think if you commit to the concrete, it's then actually quite difficult to go up onto the tarmac because of the change in angle, and maybe you didn't want to risk grounding the car out this early on in the race. But what confused me is once they were then past that Opel Astra, even up the hill to Port Act, there were more white flags. Now, what was that for? Anyway, everyone seems to have got through to the next sector anyway. That's the 34.6 sector split. It's complete. There's a Calibra there as well, which is going about its own business. But this is forcing all the SP9s to bunch up again, Joe.
Incredible, Johnny. Second lap of the Nordschleife. We're already into traffic, and this is where it's going to be. This is how it will be. until tomorrow afternoon when the checkered flag falls. We are in traffic. These guys, the guys in the faster SP9 GT3 spec cars, they are going to be tripping over the slower cars now until tomorrow afternoon. So all hands on deck, I would say. Very tricky laps coming up.
The MSC Adenauer Opel Calibra TJR of Tobias Young, Daniel Yanniken, Christian Rishny and Bernd Cooper, regulars in VLN races, and they are currently 12th in SP3. And first job of the race really is to just keep looking in the mirrors and then hop out of the way as best you can for the race leaders. But this is starting to now distance the first few, and we have a massive queue then in the midfield of the SP9s. Lights frantically flashing for Kevin Estre, and almost off onto the grass there, certainly using the lay-by which is used for the tourist laps, was Patrick Pilet in the more green of the two Grello Manthey Racing Porsches. Matt Campbell safely through all that traffic as well. It's just a wall of metal now for the number 6 Mercedes. Can't find a way through, although crucially Berman is now ahead of Lance David Arnold. Berman just about slithers his way up the inside at Hohenrhein in that Auto Arena liveried Mercedes, and Lance David Arnold is struggling in this opening stint to stay with the top 5 now.
That little left-hander after Hohenrhein is called the Hyundai End Corner, and that track really does seem to narrow to the point where it's one car wide. However, those Mercedes there proved that it's more than one car wide, because they were just drive around the outside and not get held up. This is where the problems can occur. You're in the midst of battle, you're in the midst of the battle for position, it being the early laps, and this is where mistakes can happen. And not just the cars that are overtaking, are battling for position, the cars being overtaken are also in their own race and battling for position. Now you've got to keep your head. This is a very long race, and it would be stupid. Discretion being the better part of valour, I think, in these circumstances.
8:24.489 represents the best lap of the race so far. Admittedly, that's the end of the first flying lap, but to be honest, anybody else to go faster than that is going to be hard pushed in the next few hours. Needs one or two cars to fall out of the race and just make the track a bit clearer, because as Joe makes the point, the SP9 leaders are going to be dealing with slower traffic now every single corner virtually. The two Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Ferraris have found one another, 22 and 11. One of them did not take part in Superpole, single lap qualifying last night. Contact there for the race leader, wasn't there, with one of the Pixum Team Adrenaline cars? Like to see that again. But the number 2 car had a wayward Porsche Cayman up alongside, and I just wonder, as Mauro Engel turned into the left-hander to take him from the Grand Prix track to the Hatzenbach, I think there was a touch there. I
didn't quite catch that, Johnny, but it was right as we went onto the Nordschleife, and blue smoke in the Hatzenbach. We've got a car off. I think that looks like, is that the 32?
82.
Or the 82?
It might be the Hoffa car, you know.
It looks like the Hoffa car. It's red, white and black.
One of the Krolls at the wheel of the M3 GTR has come a cropper on the Hatzenbach.
It is the Hoffa Racing BMW M3. It is Martin Kroll, Michael Kroll, Alex Prince and Christian Frankenhout scheduled to drive that car, but there's a lot of blue, what I would say was oil smoke, so whether he's cladded the barrier front end in, and that's what we're seeing, but he's looked like he was out of harm's way. He's going to get people's attention as they hurtle into the Hatzenbach, which is a series of left, right, and you're pretty much committed to a line through there, so if you have to move offline, it's going to get your attention, no doubt.
That car, Joe, the number 82 Hoffa Racing BMW, Martin Kroll is currently at the wheel of it. Had a coming together on the opening lap with Robin Strycek at the wheel of the number 94 Opel in the Yokohama S, although my message here says that both continued, but that could be the cause of the smoke you saw on the Hoffa BMW.
Yokohama S, is that the S at the start of the lap? Because I've seen lots of names for that.
The Yokohama S is... Yes.
Rather than the chicane at the end of the Grand Prix lap.
No, the Yokohama S is what is sometimes referred to as the Howell Hook.
Yes, right next to the Mercedes Grandstand and the Mercedes Arena section, although we don't use all of the corners available at the Mercedes Arena because they're not available this weekend. That's where a lot of the support categories are housed. But if we were here for a VLN race, we absolutely would use those extra left-handers at the start of the lap. Still haven't had an opportunity to see whether there was contact for Mauro Engel as he reached the end of the Grand Prix track. Crucially for the number 2 Mercedes, it didn't seem to be damaged visually. All the dive planes were still in place. Lance David Arnold up the inside now at Metzgersfeld, the second of the left-handers there, and heading towards Kallenhard. Versifen to come, and that's Jan Seifert, in fact, now a bit further back in the train. Seifert pursuing Pierre Caffer in an Audi that looks very Lance from one side, but blue and white on the other. That's actually a Phoenix Racing entry, but because of sponsorship has 2 different liveries effectively on the same car, and it's almost like it's sliced into a third and 2/3 of different paint schemes. Plenty of curb taken by Pierre Caffer and Jan Seifert, and you've got to imagine not too far away the number 3 car of Lucas Stoltz, which is in 9th position, and one of a many Mercedes inside the top 10. I make it 4 different Mercedes now in the top 9, in fact, being the Black Falcon car in the lead. Berman in the second. The Black Falcon cars is in 5th position. Lance David Arnold in the Man Filter HTP entry, and another Black Falcon Mercedes is in 9th place, car number 3.
And the first of the BMWs, Johnny, I'm seeing as in 17th place, car 101.
Right.
That's the Volkenhurst car.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Christine Krognes is at the wheel, but 17th. I mean, all right, we had the BOP change in favour of the BMWs. We were told that, yeah, it's a step in the right direction, but that I take from that not quite enough to satisfy the needs of the BM. So it'll be interesting to see how much progress, if indeed any, that they make up the field. 17th and 18th behind them, the 98 in 18th.
Another car I've got in the pits at the moment, Johnny, is number 36. Very bad news for the Aston Martin team. This is not the Alex Brundle car, it's the other one, the 36 car. Darren Turner, I've got having called into the pits on the completion of his 2nd lap. So we've had one SBA car in the pits already. That was the Black Falcon car. Now we've got the Aston Martin of Darren Turner in.
Yes, not the start that we wanted, frankly, here in the Aston Martin Racing Lounge either. Thank you again to Aston Martin for creating this fabulous facility that we have to be able to broadcast this race trackside. We're in sound and vision at www.radio-show.co.uk. You can get in touch, remember, using the hashtag N24RSL, N24RSL, and stick that in the tweet to @RSL_studio. For any questions, any discussion topics. Obviously, we might be a little while getting to them at this stage in the race because there is so much happening.
Another car in the pits that we need you down in the pit lane, Joe.
I know we do.
Is the Ginetta. The Colin White driver. I'm not sure it was Colin who started the car, but anyway, the number 73 car, another early pit call. So we've got an Aston Martin and a Ginetta in the pits very early.
And we're within the first 5 laps, Paul, so no refueling, just for problems, clearly.
Yeah.
We've got Charlie Robertson to have driven the 73, the opening stint.
Was it? Okay, thank you for that, Charlie Robertson. Just to clarify what you just said, Joe, it is only for the SP9 cars that the 5-lap refueling restriction is for. They come in at the end of the 5th lap, so that's if they come in at the end of the 5th lap, then they can refuel.
Joe thought for a moment there he'd made a breakthrough and got his head around these regulations.
Not at all.
No,
I'm hoping to by Tuesday.
Tuesday of next year,
Yeah.
by which point they will have changed again.
Yeah, obviously.
Of course, everyone here with a team, if you're an engineer, then you've only got the rules set to read for your car. We have to read everybody, or Paul has to read everybody.
Prompted by many people around the world, and thank you for your prompts. Both of those cars have got going again, though. So the Aston Martin's out on the circuit again, and the Ginetta out on the circuit again. The Black Falcon Mercedes stopped. That was a short one as well. So whatever problems there have been are small ones, and certainly in the overall scheme of things, hopefully that won't affect the overall positions too much. I'm sure all of those teams will have to overcome far more difficulties by the end of this race. Coming up to complete 3 laps already, Johnny.
Yeah, and it's still Mauro Engel then who leads the way. Last time around it was a 1.5 second gap. It's now down to 1.1. That was a much better lap for Kevin Estre than Maro Engel. 8:30.3. The race leader doing an 8:31.4, so a little bit eaten out there. And Engel's going to have company probably on this lap.
The body language, Johnny, the body language into the chicane on the Grand Prix Strecker. The number 2 Mercedes going very deep. Kevin Estre seems to be able to position that car anywhere he wants on the track and gain time. It's incredible to see. That Manthey Porsche, car number 911, just seems so at ease with where it is. The number 1 of Patrick Pellier, I'm sure, is going to start mounting a challenge as well and coming on terms. I can confirm that Hofer Mercedes did have a spin into the Hatzenbach and made contact, front end damage, not too heavily. Damage on the car, not looking too massive.
That was Kroll stepping out, though, I think. The 82.
Was that Martin Kroll?
Well, we don't. Paul,
Martin Kroll, yeah.
Martin, you did say, beg your pardon. Yeah, my screen unfortunately doesn't distinguish between family members, so we've got 1 or 2 cars in the race, which has
sizes, Johnny.
Okay.
As you know.
Yes, thank you. But sensibly, I think Martin Kroll deciding not to sit in the car for too long on a blind bend and running the risk of getting T-boned at any moment. That would be driver's side as well. So recovering himself to the right side of the arm code barrier, and then he can worry about the Nürburgring marshals, the brave marshals here dealing with the car, probably under, well, we did have a code 60. We've still got a code 60 in place, in fact.
Looked like a possible change for position as Pierre Caffer has moved ahead of the number 48. Number 48 being the...
That's David Arnold, who started second, remember?
No, that's not the case, Johnny. I'm not seeing that at all. I think it may have been Seafried who he moved ahead.
Yes.
And maybe another challenge by the time they came back round and into the Vidal. So we may have had 2 changes there, and Pierre Caffer getting the position back. He crossed the line in front of him, but he was, as he went into the Vidal, he was behind him. Yeah. Oh, we've got the leaders right nose to tail now.
Well, I thought that would be the case, because all you've got to do is catch a slower car on the Hatzenbach, and all of a sudden the guy behind, i.e. Kevin Estre and Patrick Pellier, can capitalise on that. And of course, Maro Engel's going to be thinking, do I go left, do I go right? He creates the hole, and Estre and Pellier will just be right on his back bumper. Still, that Hofer M3 GTR is being recovered. So the SP6 entry, car number 82, being covered by a code 60. There is a tow truck on scene as well, in fact a flatbed. So that's going to be craned up onto the lorry that's just arrived. But 1, 2, 3, over the rise, into Schwedenkreuz, Eng, Est and Patrick Pellier completely together now, Joe, for the race lead.
Yeah, I thought it wouldn't be long for Pellier to get on terms as well and turn that 2-car battle for the lead into a 3-car battle. They're still making their way through the traffic, down through the Foxhole towards Ardenau Force now, and they just space out ever so slightly as they reach maximum velocity through the left-hander and up the hill towards Arenberg. Sorry, they're out of Arenberg towards Ardenau Force now. The slow section of track they have to wind their way through, and it's Estre who moves on to the back of the Mercedes Engel as they then head into the tricky section downhill to Metzgerfeld and into Kallenhardt.
Good pass there for Stef Dusseldorp in the Falken Motorsports BMW, by the way, getting ahead of, is that Georg or Leo Weiss in the 22, Paul? Wochenspiegel, Team Monschau, Ferrari 488.
Leonard.
Known as Leo.
Leonard.
Yeah, known as Leo to his mates.
Is he? Okay.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Right, Leo.
I've seen that on many VLN entry lists as well.
Right.
But Leonard is given name, full name. So that's a place change for 27th position. And the Falken BMW is slowly working its way up the order. But this doesn't look very good for BMW fans right now. Qualifying in 13th position as the best place, and now running 17th, 18th and 20th positions for the M6 GT3s.
Ferrari and Porsche battle further round with the battling for 28th and 29th, the number 8 Porsche 911 and
right.
Lucas Law.
Yeah, so this is Leo Weiss in the 22, and Lucas Luhr is the next car to try and overtake. So Stef Dusseldorp in the Falken BMW has got by Leo Weiss and just shot off into the distance, and now Lucas Luhr in the Iron Force Racing Porsche bottled up behind Weiss, who just looks like he's struggling a little bit on the Michelin tyre again.
Yeah, Law doesn't look like he's got enough to get by him though. He's been behind him for quite a while now, and the Ferrari has had Lucas Law's Porsche very much in his mirrors. And the Ferrari getting ball ever so slightly down there into Adnan Forst. The run down to Mekisfeld now, and then through the left-hander. Lucas Law challenging now. Up into Callenhard through the right-hander at Exmuller. It's the run down to Bergwerk now. Just got my bearings now. It's the run down to Bergwerk.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Yeah, well done.
It's all the same, frankly. Having done about 75 laps on this on the simulator behind in the Aston Martin lounge, I still can't tell one corner from another. It's just gone 4 o'clock now in the Aston Martin lounge. You're tuned to the Radio Show Limited network and to RS1 and RS3. Throughout the race, we're going to be giving you the hourly update, so it's time for that, the Hyundai race update. .30 minutes gone then, and it is Maro Engel who just about leads by 0.7 of a second, but slowly and surely the two Porsches have been reeling in the German driver, but Black Falcon Mercedes number 2 out front from 3 Porsches, in fact. Kevin Estre in the 911. That's a Manthey car, as is the sister machine behind Patrick Pilet in the number 1 car, and in 4th position the 31 of Matt Campbell, but he's about 9.5 seconds adrift of that lead trio. 5th position is the number 6 Jelmer Berman driven Mercedes, also a Black Falcon entry. 6th place car 48 Lance David Arnold that started 2nd in the yellow Man Filter Mercedes. 7th position for the number 4 Pierre Caffer driven Audi of Team Phoenix, that's an R8 LMS. 8th position is number 16 Jan Seifert in the Get Speed Performance Mercedes, and an AMG behind as well. In 9th position is the number 3 Lucas Stoltz Black Falcon entry, and to complete the top 10 in SP9 and overall, the number 7 Conrad Motorsport Huracan GT3 driven for this opening stint by Marco Mappelli. We'll be flipping back and forth between a group of classes this hour, and then the other hour will be the other set of classes, effectively. Oh, you split it into odd and even.
I have.
That's clever.
Yeah.
Over to
like
Joe
that?
Bradley for this bit.
Do you like that? Okay.
I love that.
We have already mentioned SP9. I think that's going to be a given. That's going to be our
Every time, every time.
Every single time. SPX is being led by the number 705. That's the Glickenhaus, the SCG 003 in its final race in its current form. SP8 is being led by the number 49. That's the Rent-to-Drive Familiar Racing Porsche. SP8T, good news for Aston Martin fans. It's the Alex Brundle, number 37 AMR Performance AMR GT4. It's leading SP8T. SP7, just trying to find it on the board there, car 62. Moritz Krantz drives the Moltner Motorsport Porsche, leading SP7. SP4, looking down the orders right at the bottom, it's the car number 325, the BMW E90 325i, leading SP4. SP4T, a little bit above it, the Porsche Cayman 718 of Marco van Ramshorst, car 159, leads that one. TCR is being led by the Hyundai N of Petter Terting, car 170, and then SP3. My eyes have gone. Where's SP3, Paul? There it is. The Opel Manta, the Foxtail, leads SP3. It is car 122, currently in 116th position overall. SP6, nearly there. SP6 is the Step Up Wizard Racing Porsche. It's in 96th place overall. That's car 125. And rounding off our classes, SP10, which is our GT4 class. That's the BMW M4 GT4 for racing by Bob Motorsport. Car 71 in 56th place overall.
So that's the Hyundai race update for 4 o'clock. Just another 22 to do, I suppose. Look forward to that. We'll do another one at 5 o'clock anyway, local time. The performance of Hyundai N. Feel the feeling. It's the 47th edition of the ADAC Nürburgring 24 hours. We are live trackside from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. This is RS1 and RS3, thank you for tuning our way on the RSL player and in sound and vision at www.radio-show.co.uk. The race leaders have started another lap, 4 completed, so if they wanted to, they could come into the pit lane at the end of this lap to refuel. I think we're going to be seeing more like a 6 or 7 lap stint at the start of the race. You can do 8 lap stints once you get into the proper meat of the race, but bear in mind we have got 1 green flag lap to add in to the mixture, so once that's been factored in, more like a maximum of a 7 lap stint, and possibly 1 or 2 want to get off the pattern of everybody else, because remember, this is an incredibly busy pit lane, and if you can pit slightly out of sequence than your fellow SP9 runners, that might be desirable. Still yellow flags being displayed through the latter portion of Hanson back, past the massive campsites and blaring stereos to everybody's right. Marco Mappelli is doing rather well here and steadily reeling in the 3 cars ahead of him. So Pierre Caffer, Jan Seifert and Lucas Stoltz might be joined by the only Lamborghini Huracan in the race very, very shortly to create a 4-car train for 7th position. And the other thing that's happening is Lance David Arnold in 6th is being sucked into this battle as well. So maybe by the end of the lap we might have 5 cars together for 6th position.
And at the end of this lap as well, Johnny, is when they'll complete 5 laps, and that means that refueling for the SP9 cars and SPX and right. So
I was ahead of you, Paul, but I was happy for you to repeat it.
That's fine. And it may well be the case that some of them do choose to come in. They won't be going more than 7 laps because they don't have enough fuel to do more than 7 laps. So it really is quite a tight window. It's going to be between 5 and 7 laps.
Yeah, and this will have been thought about by the teams overnight. Slightly off-track moment there for the Pro Sport, or one of the 2 Pro Sport Performance Aston Martins. Which one did we say was the away strip one with the white livery?
Can't remember.
I am struggling to remember the difference as well. We'll get to know them intimately, I am sure. Pro Sport Performance being the 76 SP10 car of Alex Mies, and the other one is Nikolai Moller-Madsen, also an SP10 entry, car number 68. And slightly grassy moment on the Grand Prix Strecker, which caused a distraction for Marco Mappelli. And that car, the 7 Lamborghini, is now well onto the Nordschleife. This is not good news, though, for one of the GT-tired Volkswagen Golfs, because one of those GT tyres has let go, and the car is being towed back now down the Dottinger Höhe. It looks like a front left going on that Volkswagen Golf, which would make sense, being a front-wheel drive car and on a clockwise circuit. So the front left corner has cried enough.
I've got Alan Prosser tweeting in, something's wrong with the 32 BMW, where I haven't got a 32 BMW, Alan. I've got a 33. Did you mean that one? The Falcon Motorsports dropping something on the track and leaving residue. We'll clarify that. We haven't had any information with regards to the 33 car, but if we do, we'll confirm that. He's just picked that up on the video stream.
Got an old friend of yours who's also having trouble, Joe, Jim Briody. You remember him?
Ah, I do, of course.
He's here in a Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman.
97th 24-hour is this one for him, for Jim.
And he's in car number 140. He's in the pit lane at the moment, so it hasn't been a good start for Jim Briody's car. Just trying to find out whether he started in that car number 140. Yes, he did. So he started. So he started his 97th, but he's in the pit lane at the moment. Has been there for about 10 minutes, so possibly more than a routine stop for that car from the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport.
I don't reckon Alan means the 33 BMW, because I've just checked that through the split, and it is there.
Definitely haven't got a 32, have we?
Not to my, no, I couldn't find one, and it's even less likely to be a BMW in that case. I've got entry sheets coming out of my ears, as is so typical with this race. 158 cars due to take the start. 33 BMW, and yeah, there is no 32. There's a 31, which is a Porsche, and a 33, which is a BMW. Christopher Mies on board the 2019 Lant Audi, climbing the hill towards the Caracciola carousel with a pickup truck to have to dodge This is bonkers, this race.
Is that the one that's recovering the Hofer car?
Maybe.
Yeah, I figured it. Is it yellow?
No, well, actually, the Hoffer car, there's bits of tyre. There's bits of tyre on the first right-hander out of the carousel. That might have come from the GT tyre Golf, which is being towed down the Dottinger Höhe. And what I haven't been doing is checking over my right shoulder to see when that car actually emerges. The Hoffer car, though, has been put on a flatbed on the scene and will have been brought back via the access road. So I don't think it would need to have gone up as far as the carousel, because that came to grief at the Hats and Back. Blue flags being waved now for the Subaru WRX, because right behind it is the 29 car that is wasting no time at all in lapping the Subaru number 88. So that was Christopher Meese with a small amount of traffic, but safely got by.
Rob Fisher has just inquired. Rob, you've just missed our hourly update. You would have got an answer to your question there. The Glickenhaus, how's it doing? Well, it's leading the SPX class, currently in 12th place overall. Thomas Much at the wheel of the 705.
There is only one car in the SPX class, though. So sorry.
It is just the Glickenhaus.
But the good thing is, it qualified 19th. It's now running 12th.
12th, yeah.
So that's a good scythe through the order for Thomas Much. And the class leader, Joe.
And a class lead, yes.
Cracking. What more could you want? All right, sorry. Put my foot in it. Big style there. We want to see, ideally, the Glickenhaus in the top 10, though. A car that has, earlier in the history of this race, set a pole position. That was in 2017. And, the Audi went the wrong side there. Jan Seifert was able to capitalise. That was Kaffer being caught onto the Dottinger Höhe. He decided to go to the outside of slower traffic, and Seifert went to the inside and picks off the place. So Seifert back up to, where will that be? 7th position, I make that, in the number 16 car.
Kingy Mulzan's asking if we can get a timer on the screen. These aren't our pictures, we're not in control of that. We can synchronise watches, though. We've got 23 minutes and coming up to 23 hours and 16, coming up to 16 minutes remaining. We're 8 seconds away from the 16-minute mark. 23 hours, 16 minutes remain for you, Kingy Mulzan.
And just one other little stat whilst we're going through. The number of starters that actually took the green light, 154.
Okay.
Out of the 158 that were on the original grid.
Yep. The Golf, by the way, that was being recovered was the 92 GT Tyre Motorsport Volkswagen Golf Mark 6 GTI. And that car has now made it back to the pits, but on the end of a tow rope. BMW's darting down pit lane. One of them was a Rover Racing BMW, the other one a Valkenhorst car, I think that was the 101. And the car in the gravel at the end of the start-finish straight, I'm going to suggest, is the 304 Cayman. Meanwhile, a ding-dong fight between the 44 Mercedes, the 44 Porsche, and the 12 Porsche, and I reckon that's Luca Ludwig involved as well in the number 18 Mercedes. But that Porsche, number 304, nosing its way into the barrier at the end of the start-finish straight and possibly causing issues for those 3 cars behind. That's the MKR Engineering Cayman, which runs in Cup 3 and was about 8th position when that incident happened.
So, yeah, just to reiterate that, Johnny, Christian Krogner's at the wheel of the Valkenhorst BMW, Conor De Filippi at the wheel of the 98 Rover Racing BMW, and Kim Lewis Schramm in the number 5 Phoenix Audi. Those were your 3 pit callers that you described. Also coming in at the end of that lap was number 14, Marcel Fessler at the wheel of the Car Collection Audi.
And Lance Bocelli has had a moment at the same bit of track where the 304 Cayman's gone off. That's had contact with 304. Big ding in the door, and now a banana-shaped GT4 Club Sport is going to have to be towed out of the stones. But in car 246, in a separate incident, now in the gravel, as there's a battle on for the race lead. Of course there is. This is the Nürburgring 24, and we've barely had 45 minutes. Absolutely side by side for Kevin Estre. Got fully alongside Mauro Engel, but the next corner was a right-hander, and the Porsche couldn't quite make it work. But wasn't that telling that the Porsche could haul alongside the AMG? I think because Engel had to get out of the power at one point to get past a slower car, and that might have been Estre's big chance to take the race lead.
It was a good effort there. He pulled alongside Johnny, but he just did not have the power to make it stick.
The extra weight of the Porsche, of course, with this 20 kilogram penalty as opposed to the 10 kilogram penalty that the Mercedes had, affecting the acceleration we were hearing from Adam Christodoulou on the before we came back up here to the box, Johnny. The top speed not really affected, but just its ability to accelerate out of the corner impacted.
Yeah, but I didn't see the start of how Kevin Estre got that run, and I just wonder whether, again, Engel, to a certain extent, a sitting duck because he's got to get through the traffic first. It's a bit like being first on the road when it starts to rain as well. You're the one that has to make all the decisions, and the guy behind can either choose to go with your decision or a completely different route, and that's kind of what Jan Seifert did a little while ago to get ahead of Pierre Caffer. That was so costly for Caffer when he decided to go round the outside onto the Dottinger Höhe, because the number 4 Audi has lost 3 places as a result of that. Kevin Estre having to get out of the power as they headed towards the double right-hander just beyond Kittelbacher Höhe and then up towards Flugplatz. But Estre so close. All he needed was a slight left-hand kink in the road to be next, and he would have taken the race lead. Down at Breitscheid now for the race leaders, and it's Engel versus Estre. Where's Patrick Pilet gone then? 7 seconds back now. Pilet was with that battle on the previous lap pretty much. Just shows how quickly these gaps can concertina, or if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, extend massively.
And Patrick Pilet is not the sort of guy who would settle in and take a watching brief.
No.
If he could be on the tail, taking command of this situation, he surely would be. It's just the performance of the leading Mercedes, Maro Engel and Kevin Estre, just pulling away at the class of this field at the moment.
Pit stops complete for the ones that we had coming in. The Valkenhorst car now being taken over by David Pittard, car number 101. Conor De Philippi, he stayed at the wheel of the 98 car, and it's worth bearing in mind here, because they've come in at the end of 5 laps, their pit stops are going to be shorter. What we said at the beginning, the pit stop minimum time depends on the length of the stint. These cars that have just made their pit stop will therefore be having a shorter pit stop than the race leaders when they come around at the end of 7 laps to make their pit stop probably. And so we may get BMWs getting track position, and that's why they've come in early, trying to do what's called the undercut, trying to get the pit stop in early, get a shorter pit stop, and therefore come out into the lead and have track position. And that's what the BMWs, I think, have tried to do there, because we had the 42 Schnitzer BMW in as well, Johnny.
Jelmer Berman is one to watch on this lap. Car number 6, 5th place, but right on the tail of Matt Campbell, who, again, is not a slow coach by any stretch of the imagination, but Campbell might be catching the traffic at the wrong time as well. So just 0.2 of a second between Campbell and Berman on this lap, and they are somewhere now in the middle of the lengthy Sector 7 of the lap. Grins down at Fricadelli. Are they catching a glimpse perhaps of the battle between Campbell and Berman? Or they have got a number 30 car in the race as well, which is the Pro-Am entry, started by Alex Muller, and they will have to cycle through drivers. Not Alex Muller, is it? There are lots of Mullers in this race. Bear with me a moment. The 30 car is Alex Muller, so we've got Alex Muller in 2 separate cars. Not sure whether it's the same Alex though. Klaus Abelin is another driver in the 30 Fricadelli Porsche, joined by Robert Renauer and Thomas Preining. Make up the driving lineup in the Pro-Am entered Fricadelli Porsche. And yes, there is an Alex Muller due to drive the 159 Porsche as well. So we need to work out whether they are the same driver. And again, answers on a tweet if you know, at RSL_studio. Make sure you include the hashtag N24RSL. Unfortunately, the work on the Golf, which came in with the puncture, continues. And I just wonder whether problems are much more than a tyre that it's gone on the front left corner. This is the, which number did I say was the Golf? 92. Ah, okay. So the 92's gone back out again, and now GT as a team have got to deal with another drama for one of their cars.
This is the all-female crew, all-female driver lineup: Yasmin Prisic, Carrie Schreiner and Ronja Assmann. But it's also an all-female crew looking after the car, and that car being pulled in, having its oil level checked.
Yeah.
With the old-fashioned dipstick style, so it's a production-based car. It hasn't got an oil patch tank or a dry stuff or anything complex like that. It's basically an old dipstick, the method of checking the fluids. Now, I'm not sure whether that has a problem or whether they're just going through a bit of a routine kind of checklist.
No,
I mean,
not
they
difficult to tell.
because it is a timed stop. There often is there is time to do other things.
In the garage, though.
That suggests a little bit more of a problem then.
That's a Mark 7 Golf. So they have a Mark 6, which was the car that stopped very early on, the number 92, and the Mark 7 Golf currently in the pit lane, which is number 89. As the race leaders stream across the line to complete 6 laps. So we're going for 7-lap stint here, Paul. 8's not going to be possible because of the green flag lap, surely.
Yeah, that's right. Almost not possible. I wouldn't have thought they'd try and do it.
We're not at this pace either, because this is just ridiculously fast.
And not with the extra weight. Normally what happens with teams like this is whoever has the track advantage, they'll stay out for the extra lap. That's why we saw some of the cars coming in that were further down the field at the end of the 5th lap. And as far as Manthey is concerned, this the leading Manthey portion which has been allowed to stay out, the number 911, Kevin Estre. Into the pits though, Johnny, has come the 2nd place Manthey car, the number 1.
Yeah, and also Lucas Stoltz in the number 3 Mercedes, who was running in 9th position. And the 705 Glickenhaus car decides to pit on this lap, as does the Octane 126 Ferrari of Simon Trummer. So we've got 4 callers at the end of lap 6.
This is where very often you have to rely on the cooperation of the other people who are sharing the same garage with you. You have one fuel pump per garage, effectively. There's a fuel pump between each 2 garages, but each one has 2 hoses on it. But you are restricted in the ability to refuel 2 cars at once. And even though there is this minimum pit stop time, it doesn't really enable you to have enough time to fuel 2 cars in the same pit stop. So teams that have 2 cars, or even if they don't have 2 cars, but if they're sharing a garage with somebody who is close to you on the track, then you'll want to get your car in a lap early at this early stage when the cars are running so close together.
Bearing scars already of the number 3 car, so that's clanged some traffic by the looks of things. And one dive plane entirely ripped out, the other one looking very battered and bruised. Jan Seifert is overtaken by Marco Mappelli into the first sequence of corners at the Yokohama Est. So Mappelli up to 6th position, although of course he's got drivers, there were drivers ahead of him that have now come in for their first pit stop, including Pilet. So that position for the Lamborghini looking slightly false. However, we should be giving Marco Mappelli an awful lot of praise here for his opening stint, and likewise for Thomas Much, who was wasting no time at all in the Glickenhaus car, the SCG 003C.
Shea Adam helping from home, Makavegi into the number 1, and he will take over from Patrick Pilet. Are we likely to see tyres being double stinted, Paul?
I wouldn't have thought so, in fact. Not because they won't, but because you've got time to do it. So why wouldn't you? Because you have a little bit of time, that they very often will just change the tyres. They may end up going back to the tyres they've used already. There isn't a restriction on the number of tyres
and that's the reason why we see double stinting of tyres in other series, because
it saves time in the pits.
It saves time in the pits. We've got a statutory time to serve in the pits.
There are some teams out there that won't be double stinting purely because they haven't got the budget to put a new set of tyres on at every pit stop. I mean, you'll be looking at around about...
I'm not talking about the front runners there,
No, I'm talking about... But this is the beauty of this race. There is front runners who have, I won't say unlimited budgets, but much larger budgets than some of the guys running around at the back. You're looking at around about 23 stops for the whole race. So, you won't necessarily be changing it every stop, but as I say, the more well-off teams may choose to do so.
2 seconds is now the gap, Maro Engel to Kevin Estre on this 7th lap. The race leader, Engel, managed to open up quite a gap in the 2nd sector, which is still the Grand Prix Strecker. So whether there was a fair bit of traffic for Kevin Estre to have to deal with, but I think we might see the 2 leaders separated by a bit more time towards the end of this lap, and both, we think, will dive into the pit lane this time through, but they are not even halfway round lap number 7 yet. The number 22 Ferrari is about to get to the signal from Team Monschau, sponsored by Wochenspiegel once again, and bringing both of their 488s to the ring this weekend. Car 22's back on the move then, the one with the green rear wing end plate, and is about to rejoin. Estre dealing with some TCR traffic now, and how far in front is Mauro Engel? Yeah, it's still about 2 seconds then as they turn right and begin the climb up the hill towards the carousel, I want to say. Or is this still the plummet down towards Brightshire? Yeah, no,
going down towards Brightshire.
Yeah, they're still descending, and Mauro Engel heading towards then the really twisty section. Hairpin left, and then there's a less tight left heading up towards the road bridge. So car number 2 into now the 7th sector of the lap, and this is incredibly long. It includes the whole part of the track, which is involves Kesselchen and Klostertal, the carousel up over Hoher-Acht, Brunchen, onto Flansgarten and the Kleine Carousel. So sector 7, by far the longest and the trickiest, you could argue.
The 89 Volkswagen Golf still in the pits, having a tension still going on underneath the bonnet of the car and the engine area of the car. It's a bit disconcerting, that.
It's been there 10 minutes now, Joe. This is the GT Tyres VW Golf that you were describing earlier on. And whilst on the subject of cars that have been in the pits for a little while, the number 95 Team Avia Zorg Rennsport Audi RS3, which was brought in fairly early on, that's been in the pits now for some 20 minutes. So too is the Aston Martin. Darren Turner is still in the pits, and that's coming up for a 20-minute pit stop as well for the number 37 Aston.
That's a shame, isn't it?
It is.
That sounds a bit terminal.
Well, I don't think it'll be terminal because I'm sure they're still working on it. But
race shattering.
I think it's very demotivating, isn't it, when you know the mechanics kind of brush their hands and say, right, off we go, 24 hours of racing, and then the car's back in within 10 minutes of the start of the race. Maybe a little bit longer than that. Darren was out. He did 2 laps before he was in the pits.
Engel again caught up behind one of the BMW compact cars. The Opel Manta is going strongly. Last time we checked in with Joe in the hourly update with Hyundai, that car was leading its class, number 122, and still is, I believe. So the car that is easily confused for race number 601, because that's the number it carries in the windscreen, is entered as 122 and is the leader in SP3. Its nearest rival is the number 127 SP3 Toyota GT86 of Manhala Racing,
which is already 40 seconds behind, Johnny. So in the first hour of the race, because we not quite have achieved an hour, very nearly the first hour of the race, Volker Strycek having done great things with the Opel Manta with its Foxtail. The Foxtail still flapping and making good progress for that car. And as I say, it's established a 40-second lead in the class.
40-second lead is inside the first hour.
Yeah, no, it's
a
good.
pretty dominant run.
And SP3, let's not forget, that is a well-supported category. It's not one of the categories that only has a couple of 3 cars in it. SP3 has 12 cars in it. Yeah,
that's a well-modified Manta, isn't it? It's got about 20 years of development on that car.
Yes, a bit like Oliver Cromwell's Axe, which my grandfather used to own.
Ah, right. Same one my grandfather owned.
Like Trigger's broom as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
14 new heads and 17 new handles.
That's it.
Into the pits comes the race leader, Mauro Engel. He managed to eke out an extra second as well, I noticed, through that long sector 7, and was rapid down the Dottinger Höhe. But Kevin Estre really not very far away in the Grello liveried Manthey Racing 911 numbered Porsche, and fresh drivers certainly ready to go for the Porsche. Mauro Engel's door is open, but I think the team are just going to check that everything is well inside the cockpit. water bottle is topped up maybe, but Maro Engel looking like he's keen for another stint.
3 hours is the maximum driving time allowed by a driver, so no compulsion at this point to change the driver, although the Porsche looked like it was having a change, Kevin Estre getting out of the car, but so really it's just up to the team to decide which way they want to do it strategy-wise. And although it seems like a battle in the pits, of course, it's not a battle in the pits because it's a timed pit stop. What you do have the battle between is the guy who has the most responsibility of all in the pit stop, who's got the stopwatch. He's the one who signals to the car when it has to go out. And as I say, the mechanics don't have to rush, but the guy with the stopwatch has to be right on the button to make sure it gets released at the right moment.
And if he gets it wrong by 0.2 of a second, and that car exits the pit 0.2 of a second too soon, he's got a penalty.
He gets a penalty,
yeah.
Exactly. So
it's quite a responsibility.
You've got to make sure you get that one right. That's taking place in the pits. And the other thing is that because these pit stops have happened after the completion of the 7th lap, they are going to be longer pit stops than we saw earlier on in the session. So expect to see, as the pit stop cycle unwinds, those cars who stopped first coming out first, or leading around the circuit first. So that could well lead to the, well, certainly number 1 Porsche now in the hands of it was Fred Makovici, wasn't it, that we got into the number 1 car. So Fred Mako then will probably be leading the race when this pit stop cycle is finished.
Yeah.
Coming into the Dottinger-Hohen now is the number 1 green Grello Manthey car.
And yes, that long straight takes the sector 8, 20 seconds, and then the remaining sector, which nobody has completed recently because they've all died into the pits pretty much and effectively bypassed that sector, although still do that bit of the lap. However, the timing loop that they trip is at the start of the pit lane. And I suppose if you're released from the team and you think, or the team say, it's too early, what you can't do is ease off the throttle because there's a pit lane speed limit, but that's also a minimum speed that you must travel in the fast lane, isn't it?
You're not allowed to stop at the end of the pit lane, but so you do have to judge your speed down the pit lane at the speed limit, and because the time, as you rightly imply, is from pit in to pit out, not the time spent stationary in front of the pits. And there's the change happening, Johnny.
So Fred Makovici then in the number 1 car, because he only did a 6-lap stint, was able to do a shorter pit stop, but these cars were able to push longer into their stints. And when all this starts to work its way through later on in the race, Fred Makovici will effectively lose that advantage, but he does have clear road in front of him to an extent. Rather older Volkswagen Golf, the only car now in front of him immediately, and that's down towards the Dunlop hairpin. So the green car, or the greeny yellow car that won last year, it's the same driver lineup, by the way, in that crew, heading now up the hill and towards the Michael Schumacher S, whilst the Maro Engel Mercedes and the now Michael Christensen driven number 911 cars drop to 2nd and 3rd positions.
Well, as all of our leaders have just cycled through their first of what is going to be many pit stops. Stefan Spice tweets in, I'm thinking Stefan has some experience of running in this race. He reckons he has, fuel pumps 90 litres in 1 minute and 40 seconds. They always had time to check the oil level, brakes, etc., and clean as much as possible. Time to lean, time to clean.
Yep.
Thanks, Stefan.
And the race leaders now flashing, well, the 2nd place car rather, flashing its lights. That's Maro Engel. Good little battle developing now between Lance David Arnold and the number 6 Black Falcon Mercedes of Gabriele Piana. So the Italian driver taking over the Auto Arena car on the Michelin tyres, and Lance David Arnold staying on board the Manfilter Mercedes for another stint. And the gap starting to come down a little bit now between the 3rd place car of Christensen and new 4th place car David Pittard, who took over the number 101 BMW at that latest stop. Number 101 pitted after 6 laps, so was able to do a shorter stop. and we find a BMW M6 all of a sudden up as far as 4th position, when it was looking somewhat bleak for the M6s during the opening stint. Are they playing the very long game here in order to try and get the BMWs up at the sharp end?
We've got information, Paul. Sarah Rigby is telling us that the 07, Darren Turner 07, that Aston Martin has been out of the pits for quite a while. It's now back up to 66th and 5th in the SP8T class. That's car 36, of course. Paul is just busy checking that.
Yeah, it was a 30. It was the 37 car, which is the.
That's the Brundle car, isn't it?
It's the Brundle car. Yes. Okay. So it was the 37 car, which was a long time in the pits. That spent 23 minutes in the pits. The Darren Turner car had a short pit stop of 3 minutes, which is kind of a normal pit stop time. So that was probably a scheduled pit stop for Darren Turner. Sorry for getting my Astons confused. Short pit stop for Darren Turner, but 23 minutes in the pits for the 37 Aston Martin.
Worth a quick mention for Tim Shearbart in the SP7 leading Porsche. Remember, that's an all 911 GT3 Cup class for effectively Carrera Cup Porsches, and up as high as, I made it 11th position because that car's yet to make a stop, and the SP7s can go historically a little bit further on the opening stint than the SP9s. Great overtake there. And the area Cameron Glickenhaus SCG, so car 705, that would have been a move on Frank Stifler, I think. No, it was actually on the 31, beg your pardon, of Muller. So the Fricadelli car being overtaken around the outside at Schwedenkreuz. I'm sure that Fernandez Laza had his eyes closed as he pulled left and hit the brakes into Arenberg, and some sensible driving from the two of them there to bag the place.
Paul, you'd probably be able to answer this, but what's the background? We mentioned the stride check Foxtail Manta. Alan Chisholm's asking what's with the Manta. I mean, we've got an ancient Opel Manta in the field, and he's been competing at this race. How long now with that same car?
No, I need Johannes for how long. I think it's
a long
been
time,
competing. I think it's done more than 30 races around the Nordschleife. It's done and I say this car, an Opel Manta, used to be run by Kissling Motorsport, and I don't know quite why they put a foxtail on it. It was just a tradition.
German thing,
and once the tradition has been established, then it becomes a tradition.
And it's become a tradition for that car to compete in the Nürburgring 24 hours, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, very much so.
It wouldn't be an N24 without it. And that car was just brought out solely for this one race per year.
It does compete in the VLN series as well.
Oh, so, that's what, the qualifying race.
Well, not just the qualifying race, the VLN series. Yeah.
All right.
Virtually, so it does 11 races.
All right.
I think if you took the driver out of that Opel Manta, it would still be able to go round and remember its way.
Before VLN was created a few years ago, it did just used to do this race, though, didn't it? Is that where I'm getting
Possibly.
that from?
Well, VLN's been going a good while, hasn't it?
I know. Yeah.
It's certainly before the VLN, although the VLN itself has kind of got a checkered history, because that's been going for in various forms a number of years, just that we've only been following it ourselves recently. But you'll have to look that one up on the internet, or rely on Johannes, because I'm sure Johannes Gauglicker is listening, and he's an expert on all things to do with the Nürburgring 24 hours.
So I hope that answers your question, Alan. It's not the most obvious of choices of car. Let's do the Nürburgring 24 hours. I've got this old Opel Manta here. It's pretty. The thing is, Johnny and Paul, when you look at that car up close, it is very well developed.
Oh, yeah.
It is almost bordering on a prototype Opel Manta.
Yeah.
Some engineering on that.
Full on, race spec suspension.
Yeah.
Very lightweight. It's deceptive, I think, when you look at it. And there are one or two cars in this race that have been put into the race very cheaply indeed. But I would suggest the Opel Manta is not part of that list.
And I think it's been an evolution over the years.
Oh,
the way that, for instance, the way that the roll cage is engineered into the car, it's probably increased the torsional rigidity of the car by about 1,000% or something.
Just looking down to see how far behind Fred McAvici Maro Engel is. Because I think it's we're being shown on the screens that the gap is some 12 seconds, and we'll see what whether Maro Engel is going to be able to close that one down. Certainly Maro very quick in the opening couple of laps, but once the Porsches were clear of Lance David Arnold, who's also been into the pits recently in the HTP car, stayed behind the wheel of the 48. Once the Porsches were clear of that Mercedes, they were able to open up the gap just a little bit, but the advantage at the moment seems to be to the Porsche on the Dottinger Hoa, and still the gap is coming down though. It's come down by 3 seconds in the space of half a lap. So Maro Engel is closing in on Fred McAvici.
Interesting insofar as it was the Porsches that looked like they were being held up by the Mercedes of Engel.
Not so much Engel, but more Lance David Arnold. Engel.
No, yeah, I really did. I didn't think that. I thought they were very, very close on performance.
Yeah.
And it was the 911 of Kevin Estre who just didn't have that enough to get by him, and that's why they remained in first and second. Mercedes first, Porsche second.
The other car to have gained an advantage as a result of the pit stop cycle, David Pittard, now at the wheel of the 101 Walkenhorst BMW. That car, remember, stopped after 5 laps, and so had an even shorter pit stop, and so has been able to move a little bit further up the field, and so it's being shown in 4th place. Hubert Haupt in 5th in the number 3 Black Falcon Mercedes, then Conor De Filippi in the number 98 BMW from Rover Racing. Those cars all, remember, stopped either 1 or 2 laps earlier than the Maro Engel and Patrick Pilet Porsche, now with Fred Macco at the wheel. And the gap at the end of the lap, still 10 seconds between first and second.
Very good lap again for the Fernandez Larsa-driven Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus. That's an 8:27.1 and bagged a place, did Felipe, on that lap, getting ahead of Lance David Arnold. So car 705 up to 9th position now.
Having had a change of driver at its pit stop, as you said, Johnny, Thomas Mutsch started the Glickenhaus. Felipe Larsa now at the wheel of it. And
behind is the number 31 Fricadelli Racing Porsche, which has been taken over by Sven Muller to replace Matt Campbell from the opening stint. Romain Dumas and Mathieu Jaminet make up the rest of the lineup there in the 31 crew. Busy at the Vidal chicane once again. Up the inside in the braking area goes Michael Christensen, 3rd position, but Fred McAvici leading the race now, and the gap is still hovering around 10 seconds. McAvici to Maro Engel in the number 2 Mercedes, and serenely now taking the difficult corners on the Hatzenbach is Maro Engel, flashing the lights to warn a slower BMW of his presence, and also darts up the inside of the yellow and black Audi R8 as well from the GT4 category, SP10.
Hello to Laura Plattman, who's driving home on the M40, asking us to stay calm.
We're trying.
It's hard to stay calm,
really trying.
Laura. It really is.
Not good for the blood pressure.
No.
I hope Laura's staying calm if she's driving.
We'll be cool by 4. We'll calm down at 4 o'clock tomorrow.
There's another Code 60 in place at the carousel this time. Although yellow flags again at the Yokohama S. I think that might have been a spin and continue for a car, possibly one in the gravel trap. When did those yellow flags come out? Yeah, about 2 minutes ago. And was this the reason why the 31 and the 48 side by side? Oh, and Sven Muller just about got through the gap there between the Manfield Mercedes and the tyre wall. Did he scuff the tyres? Not quite.
They didn't touch as well, Johnny.
They didn't touch, incredibly. The door mirrors are still straight as well. But Lance David Arnold desperately trying to defend that position from Sven Muller, but couldn't hold Sven back in the number 31 Fricadelli car. There is a car, though, off onto the left, I noticed, of the exit of the Yokohama S, which was the Lance Bocelli 240i from Classic Cup 5. And that car, quite a while ago now, came to grief in the gravel trap, some may remember, along with the number 304 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport, and the MKR engineering car is running again according to my screen, so that car's been levered out of the gravel trap as well. To the right-hander now, down the hill. Oh, surely not between the two. Maro Engel, he thought about it, got one of the Nexen Porsches to the left, and there was another Cayman, I think, on the right, and Maro Engel actually considered threading the eye of the needle there. Thank goodness he got out of it, because I think that was going to be a disaster for the second place car. Now heading towards the hairpin just before Breitscheid itself with the 120 Toyota CHR lapped and tumbling down the hill now. There's the Aston Martin Vantage AMR, still trailing a bit of fuel, it looks like. Is that the 37 car again? Caught maybe the chance of that car trailing fuel at the very start of the race, as through and past the 44 Porsche goes Christopher Mies. And this was a great move from Mies in the Lance Audi, heading towards Schwedenkreuz. It's the left-hander before the very daunting left-hander over the rise, and they both have to turn into Schwedenkreuz together, but Mies bags the place over Ragginger. Incredible.
That's very, very brave down there. Absolutely flat.
I'm glad you used the word brave. I was going to say something else.
Yes, so was I, but I stopped myself. That is a very brave move, as one of our Clio Cup cars is recovered. Information from Hyundai, the i30 in the TCR class, that's car 170. Peter Turting has stayed in the car after a pit stop. It's had a little bit of contact, minor contact out on track in the first stint, but no damage detected on the car, so it's back in the race after its scheduled stop. Peter Turting stays in the number 170.
And the other thing that's happening is Stefan Epp in the SP3 Renault Clio is being recovered, and that is the run through Flansgarten. Also off the track, it looks like the number 302 Porsche, which is now going again, but 302 is a Cup 3 Cayman. They're all Cayman GT4 CSs in that class, and the Aim Point Racing Cayman back on the straight and narrow once more for Jan Kasperlik. Oh, he was off on the grass and kicking up the dust. Jan Kasperlik, though, gets going again in car 302.
Got a bit of news about the GT Golf, the number 89 car. Remember, you were concerned about that because it had been in the pits for a little while. It's still in the pits, in fact, with the driver had an oil temperature warning, and they've also had a water temperature warning. No idea what's going on, and they're investigating in that car.
I was also concerned.
89 Golf.
I was also concerned when I saw them spraying brake cleaner on the windscreen. Certainly got those tins mixed up there. Not very good for your windscreen wipers. It tends to melt the rubber.
I noticed the 148 GT Tyre Motorsport Audi R8 is in the pits as well. Now, hopefully for the SP8 car, that's just a routine stop. Fingers crossed that the GT Tyre team, aren't having to deal with two problems.
Which car was that, Johnny?
Number 148.
148, right.
Yeah, second place in SP8, so that suggests it's up there and fighting, and this is therefore just a regular stop.
So far it is, yes. It hasn't been in the pits long enough to cause any concern yet.
And the other car is the 91, another GT Tyre Motorsport car, SP3T, which is in the pits as well.
And that also, so far, is routine.
Fine, okay. I just remembered that that's the David Drinkwater car, number 91, and David driving with Mario Handrick, Ralph Lammering and Ulrich Schmidt this weekend. Tremendous fight for 16th, 17th, 18th positions, and latching onto the back of this in 19th place, Chris Mies in the Lant Audi. But ahead of him then, it's Marco Mappelli in the Lamborghini, the number 18 car, driven by, I reckon, Sebastian Vettel. Not Sebastian Vettel, Fabian Vettel. I knew I was going to make that mistake. Fabian Vettel, Seb's younger brother. And also the 38 Nissan is in that queue. That's one of a couple of KCMG cars. 38 will be driven by João Paulo de Oliveira, who's a superstar originally from Brazil, but has raced in Japan in things like Super Formula Nippon in those days, and the Super GT category in both GT500 and GT300 through the years. So good to see Gianpaolo de Oliveira taking over the 38 KCMG Nissan.
Johnny, my first instant, just before I step out and hand over this seat to Martin Haven, just a little bit more information on the Manta from Stefan Space. It's done more than 100,000 kilometres on the Nordschleife, and it first took part here in 1994. I'll leave
Good
you
going,
with that.
isn't it? So
Yeah,
we're celebrating
absolutely.
25 years of the Opel Manta then.
Yeah, cool.
Excellent. So 25 years for, 25 years for Wayne Moore, 25th race anyway in the Nürburgring 24 hours, and 25th potentially Nürburgring 24 hours as well, and goodness knows how many VLNs it's done throughout the years too. Two abreast now for the Get Speed Performance Mercedes, which is the blue and white car being driven by Fabian Vettel and drawing alongside Christopher Mies in a 29 Lant Audi. Also Marco Mappelli very much involved in the number 7 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, and next in the queue is Martin Ragginger in the 44 Volker Motorsports Porsche. So crazy stuff this. They're also approaching the only Ginetta in the field, the Ginetta being driven by still Charlie Robertson, and got a Pro Sport Performance Aston Martin 3rd in SP10, Robertson's 4th in SP10, and then a BMW M4 5th in that class, which is led by the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport BMW M4 of, I'm going to say, Philip Lyson, who has been a former champion of the VLN series, yes, with Danny Brink and Christopher Ring. So good to have those guys in the 24 hours, and I'm sure they've done it many times before, but VLN champions 2018.
That's right, yeah, I was going to say reigning VLN champions, because they haven't been had the title taken away from them yet. I'm slightly concerned, and apologies if you've already mentioned this, Johnny, the number 99 Rover Racing BMW.
No.
You haven't mentioned it.
No.
It doesn't seem to be going round. It left the pits at the end of its 8th lap, having had John Edwards at the wheel, but it then didn't come round again, and I'm showing it stationary in the 3rd sector, which is the 1st sector of the Nordschleife, if you will. So a slight concern for that. If anybody has seen it and I've just missed it, or my system is playing up, then let me know. But as I say, the number 99 BMW came into the pits on schedule, John Edwards, and then John Edwards left the pits, but he hasn't continued on his way, to my knowledge, and the car is now beginning to fall down the order.
Yes.
Currently, just trying to pick out where it has fallen down to. In the 154 cars that started the race, the 99 has slipped down to 33rd overall. Just say it was Jesse Cron who took over the car. Jesse Crone in the number 99. Let's say he took the car out, but hasn't been round. Last time he crossed the line.
Do you think that was a Grand Prix lap and he's gone in the pits? The 99 car with Jesse Crone at the wheel. So 7-lap stint and then a Grand Prix lap, and that's it. That's all she wrote for the moment.
Possibly.
Well, that part of a lap, of course, will be deleted now, as if it didn't happen, and the car will, when it rejoins the race, that will be lap 8. So fingers crossed for Rover Racing, but that is not the start that they would have wished for. They've still got the other sister car in the hunt, but BMW fans might be a little bit concerned right now about the speed of the M6 GT3s. David Pittard's there in 4th position.
Yeah, some information coming through. Thanks very much, Bex, for bringing that in. Suspension broken left front, and they're repairing it, not in the pit lane, in fact, because the Rover Racing team are lucky enough to have the tents behind the garages, so they're not constrained by the space in the garage. They're repairing it in the tent, so that's why it's not showing in the pit lane. It's not in the pit lane, it's in the garage being repaired behind the wall, in American speak, for the number 99 Jesse Crone BMW. Hello, Martin.
Hello, Paul. How are you?
Very well indeed.
Very good.
Getting your stints in early this year, are we?
And late, and in the middle, and everywhere else as well. Yes. Oh, just my attention being grabbed by the car that is in 49th place. Now that my timing screen has died, I can't tell what I was having a very grassy moment while Johnny Palmer was being updated by the gorgeous specs. That was Honda Civic number 172. That's an Österreich? That's not Marcus Österreich, is it?
No, that's Moritz Österreich,
Son
who
of,
I
I'm
have
assuming.
speculated is the son of, but I didn't actually confirm it. It could be a nephew or something like that. But
Sharing also with Thiago Montero, one of the WTCR drivers who's racing this weekend. Grassy moment coming on to Dottinger Her, but he managed to survive it. Johnny Palmer, you had updates from the gorgeous specs.
Yes, well, they are to come later on, basically. If any further news comes out of the BMW camp, then I'm now on the chatter group.
If it becomes less broken.
If that car becomes less broken, or we get some good news for BMW as well,
let me give you good news.
It'll all
from
be communicated in my direction.
Let me give you good news from BMW, because Conor De Filippi in the 98 car is 6th overall. And if you're just a general BMW fan, David Pittard with the Valkenhorst car, Bex Spitz in the Valkenhorst car, David Pittard is 4th. So BMW's 4th and 6th, but that's slightly out of kilter because those two cars came in for earlier pit stops than some of the cars around them, so had the benefit of a shorter minimum pit stop time on their first stop. But I mean, it is a theory that if you stop more often after fewer laps, then you get shorter pit stops and you can possibly make it to your advantage. But I'll leave it as an exercise to the listener to do the sums. It's not that hard to work out which is the better way to do it. This is Trustwell, the teacher, already.
I was going to say, is there a prize for the fastest one to answer that?
No.
Okay,
It's just if you, it's the sort of thing that if you're interested in, then try and work it out, because then you're experiencing the sort of things that race engineers experience. People spend lots of time on racing simulators or PlayStation games, seeing what it's like to be a racing driver, and I sometimes say, well, try and see what it's like to be a race engineer and work out the strategies.
There's a car very slow on the run up to the carousel, and the GT3s, the SP9s that are battling over 18th, 19th, 20th position just suddenly came across that slow BMW where they're going full race speed, and the BMW couldn't have been doing much more than about 20 miles per hour. That looked, the fleeting glimpse that I had of it, to maybe be a tyre down on that car. It was being covered by white flags, and this battle for SP9 honours for the lower order of the top 20 thankfully got through safely. Ragginger still pursuing Marco Mappelli, and a bit further up the road in the Knaus sponsored Mercedes, the blue and white car of Fabian Vettel, still in 18th place. And what about the gap then to the next car? Yeah, Chris Mees isn't that far further in front for Lant either, after Chris Mees charged through all this traffic very recently indeed. But that Audi picking its way through neatly and tidily.
Could the BMW you saw travelling slowly, Johnny, have been number 154? One of the Rent2Drive Familia racing cars. It is a BMW running in the V4 class, because that car was stopped at Breitscheid and has then continued since then. So Breitscheid is before the run up to the carousel, so just wonder if that might have, I'm putting two and two together.
Dale Lomas I have driving that BMW, very easily. The difficulty is we can't ascertain which, whereabouts it is on the track, because it's right in the middle of Sector 7, which is the longest one. It takes an SP9 car 2.5 minutes. It's not as if it was going through Sector 4, for example, which is only 10 seconds. I don't know how these sectors were ever decided.
I'm going to have to get my head around this, because with WTCR we've only had 5.
I know.
So now, right, hang on, there are 2 before you even get off the Grand Prix circuit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're making it hard work for everybody.
There's a picture here, Martin, which helps you on which sectors are which.
I know, that's
right?
Very good.
So we'll help you as much as you can with which screens tell us what.
Has Mario Engel just set a brand new fastest lap race? No, he hasn't.
No, 8:20.5 I think it is.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yes.
It's just lit up.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
That's something my screen hadn't done before. It's lit up with a big pink line across it. So Mario Engel, fastest race lap.
Yeah.
And now within 8 seconds of the race leader, Fred McAvici.
And within how much of the all-time race record? Fastest lap?
The race record fastest lap from the 2018 race was an 8 minutes 17.3 by Nick Tandy.
All right, so still
we're away 3 seconds off that, yes.
Well, this is quite early in the stint, though, so if he's going that quickly, these are the sort of conditions you would think where there is, if you get a half reasonable lap, where there is going to be some very quick lapping.
Yeah, and obviously Engel caught the traffic just right to do that mid 8 minutes 20. Off the road entirely, Fabian Vettel, with now Marco Mappelli completely with him in the number 7 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. This might only be for 18th and 19th positions, but still an intriguing fight.
Now might only be for 18th or 19th positions. 22 hours from now, who can tell?
It might be for the lead.
Yeah.
You never know.
You never know.
And the Lamborghini's got a good line, but Vettel, I think, can just box out the Lamborghini into the Dunlop hairpin. He can, so the now backed Mercedes still just about hanging on. Right then, throughout the race, on the hour, as we are now, 5 o'clock local time, we have the Hyundai race update, the performance of Hyundai N. Feel the feeling. You're listening to RS1 and 3 together, jointly broadcasting as part of the RSL network.
Feeling the feeling in 97th place overall and leading Class V6. Wolfgang Weber currently at the wheel of the number 135 Team Mattel Racing Porsche Cayman S. Leading in the V3T class, I'm going to have to adapt my eyesight lines to try and find these. 120th place overall, car number 718, and Edgar Zaleski is at the wheel of the Porsche 718. That leads in V3T. V2T is 116th place. Thank you, Paul, for that. 162nd overall. Yutaka Seki in the Manheller Racing BMW F30. Sounds more like a Ferrari. I'll get my head around that as well. Leading the V4 class as we move up the order into 108th place is car number 326, Christian Andreas Franz in the MRC Race World BMW E90 325i, and that car is on 8 laps, only 2 laps behind the leaders. Leading the V6 class, I've done that, so that was out of order at the top of the list. Leading Class Cup 5 is Team Adrenaline Motorsports BMW 240i Racing. That is car number 240 with Yannick Febrich at the wheel. That is in 75th place overall. In Cup X KTM, wonder what's leading this. Oh, it's a KTM Crossbow GT4. That's car number 111, Reinhard Körfler for Teichmann Racing. That is in 39th place overall, just 1 lap behind the leaders. And leading Class AT is the Team Care for Climate Porsche 9 Porsche GT3 Cup 2. That's car number 320. Alex Dufner is at the wheel, and they are in 46th overall. Your overall leader, let's remind you, Manthey Racing Porsche, Fred Makovici, car number 1, Platz 1, and that is the leader also of Class SP9. Well, that's me done. I think I'm back on at midnight now.
Okay, see you then.
Excellent. I'm glad to have contributed.
We get, just before we get going again, let me say to you that we'll have another hourly update at 6 p.m. That is the Hyundai race update, the performance of Hyundai N. Feel the feeling. Right, so the number 1 and the number 2. And if only we had the number 3 in 3rd position, but Hubert Haupt has got to work pretty hard to get that Mercedes there. There's a gap of 16 and a bit seconds between Michael Christensen and his Mercedes. But Porsche, Mercedes, the first BMW in the order is the number 98 Rover racing car of Conor De Filippi, and the Dodge Viper CC is now slow on track, so obviously an issue for the 3rd place car in the alternatively fueled class. This is the Skate Aid entered Dodge Viper, and currently at the wheel.
Looks like it's got air in all 4 tyres, but there's some mark on the right rear sidewall. I'm not sure it's got that much air in the right rear.
It's Michael Lachmeyer, by the way, doing the driving, and yeah, it does look to be down on that. Oh, but there's damage on the rear left as well. It's lost a light, and there's a bit of bodywork.
He's been off, hasn't he?
I think that's a fair assumption.
Either that or some shoddy car preparation. Meandering his way gradually through, actually, to my mind, the fastest, most dangerous part of the section track from Vipperman on. And this is where you don't, wherever you're driving, want to catch a slower car. And whatever you're driving, that Dodge Competition Coupe is a slower car.
Yeah.
I've got a bit more information on the.
Anybody?
Sorry,
Paul
you carry on.
Same as me.
That was earlier on today.
That was earlier on today. We were
Thankfully,
seeing the car giving a tow to a mechanic on a skateboard who then fell off. So that wasn't the reason for the damage. It might have been the reason for the damage on the rear.
But it was rather worrying to see one of the skate aid engineers or mechanic crew almost doing a Marty McFly-esque catch hold of a vehicle and run along on a skateboard, Back to the Future style, but that must have been well before the race start.
Don't try
and,
that at home,
we saw him actually going past us when we were down in the pits, Johnny.
Okay.
The Viper went out onto the grid with a mechanic hanging onto the rear wing.
Right. Did it go slightly better than that time?
It went much better than that time.
Unfortunately.
Martin, tell us about the 54
Couldn't
BMW.
have gone much worse. Well, this is Wayne Moore, who's just been dragged out of the way. This is the Team Sorg Rennsport car, Team VSM Sorg Rennsport, in class SP82, 8T. It's a BMW 325i, and just as I was looking up, we got a wider shot of where it is at the side of the track, and I didn't quite recognise it. So
I think it was near Brunchen.
I had a feeling it was as well, just from the total lack of runoff area. Not that that narrows it down much on this track, but it had that little feeling about it.
More information on the BMW of Jesse Crone. As he was coming out of the pits, it would seem, there was a slow car in front of him that he wanted to overtake, and then as he tried to overtake, the car moved in on him and hit the car, and that's what caused the suspension damage on the 99 BMW. So it was a collision in the first curve, and Jesse Crone came out of the pits where he was overtaking a much slower moving car who moved across on him.
Our instincts were right, Paul. The BMW has pulled over actually just after flat start.
Didn't it? Yeah.
On the left-hander where everybody else lands. Not that he's where everybody else lands, but just after where everybody else will land. The Dodge Viper Competition Coupe is limping its damaged way down Dottinger Her, and hopefully not spreading bits and pieces of Competition Coupe everywhere.
That would be ideal, wouldn't it, for those pursuing. Wayne Moore, by the way, we should mention again, back for his 25th edition of the Nürburgring 24, so fantastic to have the Kiwi as part of the race once again. And I'm sure will be taking further part just as soon as either that car is fixed or indeed towed back via some of the internal roads to the pit lane.
Didn't look like it was badly damaged.
No.
So that's actually slightly a worry, because if you stop and there is some obvious damage, then if they get it back to the pits, that's unlike your classic car. Usually the bodywork is less fixable than the mechanical bits. I think here it's the other way round, really. The Leeds train is streamed by the Manta, which is, I was going to say chuntering, but chuntering very quickly, particularly for a 39-year-old model, down the Dottinger Her.
And still leading its class in SP3, so Volker Strajcek doing a wonderful job there. Marco Mappelli now battling with the number 45 Kondo Racing Nissan. So far from Mappelli making progress, he looked to be about to do that on the number 18 Mercedes at the start of the lap. He's lost 2 places. So I'm not sure what's happened on that lap, but the Lamborghini from Conrad delayed somewhere, and in the Kondo car, it is Mitsunori.
And David, I got that right, David Pittard also losing places on that lap. He's not yet come through at the end of his 11th lap. Everybody else has completed 11 laps, and David Pittard hasn't come round. So the number 101 Falcon Horse Motorsport BMW, which was up into 6th place, I think it was. Was it even higher than that? No, it was ahead of Conor De Filippi, wasn't it? So it was 4th place for David Pittard. But now the car, I suspect, stuck out on the circuit somewhere. He's not come into the pits, or hasn't done so yet. So 101 David Pittard with a problem, I think, out on the circuit.
Meanwhile, Manta fans, the Manta has entered the pit lane for a pit stop, so that will be its first stop of the race. Last time I saw the Manta, it had not very much left of the rear end, having been heavily shunted from behind. So
yes.
it is nominally the Opel Manta, but it must be a woodman's axe of prodigious proportion with barely a new pack. It may well have the original throttle pedal, or let's say I don't know, steering wheel grommet or something, but...
Headlight lens.
Yeah.
Well, actually, maybe not round this place.
I would think almost certainly no lenses originally on the car. But the Kissling Motorsport team, whatever they do, they love this car and they love making it race. Volker Strisek, as is his way, has completed the first into the car. So handing over to one of his 3 teammates, couldn't quite tell which.
Yes, the 1-2-2. It's going to be either Olaf Beckmann, Peter Haas, or Jürgen Schulten in the 1-2-2 car. The Vipers made it back now.
That was coming in just in front of the Manta, but at a much slower rate.
And it's being fueled in the special area, which is exclusively for the alternatively fueled cars.
So how alternatively fueled is it? What's it running on?
It's a Bio E number.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say E16, but it might be E30. But it is a Bio E number.
Okay.
And is it different fuel for the Care for Climate Porsches?
No, I think they're all on the same biofuel.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice and simple. Okay.
Very good.
AT includes certainly 4 cars. Yes, it is 4. The other being a Ford Mustang GT. So we've got 2 Care for Climate Porsche Cup cars, the 109 Mustang, and now the Viper's back on the move again.
Yep. So I wonder whether the damage was incidental and he just had a fuel warning light going bing, 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 and he had to come in top gear Ted.
Certainly theory, and thankfully that fuel may be crying enough close to the end of the lap. What you don't want is that to happen on the Hatson back.
Just as you're going down to the Dunlop hairpin, it's going bing, bing, bing. Oh, great. Let's hope it's got 25 kilometres left in the tank.
Yeah. But there's an awful lot of tape on the back of that Viper, so it didn't look like that yesterday.
But they haven't changed tyres, they didn't do any other work, just came in, filled him with fuel and told him not to be so silly and to carry on. So it looks that although he may well have been off or had a slight contact from behind, let's face it, we're only an hour and a half into the race. That probably happened within a minute of the start, the damage at the back.
The Flying Fox, the Foxtail, is fluttering gleefully on this Grand Prix lap now. So the Manta begins with new driver now on board.
Now that was going to be my guess.
Oh, right. Well, it's easy for you to say that now.
It was going to be my guess. Car number 122, it's, what's his name, Haas?
Peter.
Peter Haas, yes. I sort of half thought I'd caught a glimpse of his name on the side of the helmet, but it's a predominantly white helmet, so it was a bit hard to tell.
Big Q, meanwhile, heading into Schwedenkreuz the last time through, and that was Ragginger, Martin Ragginger in the 44 car, gaining the spot on Fabian Vettel. Good run on the Mercedes. Thankfully, Vettel saw him coming and didn't close the door, because that could have been a nasty incident, and Ragginger then had to go around the outside of a Cayman as they reached Schwedenkreuz itself. But that is 17th position now, bagged by Martin Ragginger.
Paul?
Yeah, no, I was going to question the Peter Haas, but I do agree it is Peter Haas at the wheel now of the Opel Manta. Conor de Philippi into 7th, or down to 7th place now, because he's been overtaken by Sven Muller's number 31 Fricadelli Porsche. He is going to be the first of the pit callers next time around, because he came in after just 5 laps of the first stint, and so Conor de Philippi will have enough fuel for this lap that he's on, and then only one more after that.
How very odd. I wonder whether they didn't quite get all of the fuel data that they needed on the... That's the number 1 car with a puncture. Number 1 Porsche, Fred Makovici, we've just gone by with Dries Vanthoor, he had a puncture.
I think you're right.
Going very slowly.
Yes, we'll pick that up off the screen. We'll try and pick it up as it comes through. Fred Makovici currently being shown in 12th position, and that's because he was leading the race, but he's now going slowly, and that's handed the lead over to Mauro Engel then.
In sector 6, wherever that is, Johnny, which is...
It's a relatively short one. It's the run out of Breitscheid and then up the hill towards Klostertal.
That makes sense, because it was actually a pretty quick section. But everybody else is going through 34, 35 seconds. He's gone through 1 minute and 15 in that sector. So that's a very slow half lap coming up.
Yes, and still in Sector 7 as the Mauro Engel Mercedes goes into Sector 8. So onto the Dottinger Höhe, new race leader. I was going to say Fred Makovici should be able to have another 3 laps in the lead because he isn't due to come into his pit stop just yet. Conor de Philippe's earlier pit stop, by the way, though, Martin, was just a strategy because you have to
stop, yes.
because you have to share the fuel tanks. It was an earlier pit stop, and they just wanted to get that car done and sorted earlier on.
Fred Mako's just been overtaken by Jens Klingmann, so you're quite right. Up the hill towards Hohe Acht, and now the drop down into Brunchen. That car is going at a snail's pace. Formerly in 3rd position then, and now down to 12th and dropping steadily. Fred Makovici in the number 1 Porsche.
Yeah, right rear tyre, and it makes the car really, really unstable. Actually, that looks like a proper handful. There's no rubber left on it. It's on the 2 side walls. Yeah. So, Manto Racing Team clearly can do nothing. Mako can do nothing, only go as slow as he desperately dares and try and stay as much offline as he possibly can. He's using all the curbs and runoff areas that he can without obviously damaging his own car, because it'll be running, well, not significantly lower, but low enough that it actually could then start dragging underbody across the curbs and so on, and that just adds to the damage.
Question for both of you, and trying to think myself about Nürburgring 24 hours that have had so many punctures. I mean, Martin, you'll remember a Le Mans several years ago which was dominated by punctures, but the Nürburgring 24 tends not to have a lot of punctures, but we've had an awful lot of cars this weekend.
The reason this race doesn't, and Le Mans often does, is here you don't get those modern concrete sort of step curbs that have got a sharp drop on the outside that you come back over. Here, if you go over the curb, the grass is higher up than the curb, and you almost never have a sharp edge to cut the inside sidewall of the tyre.
And you've probably already broken the suspension going over the curb anyway. Yeah. No, and the other thing that happens at Le Mans, of course, is that you have this very sharp gravel which can cause punctures. But as I say, we must have had, what, half a dozen punctures over the course of the week so far, Johnny?
It's been a lot. It hadn't really stood out to me as being more than normal. But I suppose on the Nordschleife, the car's rotating less than even a Le Mans circuit, but certainly less than a Grand Prix track. We've had that stated by a number of drivers that actually there are 1 or 2 hard stops on the Nordschleife, but nothing like the Grand Prix track offers, and nothing like the change of direction like the Grand Prix circuit as well. So it's quite unusual, and as well for it to be a rear right, because this is a clockwise circuit. So you would have thought there'd be more strain on the rear left tyre, but maybe what Martin says about clanging too many of those curves, maybe on the Grand Prix track actually.
Already down to 25th place as he still makes his way back to the pit area. This is where you really do realise how long the Nordschleife is, because when you get round it in 8.5 minutes, it doesn't seem so long, but when it takes you this long, well, I suppose it gives the advantage to the next driver to get ready, which is going to be Richard Lietz.
Yeah, Richard Lietz is ready, he's helmeted up, but by the time the car gets in, he'll need to go for another pre-race wee, won't he? It is going to be a long, old stop.
Yeah. Still leaving the ground at Flansgarten, though, with Fred Mako on 3 tyres, which was mightily impressive.
Well, that's probably because there's nothing at the back and the front's waving in the air.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that very nice Grello paintwork is being ruined on the rear right
Grello
wheel
black.
arch now. Yeah. Grello black.
Quick question from Ian Abbott on the Twitter machine. He says, could the number of punctures have anything to do with the resurfacing of last winter?
It's a good thought.
Only if they used broken glass.
My thought was going more towards aggressive tyre setup, or aggressive camber setup, or aggressive car setup.
Was it the Get Speed Mercedes that we saw a lot of punctures from?
Yes,
17 and 16?
16, yes. And of course the Ferrari from the Wochenspiegel team, Monschau team, had that puncture as well, which caused damage to the wiring loom and ended up causing them to miss the top qualifying session.
They don't have much luck here, do they, Wochenspiegel, with that Ferrari? Seem to always think of stories of woe.
Yeah, there have been a few, and not taking part in VLN this year, favouring the 24H series instead, which tours Europe rather than being a single venue championship as the VLN is. Maro Engel now heading through the very slow left-hand hairpin, which is the approach to Brightshide, and now the left-hander over the bridge, which is heavily protected by debris fencing both on the left and the right. So Engel in car number 2, now leading, or still leading the race from the 911 car, having inherited that after dramas for car number 1.
Yeah, but think about this. Engel is already at Bergwerk, whilst the number 1 car is in the pits.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, that's almost halfway around the lap that Maro Engel is then. So it's a big old advantage then for the Black Falcon Mercedes. And we do have 2 Manthey Porsches.
1 hour 50 minutes in. This is a long old fight back, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
trouble is-
22 hours, 10 minutes.
The trouble is, GT3 racing is so close these days.
Yeah.
I mean, were you here in 2009 when a Manthey car had a problem on the opening lap, came into the back entrance of the pits, lost a lap on the first lap of the race, and ended up winning by 2 laps?
Right.
That kind of speed differential doesn't exist anymore. So it is going to be much harder for Manthey to recover this half a lap of a disadvantage than it was back in, I think it was 2009.
What they need is some really grim weather.
That would help, yes.
What they're not going to get
Is any grim weather?
I'm afraid. You know, it's set to be probably the driest, fastest, most perfect weather N24 in I don't know, living memory. So yeah, this is a real kick.
Let's tip the hat though to the Glickenhaus, up into 3rd place now.
Yeah.
With Felipe Larza at the wheel of that car, number 705. That's a good performance by that car. Got himself past, on that lap, he overtook the 98 Conrad de Filippi BMW, and with the demise of the number 2 of the number 1 Porsche, that's enabled him to improve up to 3rd place.
So Thomas Much doing the opening stint in that car and handing over to Felipe Fernandez Larza at the end of that first stint. So both drivers doing a very good job to get that car into 3rd position.
Well, since Bex came up and gave us some information, I'll make her smile a little bit, because the 42 BMW, the Schnitzer, the legendary 42 Schnitzer number, that got turned around on the Grand Prix lap in the first circuit.
Yes.
Grand Prix circuit in the first lap, now up to 11th place as it continues its recovery.
Yes.
So still on the lead lap. They lost ground, they lost track position, but the gap to Jan Seyfarth in the Mercedes, not okay, I'm struggling to see it on the time machine. Where are they at the moment? Yeah, not too far apart, are they? Jan Seyfarth driving for Mercedes. One of the support races here was for Audi R8 Jan Seyfarth Cup cars.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Incongruity is the middle name of the Nordschleife N24, isn't it?
Yeah. As you say, those support races just held on the Grand Prix Strecker. Maybe they'll be brave enough to come back 12 months' time and do the whole
no.
A one-lap R8 Cup race?
No, the people at Audi said no. They quite like it when quite a lot of the starters finish.
That is good. Although the spares department enjoy a bit of damage, I've heard.
Talk of the lead lap, as you just did, Martin, another statistic which you keep track on over the course of the race. 40 cars out of the 154 that actually took the start still on the lead lap. And of course that's it's always reduced from what it ought to, because you don't quite get everybody starting together, because you get the slower cars starting with a 6-minute disadvantage on everybody else.
So they're half a lap down before they even start.
Quite exactly. So.
But it does mean that leaders get fully 2 laps before they catch traffic.
Indeed, although we have had the fastest lap of the race since then, as you observed a moment ago. Fernando Larza is getting a little bit of pressure as he comes onto the Dottinger. Gabriele Piani and Hubert Haupt. He's just overtaken Hubert Haupt, in fact, but Haupt hanging on in the slipstream of the Mercedes of Gabriele Piani. Both of them teammates, both of them driving for Black Falcon. But the slippery Glickenhaus pulling away, I reckon, Johnny.
The Mercedes can't touch that Glickenhaus right now.
Well,
it's very, very good down the straight.
The deal is, as Paul said, the 2 Mercedes behind, that's actually where the battle is. They're fighting each other. So Haupt in the 5th place car is all over the back of the car right in front. The Glickenhaus has pulled away. I mean, the Glickenhaus really looks like a prototype. It looks like it's not cleaving much air, whereas the Mercedes obviously is a much bigger wide-mouthed frog of a beast, and so it clearly has got an enormous frontal area, as all the other GT3 cars have. So they are giving each other, and actually as they battle each other, they're also giving the Glickenhaus just a little bit more chance to creep away by using a slightly better racing line.
But clever aero on the front of that AMG. It gulps in air, as you say, but then it's pumped out almost through a funnel, the top of the nose on the bonnet. So, and I'm led to believe that actually helps with the airflow then across the car and over the rear wing.
Yeah, it helps to create a low pressure zone just in front of the screen and extend it so you get that sort of air separation. It doesn't cling so much to the bonnet, and it goes more in a laminar flow over the car. So all of that is very well thought out. The new car.
Oh yes, it was launched yesterday.
Showing me pictures of it. I mean, the grille there basically goes from wheel arch to wheel arch. It's absolutely enormous and much deeper as well. It goes where the current car has a grille, then like a mini splitter and then an opening below. The new car has a grille that goes almost all the way to the ground. So as a road car, it's going to be hyper dramatic, and the race car looks very different as well. Well, we are almost at the 2-hour mark of the race, Johnny, and no indication yet of looking out the window actually, it's quite a lot more cloud, but no indication of any bad weather on the horizon, but also of who might end up supreme here. Mercedes, Porsche, who knows?
Yes, and Audi might still have a say. I mean, their lead car is 7th position. We wondered whether they were holding a few cards close to the chest during qualifying, but maybe not now that the R8s have had the best part of 2 hours, as you say. I hadn't realised that Augusto Farfus's moment at the start of the race was that serious. He was nerved round. That also nearly accounted for little Knuffy, the Mercedes GT4 leader. And Farfus, who was completely sideways and in front of the 44 Falcon Motorsports Porsche.
Well, and everybody else,
and
two-thirds of the group. He was facing the wrong way around the blind left-hander that starts the lap. So it was a very invidious place to be. And Paul Gusto, having just had a really good weekend in the TCR, it all kind of went backwards, or he went backwards and ended up facing the wrong way. But nobody hit him, miraculously, and he managed to get himself out of jail. Just seeing a little replay as well from the opening laps when the man Filter's car, Lance David Arnold, get held up behind an Opel Astra in the what's the word I'm looking for? Why can't
carousel?
Carousel, yes. Why Parabolica was the only word that was coming to me, and lost 3 places as his rivals went around the outside on the tarmac, and he was stuck down in the little concrete bowl.
Yeah.
And that's one of the problems with traffic, is it's hard to judge exactly how they're going to react and where you're going to catch them. Particularly early in the race when you've not yet sized up, you'll come up behind a certain car later on and through the night and maybe tomorrow, and you go, oh, hang on a minute, yes, I know I need to be really careful with this guy, or no, he's fine. Always assuming you catch the same driver in the same car, of course.
Indeed. But of course the concrete bit of the carousel is much steeper angle than the higher line tarmac, and one of these AMG GT3s is that low slung, mere centimetres off the ground. I'd be a bit cautious if I'd been Lance David Arnold. Do I want to pop out of this and scratch all the underneath, potentially rip the sump open?
Pop out of this, you're coming out, it's like going off the end of an aircraft carrier. It's a 45-degree angle. In fact, in the last TCR race, Benny Loister, who won in the Gulf, lap 2, he popped out of the carousel. He almost had the mother and father of all shunts. There's a dramatic picture of him at 45 degrees to angle of travel, 2 wheels in the air as he just takes off. How he held it together, I really don't know. That's what 3,000 laps of experience around the track will do for you, though.
Yeah, and you've tried every single trajectory known to man into all of the 170 corners. Race leaders are in, and Maro Engel.
I nearly fell into that trap. I was just about to say, are we still seeing highlights? And on the right-hand side, we are. So that was the first stop. But again, it was very tight. Maro Engel only inches in front as he led in the number 2 Mercedes.
Now, hang on a minute. This is the 14th lap. We're probably going to go, well, the leaders might go for an 8-lap stint here. So at the end of this one and one more.
Now, it does... the leaders aren't in the pits, are they?
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Halfway round this lap.
No.
Yeah.
Yes, because we are seeing them in the pit lane in their current order, which is always a little bit confusing.
I might look out the window to remember real life in this instance, because I can't see any leaders coming down pit lane.
No.
They've only had one stop so far, the number 2 Maro Engel-driven Mercedes and the number 911 Porsche.
But we are We are.
We could be on the cusp of an in-lap, but I think they're going to go for another one.
Yeah, we get another one after this. Yes, I was just say we're on the cusp of in-laps for the cars who came in a lap early last
After
time
6
around.
laps.
That's right. So we'll get the cars that came in after 6 laps coming in for pit stops. That will include the Glickenhaus, Gabriele Piana, and I think Sven Muller in the Porsche. Just trying to fend off Martin there because he was trying to get involved in something that he didn't quite understand, because we've had a slight glitch from timing, which they will tell me about what happened in a minute. But
that was my laugh. I was looking over to my left at Paul's screen, which tracks how many laps is in the stint and how many laps remain still to go, and he was just holding his hands over it. Privileged information.
Not privileged, we're just rebuilding at the moment.
That Dummkopfs like me wouldn't understand even if we could see it. So, but as Paul says, it's all being redone.
He does use coloured blocks though, so rebuilding is the correct phrase.
Lego blocks.
Lego blocks.
Stefan Spies corrected me, but it was the mini carousel, not the carousel, where he jumped out, but it was definitely from concrete to tarmac. So Benny Loyster, never in mind, went on to win the last of the TCR support races. Mauro Engel leading, but we now have a problem for the 31st place Ferrari, the number 55 car, and
This
Johnny,
is the team known as Octane.
Well, yes.
Octane 126 entry. Alex Prince, that rear of the Ferrari 488 is well alight.
He must know, I hope he knows he's on the Grand Prix circuit. I hope he knows to turn right at the end of it and not let. In fact, you know what? I'm not sure the car's even going to get that far. It is absolutely ablaze from the firewall back. That is the end of that Ferrari.
Yeah.
That is an ex-Ferrari, and he needs to get out of there in a real hurry, and he can't. Car's rolling backwards because the brakes don't work anymore. It's an absolute conflagration. He's stopped at a marshal's post on the uphill section.
He is
and
out
he
now.
is out of the car and wisely running. No, leave the car. Don't hold on to it.
He's worried that it's going to roll back into the track.
Well, I know, but I'm worried that it's going to explode. There's a poor marshal coming up behind him with one handheld fire extinguisher.
That's not going to do the job.
That needs an airplane. That needs an airplane fire truck with lots of foam.
Yeah. And
yeah, God love him. He's trying to put the fire out.
It's
but
just leaping to the other side of the car.
The good thing, though, is there's then no bodywork left. We can see an arch on the left side, but it caught fire on the right-hand side, and there is no bodywork left. And he tosses the extinguisher away in disgust. The marshals will be left to clear this up. So I think just possibly there might be yellows out on the Grand Prix circuit very soon. But that was a hugely dramatic fire.
I could see why he was hustling on, because on the Grand Prix track you are permitted to sneak into the back door and go to the pits, but then the team all of a sudden go, well, what do we do with this?
What's the first thing that you stop beside when you arrive in the pits? Petrol pumps.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
not
that's
sealed,
ideal,
not actual garage forecourt petrol pumps. So driver has just tried to rip what remains of the bodywork. The problem is when you get a blaze like that, composite bodywork, carbon fibre composite bodywork just turns into dust. So you pull one bit off, it's not connected to anything else.
Yep.
It's going, no, come on, it's still ablaze. It is still alight underneath, and a lot of it underneath. There's nothing left of that. That is a complete insurance write-off, I'm afraid. Steering wheel might be okay.
Well,
So
Alex
for-
Prince
Yeah.
actually has, amazingly, another car that he could race, but it's that's already had a moment very early on at Hatzenbach. You might remember the BMW, the Hoffer Racing M3 GTR. Well, that's an Alex Prince car technically as well, that Martin Kroll had a moment in. So you enter a race with two cars at your disposal, and it goes very, very wrong in the opening couple of hours, and Alex is still working hard on the rear left corner now to make sure that the fire is out in the engine bay. But that is not a pretty sight any longer. Octane 126, who have run regularly in the VLN with an older Ferrari, a 458 in the SP8 category. This is their first venture into the GT3 world, by my mind. And I'm afraid
tough break,
it's come to a grinding halt very early on.
Yeah. Marshals are there trying to damp down what remains of the Ferrari's blaze, and they must have gone through half a dozen handheld fire extinguishers there. So, yeah, a real mess, and really unfortunate. So Jonathan Hershey, Seaman Trimmer, have they got another car? to jump into?
no.
I mean, was that an all-Swiss crude? No, Prince is Austrian, is he? Prince is Swiss, okay. So,
I thought he was German.
An all-Swiss car, Swiss entry, and it catches fire, actually, in the first chicane. Flames lick out the back, and it is trailing smoke, and he's weaving around trying to figure out what's going wrong with the car, and then in the rear view mirror he can just see sheets of flame. It could not be more Hollywood dramatic if it tried. So yeah, really tough break for him. And so now it's, what do I do? Where do I go? Am I going to try and get back to the pits and bring a blazing inferno into a pit lane full of petrol pumps and people? Or am I going to pull off and try and find a marshal's place? And, in the end, I think the car makes the decision for him, Johnny. Yeah. It's just not having it. He's trying to get it stopped. It barely stops. The front wheels are locked, the rear wheels are still turning. And it was a real blaze. Yes, lost a fuel line or an oil line. And
Heinhoff makes a good point in that behind you it is just the firewall, just the bulkhead. So you're relying on the door mirrors, and it's not until the fire gets completely out of control that Alex thinks the better idea is certainly to pull off onto the grass and hope. The problem is there's a flag marshal there, but where's the nearest fire extinguisher? Calling near marshals on, and obviously the priority for everybody else is to keep the double waved yellows going. Yeah. And then the first marshal arrives on scene, but just with a very small extinguisher.
The thing with the double wave yellows is sort of letter of the law. The sheets of flame and pall of black smoke on trackside would have warned everybody else that there was an issue there. But no, I absolutely, there is a code 60 there now, because of course this will need damping down. There's a works vehicle there with the foam tanks, just to make sure. But for Alex Prince, yeah, I mean, I'd have been brave Sir Robin. I would have run away. Yeah. I'm afraid, the conflagration that he was faced with, you're not going to put it out yourself. And I know he was desperate to try and keep the car in the race, but that was a lost cause basically from the moment the cameras picked it up, I think.
It is Simon Trummer's, Bjorn Grossman's and Jonathan Hershey's only drive in the race, so unfortunately it's a very early bath for those three guys.
Did I hear you say that Simon Trummer started that car?
Yes.
Glickenhaus has been in the pits, and so too has the number 3 Mercedes. So 705, where's he dropped down to? He's dropped down to 20th place, and Maxi Book in the number 3 car down to 19th place. So that's a position change, because the Glickenhaus was 3rd behind 2 and 911. So Maxi Book in the number 3 Mercedes has actually jumped ahead of car 705 in the pit lane. So quick turnaround from Hubert Haupt to Maxi Book. Who was Hubert Haupt chasing down the straight? That was for
Gabriele
fourth,
Piano in the 6th car, yes.
So that was for 4th. So although we didn't see it, he clearly got ahead of Gabriele Piano, and in the pit stops, Black Falcon and put him out in front of the Scuderia Glickenhaus car by 1 second. I mean, it was 3 or 4 car lengths. Hubert Haupt, handed over to Maxi Book, and was there a driver change in 705 in the Glickenhaus?
Yes, there was. Frank Mayer, I reckon, taking over the SCG.
That's the 3rd driver, because Thomas Muck started. So they're going through in order. So you're right, Frank Mayer has taken over, which means Andreas Simonsen should be next. Maro Engel still our race leader. Well, Miss Jacks in the back was very excited that Aston Martin had brought a barbecue to the party. But
that doesn't surprise me.
Unfortunately, she's a raw prawn. She needs thrown on the Barbie. But unfortunately, for the Ferrari team, they brought an unexpected Barbie along as well.
Yes, indeed. And I'm sure they'll be back again, but they might have to seek out another chassis for future VLN races this year. Maro Engel heading down the hill towards Brunchen now on lap 15. So this will be an in-lap for the German driver at the wheel of the number 2 Black Falcon car. Robert Renauer is here with Fricadelli Racing this year, driving the number 30 car. So that's not the 31 that is in 4th position, driven by Sven Muller and started by Matt Campbell.
Yeah, that's the full fat factory driver entry, isn't it, really,
yes.
That one? Any young Porsche talent shoehorned in.
Yeah, there's a Pro car, which unsurprisingly is that 31. And there's a Pro Am machine, which will have Klaus Abelin as the lineup. Alex Moller, Robert Renauer and Thomas Preining, who was in Le Mans action 7 days ago.
Yes, again, Tom Preining is another factory junior driver who races in Porsche Supercon. So, yeah, no raw talent, no sort of wet behind the ears drivers. It is all high speed and very experienced talent.
But the good thing about Preining is he's still labelled as a silver by the FIA, so you can find a drive very easily in GTE AM at Le Mans and in the WEC. And it also means that they don't go above the score of 2.4, which is when you add up your bronze, your silver, your gold and your platinum, scoring bronze drivers as 1 point, silver as 2, golds as 3 and platinums as 4. You add all those drivers together, divide by the number of AM driver combination. Heading along the straight now towards Tiergarten. Along the Dottinger Höhe is Mauro Engel, enjoying a lead of 25 seconds over Michael Christensen. So really getting his head down now, Engel, in the Black Falcon Mercedes. Obviously hitting the traffic just right as well. The rapid blue Lumirank number in the windscreen is warning the slower cars that he is coming through, but he does dart right and down pit road, slams on the anchors as late as he can so that he hits the white line at the required speed limit. And Black Falcon, who are in a new position this year, so you've got to be mindful, particularly at night, that you're not going all the way to the end of the pit lane, you're stopping more or less straight away.
Yeah, so scheduled pit stop for Mauro Engel. I've just been reading up whilst we sort out timing for a moment. Nicky Rader from the Manthey team reporting that the problem that the Porsche had, Fred McAviti, hit something. They're not quite sure what, which is what caused that puncture. Okay. And as I say, they haven't been able to establish what it was that he hit, but that Fred drove very sensibly back to the pits and didn't do any further damage to the car. So they managed to get the car on its way once again. What I can't do is tell you how long it spent in the pits, because an issue I've just had.
It was, in terms of minutes, I couldn't tell you, but it was not a long stop. I don't think there was any other...
There was no other damage done to the car
that, at all, just tyres.
That the team could find.
Top two are in. Number 2, Mercedes. Mauro Engel brought it in, and the 911 Porsche also hits its marks. Tyre change going on there. Doors open. Yeah, driver change going on there as well. 911. So
we've had Estre.
We've had Lawrence Vantor started it, or
no? Estre started it.
Well,
Christensen's
it's
just
Michael
done one.
Christensen getting in. Yes.
No, Christensen's just done one.
Oh, he's just done one.
So it's either going to be Vantor or El Bamba.
Or Bambi. That's... I know, see, Bambi's helmet has got a lot more yellow on, I think, than that one. So that could be Lawrence Vantor.
Yeah.
So Michael Christensen, which means our race leader, unless he comes in, is the number 6 Mercedes of Gabriel Piana.
That is Vantor settling himself, and the car still on the dolly jacks, now being wheeled to a roughly 45-degree angle.
You're absolutely right about Black Falcon. Basically, they're at pit in now. There is one garage upstream of them, garage 4. They're in garage 5. So basically, they used to be pit out.
Yeah.
So
the last few garages.
Yeah, you've got to make sure that in the dead of night, when you've had enough, I mean, obviously it's not foggy, rainy, and everything else yet, that muscle memory doesn't kick in, and you go, oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, because that would be very not funny.
I mean, not completely disastrous in that you can do a Grand Prix lap, but I mean, that's so costly. It takes you, even at racing speed, over a minute to do the Grand Prix lap.
And then, because
and then
you
lose
come
all
down the pit lane once, and you've got a Grand Prix lap is a 2-minute lap, isn't it? So, and a pit lane, and then a pit lane again. And turning the air blue on the radio definitely would be an issue as well. 33 BMW is in, came in from 11th place, and that is the Falcon Motorsports car. Peter Dumbreck, Stefan Dusseldorp, who started it, Jens Klingman bringing it in. So Dumbreck and Alexander Imperatori. So I don't know if Lovejoy's going out in it or whether Alex Imperatori is. So we'll wait and see what changes there. In 2 is the number 11 Ferrari. That's come in from right behind the Falcon Motorsport car, in fact. And that was in 12th place. Number 11 is the Wochenspiegel team Monschau car. and that was being driven by Jochen Krumbach. So we'll wait and see whether there's a driver change there. Back out goes the number 2 Mercedes.
There's an awful lot of cars stopping on this lap, though. I mean,
well, they all started at the same time, though, so that tends to happen if it's dry and there's no other intervening factors.
That's true, actually. I suppose
7 laps on the first and 8 laps on the second means that...
but what's happened is, of course, those cars that didn't stop the previous lap, that have done a 6 and an 8,
yes,
are no longer in the top 10, 12, 14 cars. So that's the reason why we've got this big collection now from 3rd all the way down to 14th, isn't it?
Exactly so.
Yeah.
And when they come out of the pits again, so the effect is that because we've kind of settled in now to 8 lap stints, because once you're out of sync, you don't have to worry about being out of sync again. Yeah. The reason they came in early was not because they had a lesser range, it was purely to get them through the pits in order without having to queue them, because the teams will know how long it takes to get a tank full of fuel in, and you can't do two cars on one fuel stop and stay within the minimum time.
Yeah. So driver change for the, I've lost that, one of the Porsches. Vantor is in the number 4 Audi. So that will be Dries Vantor, brother of, obviously. So we got both Vantors on track? Yes, both Vantors on track. One in the 911, that's Lawrence, and Dries is in the number 4 Audi. That's just gone back out. Number 16 Mercedes, yes, that's on its out lap as well, and there was a driver change there as well. So that's gone from Jan Seyfarth to Renger van der Zande.
Manuel Metzger now leads the race, who is just venturing on to Hatzenbach now then, with still this 26-second lead over Laurent Vantor in the 911 car. More cars on the move down the pit lane, including the 29 Lant Audi, which had Christopher Haase, does now have Christopher Haase at the wheel, in fact.
Okey-dokey.
And
that was relatively easy to determine, because the Monschraft sponsorship on it means it's predominantly green land. Okay, that was a no-brainer for me.
Yeah,
that's the one Audi I can now tell apart. One of the Phoenix cars has got blue, and I can't remember the others. So.
That's the 5 car with the blue. The problem is that there's a number 4 Phoenix car, which from one side looks very land because of a certain sponsor, and from the other side looks very blue and white. So it depends what angle you catch it at.
Number 11 Ferrari waiting to finish its stop, brought in by, who was driving it? Alexander Matschel. I think Jochen Krumbach is getting ready to take it out. Anyway, number 11 car. It makes for a much less stressy and obviously therefore dangerous environment in the pit lane, doesn't it? Having the cars parked herringbone style, having the mandatory minimum pit stop times, all of that.
Yeah, certainly. But then when it gets to the end of the race, you're thinking about how many laps you've still got to go, and the final stint determines how long you are in the pit lane for. In fact, don't we lose that minimum? Was there contact on the Grand Prix track almost for Martin Ragginger? They're going into a code 60 because of what's left of the Octane 126 Ferrari. And in fact, Bergmeister it's changed to now for the 44 car.
And in fact, Jörg Bergmeister has stopped. The replay showing that he has stopped. He came hard up behind a small and indeterminate shaped hatchback, nearly rammed it from behind because it was doing 60 Ks and he wasn't quite. And the rate of closing, if you're in a 1.6 something or other, or 1.23 or whatever, and a full-fat Jörg Bergmeister with the bit between his teeth fresh out of the pits, is quite considerable. Mauro Engel with a big thumbs up in the garage, looking very happy. He was very chilled before qualifying when I chatted to him yesterday. Not as chilled as Adam Christodoulou. If anybody follows Adam on social media, he had a sombrero on, which would quite happily have sheltered a family of 16 from any rainstorm.
I think if he'd have laid down, it would have been as tall as he was standing up.
Very nearly. Luckily, there was no breeze, or he'd have been somewhere over in Belgium by now.
That number 2 car, whilst we're on it, just because Johnny and I particularly went down to find out, being run by Renault Dufour, who is a bit of a legend in Mercedes running of GT races. Bernd Schneider always used to win races, and that was always with Renault Dufour as his race engineer. I asked Adam about him this morning, and Adam very positive about Renault's contribution. A very good race engineer. So the team is not just the team of drivers, but the team in the garage as well. Very strong from Black Falcon.
And that's always the truism, isn't it? You can have the best car or the best drivers or the best team, but you can't win without the best car and the best drivers and the best team and a decent slice of luck, particularly in this place. Although this year, hopefully, luck will be less of a quotient in the winning equation.
Yes,
Do we have quotients in equations?
Sure
Am I mixing my metaphors?
Probably, but don't worry about it.
Won't be the first time in this race, probably.
Oh, harsh.
So 2 pit stops completed, and as you were saying, it is now Manuel Metzger in the race-leading Mercedes. His advantage, a little over half a minute over Laurens Vanthoor, as you say, in the 911 Porsche in second place. Then it's Philipp Eng at the wheel of the BMW. So 98 BMW has managed to work his way up into third place, and that car has now made its second pit stop. So everybody in the SP9 class will have made their second pit stop by now. The question,
sorry, Paul.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you were on the verge of saying what happens at the end of the race with the minimum pit stop time. The answer is, when we're 70 minutes away from the end of the race, rather than the minimum pit stop time being defined by the length of the stint you've just done, it depends on the length of time to the end of the race, and that is then a decreasing amount of time. So if you come in at the end of, or when there is 70 minutes to go, then you have a slightly, you have a longer pit stop to do. If you come in at 68 minutes, a little bit less. If you come in at 65 minutes, it's a little bit less again. Appendix 6, if the regulations are online, if you want to look them up, gives you the full table.
Is it done by minutes?
Done by minute. The
Okay.
problem for the team is they have to know exactly what minute they come into the pits on, because it's the team's responsibility to work out the length of the pit stop, and it's only after the car has gone back out onto the circuit, having completed its pit stop, that its time is known, that the organisers look at it and say, that should have been a shorter pit stop, or that should have been a longer pit stop, more likely, and then they get the penalty.
It is a very it's a real predicament of jeopardy. You have to guess correctly exactly as the car comes in, and be very careful on the stopwatch, because otherwise, if he comes in and he hasn't quite got to the minute you thought, then you have to change your plan immediately.
Yeah, I mean, the driver has to be on the radio as he's coming in saying, I'm 10 seconds away from the pit line entry, 9, 8, 7, and then he says when he crosses the pit line entry, and that's when the guy in the pit then has to start his stopwatch in order to time the pit stop for its exit.
You mentioned Bernd Schneider, Paul. The last time Mercedes won this race was in 2016, when Bernd was part of the lineup, and the other 3 drivers in that AMG 3 years ago, Maro Engel, who we've got in the number 2 this year, Adam Christodoulou likewise, and Manuel Metzger, who's just taken that car over. And I remember in 2016, we didn't know a great deal about Manuel Metzger, but he certainly impressed Paul and I. 33 years old, from Rickenbach in Germany, and I'm sure he's going to be putting in some very impressive times now in this stint, which we expect to be, again, another 8-lap affair. And he is 37 seconds now ahead of Laurens Vanthoor, who has a bit of traffic to deal with heading for Tiergarten at the end of the lap.
Yeah, Laurens Vanthoor, the gap was around 17 seconds, I think, pre the last pit stop. So whether that was traffic affected or quite how that gap grew so much, not entirely sure. Raffaele Marciello showing us in his onboard camera what would appear to be, as you pop out of the carousel, you immediately go right, and on the apex of the right-hander, on the apex curb, and this was pointed out earlier, I think, by Alan Prosser.
That's been sitting there for a long time.
Looks like the carcass that came off the number 1 car tyre. That's entirely possible.
Yeah. Yes, I'd like to sort of spool back even further before the number 1 car had its problem, because I wonder whether there was a bit of tyre sitting there after only about 45 minutes of the race, and it's obviously a long way away from a marshal post. And let's face it, who would head out there to the exit of the carousel to retrieve it, unless there's a code 60 in place? And
Better than going into the middle of the carousel.
very good point. But it's been sitting on the curve for a little while. The danger is if anybody catches it, it's going to work its way right onto the racing line.
Or
and then
right up under their wheel arch, jam itself in there and rip bits to pieces.
So it's going to have to be addressed if it goes any further to the bit of track that everyone requires as they spat out of the concrete section of the Caracciola carousel.
Another moment to make Beck's smile. In third place overall is the better of the Rover Racing BMWs, the 98 car being driven by Philip Eng of, well, not quite this parish, but not too far away. And he is currently, how far behind? 59 seconds behind Lawrence Vantor in a Porsche. René Rast in fourth is the best Audi. So you've got Mercedes, Porsche, BMW, Audi. That's looking quite good so far for your mix of makes. And the fourth place car, René Rast, is 0.7 behind Philip Eng in the BMW. In fact, he's not. He's 0.07, which is the width of a flypaper. And now trying to get a little run around the outside of the Rover Racing BMW to put an Audi into third place for the first time. So this is on the Grand Prix circuit. They've just started another lap. And the Rover Racing BMW in third place with René Rast all over the back of Philip Eng. Next car back in fifth position is the number 31 Porsche, and that is Mathieu Jaminet, another one of the Porsche Junior drivers. But he is 9 seconds behind this battle. At the moment, though, René Rast is showing all the pace. Rast last lap was a 9-minute 3.4 and a 9-minute 4.0 for the no, not 9-minute 4.0, 9-minute 3 for the BMW, 9-minute 4 for René Rast. So BMW Philip Eng was quicker last time round, but not enough to stop Rast latching onto the back of it. TV has picked up a Porsche, John Heintoff, just creeping slowly back onto the track. 3 kilometres in, so that's the Hatzenbach.
Correct, and that was one of the blue and white Carreras. I think it was one of the GT3 cars.
If you're going to get it wrong, you could have got it wrong 2 corners earlier and you'd still have been on the Grand Prix circuit.
True
and
enough.
Not quite so much of a creep back to the pits.
True enough that he's just got through the end of the Hatzenbach and through that tricky corner. Afternoon, everybody. How are we?
Johnny.
You all right, mate?
It's beautiful, isn't it? I don't know that I've been on any day in such lovely weather at the Nürburgring, so it's very nice.
I can't believe you've said that now.
Oh, I've said it several times.
Hashtag blame Haven when the snow comes.
I am right out there on the edge. Don't you worry.
You know, the forecast was suggested it was going to be calm. I love the idea of calm weather, which is actually for a race like this exactly what you want. Yes. We are 2 hours and 27 minutes into the race, and if we keep going at this rate, and again I want to blow the opportunity, but 159 laps record distance. We are on the right kind of pace for it, even though they've put on these huge performance restrictions this year, reducing top speed and top brake horsepower for a lot of the SP9 cars. But looking back to 2014 was the last time when we had I say last time we had a record distance was when the record was set. That was 159 laps. At the moment, I'm not making 160 out of it. I'm making 159. So we're only going to tie with the 2014 record.
Didn't we come 1 lap short last year? 158 last year?
No, it was 175 last year. We had 2 hours. We had 2 hours of red flag. We had 158 in 2017.
2017, yeah. So 2 years ago. I knew it was close.
Yes, it seemed like last year, but it was 2 years ago when the Lant Audi won.
That Porsche has stopped driver's right just before kilometre board 4, so he's got very little further out of Hocheichen. He's still on the road.
Yeah, that's going to need a tour, isn't it? And that's one of the fastest. That is actually one of the fastest parts of the circuit. I know coming down, everybody thinks about the Dottinger Hall. That is very quick, but they get up to the same sort of speed on there. It's an extraordinary place. Your Bergmeister having a cracking battle a few moments ago with
trying to figure out actually
one of the BMW.
Yeah, that was the one of the Falcon Horse Motorsport BMWs. That wasn't for position, I think. It was just going by him. Dries van Tor, though, in second place in the 911 Porsche number 911, has just set a purple sector time in Sector 1. Fastest sector in Sector 1, 2, 3, 4 as well, as he closes down Manuel Metzger in the lead, number 2 Mercedes. Gap's coming down, still 32 seconds, but it is coming down.
Get in touch with us here at the Aston Martin Racing Lounge at RSL_studio, hashtag N24, N24RSL. And just before we get to our next Hyundai Performance of N Feel the Feeling update, a reminder that we have added another fabulous Andy Blackmore design t-shirt to our Radio Show Limited store. It's inspired by the challenge of the Nürburgring. It's been available since the start of the race. If you go to www.radio-show.co.uk, you'll see a store button on the top of the sponsor stack with pictures of t-shirts on. And we've got this mega month of endurance racing that we're doing. Includes a Lasaf t-shirt, a Green Hell t-shirt. We'll be adding some more as well in the next couple of weeks, as we've got back-to-back IMSA races, the Sale 6 Hours of the Glen next weekend. So having had 48 hours of actual racing in terms of major events, that's not enough for you. We've got another 6 with all the development series next week, starting from Thursday, and the week after that we're off to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park Knee at Mosport. That'll be over on RS2 IMSA Radio, and many, in fact all of the races available in sound and vision, quite a few of the other sessions too. Coming up to 6 o'clock, this is live coverage from the Aston Martin Lounge of the Nürburgring 24 hours on RS1 and RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited player and in sound and vision at www.radio-show.co.uk.
Well, we start with Class SP9. Which are our front runners. And actually, we've got an electrifying battle. Manuel Metzger leads in the number 2 Mercedes from Laurens van Tor in the 911 Porsche. Third place, Philipp Eng by an inch from René, half an inch now, from René Rast in the Audi. So we've got Mercedes, Porsche, BMW and Audi leading outright, with Mathieu Jaminet in the 31 Porsche still within a minute of the lead. Let's go down some of our other classes. SPX is still being led by the Glickenhaus. Frank Mayer took that car over at its second pit stop. That is currently in 7th place overall, was 3rd when they came into the pit lane. In the SP8 and 8T class, the lead car is in 33rd place overall. That's number 49, Rent to Drive Familiar Racing Porsche 991 GT3 Cup MR. Let's hope that's got a wide rear wing for all that. And it's Jörg Wiskirchen, beg his pardon, who is leading that class in SP8T, 39th overall. Frank Wieser in the Team Speedline Racing BMW M4 GT4. Car number 51 is leading the class, and that is 38 seconds ahead of its closest rival in 8T. SP7, Paul, that is Mark J. Thomas for Mullner Motorsport, Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. That car, number 62, is in 30th place overall. Minute 50 is his class leading advantage. We now go to SP4 and SP4T. So SP4 is being led by Daniel Neerman. He's 130th position in the BMW 325i. That's an E90 shaped car number 325, and that car 130th overall. And in SP4T, it's a VW Golf 5 R-Line GTI, being driven by Edoardo Romanelli for MSC, a German name of the team. Car number 85, 124th place. I'll work on that for the next hour. In the TCR class, I'm happier here, I think, probably. It's a Hyundai i30N TCR, the factory car, Harold Prochik, car number 170. He's 43rd overall. SP3, the leader there, is the Opel Manta. Peter Haas took that over from Volker Striesek at their first pit stop. He's not double stinting, it's just they go a long way because 1980s fuel economy is much better than modern fuel economy. Car number 122 is in 100th place, so they've cracked the century. SP6 class leader is the 80 Schmickler Performance Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Michael Grassel driving that car, he's in 65th place. And in SP10 for GT4 cars, Mercedes AMG car run by Black Falcon Team Identica. Tobias Muller, car number 70, 47th overall. The gap there is a minuscule 3.5 seconds.
Oh, that's good. I haven't heard that one before. Boosh. Boosh. We like that.
Nice.
Thanks very much to the guys at Hyundai UK for the mighty Santa Fe, which has had our guys all the way down from Sunderland, picking up a whole load of other people, back to Le Mans, and then from Le Mans to here, and it will take Johnny, Paul and Joe, as well as the mobile data centre from Woking, on their trip back on Monday. So if you see a dark red metallic with Hyundai Santa Fe with British plates, keep out of its way, because if Joe's driving, he won't have a clue where he's going. He'll be lost.
Yes,
Paul will be sitting in the back crunching numbers.
I think I might be asleep by that point, actually.
Paul's very impressed
that,
that the specification of that car includes a proper 3-pin plug and an inverter, so he can put his computer into that. Did a load of work on Monday, didn't you?
Worked very well, actually, on Monday. Yes, as Monday was Tuesday was deadline day, but it meant that a lot of typing in had to be done on Monday on the way from France to Germany, but it worked very well.
And if you want to know what Paul's conclusions were when he was crunching numbers about the 24 hours, then get ready for the next edition of Race Car Engineering, and also listen to Midweek Motorsport that we did from here last week. Martin, there's 21.5 hours left. It's not a touring car race.
I'm not peeking too soon. I
You
just
are, you
threw
did.
my pen across the desk in surprise because the camera suddenly changed shot, and we went from a nondescript BMW in class something or other to a change for third place. After 3 or 4 laps of knocking on the back door, René Rast has slipped by Philip M's BMW. So the number 14 Audi is up to third place, and the 98 BMW is back to fourth. But again, the gap between them is... Oh, he's hit him. So the gap between them is absolutely nothing
at all.
No, the BMW ran into the back of the Audi as they caught the Porsche. Can you read the number?
It's been towed in
tow
by one of the Opel Mokka Grandland X things.
Yeah. It ain't a Santa Fe, whatever it is.
It's not a Santa Fe, no. So where were they?
Well, they're being covered by yellow flags, and there was a code 60 board. There was a code 60 board, but it's not been shown. So
there was a yellow flag, so he couldn't overtake the back marker.
No.
And
there wasn't quite room there anyway, actually.
No, true enough.
So, yeah, that was an actually long queue of cars. So there was just the tiniest little touch.
Really?
And now there is a change back for third place, because the Audi is gone. The Rover Racing BMW has dropped quite a long way back, actually. Perhaps just making sure he didn't hit the loud pedal before they got to green.
Is that not Matteo Jaminet just behind in the number 31 Fricadelli Porsche? And then just behind Matteo Jaminet is Nico Bastian in the number 6 Black Falcon Mercedes. So you've actually got a four-way battle there in effect for third place. But René Rast trying to disappear up the road into the distance with the Audi, Martin.
Well, René Rast has disappeared. He must be a second and a half away. They can still see him on the straighter bits, but you're absolutely right, because Philippe Eng, Matteo Jaminet and Nico Bastian are nose to tail to tail to tail, and there is barely there's not even a car length now as Matteo Jaminet in the red and white Porsche closes up on the Rover Racing BMW, and Nico Bastian in the Mercedes is right with him.
Do you know when you're sitting in the passenger seat of a car and you've been reading a newspaper or catching up on Twitter and whatever in the passenger seat of the car, and then you look up and there's traffic stopped in front of you and it's like, Watch out for that. Oh, right.
And your driver says, roundabout? What roundabout?
Yeah, what roundabout?
You know, I've never been in that situation.
Have you
John.
not?
No, no.
It's a long time since you've driven with me.
I've blotted that out of my memory. That's
Probably
more,
just as right.
That is terrifyingly almost a quarter of a century ago.
Yes, I know.
More
and the
than 20
Peugeot
years,
405 SRI.
Yeah.
Much of blessed memory, that car. Stolen from a bank holiday Monday meeting at Croft Circuit.
But they never
seen
caught
again.
you, did they?
No, that's right. Had it for
You
years.
enjoyed driving
Had it for years before anybody cottoned onto it. Thank you.
Mercedes, Porsche, Audi are 1, 2, 3. Then BMW, Porsche, Mercedes, all battling for 4th place. The Glickenhaus is in 7th. That's 7.8 seconds. That was the last lap on that car. Yeah, since... Oh,
So I'll keep going. Keep
my
going.
ears have
No,
fallen
I
off.
had
Since
to
Frank
unplug it for a second.
Maillot took over that car, it hasn't been... Oh, no, he has now. No, he's done an 8.23, and the guy's in front of him an 8.23. So it's sort of lost a little bit of ground in traffic. The advantage for the cars in front, although they're battling each other, is they come through the traffic in a big lump. So they all come through together. Somebody shoehorns the door open, boom, 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 they've all gone by. All right, you know, it's not empirically as quick, but the Glickenhaus on its own has to do its own door opening and closing and tidying up as it goes. So it's not always quite as straightforward being on your own as you might think. You might think it'd be much better not having somebody with you. 76.
That's one of the Pro Sport cars,
I think.
the Aston Martins. We've seen them in Creventic. They've got two, the red, white and black car and the white, black and red car. And
76 is the one that is driven by Christophe Breuer, Kay van Berlo.
And it's Christophe Breuer at the wheel pole. That was at the Dunlop curve at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit. Just trying to take a little bit too much speed. Was he on an outlap by any chance?
He may have been. Nico Bastian alongside Mathieu Jaminet for 5th position. The side draft works really well. You get your front wheel alongside the rear wheel, and you see the cars bobbling around. I said in the touring car race, imagine these are speedboats, and then the wake and the water between the two of them bouncing around. The air does exactly the same. You just don't see that.
Exactly true.
And so now they close back on Philippe Eng, 4th, 5th and 6th all together. Fantastic action.
Coming into the Tiergarten now, Martin, is where that battle is. So that was all down the Donegal.
Did I miss something? Is this stopping in 5 minutes, this race? Because we've got another battle right behind. Dries Van Toor in the Audi, all over Maxi Buch's Mercedes. That's the battle for 9th and 10th. And again, there's nose-to-tail contact. The Porsche in the first corner, the 31 car runs into the back of Philippe Eng's BMW. Mathieu Jaminet going, look, hurry up or get out of the way. All right, there was a slower, it's the other Aston Martin, the one that's not in the gravel traffic.
That's the other Pro Sport car.
Exactly.
The 68 car.
So that's the one.
That's the away shirt. That's the way that's what I said to Dave
It's
King.
upside down. It's a negative. It's a photo negative.
It's great. I love that. We want T-shirts of that with, like, you know, home and away. We've already got one of the course vehicles there, which looks vaguely VW-ish, I think.
It does. Tuareg Tirani sort of thing.
Yeah.
And actually the Aston is only just over the curb in the gravel, so it won't be a long snatch to get it out, but obviously they are right in the middle of that Dunlop hairpin, so quite a critical part of the circuit. 4th, 5th and 6th all together.
Shout out, by the way, to all of the marshals here. There's a fair few internationals here as well, including a big contingent from the UK. I think, if I remember rightly, up at Sector 12 or Sector 11. I'm sure there'll be a few of you listening in, burning a bit of data. And as a proud ambassador for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, I always make sure that the marshals get a mention, as well they should, because without them, ladies and gentlemen, giving up their time, we can't go motor racing. And whether we're talking about it or we're out on the track doing it, thank you very much for your service.
Battle for 4th up at what on the map?
Excited you are.
On the map is now recorded as the Vidal chicanery.
Yes.
Superb.
Yes.
Battle for 4th got there, all 3 cars together, tripped over the GT Golf, the one that's not been delayed, I think. And as they managed to squeeze by him, all 3 in unchanged order, right up behind was Frank Maillot in the Glickenhaus, who is now 2 seconds behind Nico Bastian's Mercedes. So this 3-way battle for 5th is just becoming a 4-way battle for 4th. Is just becoming a 4-way battle for 4th.
Max tweeted in asking about how you could get a driver tracker. Try the GPS Auga app. That'll work on iOS stuff, which obviously I can't touch.
Apparently, he says, yes.
Yeah. And Moni, hello Monica. She says, I'm pretty certain I saw Sabine Schmitz in the garage during the pre-race. Is she racing this year? She's not on the entry list, but she'll be supporting the
she certainly is here.
Yes, no, I saw her when I was down on the grid and said a quick hello to her. But she's not listed on any of the cars. It's the two Frickadelli Porsches that she is associated with that team, the Klaus Abelin team.
She's been quite sick with some treatment that she's been taking, and
she's looking much better.
Is quite on the road to recovery, but is not quite. I'm not quite sure whether she's been passed by the medicals fit to drive, or whether she feels herself that she's not fit to drive. But she was on the entry list for a couple of VLNs at the beginning of the year.
But I don't think she
never actually took part.
Yes, that's what I was going to say, Paul. Yeah.
So that was an abortive attempt to go racing earlier this year.
And don't forget, you can listen and watch to all the VLN races. This is not a part of the VLN. Obviously, we're on the Nordschleife, we're on the 24-hour track, which is a different configuration. But there's more than half a season of VLN races that run exclusively here on the Nordschleife from part of the Grand Prix circuit, and we'll be bringing you full live coverage in sound and vision of the rest of the season on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, audio and video channels. Joe Bradley's passing on information received here from a confidential informant.
The Velostar in the TCR class, one of the two Hyundais, is in the garage having work on electrical issues.
That's a pretty new version of that car, Martin. You won't have seen it in TCR. It was developed from the i30N TCR, the hatchback chassis, because the i30N is not a global car, and one of the places it doesn't get sold is in the States. Brian Hurt at Autosport actually won a Teams Championship last year in the class for that car in the US. But to really activate it, they felt they needed a car that was being sold in the US. So they basically took the underpinnings of the i30, on which the road-going Veloster is based as well, and built a new version of the TCR car out of that. Now, it's very clever, because anyone who knows the street Veloster knows that it is not conventional as far as door size and placement is concerned. And the letter of the law in TCR says a 4 or 5 door front wheel drive car. Well, there are 4 doors on a Veloster. There happens to be one on the driver's side, 2 on the passenger side, and 1 on the boot.
Yeah.
So it is, in fact, getting in that. The Woody BMW, the 239, just been off at the top of the foxhole.
Just a couple of things, catching up with a little bit of house maintenance, really, but not house maintenance, important stuff if you're followers of these cars. The number 101, the Valkenhorst BMW, which you remember made a very good start indeed in the hands of... who started it? It was started by Christian Krogners, and then David Pittard took it over. It was assessed a penalty of some 32 seconds for not obeying flag signals, but then it's had another problem, and that car has dropped out of the race as far as I can tell. It's not in the race at the moment, so not circulating. So we don't have the number 101 out on the track at the moment. And another car that has problems,
although
is the number... Sorry, go on.
On my dodgy timing, it keeps popping up in 4th place.
101.
101. With David Pittard still at the wheel, Falkenhorst Motorsport.
Well, it's not in the real time.
No,
so let's not,
and we can't see it between 3rd and what we believe is the battle for 4th.
It's not been out for the last 47 minutes at least, because that was when we had a little timing glitch, and it's not been out since then. The other car that's had a problem was the number 44 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Missed the pit entrance and had to do a lap of the Grand Prix circuit in order to come into the pits and get its fuel there. So that will have delayed it by probably about 3 minutes as a result of that.
You would think.
And I was going to say hello, Darren Turner, and then Darren Turner suddenly morphed whilst I was...
I do wish that this was telly, because there's so many double takes going on between us, and the hand signals and whatnot. Yeah, Darren Turner was about to sit in the hot seat in the Aston Martin lounge, but instead Alex Brundle has. Starting the N24, how much fun was that then?
It was fun. It was exciting. Perhaps slightly more exciting than I wanted it to be.
Because you almost didn't start.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a gearbox issue, which we then subsequently came in to fix. But just difficulty getting the car started and then getting the car into first to get away. But eventually I went through a bit of control alt delete, and then we sorted that, and there should be no ongoing issues. It was just literally in that moment getting it away.
Now, as you rolled away, sorry Paul, you were chucking fluid out the back. Obviously you won't have seen that, but the team will. Was that because you've been sitting stationary and the expansion tank was just evacuating, or?
As yet unclear, but I know that it's not going to cost us further performance, because all temps were fine when we were running for that last stint. So
good.
Whatever it wasn't critical.
It's a hot day on the grid, and there's a lot of hanging around and sitting around. For those of you who are watching in sound and vision, Frank Mayer in the Glickenhaus has just breezed by Nico Bastian and has now moved immediately into 6th position and latches onto the tail of Mathieu Jaminet in the Porsche, who is still chasing Philippe Ing. That's about a 3-second battle, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Raffaele Marcello and Maxi Buch and Dries Van Tor are close behind them, 8th, 9th and 10th. And in fact, so close behind them, Raffaele Marcello is now less than half a second behind Van Tor. So the number 2 Mercedes leads, 911 Porsche in second, the number 14 Audi is third, that as it was. Everybody else in the race, predominantly in SB9, is now in the battle for 4th, and the Porsche goes down inside Mathieu Jaminet. See, we get you in and suddenly we can't talk about it because there's been 3 places change between 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, and this, Alex, the cars we're watching on track now, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th is right in there as well.
I was going to say, talk about the race. I don't mind. I need to know who's winning, because I've just jumped out of the car, so I'm listening to.
Well, Manuel Metzger still leading in the number 2 Mercedes, has been leading from the start. Lawrence Van Tor second, 911 Porsche. René Rast moved up to third. He sort of leapfrogged away all up this group and then jumped away and left them to it. And the gap between him and this lot is now over a minute as Mathieu Jaminet hits the front in the Porsche, and it's wheel to wheel between the Mercedes. The man filters car, and this is Maxi Buch, comes by Nico Bastian as well. Paul, how long before pit stops interrupt this battle? Because this just looks like basically a 10-car GT race, and we're watching the battle for 4th.
Well, definitely when this troop come through past us in our GT4 car, I remember them exactly like this. So I'm presuming that they've been like this for a few hours now.
It's been the story of the race thus far. Yes, I mean, as you say, in the GT3 category, it is so close that you get the cars coming through. To answer your question, Martin, we're about halfway into the 1 hour stint. So you can panic about the changes of position for the rest of this hour if you want to, or we can listen to Alex. Lost about 20 minutes on the pit stop though, Alex. It's now down to 5th in the class, I think. It's going to be a long, hard night from now on in, isn't it? But
yeah, it's going to be tough. We're going to have a faultless race from here if we're going to get a result. It's just unfortunate at the start, nothing to be done, just a gearbox temperature issue. The team did a great job, got right on top of it, but that was literally just the hard time loss that we needed. That said, the car's running fine now. Jamie's out there pounding around doing the business. So, I mean, from the guys who are more experienced here, and I'm sure Darren's done, how many 24 hours races here have you done, Darren? He'll tell you in a minute.
Paul will tell us in a minute, or Twitter will tell us.
It's less of a drama here, perhaps, than somewhere like Le Mans, because everybody will have problems. It is such a tough race.
Yeah.
That said, if not losing 20 minutes in the first couple of hours would also have been ideal.
Yes, always not losing time is a part of the game plan, definitely. And so what about the traffic? I mean, you start sort of at the tail of one big group of cars and safely ahead of the next lot, and then for maybe 2 laps, you're sort of, okay, there's cars around you, but nothing really slow. After that, then you're in among, sort of shopping hatchbacks and everything between that and real supercars. So how do you just deal with that? I mean, it's...
Well, first of all, you enjoy the only clear lap of the N24 of the Nurburgring all year, which is great to start the race. I'm not sure I savoured it enough. I felt like I took it for granted. You know, it was my first time here.
Yeah.
I took that lap for granted and then realised that lap 2 we were going to get into traffic straight away. And then the traffic comes obviously a bit in fits and starts, but the track is in fantastic condition because we've had a couple of days dry here now. And all the outside windows, you know, the outside lines are nice and clean, and also have GT3 rubber all over them, so nice and grippy as well.
Yeah.
So it's easy to make your way to a degree through the traffic, but always you need to be careful with the side-to-side contact and all that kind of thing. But yeah, it's been a pleasure so far, barring our hiccups, and I can't wait to get back out there into the evening.
Now, compared to racing somewhere like Le Mans, speed differentials are considerably greater, aren't they? I mean, as you said, the GT3 cars are coming wanging by your rear in a high-speed train, but similarly, you're doing the same to 3/4 of the field, and there's a lot of field to be going by.
For us, I mean, the GT3 cars are not actually that much faster than us in a straight line, but just have more downforce, so we're having to be really, really sensible with how we're letting them through. You can just see this train. I mean, if you're, I've been like, I've had this scenario in a prototype so many times. If one of these guys is leading a train and they're under pressure from behind, there's a massive chance that they're going to get frustrated, and you just can't have that at this phase of the race. So we really have to manage the frustration level of the guy in the faster class behind you, especially if he hasn't quite got in the corners, and make sure you don't end up in the boonies.
I think that's key, particularly for the GT3 cars, but obviously for you as well, because you're being quicker than a lot of guys, is you have to be very decisive and very clear. And when visibility is low here, wet, fog, but hopefully this race only night time, yeah, you have to... Oh, and we just see the Glickenhaus catching the Rover Racing BMW and clipping the back of the car as he almost goes off into the barriers.
Was he
We're
slowing?
in
I
a
think he's slowing down
code
for a code
60,
60,
yes. And this is, yeah, again, we saw that earlier on with the Audi of René Rast running into the back of the BMW of Philippe Eng, because they got into a code 60 and there are a whole load of slower cars in front that really checked up and were, let's say, it's slightly anticipating the code 60. So that was on the run down to the Parabolica, the carousel. I've been calling it the carousel for 3 days, and now all I can say is Parabolica.
Pete's is better at the Parabolica.
I'm not sure it is. So they're safely through that, but the Glickenhaus was very nearly in the barriers there, had 2 wheels on the grass on the outside. Had it been wet in the last couple of days, that would have been the end of their race. And there's somebody under tow.
Looks like the Pro Sport car.
That was the other Aston. That's not been a good 5 minutes for the team, has it? One was off in the gravel, the other car went by, did well not to go off laughing at the demise of their teammates, and have now stopped out on the circuit. That's Schadenfreude.
So
well,
here's we've got a replay now. The Glickenhaus coming out. Oh, no,
well, they were going to. I think we've got it on board. They're absolutely flying on the way up to the carousel. And then as they crest the rise, suddenly everybody anchors up in front, and they are all on the brakes behind the slower cars. Well, Alex Brundle, he's done his first ever stint at the Nürburgring 24 hours. Darren Turner, showing his vast experience, found the sweetie pot and is now on headset with a mouthful of gooey sweets. Darren, how's the start of the race been so far for you guys?
Well, that's the first thing that's put a smile on my face for about 2 hours now. Yeah, it was the normal chaos in that first couple of laps. It's really good fun though. It's chaotic. It's a bit crazy, but yeah, just trying to get through some of the traffic, and then a few of the faster guys were behind at the start, so you need to let them through so they sort of don't trip over you. But yeah, the car was running really good for the first couple of laps. Really happy with the pace and just the performance. And then as I sort of started the Grand Prix lap, I think for the third lap, there's a vibration and a heavy noise in the car, and I didn't want to go out onto the Nordschleife and then find out that's a bit of a showstopper. So boxed, and effectively it's the air conditioning unit, which sounds a luxury, but in this temperature it's definitely something we need. It's packed up, so they worked out what it is, disconnected it, and then I went out and finished off a stint. So we're running quite hot in the cockpit temperature at the moment, but yeah, hopefully as the sort of pit stops shake out, we can start to get that fixed and see if we can get the cockpit temperature down.
And ambient temperature is not going to make much of a difference to that, is it? It doesn't matter that it's 30 degrees rather than 25 or 20 degrees, because the heat in the cockpit is generated by that huge furnace you've got in front powering you along.
Yeah, that is like the big issue, but you know, when we started at 3:30, it was quite a sunny sort of start, and you know, that temperature was being absorbed into the car. But yeah, overall, ignoring that part, it's running pretty good out there right now. So I know that Chris Goodwin's just done his stint, and I've been looking to see that our other teammate has jumped in, Christian. So we can just start to sort of pick our way back into the race and keep the pace up. And then it's one of those things. Everyone's going to stumble at some point.
Yes.
So we just need to. We've stumbled a little bit at the beginning. Let's hope that's it, and then see when everyone else has a bit of a problem.
Well, you'd rather lose time early on and then know what the fight back entails than have something taken away right at the end. So we'll wish you good fortune with that. You're the experienced driver. What can you teach new drivers? I'll talk about Jamie Chadwick in a moment, because she had some very interesting first-time driver revelations last year after her first stint. What kind of things do you point out that are unique to this place?
I think it's, you've got to be able to manage the traffic and also concede, especially if you're not in the main class. Being able to give up the space, letting your ego not get in the way, and just think about the bigger picture, which is you can afford to lose a second somewhere by getting out of the way of a GT3, rather than have them right behind you for a kilometre, and then the risk of them actually tapping you and sending you off being higher. So it's sort of managing that traffic is the biggest thing. The circuit itself it is an amazing circuit.
Yes.
And once I think you've done like 10, 15, 20 laps or something, you've got it nailed. But that said, there's still a few times I look at some on board from other drivers, and they just try a little bit of a different part of the circuit, and I'm like, okay, I'll give that a go. Yeah, there's always stuff to learn, and the main thing is it's a long, as you've got 24 hours, it's a long race.
I remember, Darren, you once likened this, and bearing in mind I am not a racing driver, and a lot of our listeners will have never driven a racing car, to being on a roller coaster. And
very much like that.
And it gives you the same kind of thrill as well, that when you get off it, you think, oh my God, I'm glad that's over. When can I get in again?
The very first time I did the Nürburgring 24 hour, I can remember, and it's the only time I've had it, I remember walking back to the car to go head off to the airport thinking, I'm so glad that's over and I'm in one piece, and I'm not sure that was good or bad. But then the next day it's like, that was amazing. And I still have that feeling now. It's like, the best way of describing it, I think, is we go and watch it, we go to the cinema and watch a horror movie, scared all the way through, and then come out when you're walking back to the car and you're like, that was such a good film. So it's that sort of thing. There's so many things going on out on the circuit. The other thing I sort of describe it, having back-to-back with Le Mans last week, is Le Mans is a sword fight, effectively, and this always reminds me of a pub brawl in terms of his elbows out, and it's going to be messy, and you can't really sort of get into a real rhythm, because every lap is completely different.
And no matter where you start, there's always going to be 145 people involved, like a proper Hollywood. Yeah, it spills out, and the whole village is having at it. Well, talking of having at it, the yellow man filters Mercedes is now, I was going to say latched onto the battle of this fourth place, or back of the fourth place train, but in fact it's speared through it. Manuel Metzger still leads. He set a new fastest race lap as well, 8:20.555, that car.
That was a little while ago, though.
That was.
Yeah.
Lawrence Vantor, second place in the Porsche, and Matteo Gemini third in the Porsche. Fourth is now the Glickenhaus. Fifth is Nico Bastian, and Raffaele Marcello in the Man Filters cars, just going around the outside of him. We'll bid goodbye to Darren Turner and Alex, and say thank you very much to them for coming in. So the Man Filters Mercedes now up to fifth, ahead of Nico Bastian. Dries Vantor in seventh is right with them. Maxi Buch in eighth is right with them. Fabian Linder closing in ninth place in the 42 BMW is right with them as well. So this battle, Fabian Linder, Sheldon van der Linde is closing in behind them. And how far back is the number 16 Mercedes in 10th place? That's not far back either, is it?
No, not at all.
And it's
1.9 seconds for...
Who's driving now? Renger van der Zande, yeah.
1.9
seconds.
And so they're all in visual contact, and actually there are patches on the track where there are no cars in between them. However, the leader, Paul, is now in the pits.
On time, Paul, that is, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. So we're getting into the pit stop cycle now for those cars that came in the early part of the race. So the cars that came in after 6 laps are now coming in for their second 8 after their second 8 laps.
I'm getting myself confused. This is the other one. This is the number 1 car that was delayed, getting to the end of its full fuel run because it had. Did it have fuel when it had the puncture?
It had a puncture, took fuel on, but it was, in any case, it was on an earlier pit stop on its first time around.
Yeah. So it's properly in a different strategy now. Now they're going to try and get themselves settled and continue to do fuel runs.
Yeah, we'll also be getting the 705, the Glickenhaus in, and I thought we had a pit stop from the number 14 Audi that came up on my screen as having gone into the pits, but then that turned into a glitch as well because he just must have got too close to the pit lane entrance, so that wasn't actually a pit stop from the number 14 car, but we are due pit stops on the next time around for those cars.
Just a quick one, we are broadcasting from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge, so if you can hear a bit of interviews going on, that's Simon Strang, their PR guru, who has just intercepted Alex and Darren before they disappear back to the pits, and they're doing a few interviews on the PA in here. Permaculturist and Sam Pearce all saying that there's some nasty weather on the radar, and in fact Sam Pearce looking at it, he's here at the track, hashtag N24RSL. Hello to John Daly, who's been with us from the start as well. And Martin Haven, 2019, inventor of the Caracciola Parabolica.
See.
That kind of goes off the...
Molto bene.
Okay.
Caracciola Parabolica. It should be Parabolica Caracciola.
I think,
really.
No,
should be speaking.
Chris Wales tuned in as well. Nice to hear from Alex and Darren. Did the Glickenhaus cop the horsepower nerf that the GT3 got? And is it still only doing 7 laps on a tank from Australia? That's Wayland's. They are only doing 7 lap stints in the Glick, aren't they, Paul? Hang on, I'll take you on.
Yeah, no, I think they're doing 8.
All right, okay.
But I need to monitor that again because
they did stop a lap early. They were one of the early stoppers.
They were one of the early stoppers anyway, so they came in after 6 laps. Their next stint was 7 laps, but then Vega decided to do something very strange with their timing system, which means that the first 2 hours have actually disappeared altogether.
Oh, have they?
Yes, so I have no history at all.
Excellent.
But we'll survive the 22 hours, and then afterwards I'll be able to add the 2 hours, which is safely stored in a separate file.
Yeah, that's Monday's job. We're coming down to...
3 hours complete, 20 hours, 21 hours to go.
Yeah, we've just gone through, of course, the race started at half past the hour, 20 hours 54:16, and in response to us being pestered for it, we have now managed to get a countdown clock on the international feed.
Yeah,
so
good.
You should be able to see that under the ADAC 24 hours of the Nurburgring sign. So now, thank you to everybody who tweeted in, and your we live to serve is what I always like to say.
At what time of day will time remaining and time of day be exactly the same and really confuse the living daylights out of it? At 19:30. But change of place as the 42 BMW goes by Maxi Boot. This has been throw all the names up in the air and turn you away from the screen, and they're all in a different order. Top 3 remain: Manuel Metzger, Lawrence Van Toor and Mathieu Jaminet. The Glickenhaus is 4th, Frank Mayer, but when he came out of the pits he was 14th, so he has clawed his way right up the order. Raffaele Marcello in the 48 Mercedes is now up to 5th.
One of the reasons that Frank Mayer has just done the fastest lap of the race at an 8:19.6, Martin. And look at the numbers, he's pulling 260 kilometres per hour in the 7th sector. That's extraordinary.
So, Paul, to answer the first part of the question that John answered the second part of, which was the fuel stops, because it's not a GT3 car, it didn't get hit with all those GT3 things. It's in its own class, SPX.
It is on its own class. I don't know whether it was hit with the same boost restrictions, though, I have to admit, because part of the reason was to slow down the fast cars. And generally, when they do something to SP9, they do it to SPX and SP9 LG and SP Pro as well.
Yeah.
So it may be that it's been restricted. If it wouldn't have been restricted, then I think it would have been further up the grid. So I think they've probably been hit with the same restrictions.
The pass for 8th position going on with slow traffic either side of the Dottiger Hoa, which is always a counterpoint, isn't it? But that was classic. Draft up behind, slingshot past, and that done before that very slight left-hander under Bilstein Bridge.
And on his in-lap as well.
So he was low on fuel.
For Van der Linde, yeah. So he is now in the pit lane in the 42 BMW. That's Sheldon Van der Linde.
Timo Scheider.
Sheldon. And this is the car that was tagged around on the first lap, on the first corner, basically, facing the wrong way. Lucky to get away without damage, and sometimes be a lady tonight. Let's see if that helps them on their way through the rest of the race.
News picked up by the guys at Sportscar 365. Hello, John, who I know isn't here. Daggers didn't stay on in Europe. He's back getting ready for the next round of IMSA races, which starts next weekend with the still at 6 hours of the Glen. But the team on site here picking up a very, very interesting snippet from Jens Marquardt, who runs BMW M Sport, and a strong indication that the next GT3 car, will be an M4. Start the discussion now and stand well back about, well, that can't be a GT car, it's a touring car. That's not a Grand Tourer, it's a touring car, it's a taxi, yeah. That'll be starting.
Yeah.
But that's already their GT4 car. I mean, BMW have been unusual. In fact, I think unique in the major manufacturers, Martin. Aston did it a few years ago with different cars, different models, but they basically brought everything together on the Vantage chassis. BMW, GT4's M4, GT3's M6, GTE is M8.
Yeah. No longer, obviously.
Well, yes, in the States still.
Yeah.
And back in Le Mans next year for Rahal Letterman.
All right.
Is the word we're hearing.
Intention.
Yeah.
Cameron's picking up a very tight battle for 16th, the number 30 Porsche, and that is being driven by Tom Preining, the factory driver. He is inches ahead of the... No, really, yeah. I mean, all of these, I'm saying that. There are no more than 2 car lengths between him and the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Porsche, which is... Was that Jochen Kronbach? No. No, it's Daryl Kalvitz who is driving that car.
Daniel Kalvitz.
Yeah, what did I say?
Daryl.
Oh, Daryl. No, I just stumbled over Daniel.
Okay, fine.
So, yeah, Kalvitz is at the wheel of that car. 42 BMW is back on its way.
Here's a few bits and pieces. Thanks to Marcel Duc for picking these up from the German ticker. The number 50, probably an engine failure.
Oh, is that a red Pentel of disaster for Team Speedline Racing BMW Z4?
Well, that's the final race for that car, and the team are determined that it's not going to go out in that fashion. The 101 BMW back in the paddock. The team discussing a repair, which will probably take about 3 hours. 99 confirmed now out. It's another BMW. 98.
Hang on, I'm going to... We don't have a spotter's guide, therefore the marker doesn't work.
Andy has been...
Andy
Blackmore's been poor not doing the 158 cars.
Yeah, of which only 154.
That's the Rover Racing Nicky Katzberg car.
And that car had broken suspension in the first hour, so that was car. I think Jesse Krohn brought it back in.
So 98 and 99 out.
Yeah. Katzberg didn't drive. Marco Wittmann didn't drive. John Edwards started it. Jesse Krohn took it over, and that was the end of the road.
So the 98's out as well.
Did you just say that? No. Oh.
Because it's not...
No, because we...
okay. Is it delayed?
Oh.
Because it's not anywhere in the top 40.
I haven't made a note. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. Okay. Talks amongst yourself.
Let's have your questions, please. Get in touch with us here in the Aston Martin Racing Lounge at RSL_studio, hashtag N24RSL. Thank you to Marcel for pointing those things out. Hello to Corey Marvin, watching the Nürburgring Sound and Vision. Nice to hear that you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon. A lot of questions about the Manta and how old it is. I think originally it's early 1980s. But
it can't be more recent because they were on their last knockings, 82, 83.
But the underpinnings are quite a lot newer, although there'll be some parts that are a bit older as well. But they change things like gearbox and diff and things like that down through the years. And that is actually a pretty trick car underneath there. And it's a bit like the Broom, isn't it? Because
Woodman's axe, definitely.
Yeah, it
new
is.
body, new engine. I mean, they were rebuilding the rear panel with a 10-pound lump hammer and a long bit of wood the other last year, weren't they?
They were.
So. Yeah, we were talking about that with me and Johnny Palmer earlier on. He's saying, well, maybe one of the lights. No, definitely none of the lights would have survived 40-odd years, most of it in some fairly tough racing.
Hello to Mike Pietro, who's listening in as well. Good to know. We've got a big... Can't keep up with Twitter at the moment, so I'm just sort of skimming through. Make sure you use the hashtag N24RSL, otherwise I've got no chance. I've set that up on TweetDeck. A tip of the hat to Paul Truswell. For pulling 24-hour shifts on consecutive weekends. Thank you, Greg. Yeah, it's been an interesting one, and we've got...
I haven't done yet.
Well, no, indeed. We've
even
got two more
attempting, in fairness.
Premature tip of the hat, I'm fear.
Two more weekends to come, and at the end of those 2 weekends, that will be 2, 4, 5... I think that's 7 consecutive race weekends we've done in this mega month. Mega 2 months.
Well, and we've got a 24-hour race coming up at the beginning of July.
Well, yes, that is the last. That is the Canada round. So when I'm in Canada, you guys are all at Portimao, aren't you?
Portimao. So we'll actually have 3 24-hour races in the space of 4 weekends.
Yeah, excellent stuff. I should mention that's the Crevendic race. That'll be on RS1, and on RS2, it will be. That's IMSA Radio. That'll be the 2 IMSA races the next 2 weekends. But check the website because we do have sound and vision on both of those.
GT Tyre Golf, the 91 car was delayed with a very early pushback into the garage. 92 car
left front one
has got a puncture. We saw it going off the track. It's now picked up a left front puncture. I think the off was effect rather than cause probably, but that's coming slowly back to the pits. Meanwhile, just to bring you up to speed again with what's going on, the track is getting more and more rubbered in. The cars are getting faster and faster. Lots of purple sectors popping up, lots of green sectors. In fact, there's barely a car in the top 15 that hasn't set at least 1 or 2 green sectors on the lap we're on. Manuel Metzger leads by 39 seconds. That gap has remained relatively constant, never under 20, never over 40. Over Lawrence Van Tor in the Porsche. Leaders on the pit road, Paul, or an orange and black Mercedes. No, it's not. It's Maxi Book in the orange and black number 3.
Mike Smith just asked
Mercedes.
for that update, so Martin, give you that. We will have the Hyundai N hourly update coming up shortly.
Glickenhaus is in as well. Frank Meyer gets out, and he will hand over then to the only driver that hasn't driven it, which is Simonsen.
Yeah.
So they are in. Yeah, so Manuel Metzger, Lawrence Van Tor, 39 seconds apart. Third Mathieu Jaminet, he's 51 seconds behind the Porsche that's in second. He's in a Porsche in third. Raffaele Marcello, fourth in the Mann-Filters Mercedes. He's only 7 seconds behind Jaminet. So Jaminet got up the tree, up into third, left everybody behind. Marcello's followed him ahead of Nico Bastian, who's fifth in the Mercedes. Dries Van Tor, who's sixth in the number 4 Audi, and 16 Mercedes is in 7th place, having picked that place up as the 2 cars in front of him went into the pit lane, and that is Renger van der Zande.
I'm not surprised the 68 stopped. It was up in the air for a very long time on the far side of the circuit. Martin Oosterban makes a good point about BMWs. When you're talking about the BMs, don't forget the 8 Series is the successor to the 6. That's absolutely right. And Chris says, hang on, with the 54 BMW starting after not making the start, so joining in afterwards, which, Paul, are the other 3 cars that didn't make the start? Well, the CP Porsche was one of them, the 85. They didn't get to the start, and the car that they were involved in the accident with as well early in the week, did that get to the start?
No, the Toyota CHR, car number 119, didn't.
The Thailand car.
Yes. Other car, because of the problem I have here is that the first 2 hours of the race have disappeared, okay? So I'm trying to piece together which 4 didn't start in the first part. The original entry was 158, 154 took the checkered flag. 2 of them are explained by CP Racing number 59 and 119 Gazoo Racing. and I'm afraid the other two you may have to wait until later in the week before we can figure out who they were.
101 BMW telling us that car is out. That's another BMW.
We heard that quite early on, didn't we? That was
yeah, I did mention that. That's the Vulcanhorse car, which
Yeah.
David Pittard had been driving.
No,
It had been
shame
assessed a penalty for not obeying a yellow flag zone, and they were due to come into the pits for a 32-second penalty, and I was waiting for them to come in, and they never did.
Never made it.
I did mention it at one point to you, Martin, but I think you were in the middle of talking about a battle in the lead.
No,
but
yeah, we've been trying to figure out whether they had rejoined, haven't
yeah,
we?
then they haven't been out
Clearly
since.
not.
So if that is a confirmed car that's out, then that's a shame.
Thomas
Before we
Briney?
swap Martin out with pit stops for the Avalon
Well, we're going to
car.
get the whole field now,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
this is outside the top 10 GT3 cars, and they were some of
19th,
these
that
guys were the ones that started early. And
Started pit stops early.
Yeah,
Yes.
started pit stops early, and some of the other guys, the lead group, are now going to come in at the end of their current lap.
Andrew has tweeted in using the hashtag N24RSL. Other than power and aero, what's the difference between GTE, GTLM, and GT3? Everything, basically. GT3 cars don't have technical regulations. They run to balance of performance. So basically, you can make anything a GT3 car, and so long as it turns up in the specification that you submitted it for its balance of performance test in the first place. So if you want to take a 1977 Hillman Avenger and make a GT3 car out of it, you can do it. And you can put that together. That'd be a Plymouth Cricket for those of you listening in the States. And you could do that. You could submit it. You would get balance of performance. You'd be able to swap and change stuff around. And so long as it comes back with all the nuts and bolts in the right place, all the panels in the right place, from the document that it has, its BOP passport, then it's legal. Whereas with GTE, there is a technical set of regulations that says how long your overhangs can be, where this can be, what bits have got to come from the road car. Now, that said, it's not quite that easy, because the people who run GTE, mainly the ACO and the FIA regulations, have then allowed people to take waivers. So you actually could have a set of printed regulations, technical regulations, look at a car and think, well, that's not legal, and then you find out that it's being given a waiver for it. But essentially, there's a technical set of regulations for GTE and GT and it's a balance of performance category. That's kind of it.
Yeah, pretty much. Go ahead.
Just to pick up on the Vulcanhorse story, the initial problem was a suspension problem, which the team fixed, but then having done a lap, they discovered that it hadn't been fixed after all. There was more of a problem, and so they've decided to retire the car, and for the Vulcanhorse team to concentrate on the number 100 car, which currently lies in 26th place overall, with Andreas Ziegler behind the wheel. It's still on the lead lap, but say falling back now into the second screen of times, 20 on each of our little screens here. As John was saying a moment ago, I think it was Martin was saying a moment ago, the race leaders due into the pits at the end of the lap that they're currently on. Manuel Metzger is in the race leading Mercedes number 2, and he is coming down the Dottinger Höhe at the moment, and that is somewhat of a worry, because if he's going to change drivers, I hope he's not going to hand over to Adam Christodoulou, because Adam is here.
Yeah, he's in the middle seat as well, which means he's driving the show.
Yeah, I'm driving.
How you doing, fella?
Yeah, I'm good. So far, it's been pretty relaxing for me. I arrived on Monday and I've done about 3 laps this week. So I'm going in for the night shift.
In some ways, though, is that not a massive compliment? Because you know your way around, you're a known quantity, you know the car.
Former winner.
You know.
Well, that's it. I've been here. This is my 8th year now for the 24 hours. Obviously, the track changes a little bit each year with the new tarmac and stuff. But
you noticed a big difference on that this year?
Yeah, so they re-tarmac quite a few sections this year, and I think it's taken a little bit of character out of it, because there's 1 or 2 corners that used to hang on for dear life kind of thing. And
bumpy.
Yeah, bumpy, and you had to know where to position the car, whereas now some of them are actually just flat out now, so it's taken a little bit of the skill out of it. And I think that's why the lap times are getting quicker and quicker every year because they just improve 1 or 2 sections each year, and yeah, you just end up getting quicker on them sectors. So it's pretty good. We've got the 9 sectors on the dashboards and on the living screens. So of course we can monitor all of that.
911 into the pits, by the way. Lawrence Venter brings the most yellow Grello Manthey car in. There will be a driver change.
Is there a driver change on your car, Adam?
But it's not to Adam then, clearly.
Well, that was my concern when we had the car coming in, and Adam was getting into the driving seat of our booth rather than the car.
So I think that was El Bamba getting into the 911, by the way, which is getting a brand new set of Michelins. All the rear decks come off that car. That means engines being looked at. There's a torch being shone in on the right-hand side. Now, what's causing worries on the flat 6 there?
Nothing to stop you just doing checks, of course, in these stops, because there's plenty of time to do things. So
no, I don't know. If it's all right, don't touch it. Don't clean it. Don't touch it. Don't rub a rag over it. I'm old school for stuff like that. I love the fact on that car, Adam, that they've got the emergency contact for the team manager writ large on the side. I presume that's not for the drivers. That's in case somebody gets there and the driver's lost his ball. Give the team manager a ring. Hello, hello.
What tyres you're on?
For people who perhaps are watching this, we've got a huge audience worldwide at the moment, streaming on radioshow.co.uk and on RSL 1 and 3. Quite a lot of people clearly will have come to this after our Le Mans coverage last week. It's been really good for the audience to do two, as well as us do two back to back. What would you say to people? It's just not like any other track, is it?
Well, no, like, just obviously the track is absolutely huge, and obviously the fans here, like, they've been here all week. They've been like setting up their buildings and campsites during the whole of this week. Of course, it's on a German holiday, which makes it a bit easier. The atmosphere has been absolutely buzzing as well, and you can just see it and feel it, and it's just great. You saw how packed the grid was. Like, you could barely see any cars on the grid from some of the shots that I've seen, bird's eye view shots, and it's just great that it's able to. Well, they were able to race on such a circuit for 24 hours, and yeah, for me, it's the best race in the world. And obviously, coming straight from Le Mans, of course, anyone that's come over the seas has been able to enjoy both events if they've been able to get the time off to stay here for the 10 days between the two events, which is also pretty cool, I think, because obviously for most fans and spectators, normally they can only make it to one or the other, but with them being so close, I think they've been able to, or a few people have been able to enjoy both of them.
How has the character of this race changed since they took the smaller engine cars out a few years ago now? First year I came here, we started 206 cars. We're down, I think the absolute maximum now is 170, and we were a little bit under that this year. I think 157, 158 cars started. But those smaller engine cars, the up to 1600 cars, they're not allowed anymore. Has that changed the character of the race as the GT3s have gotten faster and faster?
Yes, definitely. So
for the better?
I don't know, it's definitely different, obviously. And of course, when I first started here in 2011, I was in the GT4, and of course we'd be overtaking the Clios and some of the real tiny cars out there, and it's like basically you built a car and just bring it to the Nurburgring.
Suzuki Swift, 1 litre Suzuki Swift.
It fit into one of the categories. And there was about 20 categories. Now obviously they've reduced the amount, and so it's made the race a hell of a lot quicker, because of course with the reduction in the closing speeds, of course it's made it a little less dangerous, and everyone just goes faster because we're not having to overtake as many cars anymore. And so the track's definitely sped up, and so is the pace of all the races. So I wouldn't be surprised. Obviously it's looking, touch wood, like it's going to be dry throughout the whole race, and I can't believe it might possibly be dry during the whole race.
But does that in itself then cause other challenges, shall we say, not problems? Because you're driving so quick all the time, you're putting a lot of pressure on the car, you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself as well. I mean, we said before, there's not a lot of really high G corners now, racing out the pits, the man filters AMG GT gets ahead of, is that one of the Black Falcon cars? It's a 6 car, yeah. Just coming out behind it. That was 7th when it went into the pit lane. Yeah, Patrick Asheimer in the car. So there's not a lot of huge G corners, but I would think the mental concentration level and being thrown around actually does make it quite physical.
Yeah, definitely. So, of course, because the track is super narrow at some points, you need to understand where you can overtake and where you can't, and that's, I suppose, the advantage for the guys that have had a bit more experience here, that anyone can be quick if there's no cars on the track. So as soon as there's traffic, it's learning where to cut through the traffic and where to just take a little breather and then get them coming out of the corner or overtake some of the smaller cars out the next corner. And so it's just, I don't think it's compared to any other race out there. I know the Preventic series, actually they run quite a lot of the GT3s and the smaller cars, so you get a lot of the similar teams jumping between the VLN, the Nürburgring 24 and the Preventic, but apart from that, this place is its own challenge.
So what do you do in between your stints other than come and talk to us, because that's become a feature of the last few years, and we love to see it, and the listeners and viewers love to hear as well. It's pointed out by Greg Sampson, who's tweeted in on hashtag N24RSL. We actually fell asleep in this studio a few years ago when we first, I think, tried to go through the night. Got a BMW parked by the side of the road. Is that coming out
the carousel,
yeah,
up to Hoac?
Yeah, absolutely. That's we'll try and identify that for you. So what would you normally do when you get out the car? Do you immediately, you'll do a bit of a debrief, obviously, then what, get out your overalls, go and have a massage, get a shower, grab something to eat, or does that depend where you are through the race?
It really depends on what kind of race it is. So for here, we've got 4 drivers in the car, and so we get a bit more of a break, so we'll come in the pits, obviously we'll get out, help me off, take a bit of a breather, take part in any interviews that might be in the garage, and then basically we'll go and speak to our engineer. Like you said, we'll do our quick debrief, just give them an idea of the tyre deck, the car balance, and obviously track conditions, or if anything's changed. And then I personally go and grab myself a little bit of food straight away, because obviously we have to keep our energy up. Make sure we rehydrate, because of course you can be in the car for up to 3 hours in this race. You're allowed to do up to 3 hours, and so a double stint around here, you're looking at least 2 hours and 25-30 minutes. So you come in, make sure you're rehydrated, and we've got physios looking after us, and we've got Marcus from Super Good Food looking after all of us at Black Falcon, so he makes sure that...
top of Arenberg, before you go down into the Vauxhall, Raffaele Marciello making his presence felt there for 5th position. Simonson just got into that 705 Glickenhaus. There wasn't much room for margin there. Right, not asking you to necessarily critique what you saw there, but how important is it, or is it worthwhile taking real big chances with 20.5 hours still to go?
Of course, it's risk versus reward. Obviously, if there'd been contact there, then it would have been a definite shouldn't have done that kind of thing, but he's managed to just pull it off, and it was pretty close. Both of them had to understand that they were next to each other then, because that could have gone horribly wrong for both of them, and that would have been their race over, because that part of the track was pretty big.
Now big accident here.
After
that's come up to Tiergarten, and it's one of the Cayman GT4s. We'll take our hourly update in just a minute. Now, are we going to see the yellow flags? The Avia BMW did not, and almost runs into the back of the Mustang that was coming up there and did see the yellow flags. Now, this has been a significant incident coming through to the Tiergarten. There's a big compression at the bottom of the hill there.
He's touched the curb, you can see the line.
He's touched the curb on the middle right-handed part and lost it, bounced into driver's left arm core and then straight back out again. Now, did he do that on his own, or did he get help?
No.
He was very close with another Cayman. It's the 131 car, the VDOL-sponsored car. And it's the 4th driver, Arimon, behind the wheel. It's one of the V6 cars. Fortunately, they've already got an intervention vehicle there. That is such a committed corner, though, isn't it, Adam?
Well, yeah.
Even one of the V6 cars.
The door's up there.
He's out. Unfortunately, it went in passenger side, right-hand side. But I mean, you're taking all kinds of liberties there. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, that was the third place car in V6 class. Carlos Arimon in a Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman. Quite a lot of those, but it was closely contesting third place in its class with another Porsche Carrera just behind it. In fact, 2 Porsche Carreras behind it from the Black Falcon team.
Well, that's going to take a bit of clean-up. Adam, thanks for coming to see us. We're into our area where we need to do the hourly update. Adam Christodoulou joining us, and we'll see you through the race. Be safe,
Brilliant.
drive
Thank
well.
you very much.
Chase, mate, always good to have you here. Martin Haven will join us in just a moment. So we've got a slow zone going all the way back through Tiergarten to the end of the Dottiger. Driver out, Carlos Arimon out of that Pixum Adrenaline Cayman Club Sport after heavy contact with the barriers. And again, as we saw this in the WTCR race, contact with the barriers and the cars getting airborne. Very scary moment. That is going to take a little bit of cleaning up, and the drivers trying to pick their way through the debris there. And that's going to require, and somebody's just moved a bit of the debris, trying to do that. We'll keep an eye on that. It is just after 7 o'clock here in Central Europe. We're live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. This is the Nürburgring 24 Hours.
So hot off the heels. You pointed at me. That's a cue in anybody's
I'm pointing at you
world.
to say, are you doing it? You've got to wait for the music
Then
to
you
do.
hold your hand up, don't talk yet, but you pointed at me. That's a cue in anyone.
We'll cue this in post. It'll be fine in post.
Okay, so
Yeah.
hot on the heels of the fourth set of pit stops, the number 2 Mercedes is still the race leader. That's an SP9 car. 911 Mercedes with Earl Bamber at Porsche with Earl Bamber at the wheel is in second place. The gap between them just over 30 seconds. René Rast in third in the number 14 Audi. Change for fourth place. Peter Dumbreck in the Falcon Tyres Porsche car number 31 is up to fourth place. Hello, Lovejoy. Fifth place, the 48 Manfilters Mercedes. Raffaele Marcello still at the wheel of that car. And in sixth place, the 705 Glickenhaus. We'll go down through the rest of the field once we've done our hourly updates, and at the odd hours we're looking at first class V3T. The car leading in that class is the number 718 Porsche 718. At the wheel this time is Fabian Pitzmeier. They're in 110th place and they lead that class. In V8-2, Karl Struber drives car number 162. That's the Manheller Racing BMW F40, still leading the category as it was an hour ago. 113th place for them, and just under 2 minutes, a fraction under 2 minutes ahead of their closest class rival. In class V4, looking a little bit further up our timing screen, 107th place is car number 153, Nick Hanke at the wheel of the Hard Speed Motorsport BMW 325i. That's another E90 shaped car. In class V6, Porsche Cayman S of Team Mattol Racing. They were the leaders last time around as well, 2 hours ago. They're in 79th place, car number 135. Daniel Schwerfeld Hardfield is the man at the wheel of that car. Cup Class 5 is the 240 BMW 240i. It's the car that's led the class from the start for Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport, and the driver is Norbert Fischer in 61st place. I'm not looking at the screen, John's poking me. Carry on.
Just come to me at the end of this before we finish.
1.33 seconds, i.e. no car lengths at all ahead of its closest rival. Cup Class KTM, and that Cup X, that is Nom de Plume or de Piste. Maximilian at the wheel of the Teichmann Racing BMW Crossbow GT4. That's car 111. And I seem to recall they were in the league 2 hours ago as well, in 47th place in the class. And in Class AT, Team Care for Ultimate Porsche GT3 Cup 2. That's car number 320. They're 38th overall. And Thomas von Lewis of M. The timing screen is a little too short for all of that Germanicness. He is currently leading class at 38th overall. One other that I need to update for one of our catering crew who's coming over with coffee. Rahel Frey in the 148 GT tyre Audi R8 is currently running in 43rd place.
And the big story in the last hour is now all Rover Racing BMWs are in strife, either out of the race or off the side of the circuit, with the 98 just being pulled off at Brunchen, having been at the side of the road earlier on. 98, 99 and 101, all of that Rover Racing team in trouble. That's your hourly update live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge.
Mikkel Jensen it is at the wheel of the Rover Racing BMW number 98. The 101 BMW is not, strictly speaking, a Rover Racing car. Of course, that's a Valkenhorst
true, yes.
car. But the 99 car has had suspension problems, and I don't think that's actually been officially notified as a retirement yet, but there were some shots we saw inside the garage of the team.
Yeah, there was a few tears and a bit of backslapping.
I think John was saying about 20 minutes ago you were reading somebody who had translated some of the German updates from the German coverage, and the team have retired the car. 98 had 2 early pit stops with problems, which is why it sort of dropped, not quite off Paul's radar, but out of our radar of the top 40 runners. So I think that car is still going. And by the way, to answer another one of our Twitter questions, yes, 705 the Glickenhaus. Yes,
that's the answer to the question.
That is the answer. 705 the Glickenhaus did also get the same performance restrictions as the GT3 cars, because it's just as fast.
Yeah.
And so again, to slow that field down, that field of one also.
And by the way, thanks to Marcel Duke, who it was who sent me those translations earlier on. Hashtag N24RSL at RSL_studio. Oh, don't like to see that. A vehicle crossing the track. Go ahead, Paul.
No, just a question about fastest lap, because the Glickenhaus just set the fastest lap. Means we've had 3 fastest laps of the race thus far in the first 3 and a bit hours of the race, and each of them by a different manufacturer. Now, when did the last time that happen? So Porsche set the fastest lap first of all, courtesy of Patrick Pilet. Then we had the Mercedes and Mauro Engel going quicker at 8 minutes 20.555. Now Frank Maillot at the wheel of the SCG Glickenhaus has done an 8 minutes 19.670.
Here's an interesting battle going across the line down onto the Grand Prix circuit. Nick Tandy trying to take a lap back from Peter Dumbreck, who is sitting in where? Oh no, it's not. Sorry, it's the 44. See, there you go. I've confused.
That's a battle for 24th
It is the
place.
25th. It is actually a battle.
Yes,
so it's 2 Porsches. I thought it was the BMW when I glanced up at the screen. Sorry.
Both of those cars delayed, John. The number 1 car with a puncture and a very slow lap back into the pits, and the number 44 Porsche, the Falcon Tyres Porsche, for a stupid reason really, because I think it was Martin Ragginger at the wheel at the time, missed the pit entrance on his in-lap, or what should have been his in-lap, and so had to come around, do a loop of the Grand Prix loop, and then come in through the back entrance of the pits.
Oh dear.
And so therefore he's lost an equivalent amount of time to what Fred McAvici did when he was bringing the Porsche back on its wheel rim.
So they are battling for 24th position, and Nick Tandy, who has been, well, he's been fed red meat all week, and now an Aston Martin number 35. That's one of the fancied cars.
Yeah.
And the 35 car steaming from the front end. Drivers out. He's had a shunt as well, hasn't he? He's come to. This is on the Hatzenbach early part of the circuit, Martin.
He's bounced off the barriers on
at
both
least
sides of the road.
Hans-Jürgen Kroner at the wheel of the 35 car.
That's the GT8, isn't it?
Yes, that's the GT8.
It was in
I recognise that car.
6th place in the SP8 class.
He's from Kerpen. Is that nearby Kerpen, as in 5 kilometres from here?
Yes.
Something locked up at the back of that car, Martin.
Yep.
As he came down, there is a downshift there.
And then
I tell you what's happened
come
there.
off the barriers there.
Has he?
The car's already damaged and leaking and smoking as it comes into shot sideways.
Or has he gone down 2 gears, or has the gearbox selected the wrong gear? There's a lot of locked wheel marks.
There's a lot of oil of some kind on the road behind it, actually. I take it back. I'm not sure he has hit something. I think the transmission has lunched itself.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. I was talking to the guys for that. I've got an affinity with that car, of course. That's the one I raced at Quarter.
Oh, now we know what's wrong with the gearbox.
It was fine when I had it.
Hand-fisted Hindhoff's been
I gave it back.
up down the gearbox.
Hey, look, I was still on the podium in that car. I got second with that car with the team. I think I was their success ballast in so many different ways.
John, it was fine when I left it.
Yeah, well, it's fine leaving me. That's the broadcast term that we can use on racing cars. But they were saying they changed the transmission on that car earlier in the week. They changed the ECU. They changed the paddles as well. And that may have been an uncalled fall down change that locked up the back end and then caused the car to spin.
Listen, we've all missed gears, but when the electronics do it, there's no redeeming it, is there?
Oh, big moment for the KCMG Nissan number 38 as Christopher Harvser carves his way through and past Christian Menzel. And that is a new 13th position, held up just coming into the long right-hander at the bottom of the Carraziola Parabolica.
Yeah. Parabolica Caracciolo.
All right, okay.
Christian Menzel, I was chatting to him earlier, actually.
Oh, yeah, there's loads of... That's not the Aston's oil, though, is it? Because that's not all where the Aston was, so has he slipped on someone else's oil?
No, I don't think he has. I don't think he's hit anything. Behind the Aston, there are very major locked up, as in nothing is moving, black tyre marks. That's... that's, you know, somebody's hauled on the handbrake there and it wasn't him. Unless he deliberately selected reverse, and I don't think that's high on our list of likelihoods. It does look like the transmissions.
Two fairly severe slow zones on the circuit, and one there at the Hatzenbach and the other at the entrance of the Tiergarten, means that the lap times have gone out of all recognition to what they were earlier on, coming through closer to 9 minutes than 8.5.
Yellow flag also at Marshall's Post 5, which is barely onto the Grand Prix circuit, as well as the slow zone at Marshall's Post 11.
Marshall's Post 5.
Which is the Yokohama S's.
Marshall Post 5?
No, those are quite... no, they're only 2 minutes...
Marshall Post 5 isn't even at the first corner.
They're only 2 minutes out of date.
No, it isn't. It's just beyond the first corner,
Martin.
I think
it's the Yokohama S, otherwise known as the Haug Hook.
Castrol S, it's been called this year, apparently.
Okay. So code 60 at the Hatzenbach, Marshall's Post 64.
Jack Gabriel has tweeted in. He says, "And what's happened to the 127 Toyota GT86? It's in garage 16. Chris Chadwick is one of the drivers there, and he's Jack's best mate."
127. I shall scroll down, although as I...
It's been stopped for a little while.
Track clear at the Yokohama S's and at the Haug Hook.
It's currently showing as being in second place in SP. This is the 127 Valhalla Racing Toyota GT86 we're talking about. It's in 99th place overall, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it at the moment.
Second in its class.
Second in its class, yes.
Oz Freak, if you haven't watched any of the onboard camera streams yet, you should. Drivers are true gladiators. Hashtag N24MBR. If I'm missing one or two out, and Oz, I know I haven't been able to get to all of yours. Literally, it is scrolling down faster than I can read it at the moment. Paul?
Can I just correct on the Manhalla one, because it is in the pits. It went in 7 minutes ago.
Okay.
So it's possibly a longer stop for that car.
That's definitely not a standard stop.
7 minutes is too long.
And whilst we've got a little bit of cessation of hostilities, a part of the circuit, Kevin Poulton, why don't Bentley do this race? They have done. They've got a new Bentley Continental GT. This is a race that Brian Gush, who looks after Bentley Motorsport up at Crewe in the northwest of England, he talked to us last week at Le Mans, where they had the Le Mans winning 2003 prototype along with a whole load of other lovely Bentleys, and they said this is a race that they want to come back to and win outright. And when you think that next year Aston Martin will be bringing the new GT3 version of the Vantage, we could have two British teams going up against the might of the Germans. Maybe McLaren to come back as well. We're hearing as well, it's been a very long time since a non-German mark won here. Velasuds, see that came and looked like he broke the suspension when he hit the curb. Might have, certainly did whiz off there. And looking at the ticker, a couple of people, including Kaio N24, have tweeted in using the hashtag N24RSL. 17, 91 and 112 all under investigation at the moment. That would be for slow zones.
I thought 1791 was the last time a non-German manufacturer won here. The last time was 2002.
Got to be the Viper, hasn't it?
2002 and 2001, Chrysler Vipers won. Peter Sikowski, yeah.
Very, very German team.
Yeah, but not a German car.
If you go back before Viper, yeah.
They won 3 out of 4.
Ford Sierra Cosworth 1987 with the Niedowitz, Ludwig and Steve Soper car.
Yeah.
And then there was a couple of Ford Capri wins from Eikeberg Racing in the early 1980s.
What else is notable about that Eggenberger Porsche win, Eggenberger Sierra win, apart from the fact that it was sponsored by Texaco and one of the great racing liveries?
Absolutely right.
First ever win on the N24 by a turbocharged car.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, Riley.
Very good.
Yeah, so I got stuff.
No, you have
Not
got
much stuff, but I have got stuff. What I don't have is bockwurst on a grill, though.
No, we'll have some soon. The barbecue has just been
Yeah.
fired up, and Haven's about to go off shift in 45 minutes' time. So he's timed that really nice.
Yeah, except Bradley's already at the barbecue, so by the time we get there, and so on and so forth.
Hello to Nodding Dogs. Great to hear your voices in the ears after the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Can you do the 24 Hours of Spa as well?
Yes.
Well, we have done the 24 Hours of Spa in the past. In fact, we were the first people to do the full 24 hours, but not anymore. Renger van der Zande getting a grandstand view of a Mercedes and an Audi battling together. That light blue Audi ahead of Renger van der Zande. That is the number 5 car, isn't it? That's sitting there, and that is in a battle with Tomczyk in the BMW. So that was 8th, 9th and 10th together on the Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, that's one of the 2 Phoenix Racing Audis. That's the number 5 car, as you said. Vincent Kolb is the man at the wheel of that car, and he is currently in 11th place. Thomas Jaeger in 10th is just 1.5 seconds in front of him. Renger van der Zande is 0.1 second behind. So 10th, 11th, 12th, nailed together by a very short piece of elastic. And Manuel Metzger still leads the number 2 Mercedes. Now, he didn't get out, so he's the first of our front runners who's double stinted. And actually, as we heard from Darren Turner, it is hot in the cockpits. I mean, the high ambient temperature doesn't make the vast difference, but it all adds up, doesn't it? Peter Dumbreck in the Falcon Tyres BMW is currently in
18th.
4th place.
18th.
No, that's Falcon Porsche.
You've just done exactly the same as I did.
That is the Falcon Mercedes, Falcon
Falcon
BMW, that I'm
which
looking
is
at.
in 18th
beg your pardon,
position.
yes, no,
Sorry.
Lovejoy's in the Porsche. Yeah, sorry, all over the place.
It's all right. I've done it
so
already
Peter
this year.
Dumbreck is in the Falcon Porsche in 4th place.
Peter Dumbreck is in the 33 BMW in 18th
Who's
position.
in the 31 that's also dumb? Roman Dumas.
Roman Dumas.
Beg your pardon. Too many dumbs.
See, when
Dumbreck, Dumas, and Dumbhead here.
Right, dumb, and dumber.
Dumbest.
Fewer dumb. When we used to have the old timing screen, it didn't have 2 lines of information, so it was actually fewer information, but much more usefuler because we had people's full names on them.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have made that mistake.
Particularly when their TLAs are exactly the darn same.
Yes, exactly.
And actually, they're racing similar coloured cars for a similar coloured team. However, Roman Dumas then in 4th in the Falcon Tyres Porsche, in 5th place.
Red and white.
Yes.
Yes, so it is. So it's not a Falcon Tyres car then. So Roman Dumas in the
No,
red and
Dumas,
white.
That's a Fricadelli car.
Fricadelli car, yeah. So I'm getting very.
That's the
confused.
team of all talents, that one.
See, if I could see it, I'd know it was the red and white car that was being driven early on by Mathieu Jaminet,
Hang on a
who's just
second.
handed it over at the last set of stops.
Hang on while I hit this hotkey to say there's a BMW with a problem.
Yeah, you do need that, don't you?
236 is one of the 240i class 5 Cup cars.
One of the early comers to the 240 class because you couldn't get a 240 number, obviously.
Yeah, it's Ethan Tremblay behind the wheel of that car, sitting 3 laps off the overall leader. Just 3 drivers in that car, actually, and Ethan's had a little spin coming out of Brunchen, I think that was, but he's back pointing the right direction now. I think he's broken his right-hand side mirror, though.
Quite a few cars with just 3 drivers for the 24 hours.
That's working hard, I tell you.
Yeah, just go back to number 31, the Fricadelli Porsche in 4th place. Romain Dumas, as Martin was saying, is at the wheel of it, but he is the 4th driver. They've actually cycled through all 4 drivers with that car, because it was started off by
Matt Campbell.
Then Sven Muller took it over. Sven handed it to Mathieu Jaminet, and that's now gone to Romain Dumas. So unlike the Black Falcon team, where Adam Christodoulou has not got into the car nor even thought about getting into the car yet, the Fricadelli team is already on their 4th driver.
Adam's only put his overalls on so people recognise him as a driver. I reckon that's the way he does it.
He wouldn't get in anywhere otherwise. Well, he's allowed in the Black Falcon.
Oz has just said, clearly Martin Haven saw the barbecue and his mind went immediately to the bockwurst, and James Atkinson says, right, I'm calling Deliveroo. I'm having some of those for me dinner. Very good.
And it's not even the size of it. We can smell cooking here where we are, and that's really... And actually, I was about to say earlier on, when Darren and Alex Brundle were here, that one of the interesting little chats we had with Jamie last year when she made her debut was that she, for the first 2 or 3 laps, kept getting on radio going, I can smell burning, the car's on fire, the car's on fire. And eventually she worked out that the burning she could smell was all those big piles of pallets being set lights around the side of the track.
I remember Justin Bell telling me a few years ago about the worst thing that can happen is when you're on the end of a double stint, and the double stint in those days was, or triple stint was over 3 hours.
Week and a half, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you'd be tired, and all you could smell was bacon cooking in the early morning, and it just drove you bonkers. 161 Renault is off at the side of the road.
Is this our class leader in V2T? I think it is.
I think you're right.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No.
Sure?
The BMW F30 up in 108th place is. The 161 Rent-to-Drive Familiar Racing. Rent-to-Drive Familiar Racing are leading another class, though, with a different car.
Yes, they are. You're right.
Because the name is the same, but we're protecting the innocent here.
Axel Jean is at the wheel of the 161. It's second in V2T,
yes, you're right.
at the moment.
And it's just, something went very wrong with that car. That's blown an engine coming out down the hill towards the chicane before you head out onto the Nordschleife, and Axel's done a very good job to get off the racing line and indeed off the track as quickly as possible with 0 drive going to the front wheels. Clunk, clunk, clunk.
And he's staying over the curbs so that it doesn't leave stuff all over the place. So Rent-to-Drive is a local firm, and unfortunately that Megane RS is now a Megane US. You see what I did there?
I see what you did, yeah.
Don't do it again. Paul.
The 127 Toyota GT86, remember the Chris Chadwick or the car on which he is on the driving strength of, it's back out in the race now. It had an 8-minute stop, so we don't quite know what happened to it. Too many cars to keep track of exactly what the problem is for every single car. But good news is it is back out on the track, and it's currently running 3rd in SP3.
That is good news. Now, who's going to move up into
anybody
second?
who's not a BMW. As Velosud says, they've got an interesting way of getting plenty of attention early on.
Yeah.
Probably won't work for them too well in the later stages, though.
Could everybody stop going off just for a bit, please? Everybody stop getting shot. As the Rent-to-Drive, but not very far, Renault Megane RS comes to a halt, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 places behind them. 124th overall is Hyundai Team Engstler's i30N Fastback. That was 3rd in V2T, and it is now going to, at the end of this lap, or early in the next, inherit 2nd place in V2T. Now that's a lads and dads car, because that's Franz Engstler, the nominative determinism there in the team, and Luca, his son, who was a wild card in one of the early season TCR races, who races TCR for a living.
Now, and that's the new body style of the i30.
That's a fastback. Yes.
There's a grey one outside in a box, which can they just put a bow on it and send it to me? It's lovely. It's really nicely proportioned, and it's a nice bit of design. Yeah. They've done a good job on it. Andreas Gulden has in the 170 TCR.
Yeah, that's the TCR car.
Yeah.
The 1.3.
That's the normal
i30,
5-door
the
hatchback.
Yeah. So that's the more traditional look, and of course it's in the full factory N livery as well, so it absolutely looked gorgeous.
The Veloster is based on the same platform as that, but as I said, with one door on the driver's side, making it look like a 3-door, which would mean it wouldn't be eligible for TCR. However, it's got 2 doors on the passenger side and a hatchback. That's 4 doors. Hello, we're in.
Absolutely.
I managed to stop.
Paul was desperately trying to segue there, and it was
not
not coming.
BMW stories again. I'm not sure if we've mentioned this, and if we have, I apologise, but I can always just say I was repeating it for listeners who weren't listening earlier on. The number 50 BMW, the Z4 GT,
yes,
out with a broken engine.
Yes, we mentioned that earlier on. They're determined. That's the last race for that car, Paul. And Marcel Duc tweeted in earlier on from the team, having read something from the team, they don't want that car's last race to end like that, and they are trying to get that car fixed and back out. That is the last generation entered car, isn't it?
Yes, the GT4, the Z4 GT3 hasn't been out for 2 hours though, so whatever they're going to do, my impression was that it had been withdrawn.
Interestingly, before the race, we had a parade of past and present Toyota Supras, and the reason I segue that from the Z3 is the new BMW Z4 shares a platform and I believe the 6-cylinder engine with the new Supra. You decide which way that works and who's sharing with whom, but it's a collaboration at least between Toyota, and there has already been talk of a GT4 version of that Supra. The little Supras that were running around today look tiny compared to the new car, which just reminds you how much bigger cars have got over the last few years. But the other part of that story is what we were talking about earlier on, the M4 to be the new GT3, the GT3 car, yes, to replace the M6 is what we're hearing from Jens Marquardt from M Sport, BMW M, rather, should I say.
We are currently looking at an all-Porsche battle with the recovering...
on the radio, that's
recovering
good.
number 1 car on the screens, courtesy of our lovely friends at the TV truck. And if you want to talk about big and little, just put a 1970s 911T alongside a current 911, or the Targa to the Targa. I mean, it's twice as wide and half as long again.
The new 992's just out, and had a look at one for the first time at Porsche GB at Reading when I was picking up the Cayenne E-Hybrid that I've driven for the last week or so, and it is big car, but it's beautifully proportioned. I like it a lot. However, not as much as I like the Cayenne Fastback. I know I'm getting old and SUV in my old age.
More news regarding the number 98 BMW. It had Kuhlerschaden and Ausfall in Folge einer Kollision. So heating problem and Ausfall. Dropped off.
Damage to the radiator, and it fell off
as a result of a collision.
So, now that was dragged to a place of safety, which I think was at Brunchen, behind the barriers there, and it may well get recovered from there. Meantime, the Tandy, is that the Tandy battle that is just going through the Hudson back now?
Yeah.
And Nick Tandy all over the back of the Falcon Porsche is there.
They swapped round, haven't they, though? I thought
no, Tandy was behind. Because I thought he was coming to take a lap off the other Falcon car when I saw that earlier on, and then I realised it was the Porsche, not the BMW that I was watching. It's Peter Dumbreck in the Falcon BMW. In and out of slow zones, always got to be very, very mindful and have the full concentration.
And that code 60 that was at the Hatzenbach has that been rescinded? I haven't got a tracker handy, but the number 35 Aston Martin was on a flatbed.
Yes,
so
correct.
Whether that returns or not, I think, is probably a bit of a long shot. And the Falcon Porsche goes by the 912.
Slippery surface flags coming into that area where the Aston had the problem towards the end of the
Porsche did not respond, either that or the Falcon Porsche, the 912 didn't respond either that, or the Falcon Porsche went early on what it thought was agreed, but it seems to be...
Well, we've seen races won here this year in VLN by people being blocked, having a dirty windscreen, not responding to a green flag. And remember, the regulations here, Martin, is as soon as you can see the green flag, not when you pass it. Isn't that right?
No. That's the point of confusion. You have to go past the green flag before you can accelerate.
That's not the case in the VLN.
Can prevent it.
Oh, prevent it.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
So
Sorry.
They're very much zones that are defined by where the flags are. So you can't just see the green flag. You have to be able to
say you've passed it.
Yeah. The other exception is under other forms of racing, at Le Mans, for example, when they're removing a slow zone. As they remove a slow zone, then a green flag is shown, and you then don't need to reach the green because
it's gone.
In effect, the green doesn't have to be there because they've taken away the yellow.
Andreas Goulden, the Hyundai team, tell us, is in the lead of the TCR class, second page of the timing screens, for those of you watching, in 40th place. So actually, last car on the same page of our 20 at a time.
Yeah, and he's benefited from the attrition in front of him as he's come through the field. That car's looked good, though. It really has. And Martin, you watched the TCRs in WTCR, World Touring Car Cup, which the last R obviously standing for Cup.
Yeah.
There.
WTCR.
World Touring Car.
The format is WTCR, as in GT3, and the series is called World Touring Car Cup.
Right.
Don't blame me, blame another TLA, FIA. Just to update very quickly, the rent-to-drive Familiar Racing, I found which rent-to-drive Familiar Racing car is familiar because it's leading its class. It's the SP8 class leading Porsche GT3 Cup car, running in 49th place. But second, and having just pulled into the pits in SP8, is Rahel Frey in the GT Tyre Motorsport Audi R8 LMS. So
and you were right, I was wrong, and Bert
Hang on, I've
Hendrickson.
been right twice today already. That can't be correct.
That's your whole allocation.
No, this is a third. That can't
All
be
right.
correct then.
Backler was behind Tandy before the slow zone, so don't know what happened there.
Oh, that was Paul suggesting that, not me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So
there you
I
go.
don't know, that's
so
fine.
I was right twice today earlier. Here's the GT Tyres car, 148.
This is the Audi in the pit lane.
Rahel Frey, former Audi DTM driver. And of course, she raced last weekend at Le Mans as well in the all-female crewed car.
Kessel Racing car that was, wasn't it? They were, I thought, somebody said, well, you haven't mentioned those very often. It's because they didn't do anything wrong.
No.
They just went about their business and got, I think, a 10th in class.
The brother car.
Yes. Very good.
Following
See
me.
what you did there.
No, good. I was just waiting
for
the quizzical. The brother car had problems and didn't have the pace that the all-female crew car. I thought they did an absolutely stand-up job. But you're absolutely right. They had a good, clean race. They were fast. They got the job done superbly.
Didn't get in the way of any of the prototypes, didn't fall off the track. We didn't get pictures of it pointing the wrong direction or limping around with a tyre gone or doing something daft in the pits. Nothing at all. Quiet. It's one of those absolutely perfect. Come in, put tyres on it, put fuel in it, send it. Rinse and repeat for 24 hours.
Yeah, and they probably sent it, actually. That was a really, really good run from all three drivers. There's 4 drivers here. In fact, since we're looking at the car on the TV, for those of you who have pictures, for those of you who don't, I will wave this piece of paper in front of your screens. 148, so this is Bernhard Hensel, Rahel Frey, Frank Schmickler, who's, again, nobody's full behind the wheel, and Pavel Lefterov. I don't think Pavel has driven the car yet. The car that was right behind Frank Schmickler has taken over. The car that was right behind them is the 66 Porsche in SP7, and that has just stopped, so they have held on to their place, and they are just, in fact, they're right behind Andreas Goulden in the Hyundai TCR leading car, 40th and 41st.
Robin Hales, hello Robin, has just tweeted in using the hashtag N24RSL.
Where's he camped?
They camped at the Hyundai UK PR campsite, and it's
in Bedfont or something. Or
no, here.
Look like
they've come here, and they've got a proper big tent and sort of cane furniture and
they've got little
rattan chairs.
Is that a little row of pup tents behind?
Yes, that looks fantastic. Robin, good to know that you tuned in on RS1 or RS3. We've got streaming pictures as well, and yes, we do love the Santa Fe. We had.
You can't not love a Santa Fe.
No, you had a Mark 1
yeah.
Santa Fe. We had a Mark 2 Santa Fe, and the new Santa Fe is absolutely the Mark 2 that I had was possibly one of the best ownership experiences. It was the first car we ever bought on a lease, and it was absolutely the right thing to do. Our local dealership just outside of Northampton were brilliant, race fans as well, and we had a fabulous experience in that car to the point where actually I don't think we should have got rid of it when it came off the lease. We should have probably held on to it, but I got offered such a silly amount of money for the dealer to buy it back from me, I couldn't turn it down. And we've really enjoyed the Santa Fe this week. The big diesel engine doing exactly what you need to do on a trip like this, carry you along smoothly without any problem and giving you ridiculous mileage. And Joe Bradley very much likes the heated and, more importantly, this last couple of weeks, the cooled seats.
Yeah.
Very good.
Got to love body hotters.
And body coolers.
Got to love them.
Yeah, so if you want to sling one of those our way for a long term, that'll be fine. Thank you.
Race leader is still Manuel Metzger, getting to the end of a double stint in the number 2 Mercedes. Earl Bamber, in his first stint in the 911 Porsche, is in second place, 26 seconds back. So the gap was out to 49 seconds at the beginning of the previous stint, and Bambi is reeling the car in front of him. 2.5 seconds a lap quicker last time round. René Rast still third in number 14 Audi, and that is the Team Car Collection car that he shares with Marcus Winkelhock, Christopher Haase and Marcel Fessler. In fourth place, and only 8 seconds behind Rast now, is Raffaele Marcello, who again, since he got into the 48 car, the Fram Filters Mercedes, has been tearing up the order. In fifth place is not Lovejoy.
Filters?
It's Roman Man Filters, Fram Filters, yellow. Man Filters car. Tearing up the order in fifth place, number 31 Porsche, and that is not Lovejoy, that is Roman Dumas. In sixth place is the Glickenhaus, car number 705. In seventh place overall is the number 6 Mercedes. Who's taken that over? Patrick Assenheimer is at the wheel of that. He took over from Nico Bastian at the last stops. In 8th place, is the number 42 BMW, and Martin Tomczyk at the wheel of
Top
that
BMW,
car.
that car.
Tomczyk. 9th place is the number 4 Audi, which is
Fred Vervish.
Fred Vervish, yes, who had a 5th place and 2 second places in 3 touring car races this weekend. So he's already having a very, very happy experience here. Rounding out the top 10 is the number 3 Mercedes, and that is Thomas Jaeger, who took over from Maxi Boot in the Team Black Falcon car at their last stop.
Yeah, fantastic move by Nick Tandy a little while ago into Callan Hard, right on the very ragged edge to get that position with. Position back, under investigation, unsafe release, the number 8. That is the Iron Force by Ring police car. So we'll keep an eye. That tends not to go the way of the team, to be honest.
Yeah, generally if there's an investigation, it's just a decision on how bad the punishment is going to be and how unsafe the release was. Alex
Brundle back in the 37, Aston Martin after gearbox trouble for that car. Peter Kate had vacated that car, and that's why Alexander, as he is on the entry list, was keen to get back, because once the driver before you is in the car, you need to be thinking about getting ready.
That is his full name.
Alexander
Wilberforce Brundle.
Well, is it not the Duke of Norfolk? His Serene Highness.
No, he's
his Alexness.
Duke of Norfolk Jr. Is his dad here this weekend?
No, but his mum is. I was talking to her earlier. And we were having a good... What is it this weekend as well? Ricard?
Midsummer.
Yeah, Paul Ricard.
Oh, I thought you meant the weather's going downhill from here to Christmas, which is great news for us in the UK.
Martin's doing his Formula One bit.
Telly stuff.
Yeah. And taking 2 days to get in and out of Ricard.
No, because there are no fans apparently.
No, the ticket sales are down by 50%, and as I said on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, that's because the other half of them are still there from last year. They've not been able to get out.
Season tickets, they're just holding on.
Just wait till the movie starts again and stay to where you came in the first place.
Bottom of top 20, a 3-way battle covered by 3.4 seconds. In 18th place is the Wochenspiel Ferrari, and currently driving that is Alexander Matschall Behind Alexander, Nick Tandy is 2.5 seconds behind. No, he's not. He's just gone by as they cross the line by a 9/10 of a second. And in third, or rather in 20th place, closing in on that, is the Nissan number 39. So that battle covered by a second and a quarter
That's
now.
Niklas Jonsson in
Yes,
that
it is.
car.
No, it's not. I almost made that mistake, but that was a week ago. It is Krista Jons.
Krista Jons, of course it is. The alternatively fueled Porsche is into its own bit of the pit lane because, of course, it has to have its own fuel supply being alternatively fueled.
Are they going a different way on that?
They have gone a
They
different
have gone
way.
a different way on that,
yeah.
haven't they? Yeah.
The 320 car, that's just for you, Nick Damon. I'm sure you're listening somewhere, and if you're not, you'll be asking questions about that later on. That's the 320, as I said, Team Care for Climate. That's should have had Smudo in it, but he's not been able to drive this weekend. It's Axel Dufner, Daniel Schellhaas, and Thomas von Lewis of Menar has just got out of it.
And Roman Duma is now hot on the heels of Raffaele Marcello in the Man Filters yellow crocodile Mercedes.
Oh, he's right there.
Porsche. Yeah, he is right there. He's
on the Grand Prix circuit, this is.
Chipping away, steadily, slowly, catchy monkey, and he's got there.
Looks like the Mercedes is slightly recalcitrant on turning.
What, with that long bonnet and a Cruella de Vil engine up front?
Well, how far through his stint is he? That's the question. Trusses has gone for a barbecue,
they
so
won't,
we
they
can't
won't
tell
be
you.
more than a lap apart because neither of them have had an issue yet.
I love that.
No, I don't recall.
We'd be speculating.
Yeah, we would be speculating, and that's all we can do without Trustwell.
Who's off barbecue?
No.
Don't touch anything.
No, I'm not. What we're looking at,
I've no
31
clue.
and 48.
Yeah.
They have both completed 5 laps. They both did 8 before that and 15 before, not 15 before that, but that's the first 2 hours.
Yeah.
So they're on the same strategy. So they've done 5 of 8. They're now on lap 6 of 8. They'll be in at the end of 2 more after this. By which time, Dumas will be 3rd. Marcello might be 5th because closing in behind is the Glickenhaus.
Another BMW with problems, the M2 Competition. That was the car that was developed by Schubert Motorsport. That's parked in the paddock now. Nobody working on the car. Marcel Duke, thank you. He's our roving reporter at the moment.
Unloved.
Tweeting in #N24RSL. Mike Smith asks, is the stream running through the night? Have a touch of insomnia at the moment, probably induced by last weekend. Yeah, this is one that we do all the way through the night. So even when the TV pictures drop away a little bit, we'll be waffling on here about nothing. And I do have to do my Kill the Forest Doctor story, apparently. I mentioned that the other night, and
Best not.
yeah, well, I was hoping not. The battle for 6th place, Mercedes and BMW. 42 BMW.
Martin Tomczyk.
Tomczyk.
Ahead of
Patrick Assenheimer in the number 6 Mercedes.
The gap's come down from 1.2 to 0.6 of a second in the last 3 laps, which basically means they've been tied together by 2 car lengths throughout traffic.
It's just a long bit of elasticated rope, isn't it? It's like a long bungee cord that stretches out and comes back together. The Black Falcon car's looking very different this year. If you haven't seen any of the photographs or the TV coverage, they've eschewed their colours.
I missed the chrome.
Yes, and the other thing they've done, which really threw us all out earlier on, particularly Paul, who went down to talk to them, was they're not in the last 2 garages they normally are.
No. You're hanging around going, are they here or not? They've basically got orange, haven't they?
They've done a bit of orange and a bit of black and orange.
Yeah.
They've done that sort of, again, the away kit stuff.
Yeah.
It's the Team Pixum Adrenaline Motorsport guys with their 9 entries that are in the last 2. Just the 9 then, sir?
Yeah, they've got 2 whole garages,
Yes.
that's so many of them.
That would normally be right under our feet when we used to broadcast from the other Aston Martin lounge, but we're back in the tower, the original
Instead of
venue.
which they're almost under our feet here.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, almost.
But not in a bad way.
No, Nick Tandy in the pits, and so he drops out of that battle for 18th place, and I think he will drop out of the car as well. So we will bring you up to speed with that. Do you have a top 20 rundown?
No, not yet.
Okay. No, well, no, that's not class. It's just a top 20 rundown. Just because before we go into the pits, let's kind of set it.
Do we need the swinging symbol for this? We should have had that queued up, shouldn't we? We really should have. Coming down the Dottinger Ho, it is Porsche and Porsche. No, it's not a Porsche behind. It's an Audi behind, I think. Yes, it is.
It is.
Very hard to see. Klaus Bachler Oh, that's a different battle
Yeah,
altogether.
that's another one. That's Nissan on Porsche.
Yeah, that's
Porsche
the
on
39K
Nissan.
CMG car going under the Bilstein Bridge, and Backler for Falcon Motorsports 44 goes round the outside.
And he's taken back 18th place from Jons, which the Nissan had briefly got in front. Number 1 on in the pit rain
in the pit rain. That was Tandy getting out and Richard Leeds getting back in. Yes.
Shouldn't be, because he was not first in the. Patrick Pilet was first in the side. Didn't Pilet start it?
I wasn't here at the start.
No, I was overhearing at the start. I think Patrick Pilet started it. Fred Macko, Richard Leeds, Nick Tandy.
They were looking at the left front of the splitter of that car.
Because Leeds took over when Macko brought it in with a flat tyre.
Good point. Well done. All right.
So
it's Pilet back in. So it's PP back in. And Tandy out, and again the engine cover comes off. Now this has happened a couple of times. Now are they looking in the same place? It was the right-hand side, and I can't think what's there that they would need to look at.
Engine.
Well, yes, but what part of the engine?
Sorry, I was
just
doing Joe Bradley sort of diagnostics there. They're looking at the engine under the engine cover.
They're
also fueling the car.
Coming up to 96 litres. 97.
How much is it a litre here?
98, 99. Oh, yeah, they can only put 100 litres in. And
99.87. They're taking it round, aren't they?
Well, and there's no hurry here because it doesn't matter, because it's a time stop. So they'll take their time. They've put a new set of Michelin tyres on, and that was again a brand new set. There were some people asking earlier on at RSL_studio, #N24RSL, how many sets of tyres are you allowed? As many as you want.
Many as you can afford.
Yeah.
Yes.
Speed costs. How fast can you afford to go?
Yeah.
Meantime, coming down the Dottinger Hall, our leader is Manuel Metzger in that very orange and black Mercedes number 2, and he's going to come in here, and if he doesn't come into the pits, he'll be putting a lap on
this lap.
Well, he'll be putting a lap on that Porsche then.
Yeah.
That's in the pit lane.
So Manuel Metzger completes lap 6 of his stint.
Does put a lap on the Manthey Porsche in the pit lane.
Well, so that means
that's the one car to 27.
27th.
Yeah.
So he was on the lead lap, but in 2 laps he'll be back on the lead lap because the number 2 Mercedes will stop. So it's all that shuttling to and fro.
And that's mainly because of his puncture and being out of sync with everybody else.
It's the puncture, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But we've seen Manthey, I was talking about this earlier on, we've seen Manthey come in at the end of the formation lap with a car that got dunched and had to have a radiator change, and it was spewing its essential fluids, and that car went on to win that year. They know how to get cars to the end. Earl Bamber's just gone through. Bambi, the affable New Zealander, second place. The gap 27 seconds now. Raffaele Marciello is coming through in third. He's about a click and a half, 2 clicks away at the moment in that Man-Filter AMG GT3.
That's the car that lies in third, and he's 2/3 the way down. Oh, in fact, he's just to buy the tourist entry at Dottinger Her.
He's dropped Romain Dumas a little bit, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. 6 seconds behind is Dumas now in the Porsche in fourth. And actually, I was going to say Earl Bamber has relentlessly closed in on Manuel Metzger. It's under 30 seconds. It was 49, I think, at the biggest gap between those 2 cars. But it's interesting that the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes, having done 4 stops, is only on its second driver. And yet, some of them have cycled through all 4 and now starting again.
31 under investigation on the ticker. Can't tell you what for at the moment.
That'll be for pit stop time. Can't be for anything else.
Well, it could be slow zone violation or overtaken under a yellow.
Yeah, actually, that's definite possibility, but...
Is that a definite maybe then?
It's a possible maybe.
Possibly a definite maybe.
So Patrick Pilet has taken over the number 1 car, and that car, as we said, has dropped way down out of the top 20 again because it was stationary for a couple of minutes. Martin Tomczyk in the pits in the 42 BMW SP9. That car was in 7th place and will remain so for about another minute or 2 till Frederick Vervish crosses the line.
I love Chris Simpson's idea. Maybe the Porsches have just taken the engine off as an auxiliary cooling effect in those long stops, just to mitigate heat soak on the flat 6. I like that as an idea.
That's not bad.
And hello to James Hazen. He says, 2 weekends in a row, I get to subject my Uber and Lyft customers to the magic of endurance racing. Maybe I'll accidentally convert some new race fans tonight. James, where are you in the world? Let me know.
If that doesn't get him massive recommendations as a driver, I don't know what will.
I know James Hazen, who has been following us for a wee while, who I believe is in the US. But let me know, James. I may have misremembered that. If I have, I apologise. Tom Firth says, you two together sound like an overnight radio show. Looking forward to the Kielder Doctor story.
Let's
Martin,
rock, mate.
Dot off. Hello to all you truggers out there.
What, because we sound old and past?
Yeah, exactly. So Mike Widdowson is just back from shooting British GT at Donington, straight on to one of the craziest races to grace the planet. Can't beat the N24. It appears he's got a lot to catch up on. Don't worry, there's plenty of time to go. Still 19 hours and 40 minutes.
Essentially, in the first 4 hours, we're nearly at the time where time remaining and time of day are getting towards being the same.
Yeah.
Or have we passed it?
Yeah, there's 19:37 left. You missed that one.
Yeah, I missed that one. Darn, it was 45, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Essentially what's happened is the number 1 Porsche had a puncture and dropped down the order, and the number 2 Mercedes is leading from the 911 Porsche, and most of the BMWs in the race have fallen off track at some stage or another, and a Ferrari caught fire very dramatically. That's 4 hours.
And if you've had yes, the 55 Ferrari, the Octane car, unsurprisingly perhaps, they find new and interesting ways of getting themselves on television and falling out the race, it seems, every year. Huge conflagration there. Delighted to say that Alexander Prince, who was driving the car, was out of it.
And mostly for him, he was on the Grand Prix circuit
as well,
so there was lots of room to pull off track.
And also, if you've had a BMW in the first few hours, then you've had problems, pretty much all of them. Hello to Duncan Vincent. Bad day testing, 2 engine failures at KRC. Oh, right, okay. So he's been karting. Can I have a Dumbrek update? Yes, you've got to be a bit careful on Dumbo because...
Dumbo's in the car and has just jumped up to 14th
But so is Romain
place.
Dumas, and they both have the 3-letter identifier that's DUM. It's the 33 BMW, Duncan, and he's in 14th position overall and the same in class.
Now, he's just picked up 2 places because Tom Chick has come into the pits in the 42 BMW, and in the Nissan, who is driving the 38 Nissan? That's Christian Menzel. Now, Christian is not sharing a car with his son. He's racing against him in not a dads and lads combo, unless Christian Menzel is driving 2 cars. He did show me a picture, actually, of him in yellow Hasserode overalls from 98 or 97 or something from German STW. Because he was saying, oh yeah, I'm racing with the young kid. And I said, mate, don't start that. I remember when you were the young kid, when you were a Porsche Junior and all of that stuff, and STW, and he pulled the picture out and went, yeah, that's a long time back for both of us.
Yeah, Stadler and Waldorf here, live from the booth in the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. Paul Trustwillis rejoined us. How was the barbecue, Paul? Rubbish.
It was one of the...
he got too close.
One of the best burgers I've had for a long time. In fact, I think it's one of the... There is one burger which my wife and I shared once, which was better. But apart from that, it was one of the best burgers I've ever had. Just wanted to draw attention, the Glickenhaus car number 705, coming towards the end of its stint. It's currently on the 8th lap of its stint, in the hands of Andreas Simonsen. And he is kind of one stop ahead of everybody else, if you will, because of the way the pit stop will be coming in for their pit stop. Last time we had a pit stop cycle, which had come around about every hour. With the way that the time is counting down, they're actually on the half hour, but round about on the half hour, or every hour they'll come into the pits, more or less on every 8 laps. And last time, I think it was the top 10 that we had all in the pits simultaneously.
We're about 5 minutes away from our Hyundai N hourly update. Hyundai N, feel of the feeling. We'll get a couple more of your notes on Twitter in before that. Michael is listening from Nebraska. Thanks for painting the masterpiece with your words. Michael, I've just tweeted back to you the URL of where you can watch pictures with our words as well. No breaks, no blocks, all the way through today. So if you've got the bandwidth and you're able to do it, obviously not while you're driving your car, you might be Bluetooth, I understand that. But if you have, please join us on there. The pictures at this time of the evening are fantastic. Wouldn't it be epic to see the McLaren Senna going around the M24? That would be bonkers, says Deja Vu King. McLaren have done via LN. Have they done the 24 here before, Paul? McLaren with one of their...
Yes, they have.
Yes, they have.
Klaus Ludwig has driven
Of course he
McLaren
has.
Here.
Yes, of course he
and
has.
had quite a big accident here. Chris Goodwin has driven a McLaren here. And I'm sure there's many others, because it was a Door Motorsports McLaren that we had here.
Corey Marvin says, I've seen the tour vehicles collecting broken down cars and they then seem to pull off the escape roads. Do they bring them all the way back to park for a flatbed, or another vehicle will come and pick them up, because those cars have to get back out, those intervention vehicles have to be on station, and in fact they don't get towed back to Parc Fermé, because so long as they can get back to the pitch, they can be worked on again. There's no outside assistance rules here, as we had last weekend at Le Mans.
Exactly so, and the more cars the merrier as far as the ADAC is concerned.
Absolutely right.
Discuss. The only thing against being brought back on the public roads, I don't know if they do it anymore, is that it can take quite a long time. And I have heard stories of cars spending over half an hour getting back to the pits.
Yeah.
Because obviously the public roads are fairly busy, so they tend to try and tow them back on the track, purely because it gets them back more quickly. But you're right, if in between times they tow them behind a barrier to a place of safety before they decide what's going to happen, then they'll do that.
Francois Barkhuizen, I hope I said that right. Cape Town, South Africa, tuned in. Stefan Spies, who is here in Germany. Do we know what's happened to Wayne Moore? Just one lap in the number 54 BMW. Haven't seen anything about it on television. Surely not how a 25th anniversary run should end.
No, indeed. But he was pulled off the circuit over on the far side. Can't quite remember where it was now. I think it was in the region of Flansgarten, and he's in car 130, if I remember rightly. And I haven't actually seen whether he's got going again since then. No, it's not 130. When I find his number, I'll tell you where he is.
Who was that?
Wayne Moore.
54 BMW. Apparently that car is.
And no, he hasn't been out in the last 2 hours.
Permaculturists been listening in all day today. N24 RSL is the hashtag. N24 RSL says, are there any Canadians driving today? Yes, I believe there are. And I'm just going to leave it at that for the time being.
I'd be surprised if there weren't. I mean,
no, I'm pretty certain there are.
When you've got 600 drivers, you know, it would be surprising if they weren't.
Shea Adam will be listening. Shea, help me out, because you will have memorised the list. Bruce Jones does that as well, which is quite remarkable. But I'm absolutely certain that I have seen a Canadian, at least one Canadian flag next to drivers' names. Of course, I can't find one now on the entry list. Quite a lot of USA this year. Oh dear, you see, I've said that now, and I said it with such positivity. Maybe not then. Sorry, permaculturist. You're listening to live coverage from the Aston Martin Lounge, the Nürburgring, 24 hours for 2019, in audio on RS1 and simulcast on RS3, spreading the load, both on the RSL player, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and video channels. And if you want to catch us, if you're listening there, if you want to catch us in sound and vision, go to www.radio-show.co.uk. There's a link on the front page that will take you to the official stream with the English language sound. It's just on 8 o'clock local time. Johnny Palmer is back with us. We'll speak to him after the update. So here's how it stands with just under 19 and a half to go, hours that is, The number 2 Mercedes-Benz with Manuel Metzger behind the wheel is leading the race by something over half a minute from the 911 Porsche, number 911 and model 911. That's the Manthey Grello car. Its teammate just coming into the pit lane with Patrick Peeler. He doesn't seem to have been in that car very long either from that. Oh, I'm sorry, no, forget that. I'm watching something on the screen that isn't live. Hindhoff in watching replay by accident. Shocker. Not really a headline there for me. So 2 Mercedes, half a minute back to the 911 Porsche in second place. Then it's another Mercedes, the number 48 car, and that is another 1 minute and 7 seconds further back. Peter Dunn. No, see, I'm going to do that all the time I say that. Romain Dumas in the 31 Porsche is in 4th position. That's the red and white Fricadelli car. He's a further 10 seconds in arrears. Top 5 made up with the first of the Audis. That's Fred Vervies, the number 4 Phoenix car. He's another 23 seconds further back. Let's just give you the top 10 here. Another half a minute further back is Renger van der Zande in the number 16 Mercedes. Then it's Chris Haase in the 29 Audi, the Land car, and he's another 24 seconds further back. 8th is the Lamborghini, the number 7 car. It's 44 seconds back down the road and has 1 minute and 6 on the BMW of Peter Dumbrek, DUM in that one. The 33 Falcon car. Top 10 made up by the number 12. That's a Porsche, and that sits in 10th position and just a second behind Peter Dumbrek. In the classes, oh, hang on, Martin's taking the list away. So I've got no clue which ones we're supposed to be doing on this hour, because he's taking his list away where it was written on the back. And he's disappeared for dinner. So here's the classes. I will give you all of them. XPX led by Thomas Munch in the Glickenhaus. In the SP7 category, Sebastian von Garten for Müllner Motorsport in the 62 Porsche. Thank you. So this is an even hour. So actually I wasn't doing too badly there. So SP8 and SP8T, Rent to Drive Familiar Racing's Porsche GT3 Cup MR standing for Manthey Racing of David Ackerman. They lead in 35th position, that's the 49 car. 8T, now 8T is led by the Black Falcon Knuffy team. Mike Stursberg in 36th position, and they are leading by how far? 2 minutes and 12 seconds in that category. In SP7, I think we did that one, that's good, yeah. SP4, further down the field, is Hans-Joachim Legemann in the BMW E90. Just one car in that class. He's 127th in the number 325. SP4T is the Edoardo Romanelli driven number 85 Golf Mark 5 R-Line GTI. He leads the class by 51 seconds and he is in 116th position for the MSC Zenzi in ADAC ADAC machine, ended machine. TCR, I'm about to do this, is the N30 TCR, the i30N should I say, Hyundai Motorsport, and Andres Gulden still behind the wheel of the 170. Took that lead with the demise of a couple of cars around him, but has built up a 4 minute and 45 second lead. Is that a cheer I hear from the Hyundai UK PR campsite at Camping am Nurburgring? I'm sure it is. SP3 is the next category in this update, and that is... This is the first one of these I've done. There it is. It's a Toyota GT86 for TMG, the Toyota Motorsport GmbH, the Lars Perker driven number 115 car with a 2 minute 50 second lead, sitting, well, it's just been passed actually. It's gone across the line. It was 101st and it's just dropped down to 102nd. SP6 is a Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport, the Schmickler powered machine. That's Ivan Yakima in the 80 car, 57 position. Heinz 57, I think that's a class of its own, that car, yes it is. An SP10, which is the GT4, the global GT4 category, SP10, at the moment being led by the Black Falcon Team Identica Mercedes AMG GT4. Marek Buchmann in the number 70 car, 42nd overall, and with a 1 minute 55 second lead. Meantime, we've had a problem for Timo Scheider out on the circuit in his PM. It really has been a horrible time for BMW. We'll pick up the details for that, and there'll be another hourly update in 56 minutes' time. So more problems out on the track. This is at Tiergarten, Marshall's Post 200. And was that BMW, Johnny Palmer? Welcome back.
Thank you, yes.
Getting involved with someone else's accident, as the leader, by the way, is in the pit lane.
Well, the run through Brunchen and down towards Flanksgarten was looked to be an out-of-control Hyundai just nailing the back of Timo Scheider's BMW number 42, the Schnitzer entry. But I didn't see...
was that not a Tiergarten?
Well, there was another incident, which was, I think there was a BMW going off, which was... I couldn't recognise that car, but it was a different incident.
Oh, right.
That was a blue car going off at speed.
All right, okay.
And we've also had a 244 BMW 240i from Class 5 stuck in the gravel, I think at the end of the start-finish line. But the second-place car of Earl Bamber has come into the pit lane, so I'll try and work out the sort of bits and pieces from those huge... I mean, the Timo Scheider incident was a monster crash, and thankfully the Hyundai driver is also now out of the number 170
that was the
car.
That was the class leading TCR car, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. So you will have mentioned
left
that
front
name.
suspension ripped asunder, Johnny.
Andreas Gulden. Yeah, but I mean the car just did not stop. It was either an open throttle into that corner or zero brakes, and the BMW gets absolutely nailed into the right-hander.
Oh yeah,
and goes straight across the track.
That's just coming out of Brunchen, actually. So that's coming down into Brunchen,
yeah,
through what
Brunchen
you call
1,
Brunchen 2, and then into Ice Curve, the left-hander, right in front of everybody that's down there. So which BMW was that? It's
42.
It is the 42, is it?
Let's just check the Scheider car, but yeah, it's the right colours for the Schnitzer car.
It is a right colour for a Schnitzer car, absolutely.
Yeah, a car that had problems earlier on in the race.
Can I have my bonnet back, please?
They were...
The bizarre one was looking like a Schwedenkreuz or Arenberg, which was completely unconnected to this two-car accident, but the Hyundai caught the back of the BMW and then creamed into the barrier, so it's a double impact for poor Andreas Gulden, who has clambered out of the car.
And what was the other car that the BMW almost picked up as it went across the track? Was
Possibly
that another Hyundai?
Looks like a Pixum Team Adrenaline BMW,
okay.
maybe, in the famous orange and blue colours of that team.
I just saw the light blue. The 42 car, Timo out of it, he's rolled down his race overalls, taken his helmet off, he's cleaned back some parts of the car, and he's looking rather ruefully over the triple layer arm coat to driver's right there. Meanwhile, coming out of the pits, the lead car.
Yeah,
and that has been a driver change. Out has got Manuel Metzger and Dirk Müller.
Yeah, that's the fourth driver to be at the wheel of that car.
Third driver at the wheel of that car, because Adam Christodoulou has yet to drive the number 2.
You're right. So we had a double, didn't we, from Engel?
So we had a double from Engel, a double from Metzger.
Right, okay.
And I confidently predict that Dirk Muller's going to be doing a double as well, because Adam said that he wouldn't be getting in the car until it was dark, which will be about another 2 hours' time, I would think. Currently 8:10 here in Germany. But it's the time for all, and we have to have the top 6, top 7, now top 8 into the pits, because, as you say, Earl Bamber has brought the 911 car in and handed it back to Kevin Estre, and he is the 4th car driver. In fact, he's the start driver.
He is. So they've done the full cycle there, haven't they?
We've done Estre, Christensen, Vantor, Bamber, and now back to Estre. So that's full cycle, yes. As you said, Johnny. 48 car is also in, and that's Raffaele Marciello bringing the HTP Manfilter-sponsored Mercedes into the pits. Lance David Arnold did a double at the start of the race. Raffaele Marciello has done a double. And so I suspect that car will probably be having a driver change, and either Maxi Gotts or Christian Hohenadel probably Christian Hernard, I would say, getting into it now. They'll be keeping Maxi Goetz for the night time, a bit like Black Falcon are doing. 31 car is also into the pits. That's Romain Dumas, another of the DUMs, but it's Romain Dumas with the Fricadelli Porsche into the pits in 4th place. In 5th place has now come the number 4 Audi, the Phoenix Audi, which Fred Verviche has been driving, having had 2 goes already today in the World Touring Cars, or the WTCRs rather. So he's done his first stint, or he might. Yeah, Dries Van Toor before him did a double stint, so I'm not quite sure what's going on at Phoenix there. We'll find out. 16 is also in the pits. Renger van der Zande, the Phoenix racing car on the Dunlops, having a driver change. And the Lant Audi, number 29, is in. Christopher Haase bringing that car in. And Pelli is now coming in with Michael Lyons behind the wheel, and that will be going back to Marco Mapelli in the number 7. And also number 33 cars in, so right the way down to 10th place, each of those cars into the pits. And I suppose therefore, because you've got these slow zones out on the circuit, there's an equal amount of time gained, if you will, by all the cars that have made their pit stop.
Can I, just before we carry on, do Canadian drivers?
Yeah,
because
did you find so?
Sadly, no Bruno Spengler this year.
No,
and
that's who I was looking for.
No Kuno Whitmer, who have done the race previously. We had Whitmer last year, we had Spengler 2 years ago, but in the class-leading 62 SP7 car, Mullner Motorsport, not that driver, but a teammate, Mark J. Thomas, is from Canada.
Right,
and,
well done, Johnny.
I only know that because he's done the race before, and good old Wikipedia. It shows you the flags of the nations.
Well
so
done.
58-year-old Canadian driver Mark J. Thomas, who's done the Daytona 24,
yep,
and Dubai 24 as well, but I can't find when he last. Oh no, he was at Nürburgring 2 years ago.
Right.
So and has actually raced an SP9 car in the past for Mullner Motorsport.
Stefan Space said you can repair a car beside the track. It's possibly not actually allowed in the rules, but it's certainly been tolerated a few years ago. Stefan says we repaired a car at the bottom of the style strecker and still finished the race. Oh, these BMWs dropping like flies at the moment. Matthew Moore, hello Matthew. Cheers from Watkins Glen, listening to your coverage. The N24 got pictures as well. www.radio-show.co.uk if you've got the bandwidth for that. And we'll see you next weekend for the Sailing 6 Hours over on RS2. IMSA Radio and IMSA TV being fired up for that as well. And Robin Hill saying, yeah, we're sad having seen Goulden's car off. I think that's done. There's a wheel a long way down the track, at least, what, 100 metres down the track? I think it's one of the BMW wheels, actually.
I think the BMW's lost at least one wheel, and I wouldn't be surprised if either the Hyundai's had another wheel detach or... sorry,
now
just break off from the thought.
That's the Tiergarten where the blue BMW went off.
Well, it might be a Lexus, actually.
Oh, yeah, a 19 and 20 Lexus.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely, that's what it is. Both off in the Tiergarten, the 19 and the 20.
No, are you thinking of the Nissans? 19 and 20 aren't those cars. We've got 38, 39.
20's a Lexus, is it?
There's a Lexus LC in the entry, which is car 56.
The 20's a Lexus, the 20's an RCF, and the 19's a
19,
Nissan.
Yes. What's the 20?
The 20 is an RCF.
And the 19's an RCF GT3.
I would have. There's white. Yeah, that's white. So it certainly wasn't.
Right.
56.
The 19 was definitely there. That's the Bando Racing with Novell Racing.
I think it was
Dominic
20.
Farnbacher car. That was definitely involved there.
Initially, when I saw it, I thought it was car 30, and we haven't got a car 30, so I reckon it's the 20
We have got car 30. It's the Fricadelli car.
You're
but that's
right.
red and white.
Yeah, it's not that one then.
It was the blue 19, and I think the 20's there as well. I think both Lexus have tripped over each other.
Blimey. Okay.
Let me have a look down here.
You know, it's almost close enough for us to peer out the window and identify that
If
car.
I only thought about bringing my binoculars, that would have been a really sensible thing to do, wouldn't it?
Just.
but because we don't have a view at Le Mans, I'd forgotten that we were here.
It's gone off at such high speed at Tiergarten, and it's we're trying to describe it from some locked-off CCTV footage, which is a little bit grainy in truth, but I'm sure plenty of people will have been able to see that in replay. Trying to work out where that wheel has come from as well, whether it's the Hyundai or the BMW. Certainly one off the 42 BMW, but I wouldn't think that the front left wheel of that Hyundai has stayed on, frankly. The rate that it hit the Armco barrier.
Just to confirm that those two Lexuses...
No, it's just Lexus.
...described, did go off together.
Right.
The two RCFs, the 19 and 20.
Johnny saw the 20, I saw the 19. So definitely. We got between us, we got it there, JP.
Yeah, indeed.
So both the 19 and the 20 off. So between us, Johnny and I got it right. Both off at the same place. This from Oliver Giles tweeted hashtag N24RSL. If you want to get in front of us, that's what you do. At RSL_studio, hashtag N24RSL. So when will Aston Martin and Bentley make their return to the Nürburgring and compete for overall victory? Aston here this weekend, of course, with the new GT4 cars for the new shape of Vantage, and that's what they've done in the past. They've normally debuted the GT4 first. Bentley have got a new GT3, what they call the Generation 2 Continental, which is a very lovely car and has had a win now in the Block Pad Series at Sweetcard.
Yeah, in the 1,000-kilometre race there.
Which they nearly won last year with the old car, didn't they, on its way out?
That was Le Mans test weekend.
Was it? Did that happen on the same weekend?
Well, it happened on the Saturday night, and Jules Gounon, who was in that Bentley lineup and won the race, actually won the race technically just after midnight, and then was at Le Mans later that day. So I was able to call him a race winner on the 1st of June.
Spoke to Brian Gush, who runs Bentley Motorsport at Crewe. Smashing guy, Brian. He's got a myriad of stories. We'll have to get him on if and when they do come back, and you'll hear more about that as I go through the story. Got to sit him down and talk about his old days with Ford in South Africa and the big V8 engine cars and his love for rally cars as well. He's rebuilding a Ford Escort at the moment. Brian Gush was at Le Mans because they were celebrating 100 years of Bentley this year, and they had some lovely Bentleys at Le Mans this year. And Brian was kind enough to do an interview and said, as he has done on many occasions, both on and off mic with us, that this race is one that needs to be ticked off. Here and Bathurst, Spa 24, of course, they still haven't won that race, but here and Bathurst as well, very much on their hit list, and they're making plans to return. I also hear, by the way, and this is not official, but Bentley and the LMP1 2020 regulations very much on the cards. In fact, Brian gave us a couple of hints but wouldn't say anything, so this is not official, but proposals are going to the Bentley board as early as this week about getting involved in LMP1 2020 with, I am led to believe from very well-placed sources, a purpose-built prototype for Bentley. It will not be a road car, but let's see if that's true. It is the BMW right front wheel, by the way, that's pinged down the road after that incident. Aston Martin, well, they've got the GT3 car out now. Over 60 GT3 and GT4s already built and sent out of Aston Martin Racing, Oliver. And David King saying to us that at the start of the racing countdown to green, that it is their intention to bring that car here and race for an overall victory with the works team. Confirmation that the number 20 SP8 Lexus and the 19 both involved.
See the 19. Where's
that's
the 19?
The 19.
No, that's 20. That's definitely 20. And I didn't see another car involved.
Okay. Well, they both went off at the same place.
That's incredible.
But not together then.
Well,
the message that I have is two separate messages, I must admit.
Right, okay.
They are timed 2 minutes apart.
Right.
One is to say that the 19 has had an accident in Tiergarten, and the other says the 20 has an accident.
Must have been something on the track.
Misidentification, perhaps? misidentification, perhaps, Paul?
It is a possibility.
Well, is the 19 still running?
Off the ticker.
Yeah, Dominic Farnbacker's at the wheel, and I think, I mean, his sector times appear very good if we're on lap 32, as we are.
Yeah,
so my timing screen's up to date. I think that number 19 Lexus is fine.
Okay.
But
it looked like there was something on the circuit there, the way it went down.
Yeah, it's an unusual place to go off. I'll give you that, and that's the time, of course, when you're decreasing speed from a ridiculous level, something like 280 k's probably in an SP9 car, if not a little more, and then you just dab the brakes to settle the car, and increased braking into then Tiergarten and then the tighter chicane at Hohenrhein. Two very sorry-looking cars at Brunchen, where there was already a very large crowd for Saturday night. And unfortunately, don't see the start of that incident. These two cars just appear from behind the trees, connections already been made, and the TCR race leader, Andreas Gulden, right into the back of Timo Scheider in the number 42 Schnitzer BMW M6. And the best sight we see of all is two drivers at least able to step away from those cars.
Just to confirm, I have found the number 19 car. It's out on the circuit, just gone through Kallenhard, heading up towards Bergwerk at the moment. So apologies for that. And it's the number 19 Lexus RCF then continuing on its way with Dominic Farnbacker. So that's good news for that Lexus, less good news for the other one.
Have you also got the block of average lap time for Farnbacker, or is that
that's a very good idea.
Is that difficult to
No,
trace?
we can find that.
It's going to be within the top 40, I'm going to guess. Yeah, number 19 is running 24th, and I mean it's actually setting personal bests on this lap on the Grand Prix track. So I think that's a very well Lexus in comparison to a rather dinged and dented number 20 machine, which is the SP8 entry, car number 20.
Yes, I'm afraid due to the slow zones, Dominic Farnbacker's average lap times are rubbish. So
okay, fine. I think the personal bests are indicative.
Within certain sectors, and this is why sector times are useful.
Yeah.
Within the sectors where he can go fast, he is going fast. But as I say, all I can do is look at average lap times around the lap. Moment. I can do sector times later, but he is not going fast. Indeed, nobody is going very fast around the circuit at the moment.
No, apart from Kevin Estre, who's just set an absolute best time on the second bit of the Grand Prix track, a 42.8 from Porsche number 911, and a PB for that car through sector 4, which admittedly is the shortest on the track, just takes 9.2 seconds for the Frenchman. But that car with a pretty heavy fuel load now. That car's early on in its stint, remember. But nevertheless, Kevin Estre wasting no time at all in trying to haul in the number 2 car, which leads the race. The gap's just 11.8 seconds now. It's been considerably more than that earlier on in the race.
Yes, it was up to 30 seconds, in fact, when it was Metzger against Earl Bamber. But again, these things tend to get affected by the implementation and removal of slow zones now and again. Both of them on new tyres, of course, and most of the drivers reckon that the new Michelins are worth a little bit more.
Oh, this is disaster.
Oh, we've got to stop the
race. The
race
race will have to be stopped. The 1-2-2 Manta has nosed into the wall. Oh, my goodness me. The foxtail has ceased to flap. There's a big left front damage on that car.
Dreadful.
Oh my goodness me. It was Olaf Beckman at the wheel of the car that he shares with Pieces, Haas and Jürgen Schulten and Volker Strijek. Oh, and he just nailed a couple of cars.
Two cars. So one
was that a steering failure to start with?
And one's Knuffy, which has gone stage right and into the barriers.
That's a class leader.
Number 46.
Yeah,
dear me.
That's a class-leading
SP8T
car.
Except it's not anymore because it was quite close in SP8T. So Team Speedline Racing BMW goes through into the lead of SP8T.
Oh my goodness!
And of course, the Manta was leading its class, SP3.
Yes.
So two class leaders.
So much damage on that Manta. Did something break to send it sideways, or was it just a really bad miscalculation by Olaf, who's clambering out of the driver's side at the moment.
Well, you haven't yet identified the BMW that was involved with that as well. I mean, is there even a chance there might have been 3 class leaders involved in that collision?
It wouldn't be the first time that's happened, would it, Johnny?
No, certainly not. But coming out of the first 2 corners, and that's a sorry sight.
Away, not a backward glance to that car. He knows it's all done. Left front, left rear, left front particularly bad as far as the suspension damage. Left rear looks like it's just tucked out a little bit. Frontal damage as well. The DMSB recovery vehicle, the Audi's already pulled up, and Olaf does not look pleased with his lot.
No.
He's trying to get his hands device off at the moment and hasn't quite unplugged everything that he needs to get that done. And the rather forlorn sight of the Kistley Motorsport entered 1-2-2. Looking slightly different this year, a little more white on the car with the red and yellow stripes, looking really great. Jonathan Gitlin saying, that was not my fault. Oh my goodness. One of the real fan favourites. Over 100,000 kilometres around here, down through the years. And Olaf got out under his own steam, by the way.
Just probably contacting the team or others that may be watching live streams to say,
Has he got his
I'm
phone
okay.
out? He has,
yeah,
right?
I think that's what it is. I think just in touch with the team to say exactly what's happened. That's a sorry sight, but good to see Olaf stepping away from the car. I haven't yet ascertained whether Knuffy is back in the race, the yellow and black Mercedes. Just trying to work out which of the BMWs it was. It might have been the Speedline car, actually. Those ones that are painted with the red and white curbing.
That's a very good call, at the tarmac effect.
Yeah, which...
Yeah, that's a great call, Johnny.
They've got several BMWs, though. One is the Z4. It's definitely not that one. But there is...
Which was the Mercedes was the Knuffy car?
Yeah, and the Mantis got caught between them. I'm just trying to work out where the initial contact came. Manta almost looks like it just veers right.
Well,
out of
that's
nowhere.
what I said. I wonder if there was already a suspension problem on that car. Maybe what I don't see is where he got the left rear damage, because he noses it in the barrier. I think the left rear suspension's gone
already,
and it's kicked him sideways, because the end of it, he pinballs between the BMW first, then the Knuffy AMG, and then heads to the scene of the accident on the wall on driver's left, but that was pretty much straight on.
Yeah.
Very, very odd looking accident. Disappointment.
Not all adding up in that, I have to say. And maybe only Olaf Beckman will have the answers as to whether there'd been a collision initially or whether it clanged the tyres perhaps at turn 1. Yes, go on.
Through all of that, the 30-second lead that we did have at the front of the field is now down to 8. And that's Kevin Estre closing in on Dirk Muller by 5 seconds last time around, because he caught the slow zones differently.
Yeah, I think that there's slow zones being taken away, and there are additional slow zones being put in, because there's a new slow zone apparently now at Flantsgarten.
Right, that's the end of the lap.
And the slow zone, which was at the Yokohama the incident with the Manta that you've been describing, has now been downgraded to a double yellow. So that's sorry, it was a code 60, and now it's gone down to a double waved yellow, which is 120 kilometres an hour limit.
And onto the Nordschleifer and the Hatzenbach, and that gap, well, it's not quite able, I wouldn't have thought, for Kevin Estre to be able to see the prey ahead of him, but he's got the sniff, he's got the scent of the first position, because the body language of the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche is that of a man who's pushing very, very hard indeed. End of the Hatzenbach, the leader's been caught up in traffic, and now as Estre emerges from the Hatzenbach and comes down towards Flugplatz, he may have just got a sight of the leader. Extraordinary stuff, one of the KTM crossbows in between them and a couple of touring cars as well. But Estre has clearly got the hurry up here, Johnny Palmer, and he's closing in on the Mercedes up ahead, with Dirk Muller having recently taken over that car. They've both been out, what now, for a couple of laps, Paul, or possibly 3?
They're on their 3rd lap at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, so it's very, absolutely similar in terms of tyre life and fuel load. And we've got, with just under now 19 hours, as we've just gone through another race hour, the number 2 Mercedes AMG Team Black Falcon car with a bit of clear air, and that will be lovely for Dirk Muller as he heads up through the foxhole, comes to the end of the foxhole, heading towards Adana Forst. He'll have a little more traffic as the sun begins to get lower in the sky and the shadows are lengthening. The trees cast large areas of shadow over that part of the circuit, but the battle is on and it's down to 5 seconds. Estre is coming, and coming strongly, JP.
Yeah, this is great to watch, and Estre well and truly revved up. I'm gonna stick my neck out here and say that the BMW was also leading its class that was involved in that Manta crash. I reckon that was the 51 BMW.
That's great detective
which is
work,
in the
JP.
Speedline Racing kind of asphalt with red and white curbing. Relatively slow first sector, 50.8 seconds, which would account for being nerfed sideways, but actually doing okay for the rest of this lap. So fingers crossed the Goschel-driven BMW has got away with that. Quite how, I'm still trying to work out, but the other two badly damaged. So up through Breitscheid, and the right-hander that now begins the ascent towards the carousel and onward to Hoher Act.
It's Bergwerk. He's just come out of Bergwerk.
Yeah. I think they're heading towards Bergwerk.
No, he's in the Bergwerk now. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
5.5 seconds, 4.2 seconds now is the gap. Back to Estre in the Grello Porsche. He's coming, no doubt about it.
And they've both got a bit of clear track here, Johnny, so we're going to see the relative performance of these two very experienced drivers. The front-engine twin-turbo V8 Mercedes-Benz, a very different beast from the normally aspirated 4-litre flat-6 rear-engine Porsche, and it is a rear-engine Porsche as well, of course, because the GT3 car is still the classic layout. As meantime, another problem for one of the SP4T cars. That's the leading class in
What?
SP. Yes, it's the MSC Zinzig AV. Eduardo Romanelli was leading that class in the VW Golf 5 R-Line GTI. That's another class leader on the back of a Tourup, and he very nearly got picked up by following traffic because he ground to a halt. That's extraordinary, and already the number 159 Porsche Cayman has gone through
Alex
to
Muller.
take the lead. Oh my goodness, class leaders at the moment just don't want to hold on to it.
And have you, as well, with the SP8T, having identified, Johnny, that it was the BMW, he has only a second of an advantage now in his class, because right behind the Speedline car is Mike Stursberg in the 46 BMW.
Yep.
And in fact, only about 15 seconds behind is Chris Goodwin in the Aston Martin. So
he's just got into that car relatively recently. Yeah,
Yes,
he's
he
on
has,
his first.
yeah.
He'll be on his outlap now. Might
Yeah.
have just finished his outlap.
Yeah, so the three cars in SP8T, first, second and third, BMW, Mercedes, Aston Martin, separated by less than 20 seconds.
But the 51's in the pits, and that's not altogether surprising if it is carrying damage. So the SP8
So he's
car
lost the lead then?
into the pits. But well, Paul might be able to tell us whether it was due a pit stop or not. But that's the first opportunity, obviously, for the 8T BMW to actually stop off with the team and fully assess the damage. It's Philippe Goschel in that BMW.
Still got the slow zone for the BMW Hyundai incident earlier on, and the leader caught up in a train of traffic as he comes through the ice curve. And now he'll know there's a Porsche somewhere there. It's only 3-4 cars behind him. Now this is really interesting. This is like one of those challenges on Forza Motorsport where you've got to pick your way through cars, given the time limit, and through comes Kevin Estre, 2 wheels up on the curve.
That the ice curve again?
That was the ice curve again. It's another place he likes to ride the curves. Now he's coming down through Flansgarden. He's got slower traffic ahead, and the STI Subaru's in there. Which way does he go? Starts to the left. No, he's going to go to the right. Does the STI Subaru? Yellow flags out there. Yellow flags out there, and there was an overtake under yellow by the Porsche. Overtake under yellow by the Porsche. Now, how's that going to play out? Because the They definitely don't like to see that happen. Now, when did that yellow come out?
It was, as far as I saw it, John, it was a double yellow there, so there should have been or at least a stationary yellow before it was a waved yellow.
Well, there was definitely a waved yellow there. Yeah. Johnny might be able to check that out because he's running a little bit of a playback here in the booth with us in the Aston Martin Lounge.
I'll try and spool back. Give me a moment.
Thank you. Spool it back over the tape apes. The leader comes down the Dottinger Hohe and picks its way past the 76th place Hyundai. Flashing lights from the second place of Kevin Estre, but I'm pretty certain I saw a yellow flag there. It catches your eye. And just back a bit, Johnny, from that, where you are. I know that doesn't work on radio, but Johnny's got the relevant piece of tape.
Blue flag there. Blue
yellow flag on the right-hand side.
It's blue there.
Is it blue?
Yeah.
Right, okay. And yellow flag now.
There. No, it's further up. I think that's where the yellow flag's being waved on the next post.
Does he get it done beforehand?
Oh, it's tight.
It's tight, isn't it? I definitely saw a yellow flag.
It's very tight. And obviously, race control will have far more cameras at their disposal. Actually, there's a yellow flag on the left, which I'd missed as well.
Right, that's the one I saw, the one on the left.
That's right in the area where the overtake takes place.
He's gone past under a yellow. Was that single yellow?
Yeah, and then the
single
green's
waved yellow. Single waved yellow.
I tell you what it's to cover. It's to cover a car that's been towed along the grass, which
that
may actually be...
Was that yellow or white then? If it's a white flag, he's all right.
No, it's yellow.
Are you sure?
It's a single yellow.
Single yellow. Ooh, then he's overtaken under a yellow. Sorry, he really has. I saw it at the time. Johnny's now confirmed it. It's just one of those things that catches movement on the flag post is what catches your eye.
The green's after it as well to confirm it's a yellow and not a white flag.
So that's going to be looked at then, surely by race control.
I mean, having seen the list of things that are being looked at by race control, I don't
It may be a while before they get to it.
I don't doubt that they'll get to it, but as I say, John, yeah, it may be a while to get there, and it may well be that Kevin Estre has got himself into the lead by then, because the rate he's going at the moment, down to 2 seconds. He'll catch Dirk Muller on this lap, I think, but I don't think he'll get past.
It was the 85 Golf that was being recovered.
Yes,
because
correct.
That's where the car went off, the class leader at the time. It was being towed to a safe position, and then the leaders arrived on the scene, pretty much.
That was the Sinseat car, which had been leading its class.
Yeah.
So we've had a bonkers half hour or so with,
just a bit.
What, at least four class leaders that we've seen hitting trouble and giving up their class leads. 3 of them in one incident.
And just to go back to the 51 car, which, as you said, did come into the pits, and you asked me whether it was an on schedule. It did 7 laps, and previous into that car was 8. So
not far off.
Only 1 lap off. But then that's a 12% of his fuel tank full. So I think he would have come in primarily to have the car inspected, and he is still there, the 51 car, and he's been there for 5 minutes. So. Obviously there is some damage to the car which they're attempting to repair, and it's now already too late because the car will have lost its class lead, even though on the screens it may be showing you that it's still in the lead of the class. Cars around the circuit will have gone past it.
Big cheer for Olaf when he got out of the Manta, the Kissling car. That was a big incident. Marcel Duc is at that area of the circuit. He's tweeted in at RSL_studio with the hashtag N24RSL. He said that was a big one. You should have heard the crowd cheering after the driver left the car looking healthy.
Kissling, not actually the official entry of the car.
Still on the side of the car though, isn't it?
It's, I think it's part of the support package that comes with the AVD, but Kissling there as a supporter of the team rather than its official entrant. But in previous years, John, you're absolutely right, it's been entered by Kissling Motorsport.
Just unbelievable. Dirk Muller then off on another lap, and Kevin Estre has got the leader in sight. The change of colours this year hasn't changed the pace of Black Falcon. They're still one of the preeminent teams, but there's nothing between them now really in Nordschleifer terms, under 3 seconds on the watch, but that really doesn't matter. What we've got is Kevin Estre with target acquired on the leader, gained quite a lot of that time through the way the slow zones played out and how they were withdrawn at various times, but he's also been very quick indeed. Last lap an 8:58 for Estre against a 9:02 for the Mercedes-Benz of Dirk Muller. And there's a certain inevitability about this Manthey Porsche catching up over the bridge at the far side of the circuit, approximately halfway around. Now the second entry to the Nordschleifer is now heading up through that extremely quick left-hander. Starting to climb now, long climb, all about getting the momentum here, and Estre's closing back in again.
That's an absolute best through Sector 5, which took him 1 minute 47.9. Bear in mind that Muller's time, a 1:49.5, so that's a second and a half. Managed to get back again. So what's the gap now? Just 1.2 seconds. And you don't really need a timing screen, frankly, as they're heading to the very fast part of the climb up towards the carousel now. Headlights firmly on and starting to pick out the gloom which is assembling in the valley. It's still nice and light at the start line. And the #1 Porsche, the sister car at Manthey, unbelievable
There's all
now.
kinds of track vehicles out there. 2 flatbeds, and it was side by side from Estre.
No, that's the one car.
Oh no, that's the one car, you're right. That's PP, that's Patrick Peele.
Yeah.
Side by side past one of the intervention vehicles. That won't be looked on anything other than with a raised eyebrow, I would have thought, from race control. Even with a white flag. Now, with a white flag, you're allowed to pass so long as you're not side by side with the course vehicle, or side by side as you go past the course vehicle. So that again is going to be very close judgment as this battle for the lead continues. Of course, what race control will be waiting for, Johnny, is a report from that marshal's post.
Yeah. Yes, and you know, there's no guarantee that the marshal on site will have seen it as we did, but it looked pretty clear to me, I have to say. I'm sure Kevin Estre's defence will be, well, I had 2 back markers right in my way, couldn't see the flag, but, you know, I don't know. I'm happy to put up a defence for Kevin Estre, but there'll be many angles of that. Oh, and slow into a code 60 now. This is still the clear-up operation after that Hyundai connected with the BMW, of course.
With the cones out, marking the area of the track they don't want them on, the BMW is not going to move very easily as it's lost quite a lot of its bodywork and wheels. Here's the news we didn't want to give you. From Foxtail, at Foxtail SP3. By the way, if you're not following that, you should be. It's been fun. I've flapped solidly for 5 hours, but now it's time for a rest. See you at the next VLN race.
Good
the
stuff.
Foxtail has left the building.
It has, but it will return.
Oh, unflappable.
And return next month, indeed, because the next VLN is the 13th of July. So it hasn't got many weeks to catch its breath again. Look at this for the lead, incredible. It's down to 2 car lengths now. And I just wonder whether Kevin Estre caught up a little bit of time in the code 60. Maro Engel's going to really struggle to defend here because the Porsche's got a really good run. They're heading now towards the Kleiner Carousel. So it's a right, it's a left, and then the big left-hander on the concrete. So far, the Mercedes can hold the Porsche back, but coming next, the Dottinger Her.
Yeah.
And I think this Merc's going to be a sitting duck.
Double apex right-hander at the gallows corner coming through now. Merc gets a good run into the first part. Maybe a little bit of an early apex in the second part, but drifts out towards the right line now. To coin a phrase that I've used once or twice before, who's got the ponies? Is it the big twin turbo V8? Is it the normally aspirated 4-litre flat 6? The Porsche's edging closer in the aero wash of the Mercedes AMG. It's getting closer. They're coming towards the Bilstein Bridge now, and all of a sudden the gap starts to come down much quicker as he gets into the hole in the air made by the Mercedes. Drifts over, 2 wheels on the grass, the pass on the grass for the lead, 3 wide under the Bilstein Bridge. That is extraordinary, absolutely incredible, audacious. I can't think of anything else to say to that other than wow. That was an unbelievable pass. Estre takes the lead. Manthey Racing lead at the Nürburgring 24 hours with 2 tyres on the grass. when Dirk Muller closed down on him to try and hold him back, he would not be denied.
Just absolutely phenomenal driving from Kevin Estre. Bear in mind, we are about 2-3 laps into this stint, so this is virtually a fully laden Porsche as well. It's not the last lap before a pit stop, so a heavy car, obviously so fast through the air though as well, and he was happy just to drop a couple of Michelin tyres on the grass and still get traction. Unbelievably, got the inside
and how
line.
quick down there? How quick down there?
I didn't think he was going to do it.
I thought he was going to back out.
As you said, no, but I didn't think he was going to catch him. And then, as you said, got within a car and a half, and then all of a sudden, boom, here comes the turbo boost from the Porsche. The Mercedes tries to close the door, far too late from Muller, and Kevin Estre says, no, you don't, sunshine, I'm having the race lead.
It was like the car had turbo boost. That's a normally aspirated car. How far the grass was he? He was half a car's width on the grass. Oh my goodness, it wasn't just dropping a wheel over, he was grass cutting at 180 miles an hour. That's the world's fastest lawnmower. That is absolutely incredible. Not a scintilla, a hint of a lift from the right foot there.
Dries Vanthoor had an absolutely horrendous crash there last year by, I think, catching a back marker pretty much at the kink at Tiergarten. That's how badly it can go wrong. Clanged the barrier one side, then on the other side as well, but somehow Estre, with those hot Michelin tyres from a lap around the Nordschleife, found some grip, continued vaguely in a straight line, and Paul Truswell, we have a new race leader.
We do indeed. 270, I was just going to answer your question, how fast they were going. 277 kilometres per hour. Work that one out.
Just north of 170 miles an hour.
Well, wasn't a bad guess then. We've just ordered a large forklift truck for when Estre gets out of the car, because there's 2 parts of his body that must be huge and very heavy indeed after that. That was just extraordinary. Right then, well, the last time I bailed out of here, it was because I couldn't believe anything more exciting was happening. I'm going to do the same now, because Joe Bradley is about to jump in for me for the next 3 hours or so. I'm going to go and lie in a darkened room and have someone drip warm halibut oil onto me just to calm me down a little bit.
I have no idea where this race is going next, because I've virtually seen the whole that motorsport can offer in about the last 45 minutes. Just amazing motorsport, and we still have 20 hours and 48 minutes of this race to enjoy. The third place car, by the way, is the number 42 Schnitzer BMW, is now being recovered from the scene at Brunchen, minus most of its front bodywork, sadly, and also minus a front right wheel. But Maxi Goertz driving the Mann-Filter Mercedes, running in third position then in that yellow and green livery car, very similar to the race leader, only it's a Mercedes AMG. And in fourth position, it's the Fricadelli car, which for this part of the stint is being driven by Sven Muller. So we've had Matt Campbell, and I reckon it's only been Sven Muller since then.
No, we've had everybody. They've
have they really? Right, okay.
One. So 31 was started, the car was started by Matt Campbell.
Then we had a Muller stint.
Then we had a Muller. Then we had Mathieu Jaminet. Then we had Romain Dumas. And now we've got Sven Muller again.
Right, so they've missed Matt Campbell in the rotation.
Matt Campbell on the rotation. And then behind those 4, so we've got Porsche sandwiching 2 Mercedes first and fourth places, then 2 Audis, 5th and 6th, although the 5th place Audi, Markus Winkelhock in the 14 car collection car, is on a different fuel schedule from everybody else, and he'll be into the pits at the end of this lap, and that will then allow the other Audi, the Phoenix car number 4, which Frederic Vervisch is at the wheel of, to come through and take 5th place. And then that will allow the Glickenhaus to be up a place as well at the end of that.
Hans Heyer shaking his head in the garage. It's not his son Kenneth at the wheel of the number 16 Mercedes just yet. Got Tristan Vautier instead driving that Get Speed performance machine. But even Hans Heyer looked vaguely surprised by a Kevin Estre move, which is one of the moves of the year for me so far. They talk about track limits all the time. I can almost forgive Kevin Estre for that overtake. He got the slingshot out of the double right-hander that leads onto the Dottinger Höhe, and despite the defence offered by Dirk Muller, it wasn't enough, and the 911 Porsche now leads. We've got a cracking sunset here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife Saturday night. What more could you want for your Saturday night entertainment? 18 hours and 38 minutes still to go, so that means it's 9 minutes to 9. And we're not even a quarter of the way through this race. John Hindhaugh then is stepping away from the RSL commentary booth. We're live here from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge, and sitting in his position, good evening again to Joe Bradley.
Hindhaugh's had to go and have a lie down in a dark room after that.
That's exactly what he said.
Whatsoever. I wonder what happens if I drive half of this car on the grass. Nothing.
No ability to read the future or the consequences of anything.
Unbelievable. Outstanding.
Oh no, Mercedes, driven by Dirk Muller, got caught up behind the GT tyres. Volkswagen Golf coming out of the carousel as well. Do I go right? Do I go left? In the end, it ducked back down onto the concrete, but that's a slither of time lost again to the 911 Porsche, which is just visible from Dirk Muller's car, hopping and skipping its way now to the very high stuff over Hohe Acht, and then the dip back down towards Brunchen. But that gap, I can only really see that gap climbing to nearly 2 seconds. It might be 2.5 by the end of the lap.
It's all Estre, that. It's all Estre. That is absolutely optimising that Porsche. It's how he's getting through the traffic. There is not a hint of hesitation in any of his moves.
I mean, this is the thing about driving on this kind of a circuit, is if you do hesitate, then you end up spending half a lap behind the next car. But because he was prepared to commit, and as you say, 2 wheels onto the grass as he was committing, you know, it was one of those things. I mean, Joe said it, lack of imagination. It could so easily have gone very wrong. And as you mentioned it, Johnny, the accident that was had last year was Lawrence Vantour, wasn't it? In the Dries Vantour, that's right, who had that accident. And okay, Dries is young and hot-headed, but certainly, I mean, nothing wrong with that move, but there were several consequences which could have happened, which didn't happen. Don't forget, there's still the possible investigation into that car for a possible yellow flag infringement.
True.
I'll call it alleged, because Hindhaugh definitely alleged it. So it has been alleged, but no mention of it on any of our screens yet.
Yeah.
Car in the gravel.
Now this is the wood effect BMW that I was trying to describe earlier on in the week. Has it come to grief on the Grand Prix track is the next question. No, that's part of the Nordschleife circuit. 2 flatbeds now working their way through the ice curve and towards the nearest possible exit for these recovery vehicles. One of those cars was the TCR leader, the 171 Hyundai. The other car is the number 42 BMW, with race traffic having to nip by at obviously reduced speeds, but rather than yellow flags covering this little lot, it'll be white flags. So you're not actually instructed to reduce your speed to code 60 or anything like that. Just take it very gingerly and single file past some big rig machinery to recover those stricken cars that have been there for quite some time now. The code 60 there has been lifted. However, we've got another one now in place at Arenberg. And, a message from race control to say that the 911, a representative from car 911, is requested to the clerk of the course.
I fear that's that yellow flag, isn't it?
It could be the yellow flag. It could be the grassy moment.
Well, you know, in front of him, he saw the Merc of Dirk Muller. Dirk Muller had traffic in front of him. He knew Dirk Muller was going to have to come to the left to pass the traffic. They were also going into the sweeping right at what's the name for that? It's not Hohenrhein. It's before that.
Well, Tiergarten really is the kink, but they also call the next sweepers Tiergarten as well.
Yes, that's what I thought it was. Antonio Busch.
And Antonius Bucher is the left-handed bit.
Right, that's the sweeping left.
Tiergarten is where it goes. Sweeping left is Antonius Bucher, and then Tiergarten is where it goes a bit narrower, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be hard if they criticise him for that move where he put the car half in the grass. Well, we'll wait and see. Let's not speculate. Let's just wait and see if it is a yellow flag.
Again, Estre's defence will be, well, I got alongside, i.e. my front bumper was a whisker level with the rear bumper of the Mercedes, and he closed the door. So I got driven onto the grass.
The thing is, Johnny, the last thing, if you do have to drive on the grass in avoiding action, and he probably saw that manifest in front of him, the last thing you want to do is lift.
Yeah.
Get it back on the tarmac before you do anything else with the car.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was knife-edge stuff, wasn't it? We'll see what they throw at it.
He was overlapping the Mercedes before he hit the grass, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So that's what he'll say. Well, that's what the team manager or an engineer that is being now summoned to the clerk of the course, I'm sure, will say. The yellow flag is more difficult to get out of, but we will wait and see.
The Arenberg incident that you mentioned, Johnny, and the BMW 239, the Hoffa racing car, are the same incident. The Classic Cup BMW 239 that you said was it on the Grand Prix circuit? Was it on the Nordschleife? It was on the Nordschleife. It was at Arenberg. That's why we've now got a code 60 there.
Yeah, and car 239 is tumbling down the order as a result.
Yes, it was quite a long way down anyway. It was outside the top 6 in the 235 Cup, or sorry, the 240i Cup, should call it now, the Classe Cup 5.
Alex Berghardt driving that car into the gravel trap. Not sure whether he was involved with anybody else, actually, but the result is the BMW stuck in the stones on the outside of Arenberg, and deliberately there is a gravel trap there to arrest high-speed cars. There have been some huge crashes at Arenberg through the years, and sometimes multi-car incidents as well.
Change for the leader in Class SP8T, because with the various things that were going on, the number 51 car having his accident and an early pit stop, and the Mercedes then taking over but having a pit stop, Chris Goodwin for Aston Martin Performance Centre now leads SP8T, car number 36. So despite having that little drama at the early stages of the race, when Darren Turner had to bring the car in with a rattly air conditioning unit, didn't want to take it out onto the Nordschleife, so he came in through the back entrance of the pit, spent 3.5 minutes there. But the car has now gone since then very smoothly, and Chris Goodwin then in the lead of SP8T.
Excellent. So that's taken a fairly long time, and also an ability to put any disaster out of your mind almost as soon as it's happened, to focus on the road in front and try and reel in the class leader. The sun, and a very low and bright sun now as it starts to set, is going to be troublesome for those drivers facing it. There are areas around the Grand Prix Strecke where you're just blinded through the slower speed Michelin Curva, and then through the right-hander which leads to Hatzenbach-Bogen. But I suppose on the Grand Prix track, that you can rely a little bit more on muscle memory, but the Grand Prix, or rather the Nordschleife, is offering traffic which is completely different every single lap. So muscle memory is part of it, but can't be relied upon entirely.
Track clear at Arenberg now, but there is still slow zones over at Brunchen.
We'll keep an eye open for them. So as the sun begins to disappear, the campfires are lit up. It's bedtime places in the world, and it's certainly bedtime where I'm from, as we say goodnight to Jackson, Brody and Amelia. My grandkids have been watching.
Excellent.
So night, kids. When you get up in the morning and you're having your breakfast, you can watch
still
this
be going.
race again.
Yes.
It'll still be here. Grandad might not be talking, but somebody will be.
You'll be asleep somewhere, probably.
So night-night, guys. Night-night. See you soon.
And we are now at exactly 9 o'clock local time. So with 18.5 hours still to do in the 47th edition of the 24 Hours of the Nurburgring, let's take the latest Hyundai race update. Right, I'm going to whip through the SP9 top 10 and then hand over to Joe Bradley for this round of classes that we owe you this hour. 36 laps completed, and it is Dirk Muller who leads the way. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Dirk Muller, according to the screen, that leads the way.
That's because the lead is in the pits.
And that's early.
No, that's the one car. Have we got the 911 in as well?
911 car?
Yeah, no, the leader is not in the pits, but it is not in...
Showing second.
Sorry, 911 is not in the lead, is what I'm trying to say, because it stopped in sector 6.
You're kidding.
It stopped somewhere between Bergwehr and Kesselchen.
Right.
The 911.
We'll have to deal with this in a minute. I'm going to read the numbers as they appear and then sort out this disaster, frankly, for the 911 after such a great drive for Kevin Estre. Dirk Muller leads the motor race in the number 2 Mercedes. The car now starting to build a very big lead over the 911, which hasn't triggered the sector at the end of sector 7. Kevin Estre in the 911 still being shown, though, as in second position from the 48 Maxi Gertz car, but that will be homing in now on 911. Third position then, and in fact now up to second for the man-filter Mercedes. 911 tumbling down the order. The 31 Sven Muller-driven Fricadelli Porsche is in third, and soon to be fourth will be the 705 SCG from Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus. Sixth position right now is the number 4 Audi of Fred Vervisch. Seventh place for Patrick Assenheimer in the Mercedes of Black Falcon, number 6. Thomas Jaeger drives the other Black Falcon Mercedes, number 3, which is in 8th place. Ninth position for Kelvin van der Linde in the number 29 Audi from Team Lant, and in 10th place it's the 16 of Tristan Vautier. That's a Get Speed Performance Mercedes. Whilst I try and work out exactly where the 911 car is, now dropped as far as 6th position. Here is Joe Bradley with this hour's class positions.
Well, it's just clicked past 9 p.m, so it's our odd hour class rundown. Looking at V3T, it's the 718 numbered Porsche, currently 102nd overall. And we've got V2T, it's the BMW of Manhella? Martin Owen at the wheel of the 162. That's currently 107th overall. Next in line we've got V4, that's the BMW E90 of the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport. Christoph Mag in the number 150, that's 98th overall. V6, further up the sheet is the Porsche Cayman S of Team Mattol Racing. Daniel Schwerfeld currently at the car. The number 135 is currently 68th overall. Class Cup 5 is, he's got a 37-second lead in the BMW 240i. That's Daniel Ziltz in the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport BM Car 240, 55th overall. The Cup Crossbow KTM class is, where's that one? There it is. 44th overall for Teichmann Racing, and it's Mark Reinfarth at the wheel of the number 111 leading that class. And the final class at this rundown is for the alternative fuels class, the AT class. Team Care for Climate, it's the Porsche GT3 Cup. Thomas von Lewis of Menard at the wheel, car 320, is currently 34th overall. Have you found the 911, Johnny?
Thankfully I have. Looked to be a transponder glitch for the 911.
Yeah, it's going round now,
Good.
Yes. And in fact, it's down on the Grand Prix circuit at the moment.
And hasn't lost the lead.
And it is in the lead still, which is a very good reason why timing screens shouldn't change the order in the middle of a lap. They should only change the order at lap end.
It's a big lap though, Paul.
It is.
Yeah,
could have several, well, you're right, because it's not classified as a lead change until it crosses the line. So we could have several lead changes. Is that what you're going to say, Johnny? Is that why you're waving your finger at me?
I was going to say, that's the Hyundai race update. The performance of Hyundai N. Feel the feeling. Right, gentlemen, you may continue.
Yes, we stretched it out a little bit, didn't we? Yes.
So, yeah, as I say, it does cause a bit of a consternation when you see the lead changing on the scoreboard. It can be caused by something as simple as a transponder glitch.
And it can change at the top of the hour, just when we're doing our update, with the lead car coming into the pits and handling the lead for that phase, just at the time that we're doing the update.
The two Manthey cars are now, though, nose to tail on the road, but they are, don't panic, they are a lap apart because of the delays for the, now in Patrick Pilet's hands, the number 1 car. Reason that car had a bit of a delay, had a puncture earlier on, but then they lost some more time trying to sort out some damage that was done, even though the car was brought back by Fred Macavici very carefully. There was a little bit more damage done on that car. So the number 1 car, although it's looking nose to tail with the 911, is a lap down on its sister car. Still Dirk Muller in second place then with the Black Falcon Mercedes, although he has now dropped 10 seconds on the race lead. Of course, it was only a few laps ago that they had the lead, but it's just been the pace of this lap that we're only 2 laps away now from the end of the stint for Kevin Estre and Dirk Muller, and I suspect it's going to be a double stint from Dirk Muller and possibly a driver change from Kevin Estre. I only say that because up until this point in the race, the Manthey cars have tended to change drivers at nearly every stop, whereas the Black Falcon Mercedes has had double stints for its drivers, and Dirk Muller has only done 1 stint at the wheel of that car. So the race will be about 7 hours old by the time Adam Christodoulou gets into the car, by which time it will be 10:30 at night.
I'm trying to work out what happened for the number 1 Porsche in the pit stop that it's just had, because I think I caught sight of at least 1 door being changed on the number 1, which is about to be lapped, by the way, by the 911. So we'll get to enjoy the 2 Manthey Porsches next to one another on the track. However, one going 25 kilometres behind the sister car.
You're absolutely right. It did indeed have a new door, and a new wing was fitted to the car as well, I think.
Right, okay.
A new bodywork piece anyway, in addition to the door. So I just wonder, no idea why that might have been.
There might have been a faulty catch or something in the door flapping. We certainly didn't notice that on any of the stream that we could see.
No, there was. That's my point, because I'm just doing a bit of spooling back
right,
again to work out exactly why they switched the door on the number 1. But the old one came off. The new one then was slotted on. And what I'm trying to work out is whether there was any damage down the sill or behind the door, but it looks like actually the focus is the catch, potentially. New wheel going on as well.
Well,
and then
that's the hinge that catches.
Sorry,
this end.
that's actually, I meant hinge and said catch.
The reason is that there was contact at Galgenkopf between that Porsche and the number 241 Adrenaline Motorsport BMW. And that was about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, okay. So side-to-side contact, you would think. I didn't see any sign of another body panel being put onto that Porsche.
Did it show any signs of the mirror being missing or something? So that would have been very tricky to drive around here without both of your door mirrors.
True.
Hard to judge.
No, the mirror's still there.
Yeah, mirror's still there, so it wasn't that. So the transponder on the 911 has sorted itself, and Kevin Estre continues to lead from Dirk Muller in the number 2 Mercedes. It's the number 48 Mercedes that currently is in 3rd, and then got a bit of a Porsche Mercedes kind of route at the front of the field, haven't we? We've got the Glickenhaus doing a splendid job in 5th overall, 705. Currently in 5th.
Thomas Much back at the wheel after he started that car at 3:30 this afternoon. Fred Vervisch is the best Audi so far, but also an interesting battle to keep our eyes on is the 29 versus 16. So 29 is the Lant entry, and that's Kelvin, isn't it?
Van der Linde.
Thank you.
Again, 16 being Tristan Vautier. Thomas Much in the 705, having started the Glickenhaus, on his last lap before he comes into the pits. So he's done one stint at the beginning of the race and now coming up to finish his second stint. His pit stop will be the first that then kind of signals that everybody else will be coming in. The 6 and the 3 Black Falcon Mercedes, which came in together last time, will probably be coming in together again. Patrick Assenheimer and Thomas Jaeger both coming to the end of their respective stints.
Beautiful evening in this part of Germany. Arenberg and Schwedenkreuz bathed in evening sunshine. But that is exactly where you need to be able to see the track in front of you. You've got a braking point to think about. You've got a turning in point as well. And a fully committed Schwedenkreuz, the left-hander, that's been resurfaced, remember, since this race took place last year. So is even quicker, if anything. And we've caught sight of cars doing, well, near enough 170 miles an hour on the approach, 270 odd kph. And for the next 30 to 40 minutes, that area is going to be very tricky indeed because of the sunshine getting lower and lower and getting below the windscreen visor that most of these cars run, and also the visor that most of the drivers will have on their helmets as well. It's also a difficulty out of the double left-hander at Metzgersfeld, plunging downhill towards Breitscheid ultimately. Thankfully, this part of the track is tree-lined though for Kelvin van der Linde and Tristan Vautier, so that does blot out the sunshine, at least temporarily.
Yeah, it disappears behind the valley, doesn't it? As we go deep into the bottom half, descending into the valley. It's effectively down one part of the valley and then up the other, isn't it? Quite a change in altitude. I don't know what they've probably got stats as to
from the
exactly
highest point to the lowest point.
To the lowest point, yeah.
Yeah.
You certainly pop your ears, that's for sure. Certainly at these speeds.
The gradient change is just ridiculous here, and you know, Spa is impressive in that respect. Mount Panorama, likewise, which have wonderful GT3 racing through a sports car year, but there's nowhere quite like the Nordschleife. And now, of course, the drivers that are doing this transitional stint from full light to full dark, it might be wise for the teams to keep their drivers at the wheel for as long as possible, just because they can keep up to date with the ever-changing conditions in this hour to 90-minute stint. And then you can cycle through one or two more of your drivers when you're into full darkness. Climbing up the hill towards the Klostertal area and Kesselchen soon too, and then into the most famous part of this Nordschleife circuit, which is the carousel, the Caracciola carousel, heading towards the left-hander and the concreted area. In the old days, the track used to go dead straight up a huge incline and rejoin at Hoher Acht, but this is a way of bypassing again a lot more of the gradient change into the left-hander. Fantastic to spectate from. I almost get the feeling though that the tents and the campers on the inside of the carousel have almost given up on spectating. They're pumping smoke right across the track, I tell you, on the run up to Hoher Acht, but I just wonder whether the Bitburger and the Warsteiner is slightly more attractive than watching cars right now.
The drivers do tell you that they can smell the barbecues and then they can smell the breakfasts.
Yeah.
And we've got a driver with us at the moment. Is it Dennis Trebbing's debut here this week? He's hey, jump in here. Tell us about what you can smell, Dennis.
2 seconds, says Joe Bradley, and we can get. Well, we'll sort out which microphone Dennis is going to go on, and then grab a word.
We've got Dennis now.
Excellent.
Hey guys.
I think Dennis's claim to fame really is the fact that in a few weeks' time he's going to be tiling floors in Andrew Marriott's house.
Yeah.
Tiling the floors or the walls?
Just the walls.
The walls.
Doing the master bedroom and the guest bedroom.
It's his Florida house?
Yes.
All right. So
Yeah,
that's why you're tiling the floor.
Yeah.
So is that your day job then?
Yeah, my day job is working for my family business. We lay tile, install tile. We sell it, install it, do the whole 9 yards. We're one of the largest in our area in Florida. We're also been around for 30 years this past month. So, yeah, I mean, I do both. I have 2 careers, so to say.
Yeah,
I race, make money doing this, and also
you go back to the real world.
Literally, I'll tell you what, the way it usually works is when I do a VLN, I fly on Thursday afternoon. I land here Friday morning. I drive Friday practice. You know, obviously Saturday qualify race. Sunday morning, I'm on a flight back home. I'm home for dinner Sunday night, and then Monday morning at 6:30, I'm back at work to lay tile.
Really?
Yeah. There's no
Incredible.
break for the weary.
Incredible.
I used to have a job like that.
Yeah.
I flew from Dallas on a Sunday night.
Yeah.
And I was in a meeting in the northeast of England on regeneration funding by 2 o'clock on the Monday afternoon.
Yeah.
So I have I flew to Europe and did a 24-hour motor race.
Yep.
You just don't tell them because they think this guy's crazy.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
deluded.
Yeah.
He's a bit deluded.
So, Dennis, when did you first discover this place as a racetrack? Were you one of the guys that saw it on Gran Turismo, an equivalent computer
well,
game?
actually, for me, it was Forza Motorsports. That's kind of like where I fell in love with it.
Yeah.
Obviously, I didn't really have a way to come to Europe. I didn't really think about it because I raced in USA, and I always had the dream to go to IndyCar. That was the dream. I raced Skip Barber Formula Cars Nationals. Raced against a lot of the kids that are in IndyCar now, and also factory driver kids. And I did not have the funding. I didn't have a way to get there with the money. My parents said, "Hey, look, we love you to death, but that's not gonna. We can't.
That's
fund
a few
it."
tiled floors, isn't it, for IndyCar?
That's a lot of tile floors for that one.
Yeah.
So sadly, we couldn't do that. But then actually, I met a gentleman named Uwe Altzen. He's actually a legend here. I met him when he was on vacation in Cape Coral through a friend of ours. And we became good friends, and he saw me race, and he's like, "Listen, dude, you can't go to, you're not going to make an IndyCar. I have something in Europe you might be interested. Let's go to Scirocco Cup." So I raced the Scirocco R Cup for 3 years. The second year actually was second in the championship. I was also
Had you ever been to Europe before that?
No, actually, as a kid. As a
Right,
kid, I
on
had
holiday.
been, only one time before that as a kid, but other than that, I never really went. I did a cruise with my family when I was like 13, but other than that, never really came here because all of our friends, because I speak German as well fluently.
Okay.
Because my mom and dad are from Germany. They're from Hanover. They got married. They said, "Hey, the weather here isn't the best. Let's go to Florida." So I was lucky enough to be born in Florida. That's the best part about it.
I was about to say, you're the lucky boy.
Yeah, my sister and I, we definitely lucked out.
Yeah.
But Uwe kind of held my hand. He directed me here, and he said, "Hey, let's try the European route." And obviously, not few Americans come here. I don't know if they're scared or if they just don't have the right way or the path or.
How well promoted, how aware is the US racing scene about the Nürburgring 24 hours?
Everyone knows it, and I've tried to bring a lot of Americans here. The thing is, a lot of them seem scared. See, a lot of the gentleman drivers who pay for the rides in USA, I'm like, "Hey, come to Europe. Let's race here. It's a third the cost.
Right.
Let's have some fun." And I mean, we can put 2, 3, 4 pros on the car, and then have a gentleman driver pay for it, and he's literally paying less than what his ride would cost for himself in, say, Daytona or Sebring. And let's have some fun. And the problem is, a lot of them are scared because it's really remembering all the best tracks of America in one. And obviously, with no runoffs, no nothing, it's not the easiest track in the world either.
It has got. It's not called the Green Hell for nothing.
Yeah, it's quite tough.
It is, and we had an American Porsche here, the '59 Porsche that didn't make it out of Thursday.
Actually, while the car was being towed back, I was actually talking to them. I know Charles Espinal with them.
Yeah.
And I actually was talking to them, trying to get them a second car, a backup car.
Right.
Because they run in the same class that your car runs
Yes,
in,
they did.
SP7.
Yeah. So normally don't help competitors, but hey, we're all friendly family.
Yeah.
So I said, hey, I wrote Charles. I said, hey, our team has a second backup car for you sitting in the garage. Would you guys like it? The only problem is the organization would not allow it because it was in the middle of qualifying. Okay. And because the event had already started, you cannot change the chassis number of vehicles. So that was kind of it. They said you can rebuild your car, but their car was finito. That thing was so crashed.
Yeah, the chassis number is scrutineered, isn't it? And it's got to be that.
Exactly. And then also, I had another car that I could have filled them in possibly. The only problem was once the event had started, you can't fill them in. And sadly, they had to fly home early, and they didn't get a race.
Yeah. We know those guys quite well. They race in the 24H series.
Yeah, I see they do quite well. They have the GT3 as well there.
That's right.
They were really looking forward to this weekend.
Yeah.
They were really geared
maybe
up for
maybe in the future they'll let me drive with them one day. Maybe
well,
they'll hire me on.
Yeah.
You'd be most welcome at a Creventica race,
Yeah,
I'm sure of that. Now, Uwe Altzen, I'm just looking up his statistics, former champion in the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland. I mean, I remember many seasons in the DTM as well, in Opel Astras and, onward into other cars as well. But with his experience then in Porsche Cup, was he also selling that category to you as well as coming to race it? Or had you raced Porsche Cup cars back in the States?
I never raced Porsche Cup car. Actually, I never really touched a sports car till Europe. I was always a Formula car. I stepped in MX-5 one time, and it was Skip Barber. I tried it. I was like, I still like the Formula car. Came here to the Scirocco. The Porsche came to be simply because we had tried to go the Porsche route. I did the Porsche Junior shootout the first year it came back.
Right.
I was there with Tom Blomqvist, Michael Christensen, Klaus Buchler, Mario Fahnbacher. I was there. But the difference is I had gone to Vallelunga That's where we had it. So we had one day, you know, we had a physical test weekend, and then we had also the driving test. I had never sat in a Cup car. I had never driven a rear motor car. I'd never driven a car over 300 horsepower.
Now they're very different. I've got to give you,
Yeah.
you know, in fairness to you, Dennis, you know, you're describing a Porsche 911 with the engine hung right across the back of the rear axle.
Yeah.
So all that unsprung weight, and they have got. If you'd never driven a Porsche 911, it was quite a thing.
On top of coming from a front-wheel drive Scirocco.
Oh wow, there you go.
From the seasons before, coming from a middle engine open wheel, it was a big transition. I did quite well. I wasn't mature enough for the ride yet. I wasn't there yet, and that's why I didn't get furthered in the program.
Just hold on to that thought, because any minute now we got the race leaders coming in to serve their next pit stop.
That's
so
interesting.
Kevin Estre and Dirk Muller separated by just 20 seconds and coming to the end of this 8-lap stint that they're on. So Porsche shooting down the pit lane entry road and gets to a suitable speed right at the line, and following that car in very shortly will be the number 2 car then. As I say, 20 seconds later, we're expecting the Black Falcon Mercedes to pop into sight as well. Here it comes, out of Hohenrhein, and down to a stop as well. But I reckon Kevin Estre was even quicker than Dirk Muller just on pit lane entry. And now, of course, this bizarre situation for the SP9s where they've got a pit, but at a minimum pit stop time, and your class has to adhere to that as well, right?
I believe
SP7 or
SP7
not?
does not. We can
So
go
that's as
whenever
quick
we
as you
want.
like.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like that's the only time to really make time on those guys. Obviously, they're significantly quicker than us. They have a little more power, downforce, tires, everything. But I mean, we're quite similar. The Cup MR I'm driving. It's kind of like the baby sister of the GT3R. And obviously, that's the end goal for me to go to. I want to be in that car one day.
It's basically Porsche Cup spec. The SP7.
A little bit wider and a little more aero. That's what we have.
Yes. A little more aero or a little less aero?
A little more aero. We have a little more Cup, yeah. So we actually have a bigger rear wing and a bigger front diffuser. But due to that, we're also running heavier weight. So we're heavier than the Cup cars, but also we have just a tick more power. So that it's a level playing field. Usually in the end of our stint is when our downforce actually comes to play and helps us, because their tires fall off. They don't have as much downforce. So they lose about 5-6 seconds. We can stay the same time.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Your car has less drag, I think.
Yeah,
So
actually we have more drag on the straightaway. We're not as quick.
Okay.
We lack about 8 kilometers an hour on the straight, which, I mean, doesn't sound like much. It might be 2-3 miles per hour. But when you're ducting a Hur, which is one of the longest straights, it hurts.
So those cars then are being serviced, Estre and Dirk Muller, coming in completely together, nose to tail, are the 48 and 31 cars. And these cars then have changed positions on the in-lap. So that happened probably down the Dottinger Hur. Obviously, on the live stream, the director is focusing more on the cars that were already in the pit lane. But Maxi Gertz clearly got a very good run on the Sven Muller car, did the overtake, and then they come down to the speed limit on the pit lane to be serviced. But they've all done 8-lap stints. So they should all be spending exactly the same time in the pit lane. Therefore, we're expecting to see the Kevin Estre car, depending on whether there's been a driver change there or not. But they have been whipping through the drivers at Manthey. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a new pilot at the wheel of the 911. That should get on the move first, assuming no missed steps during the pit stop. And then about 20 seconds later, Dirk Muller will be back into the race as well. I remember the days at VLN where at the end of the first stint, actually an SP7 car could lead outright because it could do an 8-lap stint, and none of these SP9s could.
The newer motors, the second generation, I believe, the motors are so much better, and but they also use a little more fuel due to the fact we're going faster, and we could not make the 9 laps. We looked at it, we could, but it's a gamble. We might run on Duttinger Hur, and then you're that guy who ran out of fuel, and you lose your lap that you're made up good.
Yeah.
0.9 of a lap. 0.9 of a lap.
It's no good to anyone,
9/10 of a lap left is not really good around here. No.
So it's going pretty well for your car right now.
Are we in second
Peter,
right now?
Peter Ludwig in your car
Yes.
at the moment, and well, by my timing screen, which I'll admit has been a bit glitchy of late, second place behind the 62 car.
We've been hunting them from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm sure you have, and probably since well all week, frankly, because it's so close in SP7.
It's amazing.
I
had won traffic and we qualified 5th, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
And then I looked at the timing, it was super close. It's really cool.
Yeah.
So that's the Marcel Hopper, Moritz Krantz, von Gartson and Mark J. Thomas car. We had a little tweet earlier on from Canada saying, are there any Canadian drivers in the field this year? Well, I reckon Mark J. Thomas is pretty much the only one in the class-leading SP7 car, but many people from your part of the world, Dennis, from the States.
Over me.
And I'm pleased that the Nordschleifer is still a global ambition for many.
I would love more Americans to be here. I mean, it's really cool. I always try to pass the word on to a lot of friends that I know there. I'm like, hey, USA is cool, but you do the same circuits over and over. There is no track in the world like the Nürburgring. I've driven many places around USA in the world. I'll tell you what, you can't even compare Nürburgring to anything else. It's its own monster.
But you've got some fantastic circuits in the US.
Yeah.
Road Atlanta is
That's one of my favorite. Yeah.
Road America.
Road America. Actually, Road
Mid
America.
Ohio.
Yeah.
Laguna Seca.
I like Sebring. I love Sebring.
You love Sebring?
I'm only an hour and a half away, and I love Sebring. Actually, it's where I went to my first race in 1997.
Well, you're a Floridian, of course.
Yeah. But actually, 97, I was 5 years old. I went there for my first race. And
Did you go to the 12-hour?
Yeah, I went to 12 hours. Actually, and I still have from the Porsche 911 GT1 lug nut because my parent, my dad spoke German. And funny coincidence, Uwe Alton, actually, who ended up managing me later on, was actually the driver on that car.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a bit spooky.
Fight off the pit road now. Maxi Goertz and Sven Muller brought these cars in, remember, and they were next to one another virtually. It looks like a slightly quicker and possibly a slightly better pit stop then for the 48-man filter car, which is being taken over by Christian Hohenadel. And it is Matt Campbell, I reckon, back at the wheel of the 31 car. So they are going to resume battle now, heading down the hill through the Haug Hook and onward towards the left and the right-handers. How do you find this Grand Prix track? Because it's so different from the rest of the circuit, isn't it? And obviously, if you're doing VLN, it is a different type of circuit because there's no Mercedes Arena in this iteration, and you don't even get as far down the bottom of the hill to the Dunlop hairpin.
Yeah, it's different. I think, it's a normal Grand Prix track. I think it's quite similar to many other Grand Prix tracks around Europe. But it's different. I mean, it's just your setup works on the Nordschleife, but you might have a little bit odd in the Grand Prix, but you just got to make, do with it. You're only going for about a minute and a half, 2 minutes on the Grand Prix, and then say, hey, 6 more minutes of better than scratch off. But it's actually a great Grand Prix track, and it's easy visibility. You can see far for the viewers that are watching. You can see really good out of it.
People find it odd when you talk about the car being trimmed out setup-wise for the Nordschleifer. I mean, it's twists and turns, but there's these long stretches that barely change direction that you need the car to be very, very fast and straight line. Hence why it's slipping and sliding around the Grand Prix track.
Exactly, and also the biggest thing is your suspension that you run here, you can't run anywhere else in the world because there's nowhere else in the world where there's a track that bumpy and there's so many waves in it. If a Grand Prix track was built this way, I can tell you what, Formula One would show up and go, hey guys, redo this track, it wouldn't work. That's just one thing. The Nordschleife has so many waves up and down, you jump, you jiggle, and it's just one of those tracks that, I mean, it has character. It's a great character that it has.
You obviously get a sense of the history of the place and the tradition and the culture. There's a culture here.
Yeah.
When I first went to Sebring, I was told, do not go to Green Park. What was the first thing Hindhoff and I did? We went to Green Park. Of course we went to Green Park.
I have some stories of Green Park.
Yeah, we wanted to see the culture. And Le Mans has its own culture. We're just off the back of Le Mans. And that has a completely different culture to this. And I'm not just talking about beer-swilling Germans, of which there are many out there ringing this track. It's just the feel of the place, and it's part of the Nordschleife. And I mentioned, just as you came in, that it's kind of the barbecues are now fired up, the campfires. As a driver, I've heard people tell me many times, Dennis tell me, you can actually smell that as you're passing through.
You can tell there's some guys, they're good cooks, you can tell you that much. They can grill good, they season that meat good, but it's actually not that bad. It's around the morning time. That's when the smoke doesn't really go up anymore.
Right.
It kind of settles and it comes around the track, and it bugs your eyes. You come through, it's like sticking your face in a grill smoke, and the whole time it's only certain spots. I mean, I've had Roman candle, fireworks shot at me before in the years past.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the guys get crazy, and the worst is actually when it's kind of drizzling rain, because their big bonfires they have on the side of the track as well start to then get turned off, and they use
smog then, doesn't it?
Yeah, they burn the pallets, and the pallets have chemicals in it, and that hurts your eyes. I mean, you just come through there, everything's dandy, and all of a sudden, oh man, what the heck was that?
Yes.
Wow, you just wouldn't think it.
Big drama now for the 238 BMW, and also need to talk about what was going on down at Conrad Motorsport for the Lamborghini, with a pretty significant rear wing adjustment on the number 7 car, which is now back on the move. Marco Mappelli rejoining the race.
That was a replacement wing they were putting on there, Johnny. I'm not sure why. Maybe he's had a slight off. The end plates were certainly missing on the wing that they were removing, and a new wing was being replaced with end plates on it. So an odd one, really, to lose an end plate.
It's a bummer for them. They were doing quite well.
Yeah, they were. Where is
They're
that?
kind of the odd man in the field. They're the only Lamborghini in the field.
It is the only Lamborghini in the race, yeah. Came in from, well, the timing screen still showing 13th position. Is that where it was running, Paul, before that? Lost 10 seconds having the wind on.
Oh, because the pit lane,
because of
the
pit stop, which is obviously restricted to a minimum time. And I could tell that Conrad Motorsport were doing that as hurriedly as possible. In fact, they even got a hammer out at one point to make sure that the lugs were going to go back in again for the brand new wing. But quite incredible that it only went 10 seconds longer than they were intending to do. I identified that BMW, Jörg Brewer, I reckon, in the Class of 5 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW, with the front wheel completely at the wrong angle. 6th place in Classic Cup 5, and that's going to have to be nursed back. So real shame for that car. And Luigi's on the back of one of the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Ferraris, I notice. If you're a Cars fan, you'll know that character all too well. Wochenspiegel Team Monschau, a German outfit, although Rinaldi Racing often look after those Ferraris. It might well be an all-German... Oh, I beg your pardon. Right, Rinaldi's a German team as well. For some reason, I always have in my head with the name Rinaldi. They sound very Italian.
It does.
But they are based... They're probably based just down the road here on the Dottinger Höhe. So many teams in Germany are, with this fabulous facility. A mere walk away, frankly. 5-minute walk away.
So, Dennis, when are you back in the car?
Good question. I think in like 2 hours.
Right.
Yeah, so I go back in. And then we have one of our drivers is not that keen on driving at night. So then he's going to sit out till tomorrow morning. And then it's going to be the 3 of us circling through the night. But the good thing is, I mean, I don't know if you noticed last night at 10:30 last night, I wanted to go to bed, but it's still daylight out.
Yeah, like, welcome to Europe.
And down in Florida,
Northern
it's like
Europe.
8:30, it's lights out. And here, it's, I mean, 11 o'clock, it's still daylight out.
All of my American friends say the same. They find it freaky to be still light.
It is, it's weird.
11 o'clock.
Yeah, for me, it's
well,
weird.
you're in Europe at the perfect time because it's midsummer.
Yeah.
It's downhill from here into the dark nights of winter,
Yes.
which is what you guys don't get.
Yeah.
Dennis, thanks for calling in and seeing
you
us.
guys.
Please, I mean, I'm sure if you're in 2 hours, you're going to be thinking about getting some sleep next time. But pop back and see us.
I'll check back in the morning. I'm right. Hospitality for us is right above you guys, so it's just a swing by.
Brilliant,
Yeah, so
brilliant.
it's easy to come in.
Perfect.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you.
Pop in and see you later, Dennis. Great to hear your insight rather than just our speculation as to the scent of barbecues. And I didn't really consider eyes stinging off chemicals in wood pallets burning, Johnny.
Yeah, and when you've
you
got
learn something every time.
When you've got a race helmet on, that must be absolutely horrendous,
Yeah,
because your visor
you can't
down.
rub your eyes,
you
can
can't. You've got driving gloves on, fireproof gloves. You've got balaclava around your eyes, and you're probably blinking, thinking, "Can this clear now, please?" But what you want to do is naturally just rub your eyes, and that's impossible.
Yeah.
Horrible situation.
Yeah, it is. It's bizarre. I never even thought of that. I thought, I thought the romantic side of things. You're driving around.
The scent of burgers.
What sort of sausage is that I can smell?
And campfires. That lovely smell, that homely feeling. No, it's just chemicals in the eyes. Oh dear. Paul Trussell's back.
Yeah, just correcting one thing that I whispered in your ear whilst that Lamborghini stop was happening. A little bit longer than 10 seconds delay. It was 14 seconds delay on
Even
what would be a normal pit stop. So kind of gives you an idea of what you can do, though, whilst you're doing a pit stop with the rules of the way they work. The team that really gained under that last cycle of pit stops was the number 29 Ladlant Motorsport Audi R8 LMS, which is now in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde, and he has leapt up the order board to 6th place, I think. Oh no, he's fallen down again now. Right, yes, that will be an end of lap effect. So Kelvin van der Linde, having pitted the number 29 car out of 9th place, next time around is going to be back to 9th place as the Glickenhaus number 705 is going to leapfrog ahead of him with Felipe Fernandez-Laza at the wheel. I think the other news from the pits was an engine change going on the GT VW Golf, the all-female crewed VW Golf, which did have engine warning lights, oil warning lights and water temperature warning lights on after just an hour of the race, and so they look like they're contemplating having an engine change. And work going on as well on the number 30 Fricadelli Racing Team Porsche, and that is another car that is falling down the order now. Been in the pits for some 23 minutes. The number 30 car was in 20th place after it had problems earlier on. That's the less well-favoured, if you will, of the Fricadelli cars. Robert Brennauer, Alex Muller, Klaus Abelen and Thomas Preining, the drivers of the 30 car, but that car falling down further and further the order in the pit lane at the moment.
So it's the all-girl crew doing the engine change, guys.
So this is the Jasmine Preissig, Carrie Schreiner and Ronja Assmann Golf. Just the 3 drivers in the race for the number 89 Volkswagen. And an awful lot of work required then to get that
I wonder if they're
in the
actually,
cut. Or
I was wondering, it is a new engine, isn't it? Yeah, they are. I was wondering for a minute whether they were trying to fix the original one, but it's not. It's a new engine going in
on the pallet.
That's a baptism of fire, isn't it?
Well, I have a feeling they will have done this before.
They've probably practiced this, but you know, working motor racing, they said. It's really, really cool and glamorous, they said. Yeah, stay up all night and put an engine in a Golf.
True, but the point is, they're trying to get to the finish at the end of the day, and won't that be a great achievement? If the car's still running at the end, the 29, Kelvin van der Linde car getting back up and running after a code 60 much more quickly than the Mercedes that it was racing. So Kelvin van der Linde, and I reckon, was that the Maxi Book number 3 car? Yes, I think it was. And the number 3 and the 29 were circulating in that order. Meanwhile, Adam Christodoulou will be already mentally preparing for his stint in the number 2 Dirk Muller-driven Black Falcon car. But Adam yet to do a stint, and telling us earlier on that it would be fully dark before he got on board that car. Well, we are now after 9:30, and we're inside the last 18 hours of this race, by the way. That ticked by at half past the hour. Remember, this race not starting on the hour, but 3:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, and in the typical way that you count these things, looking at the number of laps completed, 40 laps of the race completed, a quarter of the way in, multiply 40 times 4. I'll leave you a pause whilst you do that in your heads. Neither of my 2 colleagues can do it. It's 160.
We don't have to, Paul. We've got you.
Yeah, but I said to Martin Haven earlier on, I try and encourage others.
Why? We've got you. It's like having a dog and barking yourself.
What did you say the sum was?
So 4 times 40 will be 160.
I thought you said 49.
No, 4 times 40.
I wasn't listening.
See, we weren't even listening, so we're going to do mental arithmetic. We're not even
160, Paul.
Yeah. So exactly. So it's as I say, we're a quarter of the way through the race. We've done 40 laps. Therefore, we could do 160 laps.
Don't see why not.
As a simple kind of rule of thumb, how far we could go. And if we do 160 laps, that will be a new record for the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Excellent. There's every chance we're not going to get any weather like we've had in the past.
Well, the weather is calm, and the official weather forecast was calm. Great way to describe the weather. And we've had our fair share of coast sixes and slow zones out on the circuit in the first 6 hours, so it's not as if we're kind of making a big demand that we should go through the rest of the race in totally green conditions. So the distance record is kind of within range, but if we do it, it'll only be by a lap.
It's a pretty crazy race by any standards, but we've had a particularly crazy period there. We've almost left ourselves without any BMWs, for instance.
Well,
and the good news is we haven't quite lost the Manda. The mechanics are looking towards repairing it for it to do the final lap tomorrow?
I wouldn't expect anything else, and it is that kind of a race. You do your very best to get to the finish under whatever conditions you can manage.
So let's hope the Foxtail will make a showing. Of course, it's fortunate that incident, and like you've just said, Paul, we've had mucho incidento, and there's every chance that can continue. It's the nature of the place, isn't it? The incident packed to the finish, considering we've only just had just over 6 hours of racing, and with just under 18 hours to go, we have in no way seen the last of anything with intervention vehicles.
Got to get through the
slowing
night.
up the leader. Is that the leader or is that the number one?
Yeah, that's the 911
That's
car.
the 911, yeah, it is the leader. The yellow and green rather than the green and yellow, who does make his way by.
I'm still trying to work out, Paul. Kelvin van der Linde was bottled up behind a Mercedes going through clearly a code 60, and he saw the green flag. The Mercedes driver did not, so there was an overtake with the 29 getting in front of, I think, was the number 3. Don't say Black Falcon anywhere on the back of that car.
That's definitely a Black Falcon car. Whether it's either the number 3 or the number 2.
Well, Maxi Book is still being shown ahead of Kelvin van der Linde. That's the confusing thing. It might be that he got back past again, of course, down the Dottinger.
I think that's the only explanation, but he certainly, I think that is the Black Falcon Mercedes that you caught him.
Number 3.
Yeah, and they were battling for 10th place on the road.
1.4 seconds is the gap. So, yes, they've actually flipped around again, quite incredibly. That's definitely one for me to keep my eyes on then. Obviously, the focus at the moment is on the race leader, Kevin Estre, coming now into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein for the 41st time and leading by 19.3 seconds over Dirk Muller in one of the other Black Falcon Mercedes. That's the orange and black car that led for a long period of time at the start of the race when Mauro Engel was driving it, you may remember. But steadily and surely, the 911 Porsche reeled that car in, managed to overtake it with two wheels on the grass, heading towards the left-hander at Antonius Bucher, and that 911 Porsche has stayed in front ever since.
Just going back to Joe's point about BMWs, in SP9, the highest placed BMW is actually the Falcon Motorsports car, the number 33 BMW, which is in 18th place overall. But there is only one other BMW in the SP9 class still running. So out of the, how many was it, 6 BMWs we had in the SP9 entry, actually it might have been 7 with the last generation car as well. The number 50 car, which has also lost an engine, but apparently that car might be seen again before the end of the race, the number 50 car in the garage with a broken engine. But there's only one other BMW still running, and that's the number 100 Valkenhorst Motorsport car, which is down in 25th place overall. So a lot of the pundits, myself amongst them, coming into this race saying that BMW were amongst the favourites, but as I say, 2 cars in the top 25 with a quarter of the race gone doesn't bode terribly well.
No. That was based on them winning the qualifying race, the previous qualifying race, wasn't it? But then we've also had speculation as to the other manufacturers maybe sandbagging, for want of a better term.
Well, yes, I mean it was clear. I mean it wasn't just on the basis of them winning the qualifying race, but it was the way that they could drive away from everybody else in the qualifying race. Yeah. Since then, we've learned, probably from somebody who shouldn't be named, that the Porsches were running overweight in that race, and so rather than, I mean, the organisers obviously found out because that's what organisers are paid to do, and so that's why this 20 kilos has been slammed onto the Porsches, because they were running at a higher weight than they could have done during the qualifying race. So it's kind of just giving them back the handicap that they gave themselves.
We know the BMW is a strong car, though, because in this calendar year, it won the Spa 24. Now, OK, those cars were running to a different set of balance of performance regulations, but actually Valkenhorst won that race last July.
Yep.
Rover Racing, second place in that race last July. So things have altered, I agree. We're now in Germany, and this is these are balance performance rules specifically for this race.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's different. As there's an Aston Martin sideways on the run down towards Brightshire. I think that was the 36 car, Joe.
I think it
that
was
a little bit scary. The car is completely at 90 degrees to the direction of travel and almost blocking the track there. Whereabouts did we say that
the
was,
run down
Johnny?
to Brightshire. That's the leader as well.
It's Christian
It's
Gebhardt. Christian Gebhardt in the Aston Martin, Johnny.
Is it not Goodwin still?
No, it's Christian Gebhardt now.
Okay.
Christian, I did mean to ask Chris about this actually. As far as I know, Christian Gebhardt is a full-time journalist. I think he's more in the character of kind of Mark Hales, for those of you who remember Mark Hales of a long time ago, who was a motoring journalist but also a pretty good racing driver as well, or Marcus Pye. But Christian Gebhardt writes for Sport Auto magazine, which is, if you can work it out, the German version of Autosport. And he is the third driver in that crew. But, I mean, was in a very strange place. I mean, that wasn't a mechanical breakdown type of place to be in. That was
I'll tell you where that was.
Of some sort, as they, yes, go on.
Well, the drop down towards Brightshire involves a very tricky, and you can easily forget it. I'm not saying this is what Christian Gebhardt did, but I do on the simulator, frankly. You come down to a very tight left-hand hairpin where you've got to slow. It looked like he'd got through that, no problem. But then on the exit of the next right-hander, where Brightshire Village itself comes into view, the car had pitched right and was broadside to then those coming through that blind right-hander. The next sequence of corners then take you over the road bridge and start the climb up towards the carousel.
Basically, that's Versiphon, which used to be one of the slowest corners on the Nordschleife.
Versiphon is the left-hand bit, is it?
I think they both are.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We've got an absolutely stocking battle for third and fourth. Hornardle in the number 48. That's the Manfilter liveried car. Oh, and we've got the car off. It's Matt Campbell. Matt Campbell has gone off to driver's right, and that's the run down to. Is that towards Arenberg, or is that?
Yeah, Schwedenkreuz, isn't it? It's Schwedenkreuz, the left-hander, before Arenberg, the right-hander. Campbell in the wall because he had to go one side of an intervention vehicle. The 48 car going left of Christian Hohenadel. Campbell still on the road, we should point out. It's just that he rattled down the Armco with an Audi intervention vehicle blocking his path.
Johnny, I was just about to mention he'd been glued to the rear end of that number 48 Mercedes in the 31. That's the Fricadelli Porsche. He was absolutely glued and has been for most of the lap. They've then come upon an intervention vehicle over a blind brow, and this is all what the Nordschleife can throw at you. Absolute, it's the green hell for a reason, and Matt Campbell just had to take to driver's right around the right-hand side of the intervention vehicle. However, the intervention vehicle just happened to be on the extreme right of the track.
Yeah.
So he had to go down the gap, which is a car's width of grass between the intervention vehicle and the Armco. Now, he looked like he scuffed the Armco.
He did.
It depends on how hard he's hit that. That looked like a scuff rather than a direct hit.
I would be very surprised if he's got away with that one.
Absolutely.
That was, I mean, at that kind of a speed. I mean, it's 160 miles an hour going down to Schwedenkreuz. And, you know, you don't go up against a barrier and then just keep going. But
Matt Campbell does.
You were, I mean, you were right to highlight the battle, Joe, because Christian Hohenadel driving very well, but trying to keep that Porsche behind him. And just behind him is Felipe Fernandez in the Glickenhaus, number 705. So it's a three-way battle that's going on there.
A huge accident on the Dottinger Höhe as cars are scattered left and right into the barrier. This has happened moments ago. It looks like the 135 car is involved in this incident, together with, not sure on the other car, but there is debris all across the road, and intervention vehicles that have already been deployed, I think, for other incidents are now attending the scene.
135 is a class leader, would you believe? It's the V6 class leader, Roberto Falcon at the wheel of the Team Matol Racing car. That's a Porsche Cayman. It was a Porsche Cayman. As I say, that's the 135. And which was the other one?
We haven't
didn't get it.
Can't tell right now.
I didn't hear a number there. But it's not just the two cars, though, Johnny. There's so much debris from what has clearly been are cars that have bounced off the barriers, and
the 135, Paul, was in the air. It looks like the scene of an aircraft accident. The debris, the field of debris, is hundreds of meters,
and it's very difficult for the drivers to pick a way through. I don't like this. This is potential for a red flag incident here, because they're not going to be able to clear the track.
I'm afraid
without that.
It was cars going into a yellow flag area because an intervention vehicle's towing a stricken car into the lay-by, which is on the right-hand side and used for the paid-for laps around
tourist laps.
The tourist laps is and then in the ever-increasing gloom, the yellow flag clearly has not been spotted by the driver of the Porsche 135, and it is basically slammed into the back of a near stationary car. They're all slowing down for a code 60, which covers this recovery work, and the Porsche driver just has not reacted to initially a yellow flag that's shown before a code 60, then double waved yellows, and then it should be into the code 60 itself. But obviously medical crews will need to be on the scene ASAP. They are there now. That's the 38 Nissan GTR, which has no rear right corner left on that. Josh Burden is shown as the driver, and that looks like Josh standing now the safe side of the barrier, holding his helmet, holding his hands device, and having had a discussion with the marshals. Without a doubt, Josh Burden will be taken to the medical centre to make sure that he is not suffering from any concussion. But the young man from Hobart, Tasmania, first driver to clamber out of his car, but there's obviously now concern of the driver of number 135.
I think there's a third car involved there, Johnny, because the front end of that car looks damaged, as does the rear end. The 135 is at the rear end of that car, but it's what had stopped that car.
Well, I think that once
or is that,
the 135's gone in the back of the Nissan
yeah.
and then clattered into the barrier after that. But you're
Um,
right. I mean, the 135 is pitched into a barrel roll right after impact, and the Nissan steering into the left-hand barrier, but it's all going into a code 60 as one of the cars is recovered to the tourist lap lay-by, and the 135 just has not reacted to the yellow flags.
And of course we've still got cars barreling into that slow zone and trying to get the speed off. Marshals in the track kicking chunks of carbon fibre and plastic to either side.
Yeah, I mean, every bit of debris that you can get out of the way makes it easier for the cars coming through. Even if they're coming through at 60 kilometres an hour, it's still, they have to pick their way through there, and so easy to pick up punctures in that kind of a situation.
It's going to be a bit of a clear-up, boys.
The Nismo was in the top 20 in the overall positions as well. Josh Burden, he was 18th, I think, when that happened. Now, obviously, falling down the field.
Daniel Schwervelt, as you said, Paul, at the wheel of car 135.
No, it was Roberto Falcon.
Okay, I'm looking again at an out-of-date timing screen. Yes, apologies for that. It's about 5 laps old.
Yeah, 135 Roberto Falcon in the Cayman.
You did say that.
And as I say, another class leader was leading V6 at the time.
Now, just before this incident on the Dottinger Hall, we had that slight incident in relative terms to the Matt Campbell Porsche, car 31, where he scuffed the barrier, avoiding an intervention vehicle. He's now dropped to 5th, and it's the Scuderia Glickenhaus 705 that's moved ahead into 4th, and it's the Glickenhaus right on the tail now of the Hohenadel Mercedes in 3rd. So that Glickenhaus is doing fantastically well.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Now up to 4th place overall. We've still got the question of whether or not the number 31 Fricadelli Porsche has been injured by that scuff with the barrier. And
well, Campbell's dropped
5
seconds back. No, he's dropped further back, hasn't he? Because he was battling with the Mercedes of Christian Hohenadel, number 48. And
he stayed out of the pit lane anyway. Went past
true,
the pit lane.
Yeah,
entrance.
so it was obviously reported to the Fricadelli racing team, I'm fine to continue. Josh Burden now doing some stretches, probably feeling the pain of that rear shunt into the code 60, so just making sure that his back is okay, no doubt, and has had a conversation with the marshals already. But just a matter of course will be to take both drivers to the medical centre, and the rescue units are now arriving on the scene, by the way. This code 60 is going to ripple further and further back down the Dottinger Her now. It might even actually start at the beginning of that straight.
Yeah, I think
yellow
that would
flags
be
are being waved there now at the blind right-hander, and the code 60 is at the next marshal post further down. So all of the Dottinger Her, as is that Hohenadel being overtaken by Felipe Fernandez-Larza.
Correct, that's a change for third place now because of the pit stop of because of Matt Campbell's, not pit stop, but because of Matt Campbell's little rumble along the edge of the barrier.
Actually, Campbell's not dropped that far back, because if that's the scrap for third, are you talking 5.5 seconds?
Yeah, at the end of the lap, he was 5.1 seconds behind. So electing not to come into the pits. No, the car feels fine, says Matty, and carries on his way.
Nearly contact between the third and the fourth place cars down at the Dunlop hairpin. There's also the Hoffa BMW, which was a spinner early on in the piece, you might remember, trying desperately to stay out of the way of this mighty fight between a spaceship, Glickenhaus, which is awesome down the long straight, and actually is able to pull away from the Mercedes out of the Michael Schumacher S, but then under braking, it looks like the Mercedes is more stable and can find all that time back again. But the Felipe Fernandez-Larza driven SCG 003C now starting to stretch its legs through the Hats and back bogan and disappearing up the road as they head towards the Vidal chicane. Meanwhile, it is a Friday night on the M25 at the Dottinger Her because of all this traffic going through the speed limited section of the long straight. You can get back up to racing speed in time for Hohenrhein, I'd say, but then it's leaping back on the brakes for everyone to steer through that chicane and head across the line to complete the lap.
Do you know what I reckon, Johnny? I reckon that the number 48 man filter Mercedes is the only one that realises this is a 24-hour race, because remember in the early stages when Lance David Arnold was driving it, we were saying, oh, he's losing places. It was only because he didn't want to get involved in any of this battling that was going on up at the front. And that's very similar mentality being shown there from Christian Hohenadel. Yes, he did nudge the Glickenhaus a little bit, but it seemed to me that it was very much more Christian thinking, oh, wait a minute, no, I can't do anything too silly here. I've got another, 17 and a half hours to go. No need to throw it away just now. And the way that this race has been run, and I suppose in a way a penalty that we've been paying for having so many classes is, as a result of it, you've got a lot of class leaders who are pushing on very hard indeed, and they've got to keep their eyes both in the mirrors at fast cars coming past them, and they want to push on as well to try and make sure they don't lose ground.
That's cracking discipline though, Paul, because when you stay disciplined like we've just seen Hohenadel do, you kind of feel a little bit insecure then. If the cars in front of you are edging away, even with 17 and a half hours to go, you've got to tell yourself, his crew chief, his team manager's got to be telling him,
let him go,
just stick with the lap time, let him go, don't get dragged into it. 17 and a half hours to go. But then the insecurity comes in, oh really, I should really push, I don't want to let him lose sight of him, and it's that's why we love this sport, isn't it? Because it's got so many layers to it.
Huge amount of fluid has had to be mopped up on the Dottinger Her as well, so the quick dry is going down. I think the good news is that Roberto Falcon is out of the car and into the rescue unit now, and will be taken obviously to the on-site medical centre and to possibly a nearby hospital as well. But any news we get about the Argentinian driver, we will bring that to you. But good to see that Josh Burden was at least out of the KCMG Nissan GTR very quickly indeed. The safety cell in that SB9 car holding up to a huge crash on the Dottinger Her. Meanwhile, Pierre Caffer in the number 4 Audi getting very close indeed to Marcus Winkelhock, who's all over the grass on the exit at Arenberg, plunging down the hill now down into the foxhole. And Caffer and Winkelhock for 6th and 7th positions. Winkelhock somehow hanging on to that place, but Pierre Caffer's ready to pounce over the rise and into Adenauer Forest. This will be lap 43 for these two Audi R8 LMSs then. Again, closing up on the braking as the crowd showing no signs of dissipating back to the campsite. We're nearing the top of another hour. It is very nearly 10 o'clock on Saturday night here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You're tuned to RS1 and RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And we are live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge, bringing you this coverage of the 47th edition of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. We're in sound and vision as well at www.radio-show.co.uk. Joe Bradley and Johnny Palmer, together with Paul Truswell, with this live action. You cannot take your eyes off this for the moment, but we will for a brief spell to bring you our latest Hyundai race update. Here's the 10th hour. The 911 Kevin Estre Porsche leads the way on lap 43 and has a lead of 9 seconds. That's the Manthey Porsche. Has a lead of 9 seconds over the Dirk Muller driven number 2 Mercedes of Black Falcon. Third position, and going very strongly indeed, is the number 705 Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus SCG 003C. Thomas Much is, no, he's not, it's Felipe Fernandez. It's Lars, I beg your pardon, switching over to that driver at the last pit stop. Christian Hohenadel in 4th position in the number 48 Mercedes, which is the Man Filter HTP prepared car. 5th position, despite, we thought, quite a lot of damage after rattling down the barrier, young Aussie driver Matt Campbell still keeping things on the straight and narrow for Fricadelli Racing in the number 31 911. In 6th place and 7th place, having a good battle, the two Audis, Marcus Winkelhock in car 14 for Car Collection, and Pierre Caffer in the number 4 Phoenix Audi is 7th place. 8th position is Jelmer Berman in the number 6 Black Falcon Mercedes AMG. 9th place is Kelvin van der Linde in the 29 Team Lant Audi, and in 10th position it is Maxi Boog in the number 3, that's another Black Falcon Mercedes, rounding out the top 10. And here's Joe Bradley with the class leaders.
Thanks, Johnny. Let's have a look at the classes. The SPX class has only got one car in it, and that car's currently got itself onto the overall podium in 3rd place. I'm, of course, talking about car 705, the Glickenhaus SCG 003C, to give it its full title, in its Swan Song event, currently leading SPX and 3rd overall. SP8 is being led by the Rent-to-Drive Familiar Racing Porsche, car 49, currently in 30th overall. SP8T, a little bit further down. Paul, where's SP8T?
Aston Martin.
Where have we got that? It's the 36. Christian Gebhardt's at the wheel of the AMR Performance Aston. 30, car 36, 51st overall. SP7, we spoke to Dennis Trebbing out of the SP7 class. He's not leading it though. That's being led by number 62. That's 27th overall. It's the Molten Motorsport Porsche. Mark J. Thomas at the wheel. SP4 is being led by the BMW E90. Daniel Neerman is at the wheel of the car 325 in 117th overall. SP4T is the Porsche Cayman 718. Alexander Muller at the wheel of car 159. He's in 108th place overall. TCR is the domain of the Honda Civic, Team Castrol Honda Racing. Cedric Tutts at the wheel of car 172 in 48th place overall. And SP3 is down there. Toyota, the GT86 Toyota of TMG United, is car 115, and that's in 93rd place overall. SP3T is the Subaru WRX of the Subaru Technica International. Takuto Iguchi at the wheel of the 88 car in 40th place. SP6 is the Porsche Cayman GT4, the Schmickler Performance car 80 in 44th place overall. And SP10 is the Mercedes GT4 Black Falcon Team Identica. Tristan Vidas is in car 70 and he is 35th overall. And that is our class rundown, Johnny.
Excellent. So that's the Hyundai race update for this hour. The performance of Hyundai N. Feel the feeling. By the way, we've added another fabulous Andy Blackmore designed T-shirt to our Radio Show Limited store, inspired by the challenge of the Nürburgring. It's available from the start of the race, so clearly now available for quite some time, over 6 hours. And you can click on the store button at www.radio-show.co.uk for all the details on how to get hold of that. Another fabulous Andy Blackmore designed T-shirt. Link in with Radio Show Limited. We're live from the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. This is the Nürburgring 24 hours on RS1 and RS3 with Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley and Paul Truswell, and also Chris Goodwin waiting in the wings to squeeze into the booth.
Excellent.
So we'll have a word with Chris in a moment or two.
Yeah, because I think of all the class leaders that Joe was just going through there, the Aston Martin was the only one that had stayed in its class lead.
That's unbelievable.
Especially after Christian Gebhardt managed to swing it 90 degrees to the direction he should have been travelling in, or maybe 270 degrees. You don't know how often he spun, but he was certainly pointing sideways across the track at Verseifen, but managed to get it pointing back in the right direction since then, and has since resumed. And SP8T, where is he now? Yes, he's on his way back towards this side of the circuit, and in overall positions is in overall positions, the Aston Martin is in 51st place. So I just need to scroll down a little bit there to get to 51st place. Just looking who else is still going in SP8T. It's actually a 1-2 for Aston Martin in SP8T, because Peter Kate, remember we had Darren Turner up here earlier on.
Yeah.
That car. Sorry, the 37 was the Alex Brundle car, isn't it? The 37 is the Alex Brundle car that lost 20 minutes having the gearbox freed up. But once that was done, Alex said the car was running very well. And since then, it has been running really well. Peter Kate in second place in SP8T. So it's a whisper it, Aston Martin 1-2 in SP8T at the moment.
And the Darren Turner, the DT car, is that 36, which is shared with Christian Gebhardt and Chris Goodwin. So that's the story of SP8. Where's the next nearest car in that category? It's the Toyota GR Supra, which has just this minute come into the pit lane. But that's on lap 37.
It's just coming at the end of its 38th lap.
Yeah.
And Peter Kate is already 2/3 of the way around his 38th lap. So comfortably ahead. Distance time. In fact, it's about 8 minutes is the gap, so very nearly a lap on the second place car. Sorry, the third place car. Peter Kate is second in the class.
So 8 minutes between Kate's car and the Supra that's just pitted.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that looks very promising for Aston Martin Racing at this stage, with a mere 17 and a bit hours still to go.
Update on the Matt Campbell Porsche, the Fricanelli Porsche car 31, who did smack the barrier. He's dropped back another second. He's now, the gap between himself and the Hohenadel Mercedes is just out to 6.3 seconds last time through. Hohenadel now dropping away from the Glickenhaus. Just under 2 seconds the gap between the Glickenhaus in third and Hohenadel's Mercedes car 48 in fourth. Yeah. So still a battle raging there, I would say, for that final step of the overall podium.
Yes, it's a difficult one to judge, because there's a lap's worth of difference in their pit stop cycling. So the Glickenhaus comes in a lap earlier, and that elevates all the cars behind a place. But then, of course, it gets it back when the other cars come in after their next lap. So there's only one lap of difference between them. But with a lap being 8.5 minutes, it can make a difference as to how the end of the race comes into sight. So you need at some point to start looking to the end of the race. It's not, this is too
already
early.
Back timing, Paul?
Well, I do it anyway from the start of the race these days, but
he does it from the start of the week.
But the point is, there's no point in doing it, because you don't actually know how many slow zones we're going to have and how many laps we're going to do in the race, because I mean, at the moment our lap times are in the 9 minutes 50s, very nearly 10 minutes a lap, with them having to pick their way through the mess on the Dottinger Höhe. So the lap times are very much slower, so we're heading away from that magical 160 lap mark. But if they can get it tidied up and we start going more quickly again, then we'll be pulling the 160 laps back into range. What I mean is it's difficult at this point to say how far the race is going to go. What you don't want to be is on the wrong lap when you're getting up towards the end of the race, although it is worth reminding everybody, or telling you if you've never done the Nürburgring 24 hours before, this race is slightly different from most other 24-hour races because it finishes at 24 hours. So at 24 hours, the flag goes out, and whoever happens to be coming past takes it. And if the leader is halfway around the lap, whatever, he just takes the flag when he comes round, and everybody who's ahead of him, who finishes the race after 24 hours, takes the checkered flag at that point, even though they'll end up being completing a lap less than the race leader.
Ollie at Ollie World, he agrees with everyone that this race has been outstanding so far. He's a little concerned that come 12 hours to go, we might not have many cars left. Yes, it's kind of felt a bit like that, hasn't it?
Well,
Chris Goodwin ready.
It was ever
Excellent.
thus. This is that kind of a race where attrition plays a proper role, you know, we don't like to see big accidents, but it does mean that when you're competing in this race, you've got to be very careful to make sure you get it to the flag and you don't think it's a 10-lap sprint. Chris Goodwin with us now in the commentary booth. Leading the class, it's not too shabby, is it?
Hi, Paul. Yeah, no, it's going really well. Talking about 10-lap sprints, that's what you used to watch me do, isn't it?
Yeah,
that was a while ago, wasn't it?
It was a long time ago, yeah. Been doing this a long time.
Chris, I can't believe your car is still in the lead, because the last time I saw it was broadside down the run into Brightshire, and Christian Gebhardt clearly had a bit of a moment. However, he recovered it, and you are still there.
Okay.
And it's a 1-2 for Aston
That's
Martin.
come from as a surprise to you. You didn't know.
I didn't know that. But Christian's excellent at skidding cars around here. He drives here all the time in the fastest road cars on the planet. That's his job.
He is a full-time journalist, though, isn't he?
Yeah, and he does all of the what do they call it?
Track tests.
The track test. He sets the benchmark laps.
In Sport Auto magazine.
Yes, exactly. So he's incredibly quick in fast road cars on road tyres, so he's well used to being sideways.
I'll plug Sport Auto magazine.
He's the right guy for that.
You won't have seen this then, with Jens Klingmann flying around the corner to be presented with double wave yellows, and that's your car.
Hi Christian, what
this
are you
was
doing
a long time. This was a good sort of 20 minutes ago, possibly.
Yeah.
And we said that's another class leader in grief, because there have been so many in the race so far. But yes, part broadside, but I think he kept it at the barrier. Amazingly enough.
He looks like he has done. It's quite slippery at that point, and the road does drop away from you. So, listen, this is an epic race. You know, we were first and second at the end of the first lap, and then we saw Darren in the pit lane. He didn't even complete the second lap. He came into the pits through the back door. So anything could happen, and you definitely don't want to get carried away with yourself thinking that you're doing well, because what are we? A quarter of the way through.
That's just over 6 hours into the race. Because you were saying to me earlier in the week, Chris, you feel you deserve a good result in this race. Your first time here, you got to within an hour, you said, of getting to the end.
Yes, that was the very early 90s. Just for anyone that has never heard of me, I used to be a racing driver. And I disappeared and became a professional test driver for the last 20 years.
But still harboured this thought that you should have been a racing driver.
Well, now I've joined Aston Martin. So I joined Aston Martin a year and a half ago to develop the new Valkyrie car, the whole family of cars that Aston Martin are developing with Red Bull Racing. And so it's kind of been a rebirth of my racing as well, because I'm currently racing in my own team, Garage 59, in the Blancpain Endurance Series. And we're doing very well in that. We've had 3 podiums in that. And also VLN is something that's very, very important to Aston Martin Racing. David King particularly sees the value in proving products out here. So I've been doing a fair bit out here in this last few months. And here we are. This is the culmination of that. But yeah, no, first time I was here was when I was actually a young racing driver, and I raced a factory Saab 9000, which was, you know, kind of a big unit. And yeah, we were I think leading our class with about an hour to go, and the car got destroyed on the straight, outplaned off, and that was a bit of a awkward end.
Yes, you'd far rather finish when it's still daylight the night before rather than have to go right the way through the night, wouldn't you? Yeah. Let's gloss over the rest of the 24s because leading the class with an hour to go is a good way to think about the Nürburgring.
Yeah, well, it's the project of a lifetime, and it's the car of a lifetime for a lot of very lucky people around the world to own and buy. I think the expectation, and it's an understatement, I can say, the expectation is it's the McLaren F1 of this century, and that car set a new level for everything. Exclusivity, performance, the whole driving experience, etc.
Because you've driven a McLaren F1.
Well,
because you're so old. I mean, because you've had so much experience.
Well, my time at McLaren started over 20 years ago.
Yes.
With Gordon and the
Yes.
F1, and I raced
Yes.
the F1 GTR.
Yes.
So the opportunity to now have my final chapter of my test driving career with Adrian Newey.
Final chapter.
Yeah, if I keep driving like this. To finish up with Adrian Newey, Aston Martin, some absolutely incredible projects because we have the Valkyrie, we have a track-only version of that, we have 003, the Valhalla, as it's been named, as another related project. There's a Le Mans race car now that was announced last week. It's just all happening, all mega projects that are absolutely my niche.
And you know more about it probably than anybody.
Well, this type of product is what I've been working on for 20 years.
Yeah.
So the development and making, tuning and developing high performance sports cars that are purely driver focused, high performance, great handling, proper British sports car kind of.
So you mentioned the McLaren F1, which went to Le Mans, never done a 24-hour race before.
Yeah.
Everybody said, it won't possibly last for 24 hours. And then in 2020, 21, we're going to have an Aston Martin going to Le Mans that's never been before. Do you see my train of thought here?
Why not? It's lovely, isn't it? It's just fantastic. It's what people want to see. It's just an amazing story. And there'll be incredible cars to look at and listen to.
Yeah.
It'll be a breath of fresh air. Arguably some categories in racing have become a little bit samey. Fantastic as they are, and what everyone's doing is really amazing, but sometimes a step change is great. I can tell you, I've had a step change in my career, joined a different company, doing completely different product and all the rest of it, and it's fantastic, and I think the world is going to love seeing those cars racing at Le Mans.
Do you know what? It will make a very good book.
I can't write.
Oh, yes, you can. Come on, you've got it in the...
You can write, Paul.
You've got it... Well, no, I was thinking because, again, people may have never heard of Chris Goodwin. If not, why not? Chris's father, Tony Goodwin, has written, to my mind, one of the most... I wouldn't say it's the best, but it's certainly one of the most refreshing motor racing books. It's called Doctor on the Grid. If you haven't Googled it already, get onto Amazon and it'll be sold out in no time. No, seriously, it's a good book. And you told, because I told you to pass on my congratulations to him that it was a good book. You did tell me that you were thinking about doing one yourself.
Yeah, my father's actually pushed me to do that because actually there's a lot of things I've done that no one really knows about because most of them aren't in the public domain.
Exactly as your father did as well, because he had a secret racing career. And how he funded it, I have no idea, but I'm sure there are people in the Kent area who are very much more healthy as a result of his ministrations.
He was a doctor.
He was a doctor, yes. That's why the book is called Doctor on the Grid.
Yeah,
it's not some soap opera.
He had some brilliant stories from racing here. And this is one of the reasons why I love being here. He raced here in the 60s and 70s when it was absolutely brutal. This is crazy enough. I love this. This is really like a video game. It's just mad. But back in the 60s and 70s, there was not even any Armco when we first raced here. Can you imagine that? Okay, the cars were different, racing was different, it's a bit less aggressive competitiveness.
I was going to say, you couldn't afford to be as aggressive as you are now, could you?
No, because you'd be dead. Because the cars were made of tin and,
yes.
But you saw, it was witness to a lot of great history, when some of the absolutely fantastic Porsche Ferrari battles were going on here. in those big sports prototypes and stuff. So it sparked things like that era sparked my imagination. And just going back to what you were saying about Valkyrie and the race program that we've got in front of us at Le Mans, I think that's just going to spark people's excitement and imagination like nothing else. Those cars are just going to look mega. People are going to have posters of those cars on their walls. Kids are going to love that, you know.
Absolutely. And so where does that fit in with your driving career as a racing driver? Are you going to do Le Mans again?
Do you know what? I kind of would love to, but I am 52. I am, as a result of being 52 years of age, I have got a massive amount of experience in terms of developing cars like that.
But you're very sensible as well.
But ultimately, you know, I'd say racing a sports prototype, but LMP1 spec car is probably a young man's game. Having said that, I have driven that car in the simulator, and it's mega. So it wouldn't take much to persuade me. Maybe it would be nice to have a vets class.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
But presumably not just a simulator, you will get to drive the real thing in the next 14, 15 months?
Well, all of the cars are related. My focus is on delivering the road car first of all. So the road-going Valkyrie is the first of the projects, Project 001.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be driving that actually any minute now. So I've got to just get through this weekend in one piece.
You are 52, I can confirm.
Yeah, exactly.
My website agrees with that.
I stopped lying about my age a long time ago. No, the Valkyrie test program, because it's such a complex car, it's got complex aerodynamics, suspension, it's active suspension, active damping, active aerodynamics. There's a huge amount of complexity that we pulled together using the Red Bull Racing simulator and the entire vehicle science team there, which has been an absolute pleasure. I mean, they set the bar very, very well. Adrian sets the bar very, very high in terms of his expectations.
But do you actually have those conversations with Adrian where you say, oh, well, the aero balance isn't quite what I need a bit more of this or a bit more, and Adrian's going, okay, looks at his slide rule and then pours a little bit more rear downforce into the car.
His famous slide rule and drawing board. Yeah, I think the cynical observers have already started to say, well, Adrian, he'll be bored soon and he won't be involved in that car and he'll be on to the next thing. And actually, that's not the case. So a typical day would be, I would be at Red Bull first thing in the morning, be driving the simulator. It's an absolutely relentless day. The productivity of the days there on this project demonstrate why they're so good at Formula One. They're absolutely on it. There's like a whole run sheet you never deviate from. You're allowed out of the simulator for a quick cup of coffee mid-morning, then lunchtime. That's it. You're in it, going.
And I can tell you absolutely hate it.
I love it. It's the best thing. I love it more than racing. And but at the end of the day, we go back for a debrief. There are about 15 geniuses in the room, all specialists in their individual area of the car, and Adrian will be there, and he'll be there later than I will, going around just making sure. So it really is interesting to see the enthusiasm for someone that's achieved so much going into this thing. And I know that he's just got the same or more to crack this Le Mans sports car thing.
One thing you have to tell to whoever it is who makes these decisions, the car must not be red, white and black. You can do anything else to it, but it mustn't be red, white and black, because red, white and black cars have been going around Le Mans for so long now, whether they've got Toyota on the side or whether they've had Audi on the side or whether they've... Red, white and black has been the colour. And I just want... I almost said our Aston, the Aston, to be a different colour.
Yeah, well, it sounds as if there will be more than one.
Good. The Astons.
Yeah.
Just
and
give one thing away.
And I don't, well, I think it makes sense for that category, right? That category has surely got to survive on not just having two factory cars and that's it. It's got to be more and more and more, isn't it? So I think it'd be really cool to see some green ones.
Yeah.
Sterling green, cool. Like the cars out here.
Absolutely.
They live the business, don't they?
Yeah, well, it couldn't be nothing else, surely, for Aston Martin.
Well, there's obviously commercial considerations.
The colour that matches your top, that's the colours that we see on the Vantage AMRs.
Yeah. You can see those coming, can't you?
It could be that. I mean, there's a big picture of the Valkyrie, the 002,
yeah.
back of the room.
Yeah,
I
that's
can see
the
that
yellow,
the yellowy green.
Yeah.
So we know Aston for season 2021. Toyota have committed as well after the announcements about hypercar last year. There is talk about a former employer of yours, McLaren, one day joining the hypercar rules as well.
Glickenhaus.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking for British fans who might have lost faith with Le Mans as far as LMP1 is concerned, to have Aston and McLaren fighting each other, that'd be great one day, wouldn't it?
Well, I think that's the kind of scene that then you'd immediately capture the imagination of a lot of the OEMs, and they'd want to be part of it. You know, it'd be the cool party to be at.
I'm looking forward to it. I think this is a real watershed moment. I know we've got another season of the WEC as we know it from 1920, and a good meeting at Silverstone to look forward to, a fantastic meeting at Silverstone to look forward to, because ELMS and WEC on the same card at the end of August and the beginning of September, and then this very different season of 4-hour, 6-hour, 8-hour races, plus the 1,000 miles at Sebring, and then the 24 hours to end the year. But after that, I mean, the world of endurance racing could just explode.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. I'm more interested in it personally than I ever have been, for sure. But you know, don't forget, all of this is still happening. I mean, don't forget the scene we're here. Of course. This is amazing.
And you've still got a motor race to participate in, haven't you?
I do,
yeah. And there's only 3 of you in the car now, isn't there? Because we were talking about the fact that there's you, Chris Goodwin, there's Christian Gebhardt. If you'd have had another Chris in the car, Darren would have just got too confused, wouldn't he? I mean, that was why you didn't have Chris Harris in the car.
We were going to change Darren's name as well.
Yeah, Darren would have had to be called Chris as well.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, seriously, from the point of view of running the 24 hours with 3 of you only in the car, I mean, you've had the time to come up here and chat with us, but it gives you less rest time, whatever you do.
Well, I'm old but I'm fit. There you go.
So it's not a problem.
It keeps you young.
Do you
no,
actually?
It's great.
Because a couple of years ago, we had a GT3 Aston here, and that was run as a 3-driver team. And people have said to me, with 3 drivers, you're actually more focused.
Yeah, you know, swings and roundabouts, really. Look, it would have been great for Chris to have been here. I've been sharing a GT3 car with him in Blancpain now. This is our 2nd season. We've had great success. We have a massively fun time together as well. I've never enjoyed my motor racing ever as much as I do when I'm in my race weekends with Alex West and Chris Harris. This year in the Garage 59 Aston Martin Vantage. Last year it was with the other lot. But it's a shame he's not here. That said, I've not really been a Top Gear fan since the 80s when I was on it. You might remember with that horrendous year of Formula First racing.
Yes.
But I watched Chris's first episode of his new makeup show on the weekend just gone. I thought it was great. I thought it was really, really good. So he needs to focus on that.
I'm not criticising his decision to focus on that, and I'm not even suggesting that just because his name was Chris, you didn't want him in the car. But the fact that you were only a 3-driver team, as a result of him not being here, you didn't immediately go out and search for another 4th driver. You were quite happy to do it as a 3-driver.
Yeah. No, it's fine. All the more fun for us. And I get to wear his overalls as well.
Oh, really?
Which I am. Yeah.
Chris, thank you ever so much for popping into our little corner of the Aston Martin Racing Lounge. Realise you need a bit of rest now as well before you go back in the car, so we'll allow you to get some food on board. But great to see you here, and also, I'm, as I say, very excited about the future hypercar Valkyrie. Great stuff. Thank you, Chris. We will give you obviously an update very shortly of how the race sits, because that still bubbles along nicely at nearly 10:30 local time.
Whilst Chris has been sitting there, he has actually lost the class lead, so we distracted him off the sufficiently there. But it's still an Aston Martin that leads.
Not personally though, Paul, in fairness, you've been a bit harsh on poor Chris there. He didn't lose the class lead, did he? You mean he parked up?
Christian Gebhardt has lost the class lead, and the class lead has now gone to Peter Kate in the 37 Aston Martin. So the other Aston is now at the top of the list for SP8T, 67th overall in the rankings, and say Christian Gebhardt 2nd in the SP8T rankings, and the Toyota number 90 with Uwe Klein now at the wheel is 3rd in SP8T.
The number 171 Hyundai The Hyundai Velociter is back to second in class, and the 170, which was crashed, I'm being told is back in the paddock now, and the team are just assessing the damage. I'm sure if they can, they will get that car back out on the track. So more updates coming from Hyundai.
Yes, Andreas Goulden was at the wheel of that crash 170, you may remember. Timo Scheide was in the BMW, and the two connected into Brunchen, which is a very fast part of the track, as are many portions of the Nordschleife. And yeah, that car looking done, I have to say. So much damage on the front left corner, but it might be that you can put another strut in one of these TCR cars relatively easily if they're modular design. And as long as the roll cage, the safety cell is still intact, then maybe there is a hope of getting that Hyundai back out on track. That would be an awesome effort. The TCR category with 9 cars in total, and they, hang on a minute, only be 4 entries in TCR, so it is, yeah, 4th place right now. So I mean, there's still a chance of a podium for the 170 car in the TCR class if it can get back out again.
Talking of Hyundai, there's the number 160 having a bit of a 360 spin.
Oh.
And that car resuming. Not sure where that is in class, but the 160. Oh, that was earlier, was it? Oh, was it? No, it was dark there. Didn't have replay on our screens. That was looking like in a very well lit place. I tell you what though, now that darkness is pretty much well upon us, got a bit of cloud cover, so that the sky is actually getting dark. It really accentuates the blue lights. Like being in a police chase out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Well, it's not far off that.
Mickey Hetherington says it's not giving me flashbacks.
Of your former career. Well, yes. You tend to talk about that virtually every day. It doesn't need a blue light to trigger you off.
Johnny, that's the only reason I joined the police.
What, so you can have a blue
so
light?
I can chase people with a blue light gun.
Fair enough. Dirk Muller.
I'll tell you, that's more for the middle of the night story, I think.
The second place car coming into pit lane, Kevin Estre going round again.
Exactly, this is early, Johnny, so a significant pit stop here. What have we got? 7 laps on the stint for Dirk Muller. Kevin Estre saw 7 laps on his stint as well, but he should be staying out for 8, I would suggest.
Yeah.
So a not quite scheduled pit stop, unless somebody, and bear in mind what I said earlier on about Renault Dufour running this car, he has worked out that the pace is so slow with that slow zone on the Dottinger Hoa, because of course losing time at 60 kilometers an hour on the Dottinger Hoa is much slower than losing time anywhere else on the circuit, because the speed differential is so much more different. And I wouldn't be surprised if Renault has, because okay, I'm a fan of his, and he will have worked this out as to whether they can do their pit stop, which will be a shorter pit stop because it's after 7 laps, not 8, and get out again without losing as much time as the Kevin Estre Porsche has done. And I spoke to a Porsche engineer last year before this race to talk about this very scenario, and we did say if you get a significantly slow zone, then it is worth coming in at the end of 7 laps rather than 8. So I won't say it's unscheduled, I'll say it's a rescheduled stop that Renault may well have put in place for this one. Incidentally, you remember you were saying about Bernd Schneider's last win here in 2016. At that point, it wasn't Renault Dufour who was running the car. Renault was actually running the HTP car, which was overtaken on the last lap. Christian Hernadel, I'm not sure if you were here that year.
I was, yeah.
Christian Hernadel got overtaken just going out onto the Grand Prix loop on the very last lap. Renault's car was the Hernadel car, and the Black Falcon car was being run by the engineer that's now swapped places because they've just reverted to the opposite teams.
Yeah.
So you pinch my engineer, I'll pinch yours, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dirk Muller is still in the car. So Adam Christodoulou has no doubt now gone at least down into the garage to see what's going on, and will be ready to get into that car next time it comes in.
Yes, I think 2016 was the first time I remembered that this sort of annual head explosion from a certain John Hindhaugh, although, well, biannually now, or double annually, because it happens at Le Mans and at the Nürburgring 24. But it's already happened in this race, frankly. But we had that fight. that fight on the final lap in 16. We had 2017 where it was hailing on 2 miles of the track and completely dry on the other part. And Lance Motorsport just threw tyres at it, realised they were the wrong ones, but they turned out to be the right ones and won the race. And then 2018 was when we had a red flag for hours and hours, and then a 2.5-hour dash to the finish. When Fred Macavicki went round the outside of somebody at the first corner.
That was round Mauro Engel in the Black Falcon Mercedes.
It was.
And the race, everybody said, should never have been restarted anyway, because the rain was still pelting down when they did the restart. We were overlooking the start-finish line, and I mean and we were 2 stories up. The cloud of spray that came up from the cars as they did the finish. Yeah, but we have seen some memorable Nürburgring 24 hours, and we're watching one already 7 hours in that's promising to be just as exciting.
And they're all for different reasons, aren't they?
Yeah.
This one's going to be remembered for carnage.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that I can bring to mind.
But this race, still for me, more than anyone, just has the most amount of variables and the most amount of different types of scripts that can just be written out of nowhere.
Even Le Mans, Johnny, there's certainly in recent years there's been an element of eventuality and inevitability. You come here and you really, you know, that saying of anything can happen and it probably will.
Yeah.
That is so true for this place. You cannot I wouldn't put any money anywhere near. I mean, I was going with a 31 Fricadelli car.
Yes.
But that's just like
which is
putting a
second right
ticket
now,
on, isn't it? Yeah, that's the pit stop phase. He's doing well.
I'd still take that if that was your shout before the race. Second place.
I'm
pretty good.
I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, I mean that's got something to do with 21 different classes in this race compared to a week ago 4 at Le Mans, although very heavily subscribed classes, we must say. No dispute at all about 34 GT cars in Le Mans being true entertainment, but this is just something else for me. The level of darkness, the changeable weather that we've had in previous years, although that doesn't seem to be likely in 2019, but you've got all sorts of different speed differentials. You've got an incredibly tight, twisty, bumpy track, and you just never know what is round the next corner, as was proven by the sideways Aston Martin for Jens Klingmann at the wheel of his BMW. And Philip Eng making a good point to me yesterday that one of the reasons why teams run with 4 drivers is to just give everybody enough time off before they've got to again turn the brain on to 100%, and that level of concentration is required for every single lap of an 8-lap stint, or possibly even a 16-lap stint if you're doubling. So you give the other 3 drivers as long off as possible to try and get some rest. But how on earth you turn your brain off after being at the wheel of one of these SP9 cars for a couple of hours? It's just
I don't think you can immediately, Johnny.
Yeah.
I think there's a wind down process, isn't it? Yeah. Normally I'd be hounding the pit lane with a race like this, but at the Nürburgring we don't have the radio frequencies to be able to do that. So I have to be stuck in this air-conditioned splendour with you instead. But
coffee on tap.
You do, you get the driver out of the car, and even the ones that are really affable and friendly and want to talk to you straight away, some you have to give a few minutes.
Yeah.
You can really see how physical their driver's been, their stint has been. But you can tell their eyes are wide open, they're still wide awake, and it's, I would imagine, very tricky to wind down after a stint in time to get enough rest before you get back in the car and have to do it all again.
That was a driver change on the Black Falcon Mercedes number 2. Adam Christodoulou has taken it over. He was due in the car anyway in a lap's time, so it was a double stint from Dirk Muller, double stints all the way down the line so far from the Black Falcon team driving the number 2. And as opposed to the 911, where I think Kevin Estre has just done the first double stint of the race for the 911. Up until that point, the 911 was doing single stints. So Kevin Estre, the first double stinter, having started the car, they cycled through each driver for 1 stint each, and now Kevin's done a double.
Was that generally against the grain, though, compared to other cars around, with the exception of possibly the one car also from the same team?
Yeah, the 2 Bantai cars, I think they have done this before, where they put one driver in the car for 1 stint for the first cycle through, and then they go to double stints. So at least every driver gets a turn. On the other hand, as we saw with Adam, you can be amazingly relaxed for the first 6 hours of the race if you're only going to get in the car after 7 hours.
True.
So, and we were saying, hearing from Chris Goodwin, you know, it's not actually hugely stressful to have a 3-driver team at the Nürburgring. You wouldn't want any less than 3, but it does keep the drivers a bit more focused, because with 4 drivers in the team, you easily can have 6 hours off, and then you have to kind of dial yourself back into driving again after 6 hours. And you know how addictive driving around the Nürburgring can become.
Yes, from personal experience and also from knowing other people who I think have got a problem, frankly.
I'm not. Yeah, there's therapists out there. Other therapists are available. A little bit different getting addicted to it when your backside is a couple of inches from the ground. A bit different to being in a simulator.
On a computer game.
In a computer game. Talking of computer games, my mate Darren Wood is out there, and I've been trying to read
Not
this
racing,
out.
he's
not racing.
watching.
No, he's out there drinking beer. I hope representing us drinking beer, Johnny. Darren Wood and Matt are out there. Matt are out there drinking beer. I've been trying. I did. I forgot Matt's name.
Anyway, his name's Matt.
I met him yesterday, and he was introduced to me as Matt, so I can't help you.
Matt Riddles. It was over there. It was
on the tip of your tongue.
Yes, I've been trying to read this out, but there's been so much happening. Darren says, "Please pass on my genuine thanks," and this is Darren being genuine, mind, to John and Eve and the rest of the team. The first year we came here, and they have been coming here a long time. The first year we came here, we had no clue. He didn't use the word no clue there. He didn't use the word no. He had no clue what was going on at the end of the race. RLM has done wonders for the English-speaking world and for VLM. Thanks, Darren.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
kind of
I'll take that as a compliment to me as well, because I've done a few VLN races here and there. But yeah, the Radio Show Limited network being able to bring you season 3 now of VLN coverage. We started that in 2017, and there are still many races to look forward to in VLN, 6 in total, with also a 6-hour race. There's predominantly 4-hour races, but the 6-hour VLN race is still to come this year as well. And as I think I mentioned earlier on, VLN 4 is the next one on the calendar, on a slightly tweaked track. They're still doing a full Nordschleife, but a different version of the Grand Prix track. The next round is due Saturday the 13th of July. So right after our coverage of the 24 hours of Portimao, which is the first weekend of July. That's the next prevented race, and we'll then be on VLN duty 7 days later.
The 170 Hyundai is being repaired, and that's good news. They are repairing it, and we'll get an update from James when that car is ready to be sent back out. I mean, obviously they're out of contention completely now, but
well, sort of, but as I say, there are only 4 cars in the TCR class, so all it needs is a drama for another one of the TCR cars up ahead, and you could still sneak a podium out of the most unlikely of positions.
Leader in, Paul?
Yeah, leader in the pits, that's Kevin Estre, and he will almost certainly be handing the car over now to someone else. Michael Christensen on the rotation, but who's to say they're going to go with the rotation. Adam Christodoulou coming up towards the end of the Dottinger Hoa at the moment, and when he gets there, we'll have a good indication of whether he's able to take the lead or not. In theory, he should, because his pit stop will have been quicker than this pit stop is for Kevin Estre to hand the car over. So I'm expecting Adam Christodoulou to move back into the lead, and when he does so, then he will become, or it will be, the 4th change of lead in the race thus far. Had so many changes of lead in the race, but nevertheless there has been the number 2 Mercedes, the number 1 Porsche, the number 911 Porsche have all led this race.
And normally in a pit stop, guys, when you see the bonnet go up, it causes my instinct is to be concerned. However, because of the statutory time that they have to stay in the pits,
they take time in replenishing fluids and
cleaning.
They need to get on with it though, because if they don't
they?
get on their way within the next 10 seconds, in fact in the next 10 seconds or so, they have to get underway. And Christodoulou coming through Tiergarten now, and so he'll be coming through. He will take the lead of the race because the Porsche is not yet underway. So Christodoulou across the start-finish line into the lead. The Porsche coming up 3 minutes 25-26. It'll be over the line in 3 minutes 30. And so the gap, I would say, as they go through the Grand Prix loop will probably be about 10 seconds, with the Mercedes ahead of the Manthey Racing Porsche.
We'll see that when they click by the first of our sectors.
Which is down at the Dunlop curve.
Also into the pits was the number 31 Porsche. Matt Campbell steers in the car, and Pierre Caffer and the number 4 Audi also into the pits. So Christodoulou passing all 3 cars that were in front of him.
And behind that, we've got we will have, I should say, the Glickenhaus coming in, if it's not already done so. I think it has actually already had its pit stop, hasn't it? Number 705, because it's now in the hands of Frank Maillot.
Yeah.
Now, he's managed to squeeze 8 laps out of this stint, partly because of that long code 60 on the Dottinger Höhe. Remember at the beginning of the race, Joe, you and I were talking about whether you would be able to stretch another lap out of the car. The slippery little Glickenhaus is obviously on 8.8 laps per. That becomes, sorry, it's
full lap of fuel.
Yeah, so sorry, they've done 8 laps on the last one. They're doing 9 laps on this one.
Right.
So the 8 becomes 9.
Yeah. So and I think your point is a great one, Paul, about the speed differential between top speed at racing speed down the Dottinger Höhe compared to 60 k's. You're going to buy yourself back an awful lot of fuel in that regard.
Exactly. I mean, if you because you can slip it into neutral, throw an anchor out of the front of the car and hook yourself onto the bumper of the car in front, and not use any fuel at all.
Precisely. I'm sure many are doing that. So Frank Maillot that was his 6th pit stop of the race, as we have had for the race leaders. 47 laps completed now for the 2 of Christodoulou, Black Falcon Mercedes, and the 911 Porsche of Michael Christensen.
But remember, the first pit stop for the Glickenhaus was a lap early, so they've now kind of got that lap back as a result of what they'd done earlier on.
So that they started with 6 rather than 7 for a lot of the other cars.
Yes, exactly.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they've got that lap back that they came in earlier on in the earlier cycle through the pit stops. The gap between Christodoulou and Christensen. So we've now John would love this. We've now got 2 drivers with CHR as their initials at the front of the field. So Christensen against Christodoulou. The gap between them is 7 seconds.
I'm going to step away briefly because we've got another guest to bring into the studio, but the Dottinger Höhe stretch appears now to be clear. So the code 60 could well have been lifted from that area towards the end of the lap. Armco barrier needing to be repaired both on the left and the right side approaches to Tiergarten. There's also an issue at Galgenkopf, which has been dealt with now, because all of that is clear once again.
I think that was all part of the slow down, because they did.
Galgenkopf's the right-hander, isn't it?
Yeah, they didn't want to have people coming around the Galgenkopf corner at full pelt and then slowing down, so they put the yellow in before Galgenkopf as well. So that has been removed, and we'll be able to see in about 6 or 7 minutes when we get some lap times what kind of lap times they're now capable of doing, because we should be back now to some proper lap times down in the low 8 minutes 20s.
And we've got another guest, Paul, David Drinkwater. David, thanks for popping in, mate. You're out in the 91 Volkswagen Golf. You will be able to confirm for us GT or GT or GT tyres.
Well, it does depend who you speak to.
I know, exactly. Exactly. I've heard you say GT.
Yeah, GT is fine.
All right, well, let's call it the GT Golf then, eh? 4th in class at the moment, you told me.
Yeah, we're doing okay, I think. The Cup car is a little bit slower than the TCRs and the Subaru in class, but we're steady at the moment, so it's great.
All right, we've had absolute carnage there. I'm sure you saw it.
I was out in it.
So you were out in that. So when you came through the debris field,
just before the Dot & Co, when it was that second driver was out after me, but before that was the Manta and the BMW and the Hyundai. So it was that chaos.
Tell us about. Give us your list of. Give us your tale of carnage.
I don't know. I think there was so much. I think at one point there was 4 Code 60s on one lap. So I think the difficulty is as a slower car you need to concede, and also the GT3 cars are a pace and are trying to keep that lap pace and keep them up in the front of the field. So it's a difficult trade-off, and for me it's concede the place nice and easy, let them go through, and then for us lap times aren't so important. It's more about keeping going and getting to the end.
David, you're a familiar name to our listeners in the 24H series. You've raced with Ricky Coomer, and whenever I see you guys racing, I always think, wherever I am, yeah, I'd like to do that. I'd like to, because I could do that. When I come here, David, you're welcome, mate. And that's the reason why. This place, and I know you've striven a lot, you've put a lot of work in, and you've spent a lot of cash as well to get the permits, to get the licensing, to get the qualification done, to actually do this race. What was the driving passion to want to do that here?
Again, I think it's exactly what you said, because you want to do it. And I think on Thursday night was my first couple of laps in the dark, which was a damp track. So that was eyes wide open. It was like rabbit in a headlight. It took a lot to get used to. Instead of having a day qualifying before, they have a day qualifying after, which I found a little strange. But yeah, that sim was just.
So that's interesting. So you come here, and the first practice you get is in the dark.
Yeah. Well,
you've got experience from the qualifying race.
Yeah, from the VLN races, but it's only daylight running.
Of course, yeah.
I couldn't make the qualifying race, which does run into the dark, but that was my first experience, so I went out 4th. So the guys had gone as it was going from light to dark. But yeah, it was very interesting.
Do you think they've got it right, David? You've been racing a few years now. All right, mainly in the UK, and you've done, like I say, 24H series on the international scene. Do you think they've got it right here with the way that you have to be licensed, you have to go through all sorts of processes? Did I hear that you've got to do some sim work as well before you even get on the track?
You have to do the e-learning course,
right?
As well as.
Is that like a classroom session?
Yes, classroom session. Right. Yeah, you can do it. It's online now, so
all right.
You can do it online, which talks about the flags, the intervention vehicles, gives you the videos, and it runs you through tests. You have to get 100% across the. I think it's 5 tests.
Right. So there's zero tolerance.
Yeah, zero tolerance. So you have to be able to get everything correct. But I so heartily agree that going through the permit, getting the permit B, and then still have to do 3 VLN races to get the permit A is definitely.
You think they've got it right?
Absolutely.
See, when I started racing, mate, I bought a trailer and a tranny van and a Formula Ford, and I was sent away for a license, and they sent me a license, and I could turn up and race. They didn't have any odds. And also with the qualification process and the level of incompetence, this place doesn't take any prisoners if you have any level of incompetence.
I think it's a very difficult place, especially in the dark. It's a whole different animal to when you're out in the day. So definitely as a person, if you're new to it or new to VLN, doing the permits and going through that actual procedure is definitely the way to go. It's just so difficult around here. Managing the traffic is not too bad for me.
You're in a class of car where you haven't just got to look forward, you've got to be looking in the mirrors as well.
You do spend an awful lot of your time looking in the mirror and judging where you are in the corners and where the GT3 cars and faster cars are coming through. So you need to know where you are on the track whilst looking in the mirror.
And is there an etiquette?
You just concede. When you're in a slower class, you see the GT3 guys, you don't want to hold them up. Likewise, you don't want to be held up yourself. So quick and easy it is to lift off the accelerator, just let them through, and then just tuck them behind. You have to be very, very careful.
So do you practice when you're in your class of car? And what is the 91? Let me just clarify that. The SP3T. When you're in a class of car that isn't the fastest car here, you're not the slowest class here. Do you practice running offline, and do you go through that kind of? Because coming from a conventional circuit where you have to optimise every braking area, every turning point, but here you must have to practice where the optimum line is offline where not to go, where to place the car to allow the traffic by.
Correct. You need to know where you are on the track at all times. You know, when you're looking at
what's
the mirror.
coming next.
Yeah, and what's coming next, and where you are in the braking. It was difficult in the stint I was in. It was just as the sun was going down, so you had it in your face, and then at another point you'd have it in the rear mirror, in the side mirrors.
Oh, wow!
So you couldn't see what was coming up behind
That's
you.
the romantic stint, dear. That's the romantic stint.
Was, well, very difficult because you're not sure whether, because the GT3 cars come up so fast.
Yeah.
Ridiculously fast. You look 1 minute, there's nothing there. You blink, and they're right on top of you. So you just have to be very careful.
You're fourth in class. I'll not keep you any longer. You're fourth in class. At this point of the race, with what have we got, 16 and a half hours to go, are you even thinking about the finish? I'm sure you're not.
Just the aim is to get to the end, I think. Where we finish, so be it. I don't think we're too fussed. It's a difficult class we're in. The Golf Cup cars just haven't got the pace of the TCR cars.
Right.
So the TCR cars that don't want to run in the TCR class with the, I think it's Dunlop tyres, drop into this class and then they can run whatever tyre they want. So I say, to get to the end and just see what happens.
Yeah. Mate, it's great to see you.
Yeah,
Thanks for
likewise.
popping in. Do pop back. I know the next time you're in the car, and out of the car I should say, you probably want to get some sleep. So I'll forgive you, but come and see us in the morning after you've had another run.
Yeah, we'll do.
And best of luck. We're
Cheers,
rooting for you. David Drinkwater, I'll let you go, David. Thanks very much for popping in, mate. Really appreciate it. Thanks again, Dave. Fourth in class in the 91, and it's GT tyres.
I think we kind of settled on that some time ago. Nice to see David Drinkwater up here, and another driver. They've been doing single stints in the GT tyres car, David Drinkwater's car, so they're quite happy for David to come up here, knowing that there's going to be another driver in the car, then another one, and then David will be back in. But by my reckoning, it'll still be properly dark, although you might get the sunrise. Sunrise is fairly early in the morning. I did write it down, but lost that piece of paper now. About 5:30, I think the sun was up pretty early anyway, because we are as close as you can get pretty much to the shortest night of the year. And we have another change of shift, because rather than well, I'll just say I've got a different shape next to me now, which prevents me from seeing the screen to my right in a different way.
Shift shapers.
Exactly. But Chris Tadulu ahead of Christensen, first and second.
That's not going to confuse me at all, is it?
Well, just stick with it, Martin. Stick with it. You did very well last time, so just keep going. The two crews then, first and second, separated by 10 seconds, and that separation, just, I don't know how much you've been paying attention as you've been stepping away. I know you've been keeping tabs on what's been going on, but that change of lead to have the Black Falcon Mercedes in ahead of the Porsche was achieved by virtue of the Black Falcon team bringing in whoever was in the car before, Dirk Muller, a lap early in order to get a shorter pit stop, in order to get a track position, which they now have, and they now have a 10-second lead. But the car will have to come in for its next pit stop a lap early. But the team deciding to bring it in a lap early because of the shorter loss of pit time, whilst the big accident was cleared up on the Dottinger Höhe.
I like the way that you can still have a pit stop strategy, even though there is a fixed minimum time based on how much fuel you're taking. If you take less fuel, then you have a shorter minimum time, and so there is still mental arithmetic and juggling to be done at every stage.
Yes, I mean there is always a plan A, but there is always a series of circumstances when we will move to plan B. Yeah. And as you may know, I've been trying to talk to a lot of engineers and understand how they do these things, and they will always rather have a big chart which says, this is our plan. If these circumstances happen, we will do this. If these circumstances happen, we will do that. Yep. And so that all your decisions have been made beforehand. What you don't want to do is somebody to say, oh my goodness, there's been an accident on Dottinger Höhe, what should we do?
What shall we do? Oh, I hadn't thought of that happening.
Because when you make a decision on the pit wall, it's always a bad decision.
Or when I make a decision in the commentary chair, it's usually a bad decision.
Not at all. Just don't lose that piece of paper.
Yes. Off you go, and I'll do the classes.
No, you've got to throw.
No, it's early yet anyway.
It is early, yes.
You've been
We've got a minute. We've got
you've got a minute.
We've got a minute to go.
To build up to that.
So I bumped into Mauro Engel just as I was out enjoying the fresh air and the sunset, and he was saying that their plan is to double stint the drivers all the way through, because he says otherwise you're only in the car for an hour, which isn't very much, and then you're in the car again in another 2.5 hours, you're back in there, and you never get any time off. He said the race just goes on forever. If you're in for 2 hours, it's barely any longer mentally than 1 hour, but then you get 6 hours off. And so the driver remains much fresher, they reckon, by perversely spending more time in the car in each stint.
Because he gets a longer rest period.
Much more rest off.
Yeah, I agree absolutely, and indeed I wouldn't be at all surprised to see some triple stints happening or 2.5 stints happening if again the circumstances dictate that would be a possibility.
Now I know that you've got a million different analysis stats. Are we ahead or behind the crash/retirement curve at the moment? What I'm leading to is, because it's so clear and warm and perfect conditions, is the race faster and therefore are we crashing more cars out?
I think there are certainly more delays. We've had more incidents than we would normally have because of everybody pushing on very hard indeed.
We are at 7:30 local time. There are 16.5 hours to go. It is
11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock local time.
Oh, yeah, 11 o'clock local time. You see, I'm reading the wrong screen twice.
We've had 7.5 hours.
It is 11 o'clock local time. It is time for our hourly update. Well, as ever, before we get into the class rundown, just for my benefit, because I've only just arrived in the studio, let's catch up with the overall standings. Still leading is the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes, Adam Christodoulou at the wheel. In second place, the 911 Porsche. And these two have been duking it out right from the beginning of the race. Manthey Racing's Michael Christensen in second place. Maxi Goertz is third. In the number 48 Mercedes, that's the Man Filters car, the bright yellow-green crocodile car. In fourth place overall and first in SPX is car number 705, and that's Frank Meyer again at the wheel of the Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus SCG. In fifth position overall is the number 31 Porsche Fricadelli Racing. Matt Campbell drives that, and he is ahead of sixth place Marcel Fessler, who is now in the Team Car Collection number 14 Audi. The number 4 Audi that was in the top 3 at the end of the third hour. Frank Stippler drives that Team Phoenix car. He's in 7th. In 8th place is the number 12 Manthey Racing Porsche, and that's Dennis Olsen at the wheel. In 9th place, number 29, that's the Land Motorsport Audi R8, and Christopher Mies drives that. And in 10th place, car number 3, Mercedes team at Black Falcon, and that is driven by Maxi Book. So that's the top 10. We'll get to the rest of the front runners a little shortly. However, in the classes that we cover on the odd hours, and there are many of those in the race, in V3T, 94th overall is car 718, the Porsche 718. That is still leading its class. It will come as no surprise to you to learn, because it is the only car in its class. Michael Kirker is at the wheel of that car. In V2T, I'm looking in the wrong direction, car number 162, Yutaka Seki, is back at the wheel of the Manhella Racing BMW F30. That still leads from the 148 car, which is the Rahel Frey crewed GT Tyres Audi. 102, 102nd position is that. Oh no, that's the V2 class, not V2T. V2T. Moving on down to V4. Moving on up to V4. That is Philip Kowalski at the wheel of the E90 BMW 325i, run by Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport. Car number 150. They're in 95th place overall. In V6. Our leader is the Black Falcon Team Techstar Porsche Carrera, Alexandra Akimenov. 133 is the car number, 68th place overall. In the Cup 5 class, that is Team Avia Sorg Rennsport, BMW 240i, and Inga, now that Hansestra, there's a name I haven't come across before, car 247, and that is in 53rd place overall. Closest rival in that class, a mere 27.5 seconds back, and on a 25-kilometre lap, that is all but nose to tail. In the KTM crossbow class, Teichmann Racing's number 111 car, still the class leader, and Reinhard Körfler at the wheel. That car's now in the top 40, up to 38th place overall. And in Class AT, Team Care for Climate, the Porsche GT3 Cup car, it's number 320. The last time I did this 3 hours ago, it was their landed gentry driver who was, titled driver who was at the wheel, not much of whose name fits on the screen.
Thomas,
and it is Thomas von Lerwitz of Menard.
Very good.
Yeah, von Lerwitz of Menard.
Yes.
That's like me mangling languages there. Because von is of,
yeah,
and of is von, so yeah, anyway, there we go. So it's Thomas at the wheel.
2 titles, you see. He has a German title and a British title.
Ooh. Very good.
Can I give you a little update on the 36 Aston?
Joe Bradley, give me a 36 Aston update.
Yeah, it's had some front suspension repairs. That's the Aston that we saw at 90 degrees of the direction of travel. That's had right front suspension damage, and that's been repaired. It's about to go on track. In fact, that might already be out.
Ooh, excellent. My little Aston update is the 35 I saw in a flatbed many hours ago, but you're up to speed with that.
And a little inquiry that Paul gave me, what's happening at the Flansgarten. There is a slow zone, and it's between Flansgarten and Schwalbenschwanz. The speed is, I should say, there's a green flag as we go through the right-hander of Schwalbenschwanz. So I'm not sure. I haven't got a static car there, Paul. For
well,
you.
that was kind of my question. If you could see,
right. I've got an intervention vehicle showing.
Right.
But no car. Stationary.
Right. Might just be some debris on the circuit, I suppose.
Tidying up and towing away, yes.
But more significant than that, while we're in the hourly update, the number 2 Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou has came into the pits, and not only into the pits, it's been wheeled backwards into the garage, and there's some sort of repair going on the car. Yeah. I'm not sure whether he's been subject to some damage, but the bonnet of the car is up. They're in the engine compartment.
Oh, that's really not good. They were gaffering the splitter on, but the man's just run his hand across his throat.
Yes, in that international gesticulation of it's finished.
That wasn't the F word I was thinking of, but that's a much more broadcastable F word. Adam is still in the car. One of the crew members has opened the passenger door and is leaning in. Dirk Muller hasn't even been in this car, has he?
Yeah,
He did the double before Adam got in, did he? Okay.
Yeah, they've all driven it. Now, I just wonder if that sign across the throat was to say, no, turn the engine off, we need to do something else, or whether it is something
Well, the man
something
who made
more
the gesture has taken his helmet off and is now over at a workbench packing stuff away, and mechanics are taking their helmets off.
And the bonnet's down.
And the bonnet is down, and the wheels are not on it.
I think it's done.
Whatever it is, I mean, Adam is still in the car, but whatever it is, it has the look of being terminal. Yes.
This is the pole position car, remember?
He just slammed his hand on the steering wheel in frustration. Mauro Engel has given him the bad news, and Mauro does not have a "don't worry mate, it's all right" look on his face. He has a "we're going to bed early, it's only 11 o'clock and we're already out of the race." The number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes is done, and the TV crew from the broadcasters are waiting to chat to him. That is very bad news indeed. Number 2 car is being pushed right to the back of the garage. That's not a work zone, that's a dead drop zone.
Yes, that's very frustrating for Adam Christodoulou, and I think he knew when he brought the car into the pits that all was not well with that car. He'd only been out in it for 3 laps. Remember, Dirk Muller had brought it in a lap early on the previous one, and I was giving credit to the team for having pulled a fast, clever action. They were, but it was enough of an inspection there to decide that the car wasn't going to be able to restart. It didn't take very long. It wasn't one of those decisions where they plugged lots of laptops in. It was just looking at the mechanics and thinking, oh dear, there's a big bit sticking out the side of the engine here.
Well, the wheel was off, and actually all the examination wasn't under the bonnet. It was inside the left wheel arch. And even after they'd looked under the bonnet, they're still looking inside the left wheel arch. Now, I don't think that's because there's a conrod sticking out there. Well, there's certainly a steering arm there that's just dangling down, but there was no question. As you say, no laptop required. And in a modern car, I always say, if it's got all its wheels and it's not on fire, it's electronics. I think for once, this is not an electronics glitch. I think this is something clattery bang mechanical.
Alan Prosser has tweeted collecting the number 50. You know,
because they were looking down, it looked like they were gaffering up the left front corner.
The number, sorry, what did the message say again, Joe?
It just says collecting the number 50.
Yeah, the number 50 has been out with a broken engine for the whole of the race. I mean, it was out after the first hour. So I suspect that's that's something
it's
entirely...
It's a screenshot of something in the dark. You enlarge that. It looks as though there may have been contact. And there was contact at the first corner. And is that the Z4?
That's the Aston.
It's an Aston.
Number 50, yes.
All right, so it was the left front corner that struck the Aston in the door as the Aston driver turned in, and Adam had dived down the inside. And so I'm afraid that is the end of that for the car.
As I say, it's not number 50.
Sorry, it's not the number 50.
No, it can't be.
It's the white Aston, Paul.
White and orange or white and red?
The Pro Sport car.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yes.
So 51 then, because they were 50 and 51, weren't they? Either way, contact in the first corner in the Haug hook.
68 and 76 are the two Pro Sport.
Okay.
You're just making up numbers, aren't you, Martin?
He said 50. I knew that.
Well, I don't know where 50 has come into this, but
well, from the screen grab we've got, is that maybe not a 5 and a 0, but a 6 and an 8?
Well,
if you think that's the Pro Speed Aston. Either way, we'll try and get a little bit more information on that.
I would suggest yes.
What it does mean, though, is we've only got one crew at the top of the table, and that is Michael Christensen in Porsche number 911.
And
Maxi Gertz in second now.
Yes, but 2.5 minutes down the road, whereas what we had was a 10-second battle for the lead.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. I mean, even if that was a steering arm drop down, that's not a race finishing.
No, clearly
that's
there was
just something to fix.
Clearly there was something else very major. It can't have been just an oil cooler or just a radiator, but it happened in the first corner. So I'm assuming he must have come around the Grand Prix loop and back into the pit lane, or the steering wasn't badly damaged, and he's gone out onto the Grand Prix loop and it's basically cooked the engine.
We're speculating, so
we
don't know. But anyway, it has meant for Manthey Racing very good news indeed. And as you say, Martin, Michael Christensen now leads the way in the 911 car, with Maxi Gertz in second place, leading the challenge for Mercedes. And then Frank Mayo with the Glickenhaus in third place. And that's now a proper third place. Previously, when he was in third place, I was always saying, well, he's not in third place for a long time because he's got his pit stop a little bit earlier. But because Felipe Fernandez-Laza managed to get use the 8 laps of his stint to be able to
do an 8-lap stint
to get onto the same schedule as everybody else. He's now back on the same schedule as everybody else. So Frank Mayer in a proper third place, and then in fourth place is the Fricadelli Porsche, which Matt Campbell did you see Matt Campbell driving the car down the side of the barrier for,
Yes.
for about 100 yards?
Blimey, they're built Ford tough, aren't they?
Well, yes, the barriers and the Porsche, it would seem.
Well, the Porsche, I was thinking particularly.
Avoiding an intervention vehicle that was on the track, which Matt just seemed to miss whilst he was trying to go past a Mercedes at the time. Scraped it down the barriers, but still going strongly in 4th place.
I've got another contender for what the Christodoulou Merc hit, the number 90 Supra.
Okay, could be.
Is it white?
I don't know. Again, Andy Blackmore, shoddy work. He's had a whole week since Le Mans to detail 170 odd cars, and
which changed it between Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, exactly so. Exactly so. May not be a bad shout. May not be a bad. Oh, in fact, I'll tell you what. Shall we see where the number 90 Supra is and how many positions it's lost, and whether it's back in the garage?
Tell me who's in it, because Maurizio is a pseudonym for Mr. Toyota, who is the CEO of Toyota. The head of Toyota driving that car. Or down to drive
There
that
is
car.
no Toyota in the pit lane, and there are a lot of cars in the pits, a lot of which we know about that won't be going any further.
While you look for that, Martin, I can tell Paul that the slow zone has now disappeared from Planscar.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Okay.
the track is basically green now, isn't it?
Yeah.
All the way around.
So Uwe Klein was on an outlap. Is on an outlap. Work out when he was last
That's
seen.
always a really dangerous time for a non-pro driver. Think back, a whole week ago. Tracy Crone running into the back of a very slow car down the Mulsanne Straight on an outlap because he was busy checking things and not necessarily looking out the window in front.
So Graham Goodwin's just texted me that it was the Supra as well, so that's winning the vote so far.
I think that sounds like a good shout.
Sorry, the number, the Supra, did you say?
Yes, 60 rather
Sorry, I thought you said
60
Subaru.
rather than...
so 90 is the Supra.
That's the
90
yes.
rather than 50.
So let's
find out who was driving it.
Yes, it was in the hands of Uwe Klein.
Right.
So not Maurizio or Toyota, but Uwe Klein was driving it, but he brought the car into the back of the garage, and although it's not showing as being in the pit lane on the list of cars that is in the pits, because it's coming through the back entrance of the pits, it is in there at the moment. Last time across the start-finish line was some 15 minutes ago now.
So
it's
had
definitely
he
stuck.
gone the long way round, he should have been back by now.
Yeah, so
And he's
a
not
clash
gone home for
between
tea.
the Christodoulou Mercedes and the number 90 Toyota Gazoo Racing Supra, and sadly for Adam, who'd been up here earlier on, he gets just 3 laps of his 24 hours of the Nürburgring. I wouldn't say he was boasting, but he was commenting that he'd only done 3 laps up until now. But he's going to be able to go home for the Nürburgring. I mean, he's done 6 laps, and he'll be very disappointed at that.
Yeah.
So Porsche leads, Mercedes second, Glickenhaus third. Then we've got the Porsche from the Fricadelli team with Matt Campbell, as I say, star of the race so far for keeping that one on the road. 5th place is the Audi from the car collection team, Marcel Fessler at the wheel of that car number 14. 6th is Frank Stippler in his Audi, that's the Phoenix Audi, and then 7th is the best of the remaining Black Falcon Mercedes, because that's the number 6. Who would have guessed that that would be the best of the Black Falcon Mercedes, with the problems for the number 3 Maxi Boot car earlier on. Gabriele Piana is 7th in the Black Falcon Mercedes, and 8th is another Audi, the Lant Audi, and that's in the hands of Christopher Meese. Now, Lant with the 29 car and car collection with the number 14 car are driving this race, Martin, with just 6 drivers. The two teams.
Across the 2 cars?
Across 2 cars, they've only got 6 drivers. So although they're driving it as 2 teams of 4, they're going to have to share, because
2 of those 4s in each car are the same 2.
there is only one René Rast. We know a song about that. And there's only one Christopher Haase as well.
Yes.
So
so you would think the quicker they get into double stinting, the better those guys will like it, because they'll have more time in each of the cars, but more rest between each.
Well, no, because if you if you switch between cars, then you have to have 2 hours rest, full stop. If you get out of one car, get into another car, you have to have a 2 hour gap. If you drive for more than 2 hours, then you have to have a 2 hour break.
Yes.
But if you drive for less than 2 hours, then you don't have to have a 2 hour break if you get back into the same car.
If you stay in the same car,
yeah.
Yes. I knew there was a minimum mandatory break, and I was just about to say, but, Paul, what is the minimum mandatory? But I didn't know about changing cars. So if they swap cars, the other guys need to be double stinting or have their other two drivers.
Yeah, what I'll do now,
it's going to be a long night for them, though, isn't it?
Whilst you're telling us about other things, I'll just have a little look and see how much they're driving each of them have done in each of the cars so far, because that will be interesting to know.
Pit stop for Manthey Racing's number 12 car. Dennis Olsen stays in, and he has just left the pit lane. He's in 16th place, ahead of the KCMG Nissan of Alexander Imperator. Oh no, that's not 39, that's not Imperatora, that's Liberati. So the 39 car is Eduardo Liberati, the Roman. That car was driven early by Mathieu Vazivier, Christa Jons and Nico Menzel, son of Christian Menzel. The number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes, as we've seen, is in the pits. It's still shown as 23rd, but obviously it will plummet off the leaderboard.
I just want to thank the collective, Martin. I've just updated Twitter. I'm just going through Twitter, and literally there are too many people to thank for shouting at us that it was the Supra. We eventually got there, but thanks everybody. You got there a lot quicker than we did.
Well, that's because they're busy rewinding their video, and we can't do that because it's not our video. So we're trying to work that out. Christian Imperatori, who was completely confused me because he's 2 spots above Liberati, is driving the Falcon Motorsport BMW. He is at the wheel of that car, and in fact he's in front of Dennis Olsen, 15th place. Olsen is in 16th place. So just having a little look up and down the leaderboard, the gap between second, Maxi Goertz, and third, the Glickenhaus, and that's Frank Mayer, is a whopping 2.05 seconds, so nothing whatsoever. And in traffic, obviously, that will go up and down. The gap between Frank Stippler's 6th place Audi and Marcel Fassler's 5th place Audi, the number 14 car leading the number 4 car, that gap has now stretched out to just a fraction over 9 seconds, but again, it's almost visual. Further back, Jan Seyfarth in the Mercedes in 10th place is just 2 seconds behind Maxi Buch in the number 3 Mercedes, so that's another close battle. And
being made aware, Martin, of the lap times that the Glickenhaus is putting in.
Frank Mayer is now half a second behind Maxi Goertz, a 9:03 on the last lap.
Which means that there is
in the
still
dark in traffic.
But it means there is still slow zones out there, because they'd be down in the 8:45s somewhere. So Frank Maillot now up to second, ahead of Maxi Goertz then in the Mercedes, and I'm guessing that is to do with safety zones rather than anything else. But certainly the way he's got ahead very rapidly there, they were nose to tail, weren't they, at the last sector?
Very close. A lap ago was 6 seconds, and 2 seconds rather, and then
here they come, in fact, across the start-finish line. Look out the back window there, they go past us and down into the Haug Hook once again.
And so that looks like a slipstream by the Glickenhaus actually down the Dottinger Höhe, getting ahead of the Mercedes. We've seen so many times how the Glickenhaus is very quick in a straight line, and how it's just I mean, there was still in daylight, he pulled up behind 2 Mercedes that were battling. One was Nico Bastian, don't remember the other one. Pulled out, drove by them both and drove away.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, there he is. Well, yes, it was done on the Dottinger Höhe, as you said, Martin. And quite easily it looked in the straight line. The story between the car collection drivers and the Land drivers. So far, Christopher Mies has not driven in the car collection car, number 14. Christopher Haase, not Mies. Christopher Haase has not driven in the number 14 car collection car, and Rene Rast hasn't driven in the number 29 car, so there's been no Rast for the Land.
Oh, I see that. That's very good.
It's a bit subtle, that one,
That's
wasn't it?
very good.
So
For this time of night.
it'll only get worse, Martin. 23 minutes past 11 here in Germany. So I suspect that's going to be their strategy, if you will, for the rest of the race, where rather than having it as 2 4-driver teams and having to work things out more complicated, they'll keep it as 2 3-driver teams, and then if and when one car breaks down, then either Christopher Haase or Rene Rast will be able to switch over to the other car.
And take up some of the slack. This is a sort of TWR 4-driver Jaguar policy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Going back to our relative youth.
That was driven by budget, though.
Oh, yes, yes.
On Tom's, or best use of his resources, as Tom would say. Yes. Both of the Fricadelli cars are still running, Joe.
Yes.
The number 30 car is in the pits. So,
and the number 31 car, which was my choice.
I do mention that as your favourite car. Yeah.
Hang a minute.
He's at the 4th.
Do they
Matt
know
Campbell.
they've got the curse of your €1 attached to the
that
car?
quiet. That's why they're still in 4th.
Well,
That's why they're still there after all of this.
That over the public airwaves now.
I've been doing it since Thursday.
Okay.
So the 2 leading cars from Manthey and Fricadelli are in 1st and 4th, and then each of them have a delayed car. Manthey with a delayed car in 11th place, and then the number 30 car, which was delayed with a suspension problem, wasn't it? I think.
That's a very good question.
I'm trying to remember what the delay. Somebody will remember what the delay was for the number 30 car.
Answers on a tweet, please. That's the modern version of a postcard. They are in 63rd place, to answer your question.
Yes.
Well, not to answer the question you just asked, but to
answer the question I was asking myself.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
So
I started scrolling while you were talking, so that's how I found it.
Yes, and just trying to work out where they are in terms of laps behind. They've done 45 laps, so it's 6 laps behind the race leaders. Yeah. So they must have lost a long time in the pits. I'm trying to think what they were doing in the pits. I'm sure it was front suspension that had been damaged in the number 30 car.
That does sound familiar, but I don't have anything written down on my piece of paper, so I cannot confirm or deny. Slightly worryingly, Maxi Gertz in the number 48 Mercedes, they've got flashing blue lights at the top of the windscreen, which is never, I suppose it gets the attention of drivers, because any driver in any car, if flashing blue lights come up behind you, you get that sick feeling in the stomach and pay attention, don't you? I think that's a universal.
It is, except when you're in Germany.
Do they not use blue lights in the police cars?
Well, they do, yes, but you don't worry about it, because you're just going at whatever speed you're going anyway.
They do have speed limits here. They have a lot of speed limits.
Yes, no, there are. And
they carry
won't go into the history of. Having lived in Germany, I've inevitably driven in Germany and inevitably have had blue flashing lights in the rearview mirror at one point. But these blue flashing lights this year are slightly different from in previous years because of the Lumi rank system, which shows you the number and the position. That is also the blue flashing light. So rather than having a separate blue flashing light, which just flashes blue, the Lumi rank system flashes blue as well as telling you who's in the car, as well as telling you its driving position.
Right,
so it's a real multi-function piece of equipment.
And I think the choice of blue, as you said, Martin, is quite instinctive, isn't it? It grabs your attention. I think that's why the emergency services use blue. It's something to do with the recognition in your retina.
Well, and yellow and red would be are used for other things. Yellow being for service vehicles and red for emergency vehicles.
I got very, very excited just a moment or two ago because I noticed on the ticker screen Streetek has lifted the pit lane. I thought, oh, but it says number 94, so it's not the Manti yet.
No, I think that's Robin.
Robin
Strycek.
In the Opel Astra. So that car is back on track. I think it was just a brief pit stop. So we'll wait to see just how much rebuilding the Manta needs. I don't know if somebody's sort of driven back to base to go and get a couple of conrods and a set of bearings, but it does...
Yeah, it's just got crash damage.
Oh, it was crash damage,
Yeah, it was crash damage.
All right. Okay, so it's somebody walking wounded with a bit of blood.
Their aim is to get the car out to do the final lap at least. I'm sure they'll do the final
which you're allowed to do.
Yeah. Why not? Why ever not?
Bit of a complaint about our Hyundai N Feel the Feeling hourly updates is that apparently all what's it breaks loose when we do one. So
yes,
we need to.
I have noticed that pattern, Martin.
Yeah. Does it happen when you do them or only when I do them?
No, it's happened when anyone's done them. When
It's just because it's been an action-packed race.
Yes.
When you do them, you always say which car is in the lead of the Cup X class, and it's always been the 111 Teichmann Racing crossbow, because it's a class 4 crossbows, although we call it Cup X, even though it's did say we should call it Cup Cross, but it's the Cup X for crossbows. They have been given the black flag, which is a compulsory call into the pits, because there are noise restrictions on the crossbow class, and the 111 would seem to be too loud.
And in fact, Race Control have summoned them to the clerk of the course.
So they've got to come into the pits, and it being a black flag, it's something that they have to come in and fix. So that car may, I mean, it's got a huge lead in the crossbow class. I think it's about 4 laps ahead.
22 minutes, 25 and a half seconds.
Yes, which is about 4 laps.
Yeah, it is.
There is a column that should show me laps, but it's not doing, which is annoying me, but I can't do anything about it at this stage. Cursors. So the 111 is going to have to make a pit stop and have that rectified.
Now, being in Germany, there should be no confusion about this, but there's 2 subsequent messages, 111 and 777, both being summoned to the clerk of the course. Now, because Germans put a strike through a 7 to differentiate it from a 1, we're assuming that they are actually calling the Ford Mustang to the clerk of the course as well, which is 777, as well as the 111, 111.
KON24 reports that the number 30, the Fricadelli Porsche, was in the pits for a repair to the power steering.
Where's my pen? I'm writing that down.
So thank you for that.
Okay, yes, power steering.
The number 31, the other Fricadelli car with Matt Campbell still at the wheel, he's the driver that had that scrunch down the arm core. It's clearly had no effect other than scraping the pin off the outer wings and the door, because he's just put in some very, very quick laps.
That was a proper Code Brown moment. There
wasn't
was absolutely no way that was standard operating practice.
A quote from Mauro Engel regarding the damage to the Black Falcon Mercedes says that Adam Christodoulou had an